Chapter 1. Ring, ring, ring. Louis opened his bleary eyes, gazing at the ceiling while stifling a long yawn. Another mundane day, it seems. It was the weekend, and the Pikachu alarm clock on his bedside table displayed noon. Yet, Louis had only just risen from his slumber. Upon entering the bathroom, he took advantage of the water running to order takeout. Dada Express, big-mouthed seagull, fresh. These merchants are getting increasingly creative with their names. Several newly opened establishments bore names inspired by Pokémon, which filled Liu Yi with a sense of nostalgia. Look at that, what truly defines the world's foremost IP. Tactical leanback. Without further contemplation, Liu Yi casually selected the 29.9 yuan scallion duck set meal with complimentary pancake and set his phone aside to begin his morning routine. Splish splash. He cupped his hands, splashing water onto his face. The mirror reflected a tall, handsome youth, reminiscent of an ancient Greek Adonis. His tousled hair framed his face, accentuated by pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, which lent a deeper intensity to his gaze. One couldn't help but marvel how even dark circles seemed to enhance the allure of such a striking visage. It was quite immersive. After completing his grooming, Liu Yi returned to his rented cubicle, sinking comfortably into his gaming chair. He powered on his computer, typing in the password Sakura Island Mai, and the Pikachu screensaver sprang to life. Pika Pika. With practiced ease, Liu Yi opened Bilibili, searching for today's binge-worthy videos. As a freshman at the prestigious Magic City University, he also worked part-time as a content creator in Bilibili's gaming section. Liu Yi primarily focused on editing and commentary related to Pokémon battles, having amassed nearly 100,000 followers due to his distinctive style and expertise. Although he himself was an elite player, having once ranked as high as 7th in the world, he often faced misfortune, earning a notorious reputation for moments such as the water gun triple Mississippi. This was precisely why his audience playfully dubbed him the binge watcher. Engaging in live streaming while producing videos, Liu Yi rented a place off campus, only visiting the university for classes. As he scrolled through the homepage, he murmured, "There are so many Pokémon-related recommendations today. Has the popularity of Pokémon surged again?" Out of the 10 recommended videos on the homepage, 8 were astonishingly related to Pokémon. Bear Grylls, look what we found, a wild cater pie. Suggestion to change, water splashes up. Huazhong Agriculture University, my brother's berries are ripe, let's go pick some. Something seems off about today's homepage content. What on earth is a cater pie? And how can its protein be 6 times that of beef? And very surely they're not referring to orange berries or citrus berries. Scratching his head in confusion, Liu Yi navigated to the gaming section, his eyes widening in surprise. The battle video he had posted last night had skyrocketed to the top of the gaming charts. Liu Yi swallowed hard and clicked on the video titled Teacher Liu Teaches You Battle 03, Substitute Poison. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Views, 1.2 million. DNMD, I'm losing it. Cover notification. I've learned something now to challenge the gym leader. Please, be a decent person." Stunned for a moment, Liu Yi chuckled as he scrolled through the barrage of comments. Yet a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Substitute poison was a fundamental tactic. Why had it suddenly gained such traction? Could it be that some prominent figure in the gaming community had recognized my work? But I haven't engaged in any shady trades lately. Rubbing his chin, Liu Yi scrolled down to the comment section. Among the comments, a 6th-level verified account named Fighter provided an in-depth explanation of the substitute poison strategy. Fighter. Substitute poison refers to utilizing Pokémon that know the moves Toxic, Substitute, and Protect, forming the core of this tactical approach. In battle, trainers must possess exceptional adaptability to execute this strategy proficiently. The guide has been thoroughly detailed by the content creator. Grass-type and Poison-type trainers hold a natural advantage and can diligently study this tutorial. Thank you to the content creator for providing such high-quality instruction. P.S. Seems like this comment belongs in the battle section. It would fit better there. After reading this lengthy comment, a massive question mark loomed in Liu Yi's mind. What even is the battle section? When did Bilibili introduce a battle category? Below, the replies read, Master Ball Capture. Wow. Is this a real person? Red, Mom loves you. Scratching his head, Lu Yi liked the comment by Fighter and casually clicked on their profile. In an instant, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Yi's forehead. Renowned up master in the battle section, champion of a Ninth Quartz Conference, World Master Tournament champion. Lu Yi stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Red? You must be joking, isn't Red the fighter from the special episodes? How could he be a Billy up master? Upon opening Red's gallery, he was greeted by the image of a youthful man in his 20s, beaming with a sunny smile. Wearing a red cap, a black tank top, and a red vest, he had a fluffy Pikachu perched on his shoulder. If this were a cosplay, it would resemble Lu Yi's imagined version of Red tenfold. In this real-life Pikachu was utterly adorable, resembling the one from Detective Pikachu. Lu Yi was left utterly dumbfounded. When faced with a situation, remain calm, stay composed. The sequence of events is that I woke up this morning to find my video suddenly popular, and a prominent figure appeared in the comments. This prominent figure is a world champion, the protagonist of the Pokémon World Red. Analyzing it this way makes everything clear as mud. Am I the one who's crossed over? Or is there something off about this world? Could it be that the timelines have converged, and Red has come to be up master? Trained to accept even the most absurd occurrences, Lu Yi was nonetheless taken aback. Just as his mind was about to short-circuit, his phone rang suddenly. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Please come to the window to collect it. Oh, okay. Lu Yi walked to the window, suddenly remembering he was on the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, you expect me to collect it at the window? Are you planning to deliver it by Pidgeot? Abruptly, a shadow darted past, and a brightly feathered, elegantly crested bird landed at the window, its long beak clutching a bag, cheerfully waving its wings at Lu Yi. Lu Yi stood frozen in disbelief. The delivery person shouted from the ground, "Don't forget to leave a good review, dear." Lu Yi had completely lost track of how he received the takeout from the beak of a Pidgeot. All he remembered was the sight of flocks of Pidgeys soaring through the sky, a Mewtwo stumbling through the flower beds below, and the lithe form of a Rapidash galloping across the overpass. His landlord was strolling by with a corgi boasting orange fur and black stripes, smiling and waving at Lu Yi. The Pokémon world, merging with reality. Lu Yi stood there for a long while, gazing up at the sky, feeling a warmth welling in his eyes. 18 long years, a full 18 years. At long last, I have waited for this day. Once he had settled his emotions, Lu Yi began to scour the internet for information. First, he needed to ascertain what this world had transformed into. Due to the convergence of timelines, the world in which Lu Yi resided had united with the Pokémon world. Yet it seemed he was the only one aware of this phenomenon. Even history textbooks had undergone changes. The emergence of Pokémon had led to a division of history into ancient, medieval, modern, and contemporary eras. In ancient times, the number of Mew gradually declined, giving rise to the oldest prehistoric Pokémon. In medieval times, a meteorite fell into the Fuyuan region, awakening ancient Pokémon, ultimately quelled by Rayquaza. In modern times, Professor Nishiyama from Yuhong University invented the Pokeball in 1925, marking the beginning of modern Pokémon studies. These are actually required historical subjects. Lu Yi mused, his expression peculiar. Even within the realm of Pokémon history, myriad memorable events emerged. For instance, the construction of the Balfam Fragrance Hall in 1700 and the inaugural Pokémon League tournament held in 1896. If Lu Yi were to memorize each one, it would indeed be quite a challenge. Seems that even in the Pokémon world, being a top student isn't an easy feat. Lu Yi sighed as he opened an online high school political studies textbook. The rise of Pokémon had gradually formed a centralized organization represented by the League. In this parallel world, Lu Yi found himself situated in the magic city of the Eastern Huang League. In other regions, there exists the Carlos Alliance, the Unova Alliance, and so forth, precisely as Lu Yi remembers. It seems that the world of Pokémon has indeed merged with reality. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback, exhaling a long sigh. Could it be that I might have the opportunity to become a trainer as well? Becoming a Pokémon trainer had always been Lu Yi's aspiration. However, upon searching for information online, he found himself hesitating. The mortality rate is astonishingly high. In this world, becoming a trainer is far from a simple endeavor. Mastery of multiple foreign languages is merely a foundational requirement. Mandarin, Japanese, French, and English are essential languages for trainers. Financial resources, academic credentials, connections, and opportunities are indispensable. The alarmingly high mortality rate designates trainers as a high-risk profession, with Pokémon battles even classified as extreme sports. Compared to other professions, the stringent barriers of high risk and high entry requirements render the number of trainers exceedingly scarce. Of course, the prevalence of Pokeballs remains remarkably high. The general populace can also capture Pokémon, and there is no shortage of individuals who adore and possess Pokémon. Liu Yi was momentarily dazed, as if suddenly awakening to a realization. Why strive to be a trainer when being a content creator is far more appealing? With the advent of Pokémon, the special effects costs in industries such as film and gaming have significantly decreased, yet the quality of films remains questionable. Take, for instance, the commercial film featuring Hachiku, the leader of the Unova Snowflake Gym, produced by Pokémon Hollywood, titled Hachiku Hero. With a click plot and formulaic heroism, it somehow made its way onto Dubon's top 250. Liu Yi genuinely could not fathom a reason for his own lack of fame. In the gaming realm, due to the existence of parallel worlds, previously popular titles have failed to materialize. The most popular game currently is Pokémon Battle, developed by Finji Wanda & Company, which Liu Yi streams daily. Pokémon Battle draws inspiration from real-life Pokémon battles, utilizing virtual imaging technology to create real-time gameplay, appealing to a broad audience. Some trainer academies even adopt this game as a teaching tool to cultivate students' strategic awareness. Numerous renowned trainers, including the Battler Red, are devoted users of this game. Due to the entry barriers of Pokémon battles, the various strategies familiar to Liu Yi have not been widely disseminated. This explains why, relying solely on the substitute toxic strategy, Liu Yi has managed to amass millions of views. It seems that producing a couple of videos in my spare time could easily lead to becoming a top content creator. Given Liu Yi's understanding of Pokémon battles, creating a few high-quality videos with millions of views would indeed be an effortless task. However, before that, he must first comprehend the operational mechanisms of Bilibili in this parallel world. While munching on roasted duck and green onions, Liu Yi continued to browse Bilibili. Unlike in his previous life, popular creators on major platforms such as Bilibili, YouTube, Twitch, and Nico Nico are almost entirely the same. For instance, the currently trending creator on YouTube, the water-type gym leader from the Galar region, known as Black Pearl Lorena, is also immensely popular on Bilibili. With her long, athletic legs and sun-kissed skin, Lorena is seen in her video riding a Milotic, leaping from the ocean's surface, water sparkling around her. This aesthetically pleasing scene left Liu Yi momentarily mesmerized. Is it truly Lorena? That makes sense since Red has appeared. It stands to reason that gym leaders would too. This promotional video, reigning at the top of Bilibili's fashion section, was indeed posted by Lorena herself. The comments section was filled with an array of talent. Lorena has done a photo shoot for LV My Youth is Back. Whoa, Lorena, my angel, I love you. Is that truly admiration? It sounds more like lust. How disgraceful. Embracing the principle of gaining knowledge through practice, Liu Yi ventured into the dance section. Expecting to witness traditional dance performances, Liu Yi was disappointed to instead find a man. The popular influencer from Instagram, the Galar Dragonhive gym leader, Cabana. With a well-proportioned physique and a hint of swagger, Cabana sported an orange headscarf, displaying a bright smile and pearly white teeth. Though not as handsome as Liu Yi, Cabana enjoys considerable popularity on social media due to his dance skills and status as a Dragonhive gym leader. In the film category, the cover featured none other than Hollywood actress Karuni promoting her new film. It appears that the profession of content creator holds great promise. Liu Yi murmured to himself. Tonight, he'll continue streaming, observing for a while before making any decisions. Regarding his future direction, Liu Yi had formed a rough plan. Becoming a trainer was out of the question. It would never come to pass. He could only sustain himself through writing novels and creating videos. Although he had no intention of becoming a trainer, the thought of keeping a few Pokémon as pets was quite enticing to Liu Yi. What kind of Pokemon would be best to raise? Since I want to be a battler, it must be something adorable. Eevee, Pikachu? Just imagine having both Eevee and Pikachu as companions would be delightful. The market price of a Pokeball is 500 yuan. After reviewing his balance and accounting for the incentives from videos with millions of views, Luyi estimates he has approximately 20,000 yuan left. He plans to visit a specialized Pokémon store in the bustling metropolis tomorrow to purchase Pokeballs. That evening, Luyi continues his live stream as usual, thanks to the virality of his videos. As soon as he starts broadcasting, his popularity surges past 200,000. The moment his stream begins, the barrage of comments floods the screen. Dinner time, my brothers. Where are you? Why isn't the host turning on the camera? This is from Billy Billy. The toxicity is truly appalling. As Luyi opens Pokémon Battle, he reads through the comments. Why isn't the host turning on the camera? I need to reach 100,000 subscribers before I can show my face. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of question marks fills the screen. Is this host truly that unique? Although his voice is melodious, isn't he just another tanky beta, a decade-long fan? Luyi is definitely a visual streamer. Surely, no one is following Luyi just for his looks, right? No way, no way. There are recordings of Luyi on Tieba, although he is only on screen for less than 5 seconds. He is absolutely godlike. Overrated. I'm just an ordinary person, barely qualifying as a handsome face. Luyi remains unfazed, his heart steady. Thanks for the airplane from when is Luyi's new movie premiering? Let me first discuss the script with Karuni. Thank for the 10 cards sent by Luyi and Mother Monster's sweet moments. We want to talk about Mother Monster today. Instead, I'll continue to bring you Pokémon battle tutorials. The barrage of comments is surprisingly unanimous. Please, host, give us a tutorial on toxic strategies. My starter Pokémon is Bulbasaur. I appreciate a detailed guide. Luyi glances at the comments. Thanks for the airplane from how to use Bulbasaur in toxic strategies. Those who can afford the starter trio should have no trouble evolving into Venusaur. So let us discuss Venusaur's tactical positioning. That Luyi opens the team editor and drags Venusaur into the lineup. Venusaur has a diverse range of tactics, such as the Sunny Day team system. Utilizing chlorophyll for speed and damage output, or learning synthesis and leech seed based on toxic strategies to serve as a presence on the field. Enough talk, let us demonstrate it for you. Transitioning to gameplay, Luyi matches with an international friend from the Johto League, ID. Windy Billiards Boy. Konnichiwa. Luyi greets amicably in Japanese while locking in Venusaur. His opponent's first Pokémon is a fiery beast named Explosive Taro. Kanto, Pallet Town. A girl with an orange ponytail gently pats her flushed cheeks, taking a deep breath. It's nothing. We're just watching a movie together. He shouldn't think too much about it. Gathering her courage, Shizuka Tokawaki nervously presses the doorbell. Moments later, a male voice comes through the intercom. "Itsu." Akihiro smiles. The door is open. Just come up to the second floor. Entering Akihiro's home. Shizuka feels her cheeks burning, yet curiosity fills her heart. He should be training right now. Shouldn't he? Hesitantly pushing the door open, a figure leaps down from the second floor and swiftly jumps into Shizuka's arms. Pika, long time no see. Pikachu. Shizuka smiles, gently stroking Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu happily leaps down, skillfully climbing the stairs along the wall. Lifting her head, Shizuka's face turns crimson. The stairwell. A youth with short black hair and determined eyes catches Pikachu. Resting it on his shoulder and smiles, little yellow. Today, I discovered a fascinating trainer. Inside Akihiro's room. Everything is clean and tidy, trophies adorning the shelves, yet the furnishings are simple, consisting of only a bed and a computer. Make yourself comfortable. The moment the words leave Akihiro's mouth, he awkwardly realizes he is sitting in the only chair. I can sit on the bed, Shizuka says softly, her face flushed. That works too. Akihiro scratches his head. Suddenly his eyes lighting up. Oh right, little yellow, come look at this. Shizuka leans over, tucking her hair behind her ear, curious. Isn't this the game you often play? Pokémon. Battle. Akihiro grins. It's very similar to real battles. You need to command in real time using a microphone. When I'm tired from training, I unwind with this. Even during your breaks, your mind is filled with battles. Shizuka's cheeks flush slightly. However, Akihiro doesn't notice, excitedly saying, "You must watch this streamer. His understanding of Venusaur's strategies is simply brilliant. Unless he is a powerful trainer in real life, there's no way he could possess such awareness. I wish I could battle him and exchange tips on raising Venusaur. Pikachu, you want to battle him too, right?" Shizuka curiously gazes at the live stream. The classic 6v6 battle, a master ball-level showdown. ID Liu Yi faces off against Windy Billiard Boy. Since it's an international stream, the platform provides real-time subtitle translations, allowing both to comprehend Liu Yi's commentary. "How dare he send out explosive Taro? Just watch how my toxic strategy performs, despite the type disadvantage." Venusaur manages to outlast and deplete explosive Taro with toxic damage. Subsequently, Venusaur also triumphs over Ambush and Sunflora. Throughout the match, the red side, Liu Yi, only deployed Venusaur, accomplishing a remarkable feat of taking down 3 opponents. A cascade of question marks floods the screen, and I'm utterly stunned, defeating explosive Taro with type disadvantage while still at full health. Liu Yi is no longer just entertainment. My youth is over. "Stop! This isn't even a Pokémon battle," Shizuka murmurs. "Akihiro, this ID can't possibly be." It must be Akira. No doubt about it." Akihiro clears his throat, that I remember he is quite fond of this game as well. In the virtual imagery, Venusaur's leech seed extends vines into Togekiss, continuously siphoning energy. Togekiss emits a mournful cry, flapping its wings, but its air slash is repelled by a shimmering barrier during the live stream. Liu Yi narrates, "Will it hold?" It holds. The opponent explodes on the spot. Toxic can be replaced with leech seed. Using them together yields even better results. The violet hue of poisoning envelopes Togekiss, yet continues to be tormented by the vines formed by leech seed. Even if an attack miraculously connects once, the wound on Venusaur is barely the size of a pinky nail, prompting Liu Yi to have Venusaur use synthesis. A flood of comments sweeps by. "Please be human. Is this truly toxic strategy? I love it. Venusaur has taken down 4. With a thud, Togekiss plummets from the sky in the stream. In contrast, Venusaur appears revitalized, eager to engage in another synthesis for a rejuvenating spa session. Shizuka can't help but softly exclaim, "The timing was impeccable." Indeed, Akihiro nods. Even Akira is no match for him. The untrained eye, it is merely a spectacle, while the seasoned observer discerns the subtleties. In Pokémon battles, as a form of real-time tactical simulation, the prowess of a trainer is vividly displayed. Unlike the casual onlooker, the formidable trainers Red and Diantha perceive a deeper layer. Behind a strategy of stalling with substitutes lies a masterful control of timing, which significantly tests a trainer's command abilities. It is abundantly clear that the streamer known as Teacher Liu, with the ID has Teacher Liu eaten today, is an exceptionally experienced trainer, even outmatching Akin. "Now you understand why I chose not to train today," Red remarked with a smile. Observing a trainer's battle is an essential aspect of training. Diantha contemplated making a quip, noting that it was merely a game. However, even as a game, it was no less than a high-level Pokémon showdown. With curiosity ignited, Diantha and Red were wholly engrossed in the live stream. The opponent's final Pokémon, the Masquerain, fell. Liu Yi officially claimed victory in the battle. Throughout the entire match, Liu Yi deployed only a single Venusaur, yet he managed to systematically dismantle his opponent's 6 Pokémon using a substitute stalling strategy. Achieving a 1 versus 6 victory is a trainer's ultimate glory, yet in Teacher Liu's live stream, it incited frustration among viewers. How could such a dirty trick be employed? It is not the tactic that is unscrupulous. It is Teacher Liu's heart that is unclean. In the virtual imagery, Liu Yi withdrew his Venusaur into its Pokeball, though he felt a twinge of apprehension. This Pokémon battle is not a turn-based game, but requires real-time command through a microphone. Had it not been for Liu Yi's level 5 status and his opponent's naivety, he could have very well faced disaster. "That was close, but fortunately my skill surpassed his," Liu Yi murmured to the viewers in the stream. This statement sounded rather sardonic. A 1 versus 6 with a nearly full health Venusaur. And you dare call that a close call? Is it not akin to murder with a heartless twist? Just after battling the gym leader, you ought to have the decency to visit me in the hospital. The risks of this strategy are exceedingly high, It is not the Pokémon that are in danger, but the trainer's personal safety. This tactic infuriates me. Teacher Lu, extend your head. Allow me to bestow upon you a buff. Lu Yi remained unfazed. Thanks to the user is Teacher Lu a trainer. For the airplane gift, Teacher Lu is not merely a trainer. It is his hobby to tea this moment. Viewers wish they could drown Teacher Lu's live stream in spit. Is your hobby merely concocting dirty tactics? Can one truly dominate with a single Venusaur based solely on hobby? Teacher Lu, do you still claim you're not a trainer? Thanks to the one who battles for the rocket gift. How generous. Just moments ago, the nearly lifeless Lu Yi, upon receiving the rocket effect in the live stream, instantly elevated his tone by an octave. Thank you, benefactor. Wait, is this ID a counterfeit? In an instant, fans began fervently commenting in the chat. The benefactor is confused. Red, do not give Teacher Lu gifts. You will learn poorly. Oh my, it is truly the world champion. The world champion has gifted Teacher Lu a rocket. At his computer, Lu Yi gazed at the familiar ID, contemplating for 0.05 seconds. He quickly added Red as a moderator and sent a private message. Has Teacher Lu eaten today? Red, this is my line account. XXXX, we can communicate more in the future. This private message was also thoughtfully translated into Japanese, prompting Lu Yi to commend his own cleverness. After Red's appearance in Lu Ye's live stream, the popularity surged past 500,000, propelled by the allure of the world champion. Gift data in the background skyrocketed, and the chat exploded with activity. Teacher Lu, you are on fire. Could you assist me in obtaining an autograph from Red? Red, your mother loves you. Given that this is an international platform, the viewers are not solely Chinese, but also hail from regions such as Unova, Hoenn, and Kalos that in no time. A cacophony of various languages filled the chat, creating a lively atmosphere to the streamer offline. Why is there no response? Please, Teacher Lu, conduct another lesson on substitute stalling. Stalling or not, I have learned it. At this moment, Red had no inkling that his casual action would incite such a commotion, but he glanced back at Diantha, who smiled with a hint of resignation. You are already a world champion. A veritable public figure. Red scratched his head. The battle was simply too exhilarating. I could not resist. Akin would be furious if he saw you gifting his opponent. Diantha suppressed a laugh. Red chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly noticing a private message from the ID, has Teacher Lu eaten today? Upon reading the message, Red's eyes lit up. He's suggesting we engage in a Pokémon battle. Diantha chuckled lightly. I suspect he merely wants you to gift more. I remember you studied Chinese, correct? Yes, Red nodded, having dedicated some time to it previously. The one who battles. We will have the opportunity to communicate. Smiling. After replying to Lu Yi, Red smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot. I need to head to the Diantha gym to battle Green today. I can still make it. Let us go. You should come along. Diantha was taken aback, watching Red hurry away, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she sighed regretfully. Still, I was unable to bring up the film topic. Regarding Red, Lu Yi currently knows only 3 things. First, this fellow seems to have purchased a house online, as his presence is ubiquitous. Second, he is now Lu Ye's benefactor, and he must cling tightly to this advantageous connection. Third, can someone explain what Red's ellipsis signifies? And what of that smiling emoji? Surely he is not mocking me. Speak plainly without ellipses. Guessing is exhausting. Lu Yi sighed deeply, feeling weary. Today's live stream concludes here. We shall meet again next time. As soon as his words fell, Lu Yi swiftly ended the stream, leaving the audience in disarray. Over 1 million viewers, and you ended the stream just like that. Why does your exit seem so practiced? Although your rapid exit appeared quite clumsy, your 1 versus 6 performance was undeniably impressive. Lu Bao Bao, your mother loves you. Even Lu Yi himself did not notice that after Red gifted the rocket, the subscription count on the live stream was visibly skyrocketing. The promised 100,000 subscribers for a face reveal had now surpassed 5,000. Teacher Lu's face reveal was imminent. Charge forth, my friends. With a bit more effort, we can see Teacher Lu on camera next week. Surely no one genuinely believes Teacher Lu is a beauty streamer. Surely not. Attractiveness is irrelevant. What matters is the enjoyment of Teacher Lu's monologues. The subscription count continued to surge, but Lu Yi had already closed the streaming software. After ending the stream, Luyi began to meticulously study the game Pokémon battles. He nearly faced disaster in this chaotic game that turned out to be voice-controlled in real time. What the heck, there isn't even a limitation of 4 moves. Doesn't that make me invincible? Ding! System binding in progress, binding successful. Host. Luyi. Who is speaking? Current BP points. 1720. Click to view details and obtain the source of BP. Current functions. 10 consecutive draws, with more store features awaiting unlock. We wish you a pleasant experience. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Why didn't you say so? So, it turns out to be my lucky charm. As previously mentioned, Luyi is professionally trained and would never laugh, no matter how amusing the situation. Yet, this lucky charm caused the corners of Luyi's mouth to rise uncontrollably. That I told you. How could a transmigrator not come equipped with a lucky charm? Let me see what this system can actually do. Before Luyi's eyes appeared faint inscriptions, reminiscent of the attribute panels found in virtual online games. Current BP points. 1720. Click to view details and obtain a comprehensive source of BP. View details. The video view count surpassed 1 million. BP points 1,000, but the popularity of the live stream exceeded 100,000. BP points 50. Consuming a standard grade scallion duck dish. BP points 20. I can roughly understand the first few items. But eating scallion duck can also increase BP points? BP points, also known as battle points, can enhance the host's constitution when consuming quality dishes, providing an equivalent amount of BP points, completing system tasks. Unlocking achievements, engaging in sprite battles, and fulfilling hidden conditions can all yield BP points. The system responded in a mechanical and emotionless tone. Luyi, feeling a headache, pressed his forehead. What does BP points have to do with video views? Expanding influence through the internet is one of the essential qualities of a legendary trainer. I never intended to become a trainer. The system fell silent for a long while before slowly revealing a line of text. This system is also known as the Legendary Trainer Development System. Once bound, returns are not accepted. Please take note. Are you daring enough to engage in some earthly operations? Luyi twitched his lips and ultimately let out a long sigh. Well, since being a streamer can also accumulate BP points, it's all the same in the end. From today onward, this system shall be named the Super Streamer Development System. Who is in favor? Who is against? Ding! Would you like to spend 1,000 BP points to rename the system to Super Streamer Development System? Is it a total of just over 2,000 BP points, and renaming costs 1,000 BP? Ridiculous, Luyi asserted. No, it's merely a broken system. Can it really force me to become a trainer? The system remained silent for a while, then proactively presented Luyi with a lottery interface. Current features, 10 consecutive draws. First time, 10 consecutive draws guarantee SR, currently on limited time offer. Are you a planner from Pig Factory or Goose Factory? Do you need me to top up 6 yuan for you to unlock a Battle Pass gift package? Luyi exclaimed in exasperation, but he couldn't help but click on the 10 consecutive draws interface. The lottery interface was quite flashy. The host can set the presentation style of the 10 consecutive draws, including options like opening boxes, drawing symbols, and briefcases. Are you sure this won't lead to copyright disputes? Luyi twitched his lips. Isn't this the box opening interface from CSGO? Not to mention Rainbow Six and On My OG. You've even stolen the UI from Hearthstone and Arknights. Parallel Worlds, please do not take offense, Luyi helplessly stated. Set the presentation style to Hearthstone card pack. UI has been set, and the drop rates have been disclosed. Please check for yourself. Drop rates disclosed. 60 white normal, 30 blue rare, 9 purple epic, 1 orange legendary. A loss for where to begin his complaints. Luyi covered his forehead and remarked. Even the drop rates are disclosed. You are indeed keeping up with current events. Whatever, let us give it a shot with a 10 consecutive draw. Would you like to spend 1,000 BP points for a 10 consecutive draw? Is it? Yes. Bang. 2 antiquely styled card packs appeared out of thin AI. Luyi grabbed one and began to rotate it incessantly in a clockwise direction. Sparkling shards flew out as the card pack opened with a mysterious force. And 5 cards fluttered in the air. Rare. Out of the 5 cards, only one was rare. The nutritious Moo Moo Fresh Milk. Moo Moo Fresh Milk. 100 nutritious milk, suitable for both humans and sprites. This is also Kintaro's favorite drink. The remaining 3 whiteboard items were an orange fruit that restores a small amount of stamina and 2 peach fruits that cure poisoning. Indeed, under a blue sky and white clouds. Old luck had returned, Lue shrugged, accustomed to it, and opened the other card pack. After 3 unremarkable whiteboard cards, the system suddenly shrieked with an odd tone. Epic. Why are you yelling so loudly? Lue examined the card, suddenly taken aback. Japanese LV3. You can proficiently use Japanese and accurately employ different tones, honorifics, accents, etc. Captain, don't shoot. I'm one of you. In an instant, Lue felt as if something new had entered his mind, and he immediately put it to use. Grass, bilingual in Chinese and Japanese. According to the user guidelines, Lue gained a general understanding of the skills provided by the system. LV1 represents a level achievable by ordinary people with effort. LV2 is quite excellent. LV3 is top tier in the industry. LV4 is cross-domain level. And LV5 is the limit within human capability. With Japanese LV3, it wouldn't be difficult for Lue to mimic an article in the style of Natsume Seiki. Of course, imitation is too exhausting. Lue planned to seize the opportunity to copy a novel from the big names. Only 1 card remained. Lue composed himself and flipped over the last card. The system roared again, but this sound, to Lue, was like heavenly music. Wow. Golden Legendary. Lue, I thought it was a legendary card. Why all this commotion? The so-called Golden Rare was merely a can of alkaloid, also known as a speed booster, a suspicious blue drink. Speed booster. Enhanced version can significantly increase a sprite speed with enhanced effects. Not recommended for human consumption. Although it stated that it was not recommended for human consumption, the description seemed to eagerly anticipate that Lue would drink it all. After much contemplation, Lue ultimately decided to stash the suspicious blue drink in the cupboard. Once he captured his first sprite, he would let it try it out. A system product should pose no issues. Even if he was a trainer, it wouldn't hurt to run a bit faster. Speaking of which, he hadn't yet obtained a Pokeball. He would check the sprite shop tomorrow. With 720 BP points remaining, Lue planned to save up to 1,000 points before attempting another 10 consecutive draws. Right before bed, Lue drank the can of Moo Moo fresh milk in one go. Savoring it, a bit sweet, consumed delicious grade Moo Moo fresh milk. BP points 40. First time consumption. Host Constitution 1. Early Sunday morning, Lue encountered the landlord, who was up early to collect rent, in the hallway. Little Lou, did you hear any strange noises last night? Huh. I went to bed quite early. What was it about? I'm not sure. Many people in the neighborhood reported strange occurrences. The lights in the hallway, 1T turn on. Our elevator clearly only goes to the basement level. Yet many tenants said they saw a button for the second basement level. ITS nothing, Sister Lou. The bulb might just be burnt out. I'll check it later. Lue replied with a smile. Sister Lou sighed in relief and gently said, I made fish head soup today. I'll have the suction cup magic puppet bring it over later. Lue nodded, then halfway to the hallway. He suddenly had a peculiar expression. The fish head soup couldn't possibly be made from king carp, right? In the old 6-story building, even the elevator was a freight lift. So, a short circuit was quite normal. Lue arrived on the first floor, checked the electrical switch, and replaced a light bulb. Odd, the bulb seemed to be fine. Rubbing his head in confusion, Lue, almost on impulse, stepped into the elevator. The dim freight elevator was damp, and the sublet advertisement was covered in mildew. Below the B1 button, there was a faintly discernible button for B2 that Lue rubbed his eyes. But only the B1 button appeared before him. Is at daytime. I'm seeing ghosts. Lue swallowed hard. System, how should I typically handle this situation? Recommended skills. Holy Light LV1 requires BP points, 2,000. Punishment LV1 requires BP points, 3,000. Great Might Heavenly Dragon LV1 requires BP points, 5,000. That you have both Punishment and Great Might Heavenly Dragon? Forget it. This isn't the time to complain about that. Can you recommend me some skills I can afford? Recommended skill. Spirit Vision LV1 requires BP points, 500. Would you like to spend 500 BP points to unlock Spirit Vision LV1? Hurry up. Hurry up. Remaining BP points, 260. Spirit Vision LV1. Enhances vision, with a slight chance of perceiving ethereal beings. Your eyesight is exceptional, yet be wary. an excessively high spirit vision may not always be advantageous. Lu Yi, lost in thought, cautiously surveyed his surroundings, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Nothing at all. The cargo lift stood desolate, an icy breeze sweeping through, carrying a musty odor, while a dim, incandescent bulb creaked ominously. An elderly security guard outside the elevator stifled a yawn. "Young man, you've been standing in there for ages. You're not relieving yourself, are you?" Lu Yi, with an awkward expression, exited the elevator. "Sir, there aren't any urban supernatural legends around here." "Are there?" "Oh, indeed there are. My granddaughter told me about one called the Slit-Mouthed Woman, which is actually a spirit known as the Wide-Mouthed Baby. And then there's the cat-faced old lady. Guess what she is?" "Zoroark. That's enough, Grandpa," Lu Yi remarked, his expression growing more peculiar. "Your granddaughter seems quite knowledgeable." The old man puffed with pride. "Of course, my granddaughter is an elite trainer. I recognize you, the tenant on the 6th floor. It's been ages since you've stepped outside, at your young age. Instead of becoming a trainer and making a name for yourself, you're cooped up here as a mere streamer. Thank you for your kind words." Lu Yi retreated hastily. As he walked toward the Pokémon shop, Lu Yi reflected on the earlier scene, that it likely was a supernatural event. It was merely a ghost-type Pokémon, which seemed quite reasonable that Lu Yi was a staunch materialist. As the saying goes, a fighter-type battling a ghost-type is indeed a formidable challenge. When the time comes, I'll have the shop owner summon a few elite trainers to exorcise it. That should suffice. Exhaling deeply to calm himself, Lu Yi opened Matewan to search for nearby businesses. For lunch, there was a kaiseki restaurant serving Didazor sashimi for 3,888 yuan a serving. What a bother. Perhaps I should first purchase some Pokeballs. Lu Yi murmured, noting that there were several breeding houses nearby that he could visit later. In the system shop. A red and white ball cost 200 BP, which felt rather steep. By comparison, the 500 yuan price for a Pokeball in reality seemed much more reasonable. Arriving at the Pokémon shop, Lu Yi spent 2,500 yuan to acquire 5 Pokeballs, leaving him with a balance of 17,000 yuan. However, within the breeding house, he did not find the initial Pokémon he desired. Eevee and Rockruff are quite popular Pokémon, the clerk lamented, even for pre-orders. You'd have to wait 6 months in advance. No worries, I was just asking casually. Similar to rare pets in his previous life, Eevee was priced at 30,000 yuan, while Rockruff approached 50,000 yuan. Lu Yi felt a bit financially constrained. Pokémon eggs, such as Caterpie and Weedle, were quite affordable, costing merely 200 to 300 yuan, though their potential was left to fate. Bird-type Pokémon eggs, like Pidgey and Swablu, were also available for around 2,000 yuan. Yet Lu Yi pondered that rather than purchasing such commonplace Pokémon, it would be more cost-effective to catch one in the wild himself. If you do choose to catch your own Pokémon, please ensure your safety, the clerk cautioned. There have been numerous reports of accidents in recent years. With his plans to acquire an EV dashed, Lu Yi resignedly returned to his residence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a thick twilight enveloped the sky, a flock of Spearows soaring overhead, their raspy calls echoing. Gah! Lu Yi toyed with the palm-sized Pokeball in his hand, with a click, enlarging it to fit snugly in his grasp. Thoroughly enjoying the moment, he entered the elevator with familiarity when suddenly, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This is bad. His vision blurred, the scenery shifting abruptly, as if someone had inverted the colors of this world. To describe it, it was akin to the bizarre color changes in JoJo. The row of elevator buttons was smeared with eerie green handprints. The incandescent bulb above him swayed violently, emitting a shrill, creaking sound, its filament flickering violently before finally extinguishing in the profound silence. A putrid, moldy scent filled his nostrils, and a damp, chilling wind licked at his neck like a crimson tongue. Lu Yi shuddered involuntarily. The automatically closing elevator doors opened slowly after descending to the second basement level. Spirit Vision LV1 successfully activated. A luminous green hue appeared before Lu Yi, granting him a hawk-like clarity. At this point, Lu Yi found himself oddly calm, expressionless as he raised his head. Before him, a pair of bulging white eyes stared back, accompanied by a grin stretching to its ears, with a crimson tongue and an elongated appendage. The ghastly moved closer, scrutinizing Lu Yi, their eyes locked for a full minute. Click! A blinding light flared abruptly. Louis lowered his head, trembling as he sent a message to his streaming audience. What should I do if I encounter a ghost in the dead of night? Waiting for urgent advice. Teacher Lou, you're having quite the day. Ah, how cute. Want a date? Just be a decent person upstairs. The previously silent viewers erupted into a lively atmosphere. Fighter, why not try throwing a Pokeball? Teacher Lou, are you sure it won't get angry if I toss a ball at it? Fighter. Red returns to lurking. Lui set down his phone, emboldened by a surge of courage, and shot a fierce glare at the Ghastly. What are you staring at? Kuji? Just then, his phone buzzed again, a somewhat familiar ID offering a suggestion. Shokabutsu. It seems like it really likes you. Louis pondered for a moment, but couldn't recall who this ID belonged to. Teacher Lou, you call this liking? It clearly wants to devour me. Teacher Lou. Video. In the video, a Ghastly composed entirely of black mist stared with wide eyes, gleefully licking the sharply defined features of a handsome young man. Louis wiped the drool from his face and shouted at the Ghastly, "Stop licking and smile." The Ghastly paused, then joyfully flew in front of the camera, blocking the view with its bulging eyes. In Kanto, in the city of Tokyo, Isekai trained at the Tokiwa gym, he couldn't help but smile. Hey, training is starting! With straight brown hair and a pendant around his neck, the handsome young man sat atop the massive shoulders of a Tyranitar. Arms crossed. What are you staring at? Still grinning like an idiot? A recently discovered battle streamer, Akai remarked, chuckling. It seems he's planning to raise a Jengar again. Aoi leapt down from Tyranitar's shoulders, glancing at the phone video with hands in pockets. Nodding slightly, this Ghastly has decent potential. Akai looked up in surprise at Aoi. Dr. Okido once remarked that Aoi's strength lay in nurturing, capable of maximizing a Pokemon's potential. If he says so, this Ghastly must indeed have training value. Isn't he just a gaming streamer? Aoi shrugged. Why not go directly to the Master S tournament and watch the battles in person? Though it's a game, his tactical awareness surpasses that of ordinary master trainers by far. Akai replied with a smile. Besides, isn't the imaging technology from the Fladali Research Institute already integrated into games? Before long, we might even be able to duel online. Aoi's gaze sharpened, a slight smile playing on his lips. Even in a game, I won't lose to you. Have you not lost enough already? Akai replied, a bit sheepishly. Let's get back to training. Buzz buzz. Just then his phone vibrated. Akai glanced down at the chat interface and smiled. He really did catch the Ghastly. Aoi crossed his arms, suddenly saying, add me to that group. What? Just to kill time. You've got nothing better to do, and it's a good way to pass the time. You said you didn't watch streams. It's so noisy. If I ask you to add me, just do it. All right, no need to be so fierce. Are you looking for a fight? Is it permissible to directly attack the trainer? Go on, Pikachu, Megahorn, Earthquake. You have a new message. Your friend Qinglu has joined the chat group. Encountering ghosts late at night. Generally, there are 3 choices. Pretend not to see, maintaining a calm demeanor while exiting the elevator. Engage in friendly banter with them, expressing how outdated the current trainers are. As long as one is bold. Let XX take a maternity leave. Thus, Louis chose D. Boldly confronting the monster, daring to wreak havoc here. Great King Tianlong, Earthly Bodhisattva. Here comes my Pokeball. Creatures like Genghis, often seen in horror films, are fundamentally still a type of sprite, and thus quite scientific. Therefore, it adhered to the basic rules of sprites. Transforming into a beam of red light and soaring into the Pokeball, ceasing movement after 3 shakes. Louis found it utterly dull, picked up the Pokeball from the ground, and let out a long sigh. Keeping a Genghis might not be too bad. Louis's expression was peculiar. At the very least, Genghis is rather adorable, isn't it? To be honest, Genghis from the 2nd dimension is undeniably cute, but once it materializes in reality. Opening the Pokeball reveals a pair of large, white eyes slowly blinking amidst a swirl of black mist, its mouth stretching wide to reveal sharp teeth. Genghis cheerfully floated behind Louis, hovering above his head, emitting bursts of laughter reminiscent of a barbell's clang. Coco Keck. Louis looked up, just in time to behold the gaping maw and pointed teeth as Genghis squinted its eyes into slits, extending its crimson tongue. Genghis, slurp. Louis wiped the drool from his face. Quite adorable indeed. Congratulations, host. You have completed the achievement. Achievement description. Capture any initial sprite, Reward BP 500 points. Remaining BP points, 720. If one does not scrutinize closely. The Genghis, composed entirely of gas, appears merely as a mass of black mist, its large eyes fitting well within Louis's acceptance. Although his plan to groom an EV had fallen through, Louis could still venture out at night to scare girls, crossed out. However, Louis had opened a path to transform into a horror game streamer. Coco Keck. Genghis continued to merrily spiral in midair, while the elevator's lighting resumed. As the elevator ascended slowly, Louis retracted Genghis into the Pokeball. Lost in contemplation that if it could evolve into Gungue, its combat prowess would significantly enhance. But wait, what do I need combat ability for? At worst, I could let Genghis serve as a mascot for the live stream. You have a new message. Administrator Fighter has invited Qinglu into this group. Huh. Qinglu. Flummoxed by the phone notification, Louis stared blankly at Qinglu's profile. Could this esteemed figure truly be the Kanto champion, revered as the breeder? No way. It really is him. In the special episode, after succeeding as the leader of the Tokyo Gym, Qinglu managed to assemble a team with an average level of 70 in less than a year. Louis mused that grinding against NPCs to hunt wild monsters seemed trivial in comparison. A true gaming master, terrifyingly formidable. Following Louis' posting of that video, the conversation in the group swiftly shifted to discussing Genghis' breeding methods. IS teacher Lou planning to cultivate a Gungue proficient in poison types. No, I believe Gungue excels better in the ghost domain. No, why do you insist on saying no? Group member Qinglu released a new document, Breeding Methods for Genghis.txt. Whoa, big shot, this is the real deal. Even Qinglu is a fan of teacher Lou. I'm utterly dumbfounded. This is what true professionalism looks like. After releasing this document, Qinglu submerged back into silence, humbly concealing his accomplishments. Louis gazed at the TXT file in the group with a complex expression. It was certain that the breeding manual authored by the breeder, Qinglu, possessed unparalleled professionalism and accuracy. Following a fierce internal struggle, Louis let out a long sigh that I truly never intended to become a trainer. Subsequently, Louis clicked on the document regarding Genghis' breeding methods that I'll just take a quick glance. This was Louis' initial thought. However, upon opening the file, he was instantly captivated by the vast array of technical jargon and breeding knowledge. Becoming thoroughly engrossed, IT was akin to a newly emerged Tauren warrior, utterly oblivious to the future, suddenly receiving a foolproof guide from a renowned strategist, covering Genghis' diet, habits, and training techniques. Every minute detail was elaborated upon, surpassing even academic papers in thoroughness. At the bottom of the paper, sources were thoughtfully cited. The exploration of whether the ghost type can be incorporated into the study of beast carriers by Omuki Yukiching. The origins of Kikoko's fear, from Genghis to Gunga. In the acknowledgments, Qinglu mentioned that there seemed to be a connection between the Kanto ghost-type champion Kikoko and his grandfather, Omuki Yukiching. Qinglu seemingly intended to publish this paper under Omuki's name to alleviate their conflict. However, ultimately fell through, inadvertently benefiting Louis. What a dutiful grandson. Louis felt somewhat touched. Even in an auction, this breeding methodology could fetch quite a sum. The breeding manual produced by the breeder Qinglu would undoubtedly be of at least epic purple quality. Although not as profound as Sakiki's secrets, it remained a rare treasure for ghost-type trainers. What a pity. Louis sighed. This material holds little value for me. Some methodologies align with my speculations, so let Genghis play with it. Louis held little enthusiasm for breeding Pokémon, but since it was available, it might as well be left for Genghis to ponder that a flash of red light, and Genghis, a mass of black mist, blinked curiously, surveying its new abode. You shall remain here and refrain from moving. Louis dodged the tongue that Genghis extended. I'm about to commence my live stream. Coco Keck, bored are we? Well then, take this little book to read. Genghis gazed at Louis with an expression of utter disbelief. Your little book doesn't even contain an illustration. It's densely packed with tiny text, all filled with academic jargon. Huh. You can read. Louis presented the freshly printed breeding methodology for Genghis before its eyes. Let me test you. How many unique uses of the strange light are mentioned in this paper? The strange light is one of the techniques that Genghis can master in its early stages. Qinglu believes that Genghis, born from optical pollution, possesses a natural affinity for the strange light. Therefore, Genghis' strange light holds considerable training potential. Louis was too lazy to train it. He couldn't allow Genghis to disrupt the livestream. Yet he couldn't keep it cooped up in the Pokeball either. Letting it learn some knowledge certainly wouldn't hurt. Kokek? Genghis was perplexed by Louis' question, its little face paling as it floated listlessly in the air. After a moment, Genghis perked up, focusing intently as it pressed its eyes against the paper. Kokek, I must thoroughly comprehend this paper today. Louis nodded in satisfaction. By the way, there are berry trees in the cabinet. If you're hungry, feel free to dive in and grab some. After instructing Genghis, Louis proceeded to his computer and opened the livestream platform. My subscriber count has already reached 60,000. Louis rubbed his chin, thinking that in a few weeks he should be able to complete the task. I am truly not a pretty face streamer. Task: achieve a small goal of 100,000 subscribers. Task reward: 1,000 BP points. Random skill level 1, move TM substitute X1. Louis had also inquired whether this so-called substitute was reliable. The system responded, stating that it was not a matter of reliability, but rather a technique that was quite unorthodox. Capable of executing combos with other moves. Louis felt a twinge of regret, having hoped for an awakening of a killer queen or a platinum star, only to discover that it was merely a substitute. As he opened the live stream, viewers, who had long been ravenous with anticipation, began to pour in. Dinner is served, they exclaimed. For newcomers witnessing this for the first time, they wondered aloud, is this truly the live stream of a battle-hardened warrior? Teacher Lou, could you please share another tutorial on guarding against toxins? Louis glanced at the barrage of comments. Today, I shall present something different. Opening the team editor, Louis dragged a rather endearing Shroomish into his lineup, instantly provoking a wave of confusion. What purpose does Shroomish serve? Its base stats are low, its resistances are weak, it's simply impractical. It's not even as good as a Venusaur. Please switch to another Pokémon. Unfazed, Louis proceeded to open the matchmaking interface. Teacher Lou is about to start throwing matches. In a virtual display, Louis was matched with a player from the Sinnoh region, whose ID displayed an official certification. The gym leader of the Sinnoh region's Eternicity, Kai Zhong. Wow, the grass-type gym leader from Sinnoh. Is Teacher Lou really trying to flaunt his skills with Shroomish? To everyone's astonishment, Kai Zhong also led with a Shroomish. It was evident that Kai Zhong had chosen to represent himself through this Pokémon on the lush grassy field, a spirited girl with short orange hair clad in a green shawl and brown shorts. Exposing her midriff through a Pokeball with a flash of red light, 2 Shroomish, one large and one small, materialized on the battlefield. It was clear that Kai Zhong's Shroomish was cultivated to a superior standard compared to Louis'. This is it. It's going to backfire. The viewers laughed. Surely no one believes Teacher Lou can defeat the gym leader. He isn't even a Dream Master. How dare he bring that in a battle? In a virtual arena, Kai Zhong's Shroomish struck first, charging in at an incredible speed, delivering a sonic punch that sent Louis' Shroomish sprawling back over 3 meters. This is like sowing rice directly into my mouth. People had advised against using Shroomish. Wouldn't it be wiser to utilize a Venusaur? The situation was dire, yet Louis remained composed, explaining, Kai Zhong's Shroomish is likely a technical master. Meanwhile, my Shroomish has the ability Poison Heal. The sonic punch had landed perfectly, yet Louis' Shroomish remained standing. Its form trembled as it let out a cry, visibly recovering from its injuries at an astonishing rate. Wait, does this Shroomish hold a black sludge? How is it healing so rapidly? It's the Toxic Orb. Teacher Lou's Shroomish is equipped with a Toxic Orb. With the Poison Heal ability, the Pokémon continuously regains health while in a poison state, and the Toxic Orb inflicts poison. The synergy between the two resulted in an almost broken recovery speed. The 2 Shroomish engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, one steadily losing health while the other barely seemed affected. A flurry of question marks sprang up in the comments. This is terrifying. Is this something we can't handle? After nearly 100 turns, witnessing no hope for victory, the beleaguered Kai Zhong opted to forfeit. Amidst a cascade of question marks, the live stream's viewership skyrocketed to 600,000. Teacher Lou is simply incredible, truly a paragon of wisdom and bravery. Is this what they call the ultimate mastery of toxins? In the virtual display, Lu Yi withdrew his shroomish, a faint smile gracing his lips. The poison that guards against toxins is not merely toxic. It is the essence of healing. A torrent of gifts flooded the screen. Subscriptions surged, and the system's BP points continued to climb. Can you believe this? The gym leader actually surrendered? Teacher Lu is phenomenal. Kai Zhong gazed, bewildered, at his defeated a grass-type expert. He was well-versed in the habits and combat style of Shroomish. Yet Lu Ye's audacious maneuver had caught him completely off guard. Is he truly using the toxic orb to trigger the poison heal ability? Kai Zhong pondered. What a bold strategy. While there had been discussions of employing a poison heal tactic with Shroomish in reality, it was typically a passive approach. The toxic orb's poison would burden the Pokémon significantly, and even the poison heal ability could not completely mitigate it. Thus, Grass-type trainers generally favored Shroomish with the technical master ability, enhancing its close combat capabilities alongside Grass-type endurance. However, Lu Ye's strategy seemed to unveil a new realm of possibilities for Kai Zhong. What if the healing effect of Leech Seed could counteract the toxicity of the toxic orb? Kai Zhong's mind began to race, feverishly constructing this tactic in reality. Additionally, using a substitute to absorb the poison heal ability could indeed fully absorb the toxic orb's effects. Leech Seed, toxic orb. Substitute. What an audacious breeding method. A fervent gleam appeared in Kai Zhong's eyes. This strategy could be applied in real life. Momentarily, his breath quickened as he clicked on Teacher Lu's homepage, eager to delve deeper. Ranked 7th in the world. Kai Zhong's eyes widened in astonishment, but a glance at the newly joined fan group revealed a shift in his expression. Mr. Chi, Red Mr. Chi, is here too, and Champion Kingolf. Even they are fans of Teacher Lu. A wave of unease washed over Kai Zhong as he murmured, such a renowned grass-type master. Surely Miss Ligia must know him. I wonder if I could seek his guidance for this year's Attribute Specialist Tournament. Opening a Pokeball, the red light flickered. Kai Zhong gazed at his other Shroomish with a poison heal ability, meticulously recalling the battle sequence. It dawned on him that Lu Yi had not intended to provoke him. Rather, the essence of the poison heal tactic was inherently such. With renewed determination in his eyes, Kai Zhong tightened his grip on the Pokeball that I must continue to strive for improvement. After the stream concluded, Lu Ye's subscription counts soared to 70,000 in the span of a single evening. He garnered nearly 2,000 yuan in tips. While the exact earnings would require further calculation, it was sufficient to treat himself. Retrieving a can of ice-cold soda from a small refrigerator, Lu Yi cracked it open and lazily leaned back in his gaming chair. System, check remaining BP points. BP points. 970. Thanks to the impressive show, Lu Yi gained nearly 200 BP points, and before long, he would be able to conduct another 10 consecutive draws. Entering the adjoining room, Gaisai remained focused, hovering over the breeding manual, diligently studying, like a strict teacher. Gaisai's expression was serious as it scrutinized the documents. A small claw formed from black mist cradling an orange fruit. Keck! It seemed to have read something insightful, nodding in satisfaction before devouring the orange and letting the juice flow. Lu Yi couldn't help but find the scene peculiar. Goodness, consuming academic paper for dinner. Upon hearing the noise, the black mist suddenly coalesced. Gaisai turned around in surprise, its face breaking into a wide grin as it extended its tongue towards Lu Yi. Keck! Lu Yi attempted to pat Gaisai's head, only to find his hand passing through the black mist, his fingertips encountering a chilling and numbing sensation. Suddenly, the system's emotionless announcement echoed in his ear. Gaisai, a thin, gaseous life form, surrounded by gas. Even an Indian elephant would succumb within 10 minutes. Lu Ye's expression shifted. Why didn't you say so sooner? Fortunately, Gaisai relished Lu Ye's touch and consciously managed the toxins, transforming them into a mist that swirled around Lu Ye's palm. Lu Ye exhaled in relief, smiling. What would you like for a midnight snack? Gaisai's large, bell-like eyes widened, blinking in response. Gaisai, here, take the phone and order for yourself. Lu Yi handed his phone to Gaisai, casually retrieving the document that had been dampened by saliva. Glancing at Gaisai's cultivation manual, Lu Yi exclaimed in astonishment, Well, young one, you even took notes? With a satisfied smirk, Gaisai held the phone in his mouth, proudly lifting his head. Just moments ago, Louis had half-jokingly asked Gaisai to annotate the usage method of the strange light in less than 2 hours. The manual was already filled with wet, sticky underlines, all of which were Gaisai's own commentary. "You truly are a genius," Louis chuckled, not giving it much thought as he returned the manual to its place. "Stop grinning foolishly and order takeout. Training and techniques is not something that can be mastered overnight. Mastering the strange light in just 2 hours is clearly unrealistic." Fortunately, Louis did not have high expectations for Gaisai. His primary goal was simply to save on electricity costs. Gaisai carefully placed the phone on the table, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the array of delectable dishes displayed on the screen. Swallowing hard as he reined in his saliva. Yet he could not help but reveal a lovesick grin, extending his long tongue to lick the scallion duck on the menu. "Scallion duck? I had that last time. Let us try something different." Lui rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "How about barbecue? The reviews for the lamb skewers here seem quite good." Gaisai's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, indicating his agreement. "Extra spicy, cumin, and ice-cold beer. All set." Half an hour later, Louis had arranged a table by the window. The evening breeze was gentle, and the fragrant aroma of skewers made one's mouth water. Gaisai, accompanied by mooing milk, ate the spicy skewers with his face flushed, but continued to devour the glistening morsels with fervor. "Slow down. No one's competing with you." Even as a spectral being, after finishing the skewers, the black mist surrounding Gaisai appeared notably more concentrated. Speaking of which, the taste of these skewers was quite delightful. Perhaps they were made from the famed Maubian lamb. Taking a sip of the refreshing cold beer, Louis remarked, "How did you come to be here?" "I read online that Gaisai's habitat is not in towns." Gaisai paused, raising his head in silence for a while before burying his face in the pile of lamb skewers. "Not willing to talk?" Louis gently poked at the black mist surrounding Gaisai with a smile. "It's all right. We'll be family from now on." As the evening breeze blew, Gaisai suddenly raised his head, his eyes shimmering like waves. "Move to tears. Don't wipe your snot on my clothes." "No, please." Louis narrowly escaped being enveloped by Gaisai, who resembled a suffocating African elephant. He swiftly retrieved a suspicious blue energy drink, enhanced version, from the cabinet for Gaisai's breakfast the following day. Louis set Gaisai on the ceiling as a resting place. One must admit, waking up to see a grinning ghost every morning truly provided Louis with a sense of security. "Turn off the lights, Gaisai." Following Louis's command, Gaisai cut the power to the room. However, even Louis did not notice that after he fell asleep, a faint glow began to illuminate around Gaisai. Shimmering like fireflies, this was the strange light that Louis had asked Gaisai to master that morning. As the 2-day weekend came to an end, Louis had to return to school. However, following the alterations in the World Line, Magic Capital University had undergone tremendous changes. Walking through the campus, one could see numerous boys and girls carrying Pokeballs, some even letting their Pokémon follow them around. Most were small-sized Pokémon, such as Pidgey, Herdier, and Spur, while some students rode atop a speeding Urzachifu, an racing Pokémon on campus. "Calm down, that's the battle department. They're training today." Louis perused the official website and discovered that a trainer academy had indeed been added to the South Campus. The focus of this academy was on Pokémon battles and breeding, still regarded as a primary major. However, this had little relevance to Louis, who was studying finance. Although a few elective courses on Pokémon had been added to his schedule, his core subjects remained largely unchanged. Fortunately, he still had time to review. Otherwise, his scholarship for the semester would be in jeopardy, Louis murmured. Indeed, while being a game streamer, Louis was also an academic high achiever, consistently ranking among the top 3 in his department and with a chance to compete for a national scholarship in the second semester. Although he was a freshman, his high looks and excellent grades made him highly popular among all grades. The first elective course he attended that morning was titled History of Sinnoh Pokémon. Upon entering the lecture hall, Louis found it packed with student Zige over here, his roommate, Liang Dayo, who was pursuing dual degrees in law and computer science. Waved to him. Despite sporting a buzz cut, his receding hairline had undoubtedly betrayed him, prompting deep reflections. What a strong man, reaching the spot his roommate had saved for him. Louis whispered, "Why are there so many people today?" "The teacher isn't even taking attendance," Liang Dayo chuckled. "Didn't you see the messages in the group?" Today's class is taught by a foreign professor, a Pokémon doctor no less. Lu Yi paused, slightly taken aback. Which region as Pokémon doctor? From the Sinnoh region. Dr. Yamashita. Suddenly, the lecture hall erupted in applause as several reporters with equipment squeezed in from the back. An elderly man with a distinguished demeanor and an impressive mustache entered the classroom. Carrying a briefcase, with his gray-white hair neatly styled with gel, Dr. Yamashita wore a gray coat lined with a blue velvet vest and a tie. After clearing his throat, he greeted the class in English. I am Dr. Yamashita from the Sinnoh region, and I will be your instructor for today. A wave of gasps swept through the classroom. Liang Dayo whispered, barely concealing his excitement. Dr. Yamashita is an expert in evolution, regarded as the foremost scholar of Sinnoh. Lu Yi's expression was complex. I know him. You know him? Of course. How could Lu Yi not know? He is the Pokémon doctor who introduced the starter Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. While excitement filled the air, the students quickly composed themselves and began to pay close attention. Despite the lecture being conducted entirely in English, the authoritative elder presented the material in an accessible manner, captivating the audience. The history of Sinnoh Pokémon, originating from the mythological era, could also be considered a microcosm of the world as Pokémon history. According to myth, after the Big Bang, a singularity gave birth to the oldest deity of creation, Arceus. Subsequently, on the third day, Arceus created deities responsible for time, space, and antimatter, imbuing living beings with emotions, will, and knowledge. Just as everyone was engrossed in the lecture, Dr. Yamashita suddenly rapped on the blackboard, stating solemnly, perhaps many of you will never encounter these historical Pokémon tales again in your lifetime. However, history is humanity's treasure, and it is equally a valuable asset for you. Magic Capital University's core subjects included literature and history, which was likely why the administration invited Dr. Yamashita to teach. As Lu Yi pondered this, Liang Dayo nudged him anxiously with his elbow. Dr. Yamashita continued in a deep voice, does anyone among you know the names of the Pokémon from these mythological epics? The atmosphere in the classroom became tense. After all, few would take the time to memorize those obscure names. In a parallel world, it would be akin to reciting the names of heroes from Homer's epics. Even players of FGO might not be entirely confident in getting them all correct. Seeing no one respond, Dr. Yamashita stroked his mustache, saying it was all right if they couldn't recall the names, and invited them to share their views on the history of Pokémon. Scanning the room, he nodded and said, that handsome young man in the front row, why don't you share your thoughts? Upon the mention of the term handsome, all eyes in the classroom instantaneously converged upon Lu Yi. Dayo, reveling in the moment, nudged Lu Yi with his elbow, stifling laughter to the point where tears appeared to well at the corners of his eyes. Were it not for his receding hairline, one might argue that Dayo himself could be considered quite the handsome gentleman. Teacher, may I respond to the previous question? Of course, Dr. Yamari replied, nodding in surprise. The three deities that endow living beings with emotion, will, and knowledge are Amritoto, Arknam, and Yushida. Lui replied at a leisurely pace. According to legend, they each reside in the serene lakes of Sinnoh, Heart Lake, Resolute Lake, and Wisdom Lake. That a profound silence enveloped the classroom. Liang Dayo turned to see that the girls in the back row were gazing dreamily at Lu. Dr. Yamari appeared momentarily dazed, as Lu Yi had taken the effort to translate several specialized terms into Japanese for clarity. Indeed, your articulation was exceptionally precise, Dr. Yamari remarked with a sigh of admiration. Initiating applause, the sound of clapping resonated, accompanied by the click of cameras in the back row. Yet Lu Yi wore a peculiar expression. Is that it? Knowing the names of legendary beasts hardly seems extraordinary. I am also aware of the ultimate necrozma. I could astonish you all, truly. Lu Yi is remarkable, a top scholar in our year. When did he learn Japanese? His pronunciation is delightful. Hey, little miss, are you experiencing a crush? How rude. Dayo remained impassive as he rummaged through his bag for a book on Java programming. Only through relentless study can one grow stronger. After class, the students respectfully passed by Dr. Yamari, who nodded seriously in acknowledgement. A cluster of teachers surrounded Dr. Yamari, and as Lu Yi prepared to leave, he was unexpectedly called back. Lu Yi, my apologies. May I inquire about your plans for this afternoon? Dr. Yamari had specifically called upon Lu Yi. Taken aback, Lu Yi felt the envious gazes of those around him as Liang Dayo pushed him forward. "Hello, Professor. I have no other classes this afternoon." Dr. Yamari's expression softened. "This afternoon, there are several specialized courses, and I would like to request your assistance as a translator." The wave of envious whispers swept through the room. The esteemed professor of Pokémon was renowned in various academic fields. To accompany him was a dream cherished by countless individuals at that moment. It was evident that Dr. Yamari held Lu Yi in high regard and wished to offer him a practical opportunity. "This afternoon, I would like to ask you to serve as my translator," Dr. Yamari reiterated. Lu Yi cast a glance at the Japanese translator beside Dr. Yamari. His advisor, "Isn't there already a translator?" His advisor, Zheng Sheng, mouthed fervently, "What are you waiting for?" "Agree. Any guidance from the professor of Pokémon is incredibly valuable." The advisor genuinely hoped Lu Yi could seize more opportunities to showcase his talents. "You see," Dr. Yamari cleared his throat, "it is not that Mr. Zhang's Japanese is inadequate, but rather that some specialized terminology warrants careful discussion." Lu Yi had left a profound impression on Dr. Yamari during the earlier class, prompting him to desire further insight into this young man. With that, Lu Yi nodded and proceeded with Dr. Yamari to the next class. "Could you help me secure a few more credits?" Lu Yi whispered to his advisor. "You rascal." Seizing the opportunity might even lead to a recommendation for Tokyo University. Lu Yi scoffed. "Tokyo University is merely average. Had I wished for a postgraduate recommendation, I would have switched to economics long ago." The advisor's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Over the course of that afternoon, rumors regarding Lu Yi began to circulate throughout the university. "The translator accompanying Dr. Yamari is so handsome." "Are you foolish? That's the finance department's top scholar." "Lu Yi, did you not know?" This afternoon, Dr. Yamari made an error, and it was Lu Yi who corrected him during the translation. "I heard that Dr. Yamari invited Lu Yi to become his graduate student." "But he actually declined?" "Wow. Is Lu Yi really that impressive?" He even turned down a chance for a postgraduate recommendation. The postgraduate recommendation is from the Pokémon Academy, a premier program. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a trainer? As rumors spread, it became clear that Dr. Yamari's invitation was not without merit. Even after Dr. Yamari concluded his visit that day, he continued to marvel at the knowledge and poise of the students at Magic University. Among them, the most satisfactory was the distinguished young man who possessed both grace and intellect. Lu Yi, Dr. Yamari murmured to himself. Recalling Lu Ye's reason for declining the invitation, the normally stoic man's lips curled into a smile. "Not wishing to become a trainer, then joining my research institute as a researcher would suffice." Dr. Yamari sighed, reflecting that apart from Julan, he had not encountered another young scholar with such a deep understanding of history. Champion Julan of the Sinnoh region was also a profound historian and had once served as an assistant in Dr. Yamari's research institute. Reflecting on Lu Ye's confident demeanor while discussing Sinnoh legends, Dr. Yamari mused, if it were the two of them, perhaps they would find numerous common topics to discuss. After regaining his composure, Dr. Yamari penned a personal letter and handed it to the translator beside him. "Mr. Zheng, please deliver this letter of recommendation to Lu Yi," Dr. Yamari instructed. "If Lu Yi is not interested in Tokyo University, I can recommend him to Yuhong University for further studies." The advisor gazed in astonishment at the recommendation letter, suddenly overwhelmed with disbelief. Yuhong University was regarded as a holy grail among trainers worldwide, especially the Pokémon Academy and the business school, which had nurtured formidable figures such as Oki and the president of the Devon Company. Zavuki Muxind in global university rankings, Yuhong University stood shoulder to shoulder with the top Ivy League schools, frequently surpassing them in Pokémon studies. The advisor felt a rush of excitement for Lu Yi. "I will ensure he receives it. Please convey to him," Dr. Yamari smiled, "that my research institute is always open to him should he wish to pursue academia." In a mere afternoon, Lu Yi had left an indelible mark on Dr. Yamari. His displayed knowledge and insights into Pokémon evolution were enough to astound the professor. Meanwhile, tales of the scholarly Lu Yi continued to spread like wildfire across Magic University, in the dormitory. Liang Dayo excitedly elbowed Luz. "What exactly did that old man ask you?" "About the evolution of Milotic," Lu Yi replied nonchalantly, "and my thoughts on the phenomenon of the red Gyarados." "Wow, You can tackle such difficult questions. Wow, you can't even handle such simple questions. Lu Yi pondered, were these inquiries not common knowledge? In this world, could they truly be considered significant research topics? At that moment, the advisor knocked on the dormitory door, beckoning Lu Yi to step outside. This is the letter of recommendation from Dr. Yamari. The advisor swallowed hard. Take a good look. This is not an ordinary school like Tokyo University. This is Yuhong University, the sacred place in the hearts of trainers worldwide. Upon hearing the word trainer, Lu Yi set the letter down in an instant. He replied earnestly, "It's not that I do not wish to attend Yuhong University, but rather that I love Magic University. Spare me the nonsense," the advisor replied, exasperated. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a trainer. I am being serious," Lu Yi insisted, sincerity etched across his face, tears welling in his eyes. "I love Magic University deeply." The advisor felt an overwhelming urge to drown Lu Yi in frustration, forcefully shoving the letter into Lu Ye's hands, gritting his teeth that I won't bother with you anymore. "Do as you please." Staring at the neatly pinned letter, Lu Yi sighed, ultimately folding it and tucking it into his pocket. Upon returning to the dormitory, Liang Dayo, who was reviewing criminal law at the bedside, absent-mindedly rubbed his hairline, which was a source of sorrow. By the way, why did you refuse Dr. Yamari's recommendation for postgraduate studies? Lu Yi glanced at his criminal law book. "That I'm afraid of dying." Excluding the role of a Pokémon trainer, researchers are the profession that Lu Yi finds second most unappealing. Just consider the renowned industry leader, Dr. Oki, who nearly suffocated to death from a smog. The foremost expert in communications, Dr. Jinghui, exchanged bodies with a little larvitar, creating a scenario reminiscent of your name. Furthermore, Dr. Tian Wan from the Fengyuan region is relentlessly pursued and bitten by Superior every single day. This is not mere animation. A person struck by 100,000 volts will undoubtedly perish. The bloody examples lie before us. Thus, trainers are to be avoided, and researchers are even more so. In the dormitory, the ambitious and elegantly dressed Tian Yue is engrossed in perusing a physical edition of the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Yugu, there's a Pokémon Cup trainer competition organized by the Pokémon Company over in Pudong. Are you planning to participate? Are you going to send your head to the Pokémon Academy? Liang Dayo scoffed. Besides, the third rate doesn't even possess a Pokémon. How could he compete with just his head? I have a starter Pokémon now. What? When did you catch it? Lu Yi produced a Pokeball, and a flash of red light caused the room temperature to drop by 5 degrees Celsius. As Tian Yue was checking the registration process, he suddenly saw a ghostly face emerge from his phone, causing him to drop it in fright. "Goodness, you scared the life out of me." Liang Dayo rolled on his bed in laughter. "You fool, you're scared of a mere Ghastly." At that moment, Ghastly slowly turned its head, its mouth stretching to reveal a long, crimson tongue, presenting a friendly and welcoming smile to Dayo. Dayo's face turned pale. "Wow, Luga, your Ghastly is impressive." Tian Yue excitedly assessed Ghastly to it seems significantly stronger than the one from the battling department next door. "Hiss hiss." Ghastly grinned widely, narrowing its eyes as it nodded at Tian Yue. "Little brother, you're quite perceptive." Lu Yi retracted Ghastly. "All right, enough banter. I must return to my rented room stream." "What? Lu Go, you don't intend to compete? How many times must I say it? I have no desire to be a trainer. The support during the new book period is truly vital." Chuan Bao pleads for recommendation votes. Oh, the Pokémon Cup, held every summer, is tailored for novice trainers. Most participants are seniors from Pokémon Academy and freshmen. As an officially recognized event by the association, achieving an excellent placement can aid in obtaining a junior trainer certificate. However, since Lu Yi has no intention of becoming a trainer, he naturally has no plans to compete. The summer heat is sweltering. Inside the rented room, the fan is spinning. Lu Yi is seated before his computer, editing his next video. Ghastly, facing the fan, opens its mouth wide, causing the mist to swirl, its voice echoing with the breeze from the fan. Ah woo woo www. In the guide to Ghastly's training. Ghastly's study progress has advanced to the practical section on how to command Ghastly in a battle. Ghastly is quite spirited and often exhibits unexpected performances during battles. Ghastly studies the book, nodding repeatedly. "Hiss hiss, that sounds somewhat reasonable." Therefore, rather than rigidly training, it is preferable to cultivate Ghastly's autonomous combat awareness. Hiss hiss, how to cultivate it. Different Ghastly possess distinct personalities, and their battle styles vary. Finding the most suitable domain is key. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Understood, understood. Ghastly floats in midair, grinning broadly, bearing a look of complete comprehension. Within 2 days, Ghastly not only learned Strange Light, but also adeptly mastered Nightshade. The source of this knowledge is the training manual authored by Kingolf, now tattered and worn from Ghastly's licking, rendering the text nearly illegible. This is truly the essence of mastering a book. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yi, Ghastly finds him still wholly engrossed in the computer screen. Feeling a bit dejected, Ghastly lays the book flat over its face. With nothing to do, Ghastly whimsically darts in and out of the shadows. The milk in the fridge is all gone, and the suspicious blue drink is nearly finished. The can of what is called Speed Enhancer visibly boosts Ghastly's movement speed through the dark mist. Given Ghastly's innate ability to merge with shadows, this also enhances its stealth capabilities as it blows bubbles. Ghastly spots a line in the training manual and instantly perks up. How to handle a Pokémon when it is feeling down. Hiss hiss. What's the solution? First, enhance your Pokémon's intimacy through items and food. Hiss. Everything at home has been consumed. Second, engage in activities like camping and picnicking with your Pokémon. Hiss. He doesn't pay me any mind. Third, motivate your Pokémon through a victorious battle. Hiss. This is the one. After much contemplation, Ghastly suddenly recalls seeing competition information on its phone yesterday. It gently drifts over to Lu Yi, licks his cheek, and blinks its eyes. Ghastly. Oh, Lu Yi instantly understands. Hungry. Here, take my phone and order takeout. Successfully acquiring the phone, Ghastly inadvertently bursts into laughter. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so terrifying when you laugh? Ghastly chuckles mischievously, clutching the phone to one side, sliding its tongue across the screen. The line of photo shoot? Not this one at Zydra Runway. Also not this. What strange things does this fellow usually watch? Ghastly's expression turns peculiar until it suddenly brightens. The Pokémon Cup for novice trainers invites all aspiring trainers to participate. Filling out the registration requires Lu Ye's ID. After rummaging through drawers for a considerable time, Ghastly finally locates the ID. Using its sharp teeth, it painstakingly fills out the registration form. And after half an hour, Ghastly lets out a long sigh of relief that Lu Yi, your registration has been approved. Your participant ID is 3534. The preliminary rounds will commence next Wednesday. Please pay attention to the time. Contentedly nodding, Ghastly regains its enthusiasm, its eyes seemingly ablaze with determination. I must win this competition for my master. Finally finishing the video, Lu Yi stretches lazily. Turning his head, he notices Ghastly diligently studying the training manual. This incites a subtle shift in Lu Yi's mindset that I train myself. There's no need for Lu Yi to intervene. Ghastly manages its diet, tactics, and training schedule with clarity. This peculiar realization makes Lu Yi feel somewhat inadequate. System, can you check what moves Ghastly currently possesses? Would you like to spend 500 BP to unlock the VIP 1 Privilege Pokémon Encyclopedia? Lu Yi twitched his lips, wondering if there were perhaps a V8 privilege as well. Remaining BP 570 to searching for target. Target confirmed. Ghastly. Type. Ghost Poison. Ability. Levitate. Moves mastered. Strange Light. Lick. Nightshade. Will-O-Wisp. Curse. Dark Pulse. Upon reviewing the list of moves, Lu Yi's initial reaction is astonishment that in reality, there are no restrictions on move combinations, so the number of moves can reflect a Pokémon's strength to a degree. Of course, many of these 6 moves might have been learned through Kingolf's training manual. Yet this is enough to leave Lu Yi astounded. So, it is this strong, and I merely captured it with a single Pokeball. Lu Yi scans the move list again, clicking his tongue in wonder. Filthy, utterly filthy. Among the 6 moves, 5 are status affecting. If my Pokémon doesn't team match these moves, it would be an insult to you. The peculiar light can induce confusion. The act of licking can cause paralysis. And the ghostly flames can inflict burns. The black gaze cannot disengage from battle, while curses can persistently diminish an opponent's stamina. If one were to add toxic effects and hypnosis, it would result in a devastating combination. In reality, Abnormal states can stack, which explains why Lu Ye's substitute toxicity is so infuriating. It appears that Lu Ye has discovered a novel path to amplify this repugnant strategy. Confusion, paralysis, burns, and poisoning can indeed be unleashed simultaneously. Such cunning tactics, akin to those of a trickster, despite having identified a breeding direction, Lu Ye is rather disinclined to engage in it. Why bother training when one can simply live stream and garner easy profits? The subscription count for his live stream has already reached 80,000. With a little more effort, he could achieve his modest goal of appearing on camera at this critical juncture. However, the system has issued a new task. I'm not a million view phenomenon task description. Release a video with 1,000,000 views task reward. 1,000 BP points, 1 random skill LV31, 1 random purple item 1 Lu. He has already experienced the benefits of system items. Just the enhanced speed booster significantly accelerated the speed of his ghostly companion, that if he could obtain an item worth hundreds of thousands, selling it would surely launch him into the stratosphere. The video he just edited is precisely what he intends to release next. Teacher Lu teaches you Combat 04. The shrinking team that if there exists a strategy more insidious than substitute toxicity, it undoubtedly lies within the realm of the shrinking team, epitomized by the pink demon. With an evolution stone in tow, the Chansey boasts extraordinary special defense while continuously enhancing its evasion through shrinking. It can neither be hit nor easily depleted. How could a Chansey be such an impressive Pokémon? A knowing smile graces Lu Ye's lips that he moves the mouse and clicks the upload button. The video is uploading. Your new video has been released. Click to view Teacher Lu teaches you Combat 04. The shrinking team. After posting the video, Lu Ye hurried off to his afternoon professional class. Meanwhile, the gaming section of Bilibili began to tremble once more due to that man. Grandpa, the up master you follow has updated. What dirty tricks does this episode showcase? I'm terrified. The video material is quite straightforward, showcasing Teacher Lu's traditional prowess, 1 against 6 amidst a rocky battlefield. A charming Chansey stands, facing a bristling Raichu. The opponent is a portly old man clad in a floral shirt, laughing heartily. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Sparks of electricity surge wildly, illuminating the area as a ferocious electric field expands outward. Chansey remains blissfully oblivious, shivering slightly after being struck, then patting its belly in a gesture of goodwill. The old man is left dumbfounded. Is that Raichu just scratching itself? This is hilarious. Despite Chansey's lamentable speed, its special defense and health are astonishingly high. Chansey brings its short arms together, a white glow enveloping its body as it shrinks visibly. Again and again. Meanwhile, Raichu gathers energy, a piercing scream echoing as dazzling currents surge into the clouds. It unleashes its electric-type ultimate move, Thunder. Dark clouds roll in, and a massive bolt of lightning crashes down. But it strikes nothing. Did it just miss? How can Chansey have shrunk so small already? After shrinking 3 times, Chansey has completely vanished from sight, effortlessly dodging the lightning bolt. In contrast, Raichu seems to be grasped by invisible hands, hurled into the air by an unseen force. Is it being thrown high? It's Chansey's earth toss. Lu Ye explains calmly. Shrinking allows one to evade most skills, coupled with Chansey's durability and sustainability. Overcoming 6 opponents is hardly a challenge. What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Ye continues. Unless the opponent uses Earthquake to teach a lesson, the shrinking team can counter the vast majority of strategies. That's utterly outrageous. The up master is assaulting an elderly person. He should be permanently banned. Due to Chansey's relative rarity in reality, Lu Ye also recommend a lower-tier substitute, Grimer. Grimer is not only easy to capture, but also has low breeding costs, excellent resistances, and decent offensive capabilities. Aside from its odor and unappealing appearance, Grimer is practically flawless. Naturally, Lu Ye has no intention of capturing Grimer. Aesthetic preferences dictate his choices. Understood, I will go catch a Grimer in the sewers. Thank you, Teacher Lu. I will choose Grimer as my starting Pokémon. I am from Team Rocket. My organization sent me a Grimer. How should I train it, Teacher Lu? In a mere half hour, the video's view count has skyrocketed past 20,000. YouTube and N-Station have simultaneously started to repost Lu Ye's video, its influence continuing to proliferate. Even the poison-type champion from the Chengdu region, a Jew, has shared the video. Caption: Spot on. A Jew is renowned for expertly employing shrinking tactics. In a special episode, a Jew's shoulder armor is equipped with shrunk Grimers, balancing offense and defense. Perhaps this is also a reason for a Jew's perpetual mask. Gaining recognition from a champion instantly solidifies Teacher Lu's authority. As the video's popularity surges, fans begin to speculate about Teacher Lu's true identity: the grass-type gym leader, master of poison types. Regardless of the conjectures, they all lead to the same conclusion. Teacher Lu is no ordinary gaming streamer. The ability to seamlessly apply these advanced strategies in reality suggests that he must be a masterful trainer. Could Teacher Lu, ranked 7th in the world, truly be a master? Perhaps he is even a member of the Elite Four? Teacher Lu, the god of cunning tactics, among Lu Ye's many fans. Liang Ping from the Kanto region is a mere foot soldier of Team Rocket. A foot soldier is one who bears the brunt of all the dirty work, lacking any benefits, and often scapegoated in times of trouble. However, Liang Ping, having lost his parents at a young age, has found solace in the embrace of Team Rocket. A simple straw mat and a full meal are enough to satisfy him. The competition within Team Rocket is ruthless. Under the law of the jungle, one must consume others or be consumed. Yet, Liang Ping is a kind-hearted individual that he blushes when making eye contact, speaks softly, and does not retaliate when ridiculed or insulted. Only at night, when the moonlight spills down, does he sneak into the storeroom to converse with the injured little Pokémon. Once he secretly released a mistreated Houndoom. In return, he suffered bite wounds on his arm and had 4 ribs broken by the venomous instructor. Later, the venomous instructor informed him that the Houndoom had killed an innocent citizen, who was subsequently shot dead by Junsha. Liang Ping felt a sense of confusion. Life in Team Rocket is dark, yet it holds a glimmer of light. Avoid being belittled. The only path is upward. The reticent Liang Ping was once regarded as mute. The lack of enjoyment from insults led others to gradually overlook him. It took Liang Ping 2 years to rise from a foot soldier to a recruit, another 2 years to ascend from recruit to a regular soldier. When he received the Pokémon distributed by the organization, all the quality ones had already been taken. It was only when there was 1 Pokeball left that the venomous instructor cast a glance at Liang Ping. Just strive to survive. In the final Pokeball, there resided a creature, caked in mud and exuding a foul stench. The infamous Grimer. With an expressionless face, Liang Ping tightly clutched the Pokeball, consciously steering clear of the crowd. Upon returning to the basement, he wept inconsolably. Grimer gazed blankly at Liang Ping, attempting to wipe away his tears with its grimy hands, yet feeling somewhat embarrassed about its own filth as it scratched its head. Grimer was undoubtedly not a Pokémon suitable for beginners. However, the mere fact of having its first family member was enough to fill Liang Ping's heart with contentment. After attending to his chores, he connected to the internal network of Team Rocket. Watching live streams became his sole source of amusement, but he delighted in the crimson battle videos of seasoned trainers and the verdant breeding guides of nurturing specialists. Yet it was the cunning and resourceful Teacher Lu, with his dark demeanor, that captured Liang Ping's utmost admiration. That on this particular day, exhausted, Liang Ping utilized a 3G network to download a 3-hour video. Teacher Lu teaches you Battle 04, Shrinking Team. As he watched the adorably clumsy Chansey take on 6 opponents, Liang Ping couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Look, Grimer, Teacher Lu's tactics are still so dirty. Grimer leaned closer, carefully avoiding soiling Liang Ping, sharing in his joy. In the dimly lit basement, only the screen's soft glow illuminated the two engrossed faces. As the video progressed, Liang Ping's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Here, I recommend a suitable replacement for Chansey, Teacher Lu casually remarked. Grimer is relatively easy to capture and has low breeding cost. It can be perfectly utilized in either a defensive role or as part of a shrinking team. Liang Ping swallowed hard, feeling his hands tremble slightly. A brand new door slowly creaked open before him. As he replayed Teacher Lu's video repeatedly, a wave of warmth coursed through Liang Ping's entire being. Rising slowly, he noticed his voice quivering. Let's go. Grimer, we shall train. P.S. This book contains no villains. Team Rocket symbolizes the darker side, yet it equally embodies the warmth of trainers, and Pokémon reality is already quite arduous. It is precisely because of the existence of Pokémon that the world of Pokémon does not feel so solitary. This is a pseudo-invincible, joyful narrative of Pokémon Please Support with recommendations. 3 days later, while attending an elective course in Pokémon Battle Studies, Liu Yi received a notification from the system. Ding, task. I am not a million-view sensation. Task description. Publish a video with 1 million views. Task reward. 1,000 BP points. Random skill LV31. Random purple item 1. It seemed that the shrinking team video had indeed surpassed 1 million views. Liu Yi murmured, "At this rate, hitting 100,000 subscribers on the live stream should be imminent." The subscriber count in Liu Yi's live stream had stagnated at the 90,000 threshold. However, with the success of this video, he believed the day of Teacher Lu's appearance was not far off. On the playground, many pairs were engaged in rudimentary Pokémon battles. Though Liu Yi majored in finance, there were still numerous Pokémon courses. This elective in Pokémon Battle Studies offered 4 credits. The nature of the course was similar to physical education, merely a formality where everyone practiced Tai Chi, yet it appeared that Gengar was quite enthusiastic about battling. Having already pinned a US Slowpoke down several times, the playground echoed with the used desperate cries. "Slowpoke! Wake up! Slowpoke!" Liu Yi sighed, "It's just hypnosis, not a coma." "Why are you shouting so loudly?" "Oh, is that how it is?" Do you scratch his head in confusion? Nearby, Tian Yue exclaimed in astonishment. "Impressive, Liu Yi! You just caught it and it's already at this level." Liu Yi's expression turned peculiar. "Do you believe me when I say I haven't trained at all? Are you kidding? You're practically stronger than the battle department." In truth, Liu Yi had been too occupied with live streaming to train Gengar. It had learned the new move hypnosis all on its own, further refining its dirty tactics. "I feel like I'm somewhat of a failure," Liu Yi muttered to himself, "whether I'm here or not. It's all the same." Returning Gengar to its Pokeball, Liu Yi stepped aside to check the system. Remaining BP points, 1570. Ding. Pokémon Breeding Branch. Energy Cube Crafting Level 3 has been unlocked. Energy Cube Crafting Level 3. You can produce high-quality energy cubes. You possess an intimate understanding of the types and characteristics of berries. Success rate for crafting energy cubes is increased by 60. Teacher Lu's secret energy cubes are both economical and filling. Random purple item Fire Gem. Fire Gem contains abundant fire energy, enhancing a Pokémon's perception of flames and boosting the power of fire-type moves. I want to tell you this is a one-time use item. Gazing at the rewards from the million-view task, Liu Yi's expression grew complex. The random skill was decent, as the price of energy cubes had always remained high. However, he felt tempted to sell the Fire Gem for some cash. The system didn't specify that these items couldn't be sold. But as an unidentified seller, Liu Yi feared potential complications. After pondering for a long time, he sighed. "Forget it. Gengar has also mastered Will-O-Wisp. I'll let it play with this Fire Gem." Gengar could absorb energy from substances, making this energy-rich gem the perfect supplement for it. Perhaps this Fire Gem would allow Gengar to refine its mastery of Will-O-Wisp even further. Why do I feel like I'm taking a step closer to becoming a trainer? He shook his head, but no, I mustn't jinx it. Besides, becoming a trainer is no small feat. A week had passed since the world line shifted, and Liu Yi had gained a deeper understanding of the trainer profession. If anything posed a significant risk, it was undoubtedly the aspect of financial investment. Without spending a few million, could one even afford to raise a quasi-legendary Pokémon? Without investing tens of millions, could one even aspire to raise a Pokémon of the Elite Four caliber? To some extent, the level of investment was undoubtedly proportional to the strength of the Pokémon, even with a system. Liu Yi lacked confidence in his ability to support a team of top-tier Pokémon. Liu Yi had once inquired in a chat group with Chi Hong about the monthly expenses for his Pokémon. "Teacher Liu, Chi Hong, how much do you spend on your team in a month?" Battling person. "Snorlax is a bit pricey. It costs around 2 million a month." Ching LV. 2 million is indeed not expensive. Tokiwa Daitokuwa. My monthly allowance is only 2,000. Ching LV. You're raising Rattata and Butterfree. Of course it's cheap. Tokiwa Daidoku. 3. Teacher Liu. 2 million for a whole team? Battling person. No. It has 2 million for just one Snorlax per month that Lue immediately exited the chat group. Listen to that. Is this even humanly possible? Being in a group with you rich folks is incredibly stressful. Setting down his phone, Chi Hong curiously asked Ching LV. Why did he suddenly ask that? Probably trying to calculate how much it would cost to raise a Jengar, Ching LV replied. Chi Hong, how much did Granny Juicy's Jengar cost? Ching LV, just 50 million, not much. Chi Hong, indeed. After class, Lue returned to his rented apartment. Besides feeding Jengar the fire gem, he also intended to study the newly acquired skill. Energy Cube Crafting Level 3. You can produce high-quality energy cubes. You possess an intimate understanding of the types and characteristics of berries. Success rate for crafting energy cubes is increased by 60. Energy cubes provide essential nutrition for Pokémon. Some trainers selectively choose energy cubes. For instance, Dragonfire Berry Cubes enhance a Pokémon's special attack, while Sandscale Berry Cubes boost speed. Energy Cubes significantly improve the nutritional efficiency of berries, which is why they tend to be quite expensive. It is well known that energy cubes are categorized into 4 qualities: low, medium, high, and perfect. That high-quality energy cubes can fetch a market price of at least 10,000, right? Lue pondered, why not buy some berries? Craft them into energy cubes and sell them? No sooner had he thought this than he slapped himself. Can I have a bit of ambition? Lue chuckled, remarking that the price difference was so negligible that one could earn more by standing on the street for a night. Hi, I'm the kind of person who relies on my looks to get by. Ultimately, in order to enhance Gaisai's diet, Lue resolved to purchase a machined at a household fruit mixer, available online, priced at 10,000 per unit. After confirming the order, Lue was left with only about 5,000 to hiss. Lue gasped painfully at the thought of the expense. That evening, a delivery worker from a local logistics company, with remarkable strength, carried the fruit mixer up to the 6th floor, startling even the landlord. The courier said, "Hey buddy, just sign here." Lue twitched his mouth, pointing at the large item that reaches waist. "Are you sure this thing is for home use?" "It's a low-end version." The courier chuckled awkwardly. "It's understandable. The more integrated the machine, the higher the cost. This is an undeniable truth that a home fruit mixer priced at 10,000 can only buy this old relic." The deafening roar of the machine led the landlord to mistakenly believe that Lue was renovating. It wasn't until half an hour later that Lue gazed at the crystal-clear energy blocks and swallowed hard. Energy block crafting LV3 confirmed. Success, orange fruit block. High quality, the most basic energy block, capable of restoring a certain amount of stamina to spirits. Encounter a rainbow, savor the rainbow. The flavor of the orange fruit was complex, with sour, sweet, and bitter notes depending on luck, yet its restorative effects were remarkable. Gaisai extended its crimson tongue, deftly rolling the energy block into its mouth, instantly squinting in delight. Hiss, Gaisai, this expression, reminiscent of first love, piqued Luye's curiosity. Could it really be that delicious? Biting into an energy block, the sweet and sour taste burst forth on his palate. Before his eyes, a golden wheat field appeared, with a girl donning a straw hat and flowing hair, shyly turning around to reveal Gaisai's grotesque face. "What the heck?" Hiss, Gaisai joyfully flitted around Lue. "All right, stop bothering me. I'll make you another one, Gaisai." 2 days later, at night, in the rental apartment, Lue wore a serious expression and nodded at Gaisai. Gaisai mirrored his seriousness, fixated on the energy block before them. Dark red and enchanting, with a translucent amber sheen, it resembled the color of blood. This was Luye's second 10 consecutive draws yielding a purple item, an energy block crafted from Dragonfire Fruit. Remaining BP points, 270. Dragonfire Fruit stimulates nerves with spiciness, enhancing a spirit's special attack ability to a certain extent. I heard this thing is called dragon fruit in a parallel world. Is it sweet? As a rare fruit that can enhance spirit attributes, the Dragonfire Fruit was quite scarce in the market. In his second 10 draws, Lue also obtained the following items. 10 draw list. Moo Moo Milk 3, Orange Fruit 3, Basic Fishing Rod Set 1, Dragonfire Fruit 2, Diving Ball 1. Lue had no immediate plans to capture a water-type spirit, so he set aside the Diving Ball and Basic Fishing Rod set for now. The main bounty was the 2 vibrant Dragonfire Fruits. Lue revved up the machinery to craft the Dragonfire Fruits into energy blocks. Neighbors suspected a murder had occurred next door and nearly called the police. The first attempt had failed, and he only managed to produce 5 Dragonfire fruit blocks on the second try. However, the quality of these 5 blocks was exceptionally high, showcasing Lu Ye's proficiency in energy block crafting LV3 to give a try. Lu Ye said earnestly, "If it works, I'll head out to sell on the street." Hiss! Gaisai nodded, extending its quivering tongue, seemingly frozen, lingering on the Dragonfire block for 5 seconds. "Go on, eat it." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Gaisai's face, plop, dropping onto its stiff tongue. Taking a deep breath, Gaisai swiftly rolled the Dragonfire block onto its tongue, chewing as if sacrificing itself. 0.3 seconds later. "How does it feel?" Lu Ye asked eagerly. The pitch-black face of Gaisai reddened at noticeable speed. Gaisai struggled to open its mouth, its large sclera filled with blood vessels. Huff! As Gaisai gasped for air, a burst of dark purple flames erupted from its mouth. Lu Ye instinctively sidestepped. The dark flames boom exploded against the wall, continuing to burn as if adhered to it, charring the entire surface. In the ensuing silence, Gaisai widened its innocent eyes, attempting to feign innocence that a drop of cold sweat rolled down Lu Ye's forehead. The power of this ghostly fire was nearly equivalent to that of a jet flame. Ghostly fire is typically a bluish phosphorescent flame, with relatively low power. Yet after consuming the Dragonfire fruit block, this ghostly fire nearly burned through the wall. Lu Ye was momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether it was Gaisai's extraordinary talent or the overwhelming effect of the Dragonfire fruit block. Sweating profusely, he reaffirmed his resolution not to become a trainer. After calming himself, Lu Ye placed his hands on his hips, gazing at the charred wall with a complex expression. Beside him hovered a dejected Gaisai. "I can't blame you for this," Lu Ye sighed, realizing further experimentation with the recipe was necessary. Hiss. You say the taste was actually quite good?" Hiss. Lu Ye rubbed his chin, lost in thought. The quality of the Dragonfire fruit blocks was undoubtedly excellent. What had just occurred should not be considered side effect, but rather an effect that exceeded expectations. However, this overly potent effect made it impractical for sale. What if it caused more fires? Where would I explain that? Lu Ye scratched his head and sighed. "All right, the remaining 4 Dragonfire fruit blocks are yours, kid." Gaisai grinned, carefully placing the remaining 4 crystal-clear red blocks into a glass jar. Treasuring them in the cabinet, Lu Ye chuckled. "I'm not trying to take them from you. Why hide them so deeply?" Gaisai shot Lu Ye a glance. That's hard to say." This dismissive gaze pierced Lu Ye deeply. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ye retorted, "Just you wait." In the palm of Lu Ye's hand appeared a glowing red fire gem. Although its energy was not as abundant as that of a flame stone, it was undoubtedly a rare delicacy for Gaisai. Gaisai immediately opened its mouth wide, extending its crimson tongue, gazing longingly at the fire gem. Slurp unable to resist, Gaisai swallowed hard, looking at Lu Ye with pitiable eyes. From Gaisai's perspective, "I'm so adorable. Why won't you just comply?" From Lu Ye's perspective, a sinister Gaisai stared intensely, its bloodshot eyes glistening with drool. Unable to suppress a shiver, Lu Ye reluctantly tossed the fire gem to Gaisai. "Make it last. It costs several tens of thousands. To be fair, even elite trainer spirits don't have a diet better than Lu Ye's Gaisai. IT had only been half a month since the world line shifted. Gaisai had already consumed Moo Moo milk, speed enhancer, and Dragonfire fruit block. Now, with the addition of the fire gem, it was practically receiving divine treatment. Gaisai clutched the fire gem, gazing blankly at Lu Ye's retreating figure. Its eyes gradually turning into wavy lines. Tears welled up as Gaisai, having wandered the city for so long, once more felt the warmth of home. Hiss. Whoa. Don't just pounce on me suddenly. The black mist is toxic. Dante. Lu didn't favor keeping Gaisai in a Pokeball. Firstly, the impression left by Jie's Pikachu was profoundly memorable. Secondly, the Pokeball somewhat restricted the spirit's freedom, making it feel rather cold. Of course, compared to the fiercely competitive natural environment, many spirits preferred to stay in their Pokeballs. Thus, Lu Yi generally did not interfere with Gaisai's choices. The next day, Lu Yi hurried to campus for class. While Gaisai lay at the door, bidding farewell to Lu Yi. "Aren't you coming with me?" Lu Yi asked in surprise. Hiss, Hiss. All right, stay safe at home, but Liu Ye's expression was peculiar. He might as well refrain from igniting anything else. Last time, he had scorched the walls, resulting in a loss of assets amounting to -500, leaving him with merely around 4,000. If he didn't find a way to earn some money soon, his household would be on the brink of starvation. Gu Ci's face flickered with a hint of embarrassment, and under Liu Ye's scrutinizing gaze, he nodded furiously. Liu Ye departed. Gu Ci exhaled in relief and retrieved the fire gem from the cupboard. Placing on the ground, he turned to the cultivation manual, flipping to the page on Ghost Fire, nodding slowly. The preliminary selection for the competition he had signed up for should be tomorrow, right? His master had his own matters to attend to. He couldn't occupy his time, that he needed to seize the moment and train diligently. Absorbing the energy from the fire gem, the surging fire elements poured into the dark mist, dyeing it a deep crimson. Around Gu Ci, 3 clusters of chilling black flames began to bloom. Corrosion, adhesion, burning. These were precisely the foundational characteristics of ghost fire mentioned in the cultivation manual. Different trainers would construct their variations, such as infusing toxins into the ghost fire or enhancing its splash damage. At this moment, the furious fire elements swirled around, compelling the 3 clusters of black flames to erupt with intense heat. The pitch-black mist thickened, and Gu Ci gulped down a piece of dragon fire fruit. The temperature around surged sharply, and with a resounding bang, the fire gem shattered into fragments. At that moment, the 3 clusters of ghost fire fused, erupting into a dazzling display amidst chaos and repulsion. Ghost fire eruption. That evening, Liu Ye returned to his rented apartment, his backpack slung over his shoulder as police sirens wailed down the street. Firefighters were using a ladder to direct a Blastoise in firefighting efforts. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, and Liu Ye curiously asked an elderly security guard, "Sir, which house caught fire?" The elder cast a complex glance at Liu Ye and replied, "The 6th floor, your home." Liu Ye. Under Gu Ci's control, the fire was not severe, and the neighbors had reported it in time. After receiving a reprimand, Liu Ye bore the fines and compensations of 1,000 yuan each. Returning home, both he and Gu Ci were dejected, the walls still bearing scorch marks. "I'm fortunate that Sister Liu didn't kick me out," Liu Ye mumbled. Glancing at Gu Ci, he noticed it curled up in a ball. Trembling with dejection, Liu Ye sighed and comforted, "This time it was my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone at home." "All right," Liu Ye patted the despondent Gu Ci. "Don't cry. Let us tidy up, and I'll treat you to a late-night snack later. Okay? Koja. TT, Teacher Liu. My house caught fire. Video. A gene. The formidable jet of flames. Ching LV. From a sustainability perspective, it should indeed be ghost fire. Group member 8, Jean, has been muted by the administrator for 2 hours. I in a private chat with Chi Hong. A Jean, I just joined the group. How did I get muted so soon? Chi Hong, you should be more mindful. A Jean, why wasn't Ching LV muted? Chi Hong, looking at the dimming avatar. A Jean, wearing goggles and exuding confidence, slammed his cue stick on the table with a bang, gritting his teeth. Even in a game, I must surpass Teacher Liu. Thanks to Toto Shunbo and Dinosaurus for their generous tips. Both are longtime readers of this book. I truly appreciate it. I will deliver more updates after the book is officially launched. Prior to that, I need to prioritize recommendations, so updates will be sporadic. On Wednesday, at Magic City University, the stunningly beautiful English teacher was lecturing at the podium. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, while the indoor air conditioning left one feeling drowsy. Liang Daio nudged Liu Ye and whispered, "Old 3, you look a bit unwell. Did you sleep all right after your house almost caught fire last night?" "Huh. Does your neighbor have a fire-type Pokémon?" Liu Ye rested his chin on his hand. Wearing a face of unspoken woes, he couldn't very well admit that it was his ghost-type Gu Ci that nearly set the house ablaze. Could he? Although the ignition point of phosphorescent fire is merely 40 C, the ghost fire from Gu Ci also carries an area explosion damage. Liu Ye, Liang Daio, you two must pay attention, the English teacher said gently. Mastering English is fundamental to becoming a trainer, Liang Daio declared earnestly. Don't worry, teacher. I'll keep Liu Ye in check. The English teacher tilted her head sweetly. Liu Ye looked at Liang Daio's Java programming book on the desk and smiled silently. Bringing a programming book to an English class, Brother Dio certainly has a great deal of audacity. By the way, why didn't I see Wei Ge today? Wei Ge went to participate in a competition. Liang Dayo replied softly, the Bo Jiamon Cup preliminary selection, that he actually went to compete. Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise. I heard that this year over 3,000 people are participating, and several from the university's combat department have also gone. Yes, the competition is quite fierce. However, there's a prize of 50,000 yuan. With such a generous reward, there will undoubtedly be reckless individuals. Lu Yi, who was about to fall into debt, sighed, how wonderful. I wonder who will be the champion this year. Outside the Mercedes Competition Center in Pudong District, it was already crowded with participants for the preliminary selection. Most were third-year high school students and first-year college students from Pokémon academies, all eager to secure a position in order to participate in the assessment for the junior trainer certificate. As an officially recognized event by the association, students from prestigious universities such as Magic City University, Zhejiang University, and Jiaodong University were all participating, dressed in a branded trainer outfit with a customized ball pouch at his waist. Tian Yue took a deep breath. Stay calm. Stay calm. Tian Yue had always dreamed of becoming a trainer, and although he narrowly missed the mark and was admitted to the combat department of Magic City University, he firmly believed that he could still become a promising trainer despite starting on this path later than others. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the fierce-looking Pidgey, the robust Mac Hop, and the exquisitely patterned Butterfree. The combat department students clustered together, chatting and laughing, making Tian Yue feel out of place. Taking another deep breath, he heard the announcement, please report your ID and name at the designated area to compete. ID 2527. Contestant Yu Hong, please proceed to Arena 7. ID 3534. Contestant Lu Yi, please proceed to Arena 7. He was relieved that it wasn't his turn yet, but upon hearing that familiar name, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Lu Zigu isn't competing, is he? Rushing to the entrance of Arena 7, Tian Yue intended to cheer Lu Yi on and perhaps tease him a bit. However, he was met with a scene that etched itself into his memory. A ghost-type Pokémon with a sinister expression, sporting a contestant badge, grinned eerily at the staff. The verifying staff member, taken aback, leaned down and asked, Little one, where is your trainer? Koja. Koja. Did you get separated from him? But without a trainer, the Pokémon participating alone, the uniformed staff thought to herself, this essentially equates to a forfeit. Sika! Gue widened its bloodshot eyes, attempting to feign innocence. Eek! The startled staff member shuddered, forcing a pale, awkward smile. Why isn't he the contestant in Arena 7 entered yet? A man in a suit hurried over, and the uniformed staff perked up immediately. Supervisor, here's the situation, she explained regretfully to Gue. Without a trainer, you cannot compete alone. Koja. Gue's face turned pale. After hearing the details, the supervisor pondered for a moment. With his keen sense of smell for business opportunities, he realized that if this ghost Pokémon could indeed triumph over its opponents without a trainer, it would undoubtedly serve as an excellent promotional tactic for the competition. This was a no-risk, high-reward venture. The supervisor opened the entrance to the arena with a smile, saying, Little one, welcome to the competition. Koja. Gue's eyes sparkled, excitedly floating into the arena with Lu Ye's contestant badge. Supervisor, notify the media reporters to come over, the supervisor mused. This will be a fantastic opportunity for promotion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the battlefield at venue number 7. Representing the blue team is contestant Yu Hong, a freshman from the Department of Combat at Jiangnan University. His participating Pokémon is none other than the evolved form of the starter fire type. The fiery and formidable Yin Huashu, capable of reaching temperatures up to 150 C. On the red team, we have Lu Yi from the finance department of Modi University, whose Pokémon is the ghostly Guis. It appears that contestant Lu Yi is absent. In the stands, Tian Yue gazes in bewilderment at the eager Guis. What on earth is Lu Zige scheming? Did he really send Guis to compete alone? Even if it were a forfeit, there was no need for Guis to make a special trip to the venue. Yu Hong shares the same perplexed expression. The first match about to be handed to him without a fight? This stroke of fortune is far too sudden. Noting that the supervisor has raised no objections, the referee blows the whistle. The match begins, Yu Hong commands. Yin Hua Shu. Use flame wheel. The phrase Yin Hua Shu requires 0.3 seconds while use takes 0.2 seconds. Given that Guiz has a speed base stat of 80, the same as Dragonite, and considering the conditions, Dragonite could circumnavigate the globe in approximately 16 hours. The question arises, how long would it take for Guiz to traverse a standard battlefield measuring 10 by 10? Before Yu Hong can finish his thought, Guiz grins wickedly and closes in on Yin Hua Shu, enveloping it in a menacing black mist. Yikes! The blaze behind Yin Hua Shu flickers weakly in an instant, its forelimbs collapsing to the ground as it emits a pained cry. The sudden turn of events sends shockwaves through the audience. What on earth? Is it over? That was far too quick, the commentator exclaims in disbelief. In the absence of commands, Guiz is struck first. Just then, Yin Hua Shu curls into a wheel shape, its flames surging as it attempts to break free from the black mist with flame wheel. Yu Hong lets out a sigh of relief. Spark. However, Yu Hong's command fails to take effect. With a thud, Yin Hua Shu crashes to the side, dazed and seeing stars. Guiz retracts its dazzling strange light, grinning as it slowly approaches the disoriented Yin Hua Shu. Get up, Yin Hua Shu. Yu Hong shouts, use spark, Guiz. Just because you say get up doesn't mean it will actually stand. Regardless of the bond, one must adhere to the fundamentals of battle. Yikes. Yet before the eyes of all, Yin Hua Shu lets out a piercing cry, its flames soaring skyward. Guiz, winky face, under the blaze ability, witnessing its opponent about to unleash a powerful move frightens Guiz into hastily licking Yin Hua Shu. A single lick results in paralysis, while 2 licks lead to a definitive victory that in the now silent arena. The sound of Guiz's slurping saliva is distinctly audible. Guiz. The victor is Guiz? No, the victor is Lu Yi. The referee's voice wavers with uncertainty. Glancing at the supervisor, who appears to be animatedly explaining something to the reporters, his expression betrays a hint of excitement. Who exactly is Lu Yi? Isn't he from the finance department? How did he manage to defeat the combat department, winning without even having a trainer present? Is this a psychological play? Tian Yue casts a glance at the bewildered Yu Hong, then at the smirking Guiz. Feeling a strange sense of disarray rising within him, is this truly the Guiz raised by Lu Zige? It seems to have trained itself to this level in secret. Lu Zige, you claim you don't wish to be a trainer. Meanwhile, in class, Lu Yi surveys the myriad system notifications with confusion, receiving accolades from onlookers. BP1, BP1, BP1 for exceptional tactical command, BP10 for interrupting Yin Hua Shu's blaze ability, BP20 for achieving victory in the first match. Evaluation, superb. BP 100, remaining BP 575. I hardly did anything, yet the system inexplicably awarded me 300 BP, leaving Lu Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed. Am I experiencing a bug? Lu Yi mutters to himself that moment. His phone vibrates, and Tian Yue expresses his excitement with a barrage of question marks. Chat interface, Tian Yue. Incredible. Lu Zige, Tian Yue. You didn't even inform me about participating? You actually defeated the combat department? Lu Yi, wasn't I just sitting in class? Tian Yue. No way, are you pretending? Tian Yue. Wait, could this be part of your scheme? Almost all participants on that day were aware of the formidable presence at venue number 7, who had brutally defeated the combat department solely through Pokémon prowess. This undeniably showcases this formidable contestant's commitment to honing Guiz's battle instincts. While other newcomers are still grappling with move effectiveness, this participant has already embarked on the path of Pokémon autonomous battle. It's said that even most elite trainers find this difficult to achieve. Reportedly, after the battle, Guiz wore an expression of "is that all?" and even its trainer did not show up. This further solidifies the belief among reporters that this mysterious trainer is the greatest dark horse of the competition. With this thought, Tian Yue felt a jolt, as if he suddenly comprehended something. Tian Yue, no way. Refusing interviews must also be part of your plan, right? Lu Yi. Tian Yue. I'm impressed. Lu Zige, remember your humble beginnings. Setting his phone down, Lu Yi is left in utter bewilderment. What on earth is happening? I would prefer not to be a trainer. How could I have entered a trainer competition? Just then, his phone vibrates again, revealing an unfamiliar message. ID 3534. Mr. Lu Yi, you have a new competition notification. Congratulations on advancing to Group A of the Pajia Manu Trainer Cup. Please proceed to venue number 4 by this Saturday to participate in the match. Wishing you the best of luck. Lu Yi is left in shock. Competing without prior registration? I didn't even take part in the preliminary round. How did I qualify for the group stage? At that moment, Lu Yi recalls the sneaky gooeys from that morning and its mischievous grin. Could it be that this little rascal secretly entered the competition, winning without any trainer guidance? Lu Yi feels an inexplicable pang in his chest. What a backstab! In the recycling bin, Lu Yi discovers the registration message that gooeys had deleted. This rascal not only signed up without permission, but also seemed to want to surprise Lu Yi by deleting the message. Lu Yi feigns anger as he waits at home for the tardy gooeys to return. Kojia, I'm back. A ghostly face peeks through the door crack, and with a swift motion, gooeys bounds inside. Chong Chong Chong. The Great One makes a dazzling entrance. Lu Yi pretends to be stern, speaking coldly. Why are you back so late? Gooeys gives a cheeky grin, shakes the competition badge on its head, and proudly lifts its chin. Did you participate in the preliminary round today? Kojia. And you won against your opponent? Kojia. I heard it was a complete domination. Gooeys. A familiar sense of exhaustion washes over Lu Yi's sighs, trembling as he sinks back into the sofa. I truly never intended to become a trainer. But why is my gooeys so eager and proactive? Not only can it train its own moves, but it also registered for the competition on its own. For others, this would undoubtedly be a splendid opportunity to embark on the path of a trainer. Yet for Lu Yi, this feels like a complete betrayal. With no time to earn money, now it's off to compete as a trainer. Looking at the triumphant and jubilant gooeys, Lu Yi finds it difficult to dampen its enthusiasm. Ultimately, Lu Yi forces out a smile. You did very well. Keep up the good work next time. Kojia. Gooeys beams widely. Lu Yi sits on the sofa, palms crossed over his forehead. Lost in thought, the Pajaman Cup holds significant influence throughout the entire Zhejiang province. However, the preliminary rounds are filled with varying skill levels, and gooeys may have merely been lucky to win. Once entering the group stage, it will face formidable competitors from various Pokémon academies. Rather than waste energy on this, it would be wiser to focus on the live streaming aspect. Though it feels somewhat unfair to gooeys, if it loses a match, perhaps it won't be so keen on the competition anymore. Ultimately, Lu Yi decides to skip the group stage as well. Gooeys, you must do your best in the upcoming matches. Lu Yi spoke with a serious demeanor, stating, moreover, I will not make an appearance before the finals. He continued assertively, relying solely on the opponents from the group stage. They cannot pose a threat to you. This is not merely a test of your combat awareness. It is a trial for you. Guei was momentarily taken aback, then opened his mouth wide, as if flames were blazing in his eyes. This is the trust the master has in me. Since he believes so, if I train diligently, I will undoubtedly qualify for the finals. With the thought of the 3 remaining dragon fire fruit cubes in the cabinet, Guei's expression hardened, becoming unusually serious. This air of impending challenge only served to trouble Lu Yi. Could he really qualify for the finals? It seemed unlikely. After all, Guei had trained for less than a month. Even with the dragon fire fruit cubes, speed enhancers, and fire stones, he could not possibly compete with those battle students who had trained for at least a year. Probably. The next round of competition was scheduled for Saturday. 3 days later, to prevent another incident of burning through walls, Lu Yi reluctantly permitted Guei to train outdoors. That night, moonlight streamed through the gauzy window. Lu Yi opened his eyes, realizing that Guei had long since vacated the ceiling. Approaching the windowsill, he surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the construction site next to the community. Spirit Vision LV1 judged 79. Success. At the construction site, several clusters of ghostly flames flickered in and out, silhouetted against the crimson-purple sky, gradually blending into the night. The night breeze rustled as Lu Yi leaned on the windowsill, silently observing Guei. Approximately 2 hours later, the flames began to wane and a rustling noise emerged from the doorway, prompting Lu Yi to return to bed and feign sleep. Guei stealthily slipped into the room, slurping a lick across Lu Yi's cheek before returning to the ceiling to sleep soundly. A slight smile crept on Lu Yi's lips as he let out a gentle sigh. The rumors surrounding Gu AC of Arena 7 and that man continue to circulate within trainer circles. Some claim that a certain bigwig had just captured Gu AC and had come to this novice event to level up. Others felt that Gu AC was being overly praised, merely benefiting from facing weak initial opponents. Still, others believe it was just a publicity stunt by the organizers. Regardless, due to the highly talked about Gu AC, the attention on the Pokémon Cup event continued to rise, bringing great joy to the finalizing supervisor in preparation for the group stage. Gu AC trained exceptionally hard every day. The system's Pokémon encyclopedia indicated that Gu AC had yet to learn any new moves. However, thus far, all the knowledge from the Green Cultivation Manual had been thoroughly absorbed by Gu AC. Further knowledge would only become available once Gu AC evolved into Gu AC Tong. As the influence of the video substitute and shrink team continued to grow, the number of subscribers to Lu Ye's livestream officially surpassed 100,000. Ding. Task. I'm truly not a pretty face streamer. Task description. Achieve the small goal of 100k subscribers. Task reward. BP 1,000 points. Random skill LV1. Move machine substitute X1. Cooking LV1. Enhances your culinary skills. This bonus also applies to knife skills, fire control, etc. Your cooking will evoke memories of home. Lu Ye had previously relied on takeout, and this skill would occasionally improve his meals. Aside from this, the only other reward was a small gray USB drive containing the Move Machine Substitute. This USB detailed the usage methods, training techniques, and practical applications of Substitute across different Pokémon generally, with the aid of the Move Machine. Simple moves could be learned within 3 days. The Move Machine was reusable, and its contents could be transferred. However, compared to the officially licensed version, the pirated versions on the market often had omissions and errors. One should never skimp on education, nor should one deprive Pokémon of training. Hence, trainers prefer to invest in the high-priced official Move Machines. Typically, individuals would utilize the Move Machine by learning alongside their Pokémon, researching the most scientific training methods. However, Lu Ye's approach was to toss the USB drive directly to Gu AC, instructing, if you don't understand, come ask me. Could ya? Gu AC was taken aback, obediently grasping the USB, inserting it into the laptop, and using his tongue to maneuver the mouse. Clicking on the file named 092 Gu AC focused intently, beginning to study the motions earnestly. In the video, a Gu AC executed substitute under the trainer's command. Utilizing dark mist to create duplicates, the mist separated into 2 gas forms, slowly materializing into 2 grinning Gu AC figures. After enduring a move, the lighter color Gu AC quietly dissipated. Kajia. Gu AC nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the master wanted me to watch the video to learn on my own that it's so simple. There's no need to ask him. Gu AC even began to entertain divergent thoughts, clutching a pencil and doodling on a blank sheet of paper. I can use Substitute to execute Ghost Fire consecutively. I can also use it to distract the enemy and then launch a surprise attack. That I can also, unbeknownst to him, Gu AC had filled an entire page with sketches. After racking his brain, Gu AC's face turned pale as he clutched the pencil, appearing quite exhausted as, oh, this substitute move is so difficult. Should I ask the master, or is there a better method I haven't thought of yet? Taking a deep breath, Gu AC used his long tongue to roll 2 orange fruit cubes into his mouth, then down a can of Moo Moo milk beside him in one gulp. Gu AC, chew! In an instant, Gu AC's eyes sparkled, reigniting his fighting spirit. I'm energized now. Let's continue learning. That evening, Lu Ye's livestream caused quite a stir. Firstly, this was Lu Ye's first broadcast since the release of the Shrink Team video. Secondly, it marked Lu Ye's first live appearance, and his popularity skyrocketed to over 1 million. On camera, the handsome young man, with sharp features and deep-set eyes, rested his chin on one hand, quietly observing the game interface. This androgynous beauty undoubtedly captured hearts. However, when Lu Ye spoke, the serene atmosphere shattered. Are you still daring to roar loudly? Lu Ye bellowed. Fiery roar tiger. We shall roar loudly, too. What? I can't believe I missed that. I exploded right there. Today's Lu Ye demonstrated what it meant to have the ultimate bad luck. Although his commands and anticipations were flawless, his moves repeatedly missed. The opponent executed stylish, critical hits and various triple defenses, leaving the audience exhilarated that I really can't eat anymore. Starting off with a full banquet. This wave, it's like a barrage to the stomach. Throughout the night, Liu Ye's ranking plummeted instead of rising. The livestream chat was filled with laughter and joy, creating a lively atmosphere. Despite his lackluster performance, the gifts and popularity from this stream were unprecedented. This led Liu Yi to sigh deeply. Stop sending them. Really, just stop. He thanked Liu Ye's beauty fans for sending a rocket and requested a ban on the rocket spammers. How many times do I have to say it? I am truly a skill-based streamer. Despite the humiliation of ending the stream, the show's impact was explosive, and Liu Yi received nearly 5,000 yuan in tips that night, with his BP increasing by over 300 points, remaining BP 1780. Theoretically, the prize pool for a 10 consecutive draw contained not only Pokémon items, but also plush toys like Lego Starfighters and Snorlax. However, every time Liu Yi performed a 10 consecutive draw, the items he obtained ultimately benefited GUAC, and this time was no exception. 10 consecutive draw results. Dragonfire Fruit X1, Spirit Soda X2, Appleberry X4, Moo Moo Milk X3 to only one purple quality Dragonfire Fruit emerged from the 10 draws. Yet in the system shop, one Dragonfire Fruit cost 500 BP, making it a small profit. Among the remaining items, Spirit Soda was a carbonated beverage, tasting quite similar to sugary soft drinks. Meanwhile, apple berries were highly sought after. They alleviated the fatigue of Pokémon after using moves, thereby extending their training duration, and were widely utilized among trainers. Once made into energy cubes, they should help relieve GUAC's fatigue. Shouldn't they? Liu Yi murmured softly. Stepping out of the cubicle, Gaisai still held a pencil in its mouth, fully engrossed in taking notes. Upon noticing Liu Yi, the pallid Gaisai slowly lifted its head, revealing a feeble smile. Wow, you're really pushing yourself, aren't you? Gaisai's eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with intensity. As Gaisai called out, a chilling mass of gas detached from its dark mist, gradually coalescing into another Gaisai, grinning wickedly. This stand-in melded into the shadows but did not dissipate, standing sentinel like a guardian around Gaisai. Observing Liu Ye's astonished expression, Gaisai grinned eerily. Simultaneously, the stand-in hidden in the shadows emitted a bewitching, peculiar light. This made Liu Yi gulp. A stand-in attack. In just one night, Gaisai had already mastered the technique of the stand-in with remarkable ease. This left Liu Yi feeling perplexed. Although the stand-in was indeed straightforward, other Pokémon typically required at least 3 days to learn it. How could it be that you managed to master it in just one night? With a throbbing headache, Liu Yi rubbed his temples. Stay calm. Although Gaisai had indeed manifested a stand-in, it might merely be an inferior version. Not necessarily practical. However, the system's move list clearly displayed the stand-in technique, leaving Liu Yi somewhat bewildered. Wow, you really learned it? Gaisai still bore a wan expression, yet its mouth curled into a self-satisfied grin. Liu Yi patted Gaisai's head. Sighing, you've worked hard, due to Gaisai's training draining its energy. Liu Yi crafted an energy cube using Pinji Fruit once more. Pinji Fruit Cube, capable of restoring a Pokémon's fatigue after using a move and enhancing the duration of their training to a certain extent. In the game, Pinji Fruit replenishes a Pokémon's PP, which refers to the number of times a move can be used. In reality, there is no concept of PP. Instead, there exists a maximum threshold for the number of times a Pokémon can utilize its moves. For energy-intensive moves like Stone Edge and Earthquake without a plentiful supply of Pinji Fruit, it would be challenging to train more than a few times in a day. By transforming it into an energy cube. The nutritional efficiency of the Pinji Fruit was also somewhat enhanced. Open wide. Gaisai opened its mouth wide and gulped down the tangy sweet Pinji Fruit Cube, instantly invigorated, displaying an expression of pure bliss. Gaisai, Liu Yi smiled gently. All right, finish eating and get some rest. And no sooner had he spoken than Gaisai resumed its training. A swirling mass of murky gas erupted from Gaisai as dark mist once again. In the air, 2 Gaisai emerged, emitting eerie cackling laughter. Gaisai manipulated the stand-in with ease, clearly relishing the experience. You can enjoy training your moves this much? Gaisai's heart held a small determination, since the master said the opponents in the group matches would be unable to contend with it. It ought to train diligently and strive for advancement to the finals. Gaisai. Over the next 2 days, Gaisai began to explore how to coordinate with its stand dash, and at times it flitted around the room like a deflated balloon. And at others, it remained as still as a wooden post at Lui. Exasperated, couldn't help but offer a few pointers to Gaisai. You can't train like this at Lui said earnestly, if both the original and the stand-in use the same move. It serves no purpose. For example, even if both use the peculiar light simultaneously, it merely confuses the opponent. However, if the original uses ghost fire while the stand-in employs peculiar light, it can inflict dual status conditions. Lui chuckled, once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quadruple, no, quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just imagining all these status effects overlapping sent a thrill through Lui, crossed out, that he felt a tinge of sympathy for the opponent. If combined with the protect tactic, Gaisai could possess astonishing power even before evolving. Gaisai. Afterward, for 2 days, Gaisai focused on how to synergize with the stand dash, and it flitted about like a balloon one moment and froze like a wooden post the next. Lui, unable to bear it any longer, offered Gaisai a few suggestions. You can't train like this at Lui said with seriousness. If both the original and the stand-in use the same move, it's utterly pointless. For instance, even if both utilize peculiar light, it merely confuses the opponent. However, if the original uses ghost fire while the stand-in employs peculiar light, it can create dual status conditions that Lui chuckled, once you master Shadow Clone. You might even achieve quadruple, no, quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. The thought of all these status effects stacking excited Lui, crossed out, that he felt a sense of pity for the opponent. If coupled with the protect tactic, Gaisai could wield incredible power even prior to evolving. Gaisai. In the subsequent 2 days, Gaisai began to investigate how to collaborate with its stand-in. One moment, it zipped about the room like a deflated balloon. And the next, it stood as motionless as a wooden post. Flustered Lui couldn't resist advising Gaisai. You can't train like this, that Lui said with gravity, if the original and the stand-in use the same move. It has no significance. For example, even if both employ peculiar light simultaneously, it simply confounds the opponent. However, if the original uses ghost fire while the stand-in uses peculiar light, it can inflict dual status conditions. Lui chuckled, once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quadruple, no, quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just envisioning all these status conditions stacking together thrilled Lui, crossed out, that he felt somewhat regretful for the opponent. If paired with the protect strategy, Gaisai could possess an astonishing level of power even before evolution. Gaisai. Over the next couple of days, Gaisai began to delve into how to effectively coordinate with its stand-in. One moment, it whirled around the room like a deflated balloon, and the next, it stood as still as a wooden post. Lui, increasingly exasperated, couldn't help but offer a few pointers to Gaisai. You can't train like this. Lui said earnestly, if both the original and the stand-in utilize the same move, it serves no purpose. For instance, even if both use peculiar light simultaneously, it merely confounds the opponent. However, if the original employs ghost fire while the stand-in uses peculiar light, it can inflict dual status conditions. Lui chuckled, once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quadruple, no, quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just envisioning all these status conditions overlapping thrilled Lui, crossed out, that he felt a tinge of sympathy for the opponent. If combined with the protect tactic, Gaisai could possess astonishing power even before evolving. Gaisai. In the following 2 days, Gaisai began to investigate how to synergize with its stand-in. One moment, it darted around the room like a deflated balloon. And the next, it stood as still as a wooden post at Lui, unable to contain his frustration, offered Gaisai some advice. You can't train like this, that Lui said seriously, if both the original and the stand-in use the same move. It would be utterly meaningless. For instance, even if both employ peculiar light simultaneously, it merely confuses the opponent. However, if the original uses ghost fire while the stand-in utilizes peculiar light, it can create dual status conditions. Lui chuckled, once you master Shadow Clone, You might even achieve quadruple, no, quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just imagining all these status conditions stacking together sent a thrill through Lu Yi, crossed out. But he felt a sense of pity for the opponent. If combined with the protect tactic, Gaisai could wield astonishing power even before evolving. Gaisai. In the brief span of 2 days, Gaisai began exploring how to coordinate effectively with its stand-in. One moment, it flitted about the room like a deflated balloon. In the next, it stood as still as a wooden post. Lu Yi, increasingly exasperated, found himself compelled to offer Gaisai some guidance. You can't train like this, Lu Yi stated earnestly. If both the original and the stand-in employ the same move, it would be utterly pointless. For instance, even if both utilize peculiar light simultaneously, it merely confounds the opponent. However, if the original employs Ghost Fire while the stand-in utilizes peculiar light, it can inflict dual status conditions. Lu Yi chuckled. Once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quadruple, no, quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just envisioning all these status conditions stacking together excited Lu Yi, crossed out, that he felt a tinge of sympathy for the opponent. If combined with the protect tactic, Gaisai could possess astonishing power even before evolving. Gaisai. In the subsequent 2 days, Gaisai began to investigate how to effectively coordinate with its stand-in. One moment, it zipped about the room like a deflated balloon. In the next, it stood as motionless as a wooden post. A flustered Lu Yi couldn't resist advising Gaisai. You can't train like this, Lu Yi said with gravity, if the original and the stand-in use the same move. It has no significance. For example, even if both employ peculiar light simultaneously, it simply confounds the opponent. However, if the original uses Ghost Fire while the stand-in uses peculiar light, it can inflict dual status conditions. Lu Yi chuckled. Once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quadruple, no, quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just envisioning all these status conditions stacking together thrilled Lu Yi, crossed out, that he felt somewhat regretful for the opponent. If paired with the protect strategy, Gaisai could possess an astonishing level of power even before evolution. Gaisai. During the following 2 days, Gaisai immersed itself in the study of how to harmonize with its stand-in. At times, it darted around the room like a deflated balloon, and at others, it remained as still as a wooden post. Lu Yi, increasingly exasperated, felt compelled to offer Gaisai some guidance. You can't train like this. Lu Yi stated seriously. If both the original and the stand-in utilize the same move, it serves no purpose. For instance, even if both use peculiar light simultaneously, it merely confounds the opponent. However, if the original employs Ghost Fire while the stand-in utilizes peculiar light, it can inflict dual status conditions. Lu Yi chuckled. Once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quadruple, no, quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. The thought of all these status conditions stacking together thrilled Lu Yi, crossed out. He felt a sense of pity for the opponent. If combined with the protect tactic, Gaisai could wield incredible power even prior to evolving. Gaisai. In the ensuing 2 days, Gaisai dedicated itself to learning how to collaborate with its stand-in. One moment, it flitted about the room like a deflated balloon, and the next, it stood as still as a wooden post. Lu Yi, increasingly exasperated, couldn't help but offer Gaisai a few pointers. You can't train like this. Lu Yi said earnestly. If both the original and the stand-in use the same move, it serves no purpose. For example, even if both use peculiar light simultaneously, it merely confuses the opponent. However, if the original uses Ghost Fire while the stand-in employs peculiar light, it can inflict dual status conditions. Lu Yi chuckled. Once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quadruple, no, quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just imagining all these status effects overlapping sent a thrill through Lu Yi, crossed out. He felt a tinge of sympathy for the opponent. If combined with the protect tactic, Gaisai could possess astonishing power even before evolving. Gaisai. In the following 2 days, Gaisai began to investigate how to synergize with its stand-in. One moment, it darted about the room like a deflated balloon, and the next, it stood as still as a wooden post. Lu Yi, unable to bear it any longer, offered Gaisai a few suggestions. You can't train like this. Lu Yi said with seriousness. If the original and the stand-in use the same move, it has no significance. For instance, even if both utilize peculiar light simultaneously, it simply confuses the opponent. However, if the original uses Ghost Fire while the stand-in uses peculiar light, it can create dual status conditions that Lui chuckled. Once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. The thought of all these status conditions stacking together excited Lu Yi. Crossed out. He felt somewhat regretful for the opponent. If paired with the Protect strategy, Gaisai could possess an astonishing level of power even before evolving. Gaisai. In the brief span of 2 days, Gaisai began exploring how to coordinate effectively with its stand-in. One moment, it flitted about the room like a deflated balloon, and the next, it stood as still as a wooden post. Lu Yi, increasingly exasperated, found himself compelled to offer Gaisai some guidance. You can't train like this. Lu Yi stated earnestly. If both the original and the stand-in employ the same move, it would be utterly pointless. For example, even if both utilize peculiar light simultaneously, it merely confounds the opponent. However, if the original employs Ghost Fire while the stand-in utilizes peculiar light, it can inflict dual status conditions that Lui chuckled. Once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just envisioning all these status conditions stacking together thrilled Lu Yi. Crossed out. He felt a tinge of sympathy for the opponent. If combined with the Protect tactic, Gaisai could wield astonishing power even before evolving. Gaisai. In the subsequent 2 days, Gaisai began to investigate how to effectively coordinate with its stand-in. One moment, it zipped about the room like a deflated balloon, and the next, it stood as motionless as a wooden post. A flustered Lu Yi couldn't resist advising Gaisai. You can't train like this. Lu Yi said with gravity. If the original and the stand-in use the same move, it has no significance. For example, even if both employ peculiar light simultaneously, it simply confounds the opponent. However, if the original uses Ghost Fire while the stand-in uses peculiar light, it can inflict dual status conditions that Lui chuckled. Once you master Shadow Clone, you might even achieve quintuple status conditions: sleep, paralysis, burn, poison, confusion. Just envisioning all these status conditions stacking together thrilled Lu Yi. Crossed out. He felt somewhat regretful for the opponent. If paired with the Protect strategy, Gaisai could possess an astonishing level of power even before evolution. Gaisai. Time swiftly passed, and Saturday morning arrived. The first round of Group A's matches officially commenced. As the rumored protagonist, Lu Yi's Gaisai, made its entrance, it instantly became the focal point of attention. What astonished the audience even more was that, astonishingly, Lu Yi, Gaisai's trainer, was absent from the group match. We can see that Lu Yi has yet to make an appearance. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment. The opponent Lu Yi faced was also a newcomer from the battle department, Wang Hao from Jiangnan University. Gaisai floated in mid-air, sticking its tongue out at the hyperactive Monferno before it, making all sorts of comical faces in a display of utmost provocation. The irritable Monferno could hardly tolerate such insolence, roaring in anger while waving its arms menacingly. Wang Hao was equally unprepared to face a Pokémon lacking a trainer's command. Amidst the whispers surrounding him, Wang Hao wore a perplexed expression. Lui must think very little of his opponent. He mused. Perhaps he is exceedingly confident in Gaisai's strength? Wow, that speed is astounding. As soon as the match commenced, a swirling mass of black mist approached Monferno like a specter. The black mist coalesced in mid-air into a grinning Gaisai, surrounded by 3 clusters of dark ghost fire, hurtling toward Monferno with a fierce roar. Wang Hao felt a surge of panic, shouting, "Monferno, pursue it! Kara!" The enthusiastic Monferno crossed its arms, bracing itself against the ghost fire while its sharp claws lashed out. The dark-type pursuit posed a deadly threat to Gaisai. The commentator bellowed, "What a move!" No sooner had the words left his lips than a cloud of inky mist detached from Gaisai. Monferno's claws swiped through the mist, yet simply passed through, causing Monferno's eyes to widen in shock. Simultaneously, 2 identical Gaisai floated in mid-air, emitting their eerie cackles, utilizing the stand-in to evade damage in the blink of an eye. Who on earth is this trainer? The enchanting glow radiated from the stand-in, forcing Monferno to close its eyes in despair. In that moment, Gaisai teleported behind Monferno, and three surging ghostly flames surged toward Monferno with a thunderous crash. The applause from onlookers echoed. BP-1, BP-1, BP-1. Gaisai, quickly dodge. BP-10 achieved victory in battle evaluation. Just this, BP-50. At this very moment, Liu Yi, who was at home editing videos, rubbed his temples in frustration, sitting comfortably at home. Yet trouble seemed to descend from the heavens. They had already advanced to the group stage, and yet they managed to win. Liu Yi had specifically checked the tournament schedule online. The group stage would roughly span 3 rounds and last nearly a month, coinciding perfectly with Liu Ye's final exam week. That he pondered that if Gaisai were to lose this match, he could then focus solely on reviewing for his exams. Little did he expect that. Having reached the group stage, they would actually win. This year's newcomers in the battle department were truly lackluster. However, since Gaisai had successfully advanced, Liu Yi also considered stepping into command in the next round. Firstly, having him on site would ensure that Gaisai would not sustain severe injuries. Secondly, if the opponent proved to be exceptionally strong, they could simply concede. Liu Yi held little interest in the championship. His primary goal was to ensure Gaisai would not be left with regrets. Having decided to participate, Liu Yi intended to familiarize himself with the opponent's strength. He called the enthusiastic competitor Tian Yue, and they arranged to meet at the Starbucks near the campus, under the sweltering summer sun. Youthful and vibrant girls could be seen everywhere, along with wild spirits bustling about the city. Humans and spirits coexisted harmoniously. The life depicted in Detective Pikachu in the city of Lime had truly materialized before his eyes. Just look at the pristine Pokeball hanging from his thigh. How immaculate. Welcome. Inside Starbucks, a refreshing breeze greeted him. I would like a medium latte. I apologize, sir, but this is a large, and this is an extra large. I want the one in between those 3 sizes. Soon as Tian Yue stepped into Starbucks, he caught sight of Liu Yi, whose expression was one of utter despair. Tian Yue exclaimed with excitement. Liu Yi, Gaisai actually won this match. Liu Yi, wearing an expression of stomachache, replied, I know, that hyperactive monkey had placed in a county-level competition, but when it faced Gaisai's substitute, all was in vain. Tian Yue sighed. Incredible, Liu Yi. I never expected you to hold back like this. Liu Yi silently sipped his coffee. He couldn't possibly say that this was the result of Gaisai's training from just one night. Could he? That would be too demoralizing. Clearing his throat, Liu Yi inquired about the tournament schedule from Tian Yue. Are you planning to enter the next match? Tian Yue's eyes widened. Liu Yi nodded. I aim to secure a good ranking. His highest expectation was to reach the top 16, allowing him to catch up with the review week for finals. Tian Yue rubbed his hands together. This is the first round of the group stage. If we win 2 more rounds, we can advance. If luck is on our side and we get a bye, then we could directly enter the top 16. When is your match? Tian Yue replied irritably. I just lost this morning. What are you laughing at? The coffee is too hot. Liu Yi coughed loudly. Are there any formidable contenders among those who have advanced? There are. Tian Yue nodded. The top seed. Feng Shu is a freshman from Jiangsu University's battle department. He was selected for the school team in his first year. Impressive, making the school team as a freshman. Then there's Liu from Magic City Jiaoda. Even the electric-type gym leader praises his tri-attack magneton. Wow, that sounds quite formidable. And from our school, Shun Tingji, hailing from a family of fairy-type specialists, is undoubtedly the goddess of the Pokémon Academy. Fascinating, Liu Yi clapped in admiration. Liu Yi, Tian Yue said with a somewhat complex expression. Given how strong the opponents are, why do you appear so unconcerned? Am I? Liu Yi averted his gaze. Can't you see I'm trembling? You're clearly trying to suppress a smile. Liu Yi coughed lightly. Battling powerful opponents not only trains Gaisai, but even if they were to lose, there would be no regrets. Liu Yi could continue to focus on his studies and career. It was truly a win-win situation. What a remarkable lineage of fairy-type specialists. It sounds quite impressive, and there are trainers who have garnered the admiration of gym leaders, along with prodigies who made the school team as freshmen. With such prominent figures around, surely they wouldn't win again, right? Although Ghost-type moves counter Tri-Attack Magneton and Poison-types counter Fairy-types, the gap in strength was evident. even if they were to lose to these prominent figures. That would be entirely reasonable. Gaisai. Lu Yi released Gaisai from its Pokeball. Kojie. In the next round, let's give it our all and strive not to have any regrets. Kojie. In the Johto region. Silver Mountain. Dense white mist enveloped the mountains. Aside from natural hot springs and rare plants, Silver Mountain also nurtured powerful wild spirits, making it an unparalleled training ground. Amidst the thick fog, a formidable Charizard emerged. On the back of the Charizard sat a young man with black hair, dressed in a red vest, lowering his cap to reveal a determined gaze. The lake nestled atop Silver Mountain. Chi-Hong patted the Charizard. The intimidating Charizard flapped its wings and promptly vanished into the dense mist. You called me here suddenly. Is there something you need? The leaves rustled softly at a middle-aged man, dressed in ninja attire and wearing a mask, dangled from the treetops. Your observation skills remain as sharp as ever. Chi-Hong replied helplessly. After all, I have been ambushed here so many times. This middle-aged man was none other than Aju, one of the Elite Four of the Johto region. Aju leaped down and got straight to the point. I want you to help me with a favor. Chi-Hong expressed surprise. Even you are beginning to owe favors? Aju remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, Recently, I've made new breakthroughs in the poison-type field. What? Look at your feet. Chi-Hong looked down and was immediately taken aback. Surrounding his ankles were numerous minuscule, glowing green mook. These mook, only the size of ants, formed a cluster resembling toxic sludge. It was difficult to imagine just how many shrunk-down mook were present. Venusaur. In an instant, Chi-Hong opened his Pokeball. Leaping onto Venusaur's back, his voice stern, vines, two swift vines shot out like lightning. Snap! They ensnared Aju's neck. From the moment he opened the Pokeball to restraining Aju's movements, no more than 3 seconds had passed. Aju raised his hands in surrender. I mean no harm. I was merely testing whether a champion could see through this new tactic. Aju slightly curled his lips. It seems it was quite successful after all. Chi-Hong coldly remarked, Is this what you call a new tactic? Indeed, Aju nodded. I believe that if hundreds or thousands of mook were ambushed beforehand, even the Elite Four would find it difficult to escape. Chi-Hong glanced around at the gradually dispersing mook and couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. Is this the inspiration you received from that trainer named Lu Yi? Aju murmured, The tactic of shrinking everyone is indeed quite dirty. In any case, I drew inspiration from him. I know you know him. My daughter watches his live streams every day and even says Chi-Hong is his fan. Aju suddenly rambled. Her age. She should be getting married, yet she stays at home all day. Although she's quite cute and has a strong character, she certainly alleviates a lot of my stress. But she can't remain at home her entire life. Daughters should eventually marry. As he spoke, the somewhat agitated Aju wiped away the moisture at the corner of his eye. Chi-Hong awkwardly cleared his throat, signaling Aju to return to the main topic. In any case, Aju coughed lightly. I would like to ask you to help me with something. You really know how to ask for favors. Aju removed his mask and smiled brightly. How about I introduce my daughter to you? Now, that is your true intention. Chi-Hong let out a sigh and inquired, What exactly do you want me to do? I am aware that he has recently tamed a Gaisu, and while there may be an element of self-aggrandizement in this, the insights on deadly poison he possesses are the culmination of my lifelong studies. Aju tossed a scroll toward Chi-Hong, which was deftly caught by Meow Wah using its vines. I hope you can help me pass this on to him. Aju bowed solemnly to Chi-Hong, expressing profound gratitude. Liyue was currently in a state of panic, an overwhelming panic, this morning at 8 o'clock. Just as Liyue was preparing to attend class on campus, he unexpectedly received a greeting from the world champion. Chi-Hong, good morning. Liyue, Boss Chi-Hong, please speak plainly. Chi-Hong, what is your address? I have something to send you. Liyue was momentarily stunned. Send something to me? Surely it can't be a blade. I haven't even been offline for 3 days. As the semester's end approached, the academic pressure on Liyue intensified, forcing him to temporarily set aside his streaming career. Meanwhile, he needed to keep a close watch on Gaisu, lest something go awry during its training. What kind of situation is this? Others are eager to have their Pokémon trained diligently. Where have I ever seen a Pokémon forcing its trainer to train? As Liyue sighed in exasperation, Chi-Hong sent another message. Chi-Hong, The image depicted a sealed scroll, adorned with exquisite patterns, exuding an indescribable aura of power. Chiong, this is a commission from Mr. Aju to be delivered to you. Aju! Liu paused for a moment, and suddenly, a vision of a masked ninja appeared in his mind. As the former poison-type gym leader of the Kanto region, Aju ascended to the throne of the Elite Four in Chengdu after 3 years of rigorous training. Relying on his enigmatic and formidable poison-type Pokémon, this is certainly not someone to be trifled with. Liu, Boss Chiong, you can keep it. There's truly no need to give it to me. Chiong, no, this is Mr. Aju's deadly poison insights from many years, specifically designated to be returned to you as a favor. Liu was taken aback. Insights on deadly poison? The deadly poison insights from the poison-type champion? If Gaisu trains with this, one misstep and I could very well be finished. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Liu's forehead. In a state of panic. Liu trembled as he replied. Liu, when did he owe me a favor? Chiong, your shrinking team strategy, well, it inspired him. Chiong had also watched Liu's gaming video afterward. In the eyes of this world champion, if one truly intended to apply it in actual combat, the shrinking tactic still had numerous flaws. Yet Aju found a different path, compensating for shortcomings of the shrinking team with numerical superiority. Even Shihong had to concede that in a field battle, ambushing hundreds of shrunk Pokémon in advance could pose a threat even to the Elite Four. Chiong muttered, hopefully, Team Rocket won't adopt this tactic. Although the leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki, was still nowhere to be seen, there remained numerous remnants of villainous organizations across the globe. Maintaining regional stability and capturing these remnants was indeed part of the responsibilities of champions and the Elite Four. On the other hand, Liu was utterly flabbergasted. I inspired an Elite Four member. I'm not even a formal trainer, and yet I managed to educate a champion-level trainer. How impressive am I? Liu murmured to himself. Chiong, in any case, the logistics company will deliver this scroll to your residence. Chiong, I believe this will also serve as an opportunity for you to enhance your substitute poison strategy. Wouldn't you agree? Smiling, although Chiong was unaware of Liu's true capabilities, he felt that a trainer capable of inspiring the Elite Four's Aju was certainly not to be underestimated. He believed that this deadly poison insight would elevate Liu's strength to new heights. Indeed, battling against formidable opponents is what makes the experience worthwhile. Chiong clenched his fists, and in the depths of his dark pupils, it seemed as if the flames of battle were flickering. If Liu were to learn that he was regarded by Chiong as a worthy adversary, he would likely flee that very night. Yet at this moment, he set his phone down, appearing somewhat bewildered. It's just a matter of holding the substitute poison. He had previously mocked Gaisu's substitute poison as a budget version. But in the span of half a month, Gaisu had not only mastered the use of substitute but had now even obtained the deadly poison insights from poison-type champion Aju. This was no longer a budget version. It had taken off entirely. However, this also instilled in Liu a profound sense of crisis. Allowing Gaisu to train with deadly poison might very well lead to disaster. The insights on deadly poison from Aju undoubtedly represented a top-tier deadly poison moveset, valued at least in the hundreds of thousands. Yet if Liu were to resell this insight, he would likely face assassination by Aju that very night. Ultimately, this deadly poison insight could only be left for Gaisu to learn. This was the sole remaining option. With a peculiar expression, Liu murmured, "Why is everyone sending me move sets? If you don't want them, why not give them to those in need?" Although he grumbled, Liu still provided Chiong with his contact information. After all, a move set worth millions is something you don't pass up. That Liu's contact address astonished Chiong. Magic City? Indeed, considering Liu's strength, it wouldn't be surprising if he were the gym leader there. That evening, a Dragonite that had traversed oceans landed at Liu's doorstep, drawing a gasp from the surrounding crowd. Wow, a Dragonite! What a sight to behold! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Liu approached and retrieved the scroll from the plump little claws of the Dragonite, secretly slipping it 2 energy cubes. The Dragonite looked down at the photo, then at Liu, joyfully tossing the energy cubes into its mouth. Dragonite. Had the police not arrived just in time, the Dragonite, clinging to Liu, would have likely crushed his ribcage. Goodness, I truly don't know how Ji managed to endure a Dragonite's embrace. Liu rubbed his sore chest, wincing in pain. Being a trainer is far too perilous. After repeatedly confirming with Qi Hong about safety, Liu returned to his room and unfurled the exquisitely patterned scroll on his desk. Unlike the move sets recorded on video, this paper-based insight required a trainer and Pokémon to possess a keen understanding. If the compatibility was lacking, even a Pokémon capable of learning such a move would find it challenging to master. Yet Liu was never concerned about Geisu's understanding. Rather, he was apprehensive about his own safety. The list of items necessary for training deadly poison included the stinger of a scorpion, the venom of a bee drill, and the glands of a dragon king scorpion. Sua gazed at the list. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Each of these items harbored lethal toxins. The mere thought of having such items in his home sent chills down his spine. The further he read, the paler his face became. 200,000 for black sludge. 2 million for the deadly poison pearl. This training a move set or simply burning money. Liu exclaimed in despair. A glance at Geisu revealed its eyes shining brightly, akin to a child discovering a new toy. Its crimson tongue already eager to try. You mustn't lick that, Liu said with a complex expression. What if there's something deadly? But you're also a poison type, so maybe it won't matter. Regardless, permitting Geisu to train with deadly poison was undeniably a near-suicidal act. This was not a game. In reality, poison-type trainers often faced life-threatening risks. The last time he trained Ghostfire, he nearly burned the house down. Now, training deadly poison was a prospect Liu could scarcely imagine. Liu gazed at the table where a precious yet perilous toxic heart lay, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. I truly do not wish to possess this item. The second round of the group matches is set to take place on Wednesday evening. Prior to that, Liu faces the final examinations for several courses at the University of Magic City. These are all practical assessments in elective subjects, including Pokémon breeding studies, Pokémon battle studies. In the history of Sinnoh in the history of Sinnoh Pokémon course, Liu had effortlessly secured the top rank, having outsmarted Professor Shawnee. The remaining 2 courses are scheduled for Monday and Tuesday, conveniently not conflicting with the Wednesday competition. That said, Liu would rather find a legitimate reason to forfeit the match that on Monday, the first-year students of the finance department faced their final practical examination in Pokémon breeding studies. The professor, with graying hair, patrolled the examination hall. Inside, 4 fruit mixers were set up, with students grouped in teams of 4. The task at hand was to produce energy cubes. The candidates clustered around the roaring machines, their expressions tense, eyes fixed on the apparatus, fearful of even the slightest mistake. In the case of energy cubes, which required teamwork, any error would lead to failure. In a hushed classroom, Liu stifled a yawn. Drawing glances from his peers, the professor cast a sidelong glance at Liu and coolly remarked, "Mind the time." In Liu's group, there were only 3 members. Liang Dayo wiped the sweat from his forehead, complaining, "Old too. Didn't you say you had learned this?" Tian Yue chuckled wryly. "How was I to know you would make so many mistakes? The quality of the final product is determined by the number of errors made by the producers. Attempting to create energy cubes alone is undoubtedly far more challenging than working as a team." Tian Yue had hoped that his experience would assist Dayo, but he never anticipated that Dayo would not only fail to contribute, but would also hinder their progress. "All right, you two, stop fussing. Let me handle this," Liu quipped. "Just play the slacker role." Upon hearing Liu's words, Tian Yue was elated, quickly retreating to the side. However, Dayo firmly pressed the machine down, declaring with conviction, "No, we are a team." Liu offered a sheepish smile. 10 minutes later, the professor lowered his glasses, scrutinizing the final product of Liu's group, and let out a soft "oh." The translucent orange energy cube was astonishingly close to achieving high quality. The professor glanced at Liu and the others, asking blandly, "Did you truly make this yourselves?" "Of course." Dayo patted his chest, exclaiming, "It's all thanks to the tireless efforts of the 3 of us." The professor nodded, jotting down notes. 90 points. You 3 have passed. Tian Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. 90 points? The students from the Pokémon Academy didn't even score that high. As they exited the classroom, Tian Yue, still in shock, stammered, "We 3 got 90 points. Liu replied with an odd expression, "We could have scored 100. Exactly." Dayo chimed in, "If you had joined in, we might have even received full marks." It seems I possess quite the talent for crafting energy cubes, Dio mused, rubbing his chin. Perhaps I should also take up some studies in the breeding department? Lu Yi merely smiled in response. The system indicated that Lu Ye's energy cube crafting skill had ascended from level 3 to level 4. The energy cube crafting level 4. You have a low probability of producing energy cubes of perfect quality. And your success rate in crafting energy cubes has increased by 70. Your crafting skill is now on par with that of a coordination master. Accumulating proficiency allows skills to level up. A discovery Lu Yi had only recently made. Level 4 is already considered master-level craftsmanship, and Lu Yi's energy cubes could fetch a high price. However, selling energy cubes requires a professional license. And Lu Yi could hardly afford to spend a year or two completing courses to become a nutritionist or physician. Ultimately, these energy cubes would only serve as own Pokémon on the day the examination results were announced. Lu Yi's group rightfully claimed first place. The happiness came so suddenly that Dio felt a bit dizzy. Tian Yue pulled Lu Yi's hand, excitedly saying, "Brother Lu, I want to continue being a slacker next time." "Me too," Dio declared firmly. That evening, Lu Yi returned to his rented accommodation, only to find Ghost eagerly staring at the scroll, causing Lu Yi to jump in fright. "Wow, you must be extremely cautious with that." Fortunately, Ghost had yet to fully decipher the green breeding manual. That be why the time it licked clean the manual, the day of consuming the toxic heart would likely have arrived. A chill ran down Lu Yi's spine. He attempted to craft an energy cube using 5 apple fruits, but none yielded perfect quality. That it seems that this low probability is genuinely quite low, Lu Yi mused. Meanwhile, Ghost opened its cavernous mouth and devoured an entire basin of energy cubes. Ghost, choking. "Wow, you finished all of that? Just wait for a heart attack tonight. The apple fruit has a stimulating effect." That night, the construction site next door echoed with ghostly howls, reportedly continuing until dawn. The next morning, on Tuesday, Lu Yi headed to campus for the final examination in Pokémon Battle Studies. The test was set to take place at the Magic City University Competitive Center, which boasts comprehensive equipment and robust safety measures. However, the nearly 20,000 square meter center had most venues that were not open to students, only utilized during intercollegiate competitions. Some basic venues could be used, but they required advance reservations. Upon arriving at the examination venue, Lu Yi found a large crowd of classmates gathered outside. The new physical education teacher, wearing a baseball cap, blew the whistle and apologized. "Students will have to postpone the exam until tomorrow." A chorus of complaints arose from the crowd. "I have other classes tomorrow." "Teacher, we had already made a reservation." Why the sudden change? Seeing a glimmer of hope for a forfeit, Lu Yi suppressed a grin and nudged Dio, asking, "What is going on?" Dio scratched his head. "It seems the battle department has called for additional training and has temporarily taken over the venue." "Well, there is nothing to be done about it. After all, they specialize in this," Dio shrugged. "I'm off to the dorm to play games." As Lu Yi contemplated leaving as well, he noticed a stir at the front of the crowd. That a formidable finance department girl stepped forward to argue. "We clearly made our reservation first." The teacher quickly interjected. "Students, let us not get worked up. Let us discuss this calmly." "Discuss what? Are you just going to watch us get bullied?" The situation escalated until a girl with a single ponytail emerged from the venue. "I'm also a girl. Let me discuss this with you." Tian Yue nudged Lu Yi, whispering, "That's the Shun Tingji from the fairy family I told you about," although it wasn't the competition period. Members of the school team had priority access to the venue. Shun Tingji frowned, declaring, "I'm a member of the freshman team." At this proclamation, the atmosphere fell silent. The Magic City University Battle Department's team comprises freshmen? Just how strong must they be? Is being on the team really that impressive? Dio shouted. "Only you can use it. You're not the entire class." "Exactly. Enough of this. We made our reservation first. Being on the team isn't something to be proud of." Shun Tingji retorted, "If any of you can defeat me, I won't be a team member anymore." Dio fell silent, retreating with a huff. The tension in the air thickened. The teacher hurriedly reassured, "Students, we can come back later." There's no rush. At that moment, a beam of crimson light erupted from the Pokeball. The blood-red eyes of the ghastly creature, Jengar's, were wide as it gasped for breath, its eyes lined with bloodshot veins. The effects of last night's wild apple fruit were astonishingly lingering even until now. All eyes in the arena suddenly converged upon Lu Yi. With a smile gracing his lips, Lu Yi silently tightened his grip on the Pokeball. Jengars, you little rascal, don't force my hand. The crowd's attention remained fixated on Lu Yi. Indeed, Brother Lu is also participating in the competition. Yet the opponent is a member of the school team. Let's not put the class president in a difficult position. As these thoughts echoed, several girls discreetly observed Lu Yi. Amidst their unease, a glimmer of admiration flickered in their eyes. In this critical moment, the reliable figure was none other than the handsome Lu Yi. Shun Tingji gazed at the menacing Jengars, her brow slightly furrowed. Her keen intuition warned her that this Jengars was certainly not to be underestimated. However, the trainer before her, despite his undeniable good looks, was still merely a student from the finance department. In terms of command, he could not possibly rival a student from the battle department. Hey, Brother Lu, are you serious? Tian Yue whispered. If you lose, you might not be able to participate tomorrow. Lu Yi had been hesitating, but upon hearing Tian Yue's words, his eyes brightened. Then wouldn't that allow me to focus on reviewing for the final exams? He patted Tian Yue on the shoulder and smiled. I'll take this on. Stepping forward at a leisurely pace, Lu Yi calmly declared, at our Magic University, we have no tradition of letting the girls take the lead. As Lu Yi felt the fiery gazes behind him, it was as if he were under a scorching sun. The boys from the battle department standing behind Shun Tingji wore expressions of clenched teeth. This guy is not only handsome, but also dares to show off in front of us. How can we tolerate this? A first-year student from the finance department actually dares to challenge a member of the school team. I see you don't know how to spell death. Shinjia, teach this kid a lesson. Yes, beat him until he no longer wishes to be a trainer. Lu Ye's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he glanced at the shouting boy. Quiet down. Shun Tingji turned to the physical education teacher. Teacher, could you please take on the role of referee? Teacher Gao sighed. I understand. As long as you can resolve this, I'm still in my probation period. The student from the finance department surrounded Lu Yi, marching towards the battleground with fierce determination. Jengars also widened its crimson eyes, hovering beside Lu Yi, revealing a menacing grin. This sinister smile sent a chill down Shun Tingji's spine. Yet, only Lu Yi understood that this was merely a consequence of Jengar's late-night antics. Dark circles do indeed give off a more sinister appearance. Tian Yue said anxiously, Brother Lu, are you confident? Actually, I'm not very skilled at commanding. This is my first real battle command. Lu Yi chuckled heartily. I'll give it a try. On the standard 10 by 10 arena, Shun Tingji and her Bruwang were already on high alert. Bruwang resembled a bulldog, fierce in appearance, standing on two legs with a light purple coat, powerful jaws, and sharp canine teeth. Upon seeing Shun Tingji's Pokémon, Lu Yi felt a twinge of regret. He had expected to encounter the adorable Ralts, but it appeared that within the fairy family, only Bruwang possessed such prowess. Teacher Gao blew the whistle. The match begins. Shun Tingji raised her arm, directing Bruwang to pounce forward. Bite! But before Bruwang could fully leap, Jengars had already appeared with a sinister grin at its side. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shun Tingji's mind. What speed is this? Lu Yi sighed inwardly. Everyone knew Bruwang was going to use Bite. Why was Jengar still treating it as a killing move? Jengars used Substitute. Jengar's dark mist twisted, and a mass of gas separated, forming two grinning Jengars. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two Jengars circled Bruwang at astonishing speeds. Why does it seem like Shunjia is being pressured? What a joke! That's merely a tactic to lower the enemy's guard. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shun Tingji's forehead. The Jengar's speed was too incredible. It was imperative to restrain its velocity. Bruwang, use Ghost Face. Jengars, close your eyes. The commands rang out simultaneously, and Shun Tingji cast a horrified glance at Lu Yi, only to find him wearing an expression of I knew it that even bordered on boredom. Too easy to guess. Lu Yi murmured. An unprecedented sense of pressure enveloped Shun Tingji's heart. Was she being read beforehand? The term reading beforehand refers to a trainer predicting the opponent's commands during battle. This is an extremely risky strategy. A single error could lead to a complete collapse of the situation. However, if successful, it would undoubtedly deliver a crushing blow to the opponent's mindset. Impossible, it's just a coincidence. Shun Tingji tightly pressed her lips together. He merely guessed my command by chance. In the arena, Bruwang's terrified expression was utterly wasted, as Jengar's, with its eyes closed, emanated a mesmerizing and peculiar glow. The shimmering light made Bruwang shake its head, not falling into confusion. This relieved Shun Tingji, her gaze regaining its determination. Bruwang, bite! Bruwang opened its gaping maw, yet Jengar's effortlessly evaded it. Shun Tingji looked at Lu Yi in bewilderment. He merely pointed beneath, shaking his head helplessly. Due to Jengar's dark gaze, Bruwang's legs trembled uncontrollably, unable to move an inch. Although Bruwang appeared fierce, its character was surprisingly timid. Lu sighed. If only you had looked at the Pokémon encyclopedia a bit more. You wouldn't have let it lock eyes with Jengar's. Shun Tingji opened her mouth but found her throat constricted. Don't zone out. Lu Yi urged. This is a linguistic provocation, a tactic. Lu Yi was flabbergasted. He had assumed that members of the Magic University team would be able to see through trash talk, such a rudimentary tactic. Yet before he could even start, this young girl had already begun to retreat into herself. Yuri making it impossible for me to act. Shun Tingji bit her lip tightly, her voice trembling. Bruwang, use Will-O-Wisp. With a sinister grin, Jengar's floated in the air, 3 clusters of chilling ghost fire swirling around, ultimately converging into a massive, explosive fireball. Amid the frigid air currents, Bruwang was blasted away with a resounding boom, its fur marred with charred marks. A woo! Bruwang let out a mournful cry, yet Jengar's assault showed no signs of abating. This was not a turn-based game. If Shun Tingji could not find a way to break the deadlock, Jengar's attacks would continue unrelenting. Despite this, faced with Jengar's incredible speed, Bruwang could find no gap for retaliation. Shun Tingji's rigid commands left Lu Yi feeling anxious. What had happened to the Magic University? Was this the level of the current team? The players I encounter in games are stronger than you guys. Boom! With one final explosion, Bruwang cried out in anguish, crashing to the ground. In the ensuing silence, everyone stared blankly at Lu Yi, their minds filled with a colossal question mark. Lu Yi had defeated a member of the school team. Recalling Lu Ye's words before the match, Tian Yue was momentarily dazed. You call this not being very skilled at commanding? He had claimed to be inexperienced, yet purely through command, he had crushed a member of the school team. Brother Lu, could you please show some restraint? In the vast venue, one could hear a pin drop. The expressions of the students from the battle department shifted from disdain to shock, then from shock to confusion. Lu Yi recalled Jengar's, his expression complex. It seems I have emerged victorious. Shun Tingji stood in a daze, and after a long while, she finally nodded. Our class is using this venue. Lu Yi glanced at Shun Tingji. No objections, I hope? Shun Tingji shook her head in a daze. Lu Yi felt a pang of regret. Such an honest kid. It's a pity she has withdrawn. It was only at this moment that someone timidly voiced the question. Did Lu Xiuwei win? Did he just defeat the entire school team? Incredible. Liang Dayo exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Zijie, you truly are remarkable. The finance class erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, the student from the battle department remained in a state of existential doubt. This shouldn't be happening. Shun Tingji was already the strongest in their class. Even the school team's coach had acknowledged her prowess. Yet now, she had been bested by an obscure student from the finance department. Was there some sort of mistake? Did you see the battle just now? That Gui's speed was astonishing. No, I mean the trainer's command. As students specializing in battle, they could clearly discern the disparity between the two Pokémon. Although Gui's speed was impressive, it still paled in comparison to Blurroy's raw power. However, thanks to the trainer's command, Gui's managed to dominate the matchup. This indicated that Lu Ye's tactical acumen far surpassed that of Shun Tingji. The school team member. Is this a joke? He from the finance department. How could a finance student possess such commanding skills? Xinjie was even outplayed initially to successfully execute a first move. It requires either luck or a significant skill gap between the opponents. Shun Tingji's repeated failure to gain the initiative could not be merely attributed to luck. Thus, only one possibility remained. Let's go. We should leave. We can't afford to provoke this. How could a finance student possess such prowess? The battle students departed, somewhat disgruntled. Shun Tingji glanced at Lu Yi, hesitating for a moment. Would you consider trying out for the school team? Although Guiz's strength is still developing, with Lu Ye's commanding skills, joining the school team would be a sure thing. Having lost to Lu Yi, Shen Tingji felt she had no face left to remain in the team, making this an opportune moment. Not going, Lu Yi declared resolutely. Shen Tingji appeared taken aback. What was Lu Ye's goal? To make a fortune, become a boss, and buy a mansion. Before that, he needed time to manage his live streaming and content creator career. And he couldn't afford to neglect his studies. The school team at Modi University? Is that really impressive? Even world champions are my fans. Have I said anything about it? Yet in Shen Tingji's eyes, he was outstanding in strength, strikingly handsome, ambitious, and possessed a gentlemanly demeanor. Shen Tingji bowed deeply to Lu Yi. Thank you. Watching Shen Tingji disappear in a flash, Liang Dayo nudged Lu Yi. She lost, and still thanks you. What does she want? I have no idea. Lu Yi scratched his head. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Liang Dayo scrutinized Lu Yi closely and clicked his tongue that you're all right, just a tad more handsome than me. The dispute settled, Teacher Gao expressed immense gratitude towards Lu Yi. There was no doubt that he achieved full marks in the Pokémon battle course. With this, Lu Yi finished 3 courses, all with top scores. Just thinking about the 6,000 yuan scholarship for the finals made Lu Ye's mouth curl into a wide smile. This is a sure win. Following his battle with Shen Tingji, the system provided relevant feedback. Received admiration from classmates, BP1 for successfully gaining the initiative, BP50 for successfully using the tactic trash talk, BP50 for winning the battle, evaluation, tactical domination, BP100, Shen Tingji truly embodied the essence of a school team member. An elite opponent contributing over 500 BP points to Lu Yi. Remaining BP points, 3280 that although an elite opponent provides 500 BP, Lu Yi still felt somewhat dissatisfied that I earn over 1000 BP just by editing a video. It seems being a trainer isn't as profitable. Live streaming is the way to go. Reflecting on his battle with Shen Tingji, Lu Yi realized something was amiss in Pokémon battles. Trainers facing Lu Yi were at least masters themselves. Unbeknownst to him, this had inadvertently elevated Lu Ye's command skills. Yet despite this, a skilled artisan cannot thrive without raw materials. Lu Yi still faced the unavoidable issue of the substantial financial resources required for nurturing Pokémon. At present, his primary goal was to secure the end-of-term scholarship to AS for the Pokémon Cup's Rookie Trainer Tournament. He thought, just going with the flow. Surely I can actually win the championship, right? That night, Guiz learned a new move. Lu Yi mused, perhaps it's due to the enormous experience gained from defeating Blueroid. Guiz's understanding of Substitute had advanced to a new level. The so-called new move was actually a combination of Nightmare and Substitute. As one of Guiz's few offensive techniques in its early stages, Nightmare was crucial. The manifestation involved creating a terrifying magical statue approximately 1 meter tall behind Guiz, inflicting damage through illusion and fear. Lu Yi remarked, don't underestimate me, just because I haven't watched Naruto. This is clearly Susanoo, ISNT it. You're letting the Substitute go up and trade blows, and now you've even activated a Susanoo cheat. Wound T that make the Ghost Fire equivalent to Amaterasu. Though he grumbled, Lu Ye's body dutifully prepared energy cubes for Guiz. Considering his all-nighter last night and today's challenging battles, Guiz had nearly gone 2 days without sleep. Lu Yi crafted a gentle energy cube. Incorporating moo milk, peach fruit, and some sweet syrup he purchased online. After consuming the energy cube, Guiz obediently nestled against the ceiling to sleep. This made Lu Ye's lips curl slightly upward, despite occasionally delivering sudden surprises. Guiz was quite well behaved when sleeping. At 2 in the morning, after 2 hours of slumber, Guiz suddenly opened its eyes wide. Those large, frightening eyes glowed faintly green in the darkness. Tomorrow marks the 2nd round of the group stage. Training must continue. The 2nd round of the Pokémon Cup group stage caught the attention of major media outlets. All reporters received news that the trainer of Guiz was about to make an appearance. Outside the competitor's tunnel, a throng of reporters with equipment surrounded the area. Even the semifinals in previous years hadn't garnered such attention. With the organizers' marketing and hype, Guiz had become one of the most anticipated dark horses in this competition. Look, is that him? Yes, it's that Guiz, a tall, handsome young man in a white shirt, with a Gooey's floating above him, was approached by journalists. Do you feel confident about this match? Why haven't you participated in the previous matches? What's your expected ranking? Liu Yi smiled politely at the camera. I aim to leave without regrets. His true thoughts. It's so hot. I really want to go back and enjoy some air conditioning. Watching Liu Yi drenched in sweat, Gooey's chuckled to itself. What a fool. I'm a ghost type. Heat doesn't bother me. The groupings had been announced, and Liu Yi was set to face a senior student from Hangzhou Second Middle School. This batch of students pursuing the path of trainers could apply to the Pokémon Academy through competitions and interviews. However, it was evident that the senior student was no match for Liu Yi's commanding skills. During the battle, Liu Yi exploited his opponent's every move, anticipating their actions flawlessly. Why does it seem like Butterfree's movements are completely seen through by Gooey's? The gap in strength is too great. Butterfree can't keep up with Gooey's speed. No, it's Liu Yi's commands that are exceptionally timely, as Butterfree, engulfed in ghost fire, let out a tragic cry. It plummeted from the sky. Simultaneously, the referee's flag declared the outcome. Where on earth did this dark horse come from? I heard he's from Modi University, but he's not even from the battle department. The adjacent arena had also reached a conclusion. Beside the arena, Shan Tingji from the prestigious Magic City University decisively overwhelmed her opponent from Magic City Jiaodong University with absolute superiority. Shan Tingji's prowess with the fairy-type Pokémon was once again a testament to the strength of her illustrious lineage. In internal battles, I humbly acquiesce, yet in external contests, I strike with unyielding force. How is it that I have triumphed once more? Liu Yi mused, retrieving his Jengars with a perplexed expression, just as he was departing the competitor's corridor. A figure suddenly obstructed his path. The newcomer, tall and slender, sported shorts with a Pokeball tucked neatly beside them, their demeanor radiating excitement. That Lu teacher. The person exclaimed, I'm Feng Shu, a devoted fan of yours. I hold a level 10 badge in your live stream. Liu Yi pondered for a moment, unable to recall this individual. However, if they were indeed a level 10 badge holder, they must be a long-time supporter. With a warm smile, Liu Yi replied, it's you. Take your time, no rush. While livestream ID is how to use Bulbasaur to guard against poison. Feng Shu scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, thanks to your guidance. My Bulbasaur has evolved. Impressive, starting with one of the starter Pokémon. Liu Yi remarked, astonished that you're participating in this competition as well. Indeed, I've already advanced to the top 16. Liu Yi contemplated, suddenly recalling that Tian Yue had indeed mentioned this individual. A freshman from the battle department at Jiangxi University, hailing from a lineage of seasoned grass-type trainers. Feng Shu had not disappointed expectations, successfully passing the school team selection in his first year. In terms of pedigree, Feng Shu was certainly on par with Shan Tingji, if not superior. Well then, best of luck in the upcoming matches. Strive for the championship. Liu Yi encouraged, patting Feng Shu on the shoulder. No. Feng Shu fervently shook his head. You're competing too. I can only aspire to second place at best, and why Jengars may not necessarily triumph over your Bulbasaur. Liu Yi chuckled. Please, don't jest. If you were to unleash another Pokémon, everyone here would be utterly overwhelmed. Feng Shu had witnessed Liu Yi's tactical prowess firsthand. Even the grass-type gym leader from Sinnoh was no match for him. If Liu Yi were not an exceptionally strong trainer, how could he exhibit such exquisite command? The only plausible conclusion was that Liu Yi had recently captured a Jengars and coincidentally entered the Pokémon Cup to allow it to gain experience. The fact that Liu Yi had not taken the stage in the first two matches and let his Jengars battle autonomously was the best proof of this. Just participating in the same competition as you fills me with satisfaction. Feng Shu bowed deeply. In a certain sense, Feng Shu's speculation was not without merit. The strength of a trainer is equivalent to their command level combined with the strength of their Pokémon. It was inconceivable that someone as formidable as Liu Yi had only captured a single Jengars. Moreover, Liu Yi was remarkably young. Feng Shu's admiration surged like an unstoppable torrent at a person of such caliber participating in the Pokémon Cup. Even with a newly captured Jengars was bound to dominate. Please, let me not cross paths with Liu teacher. Liu Yi smacked his lips. You make a fair point. However, the truth is I genuinely have no other Pokémon. I only possess this one Jengars that Lui reflected. You only brought one Jengars. Feng Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, one could say that. Lui wearily waved his hand. See you tonight in the live stream. Rest assured, Lu teacher, I will be sure to shower you with gifts upon my return. Upon returning home, the chat group was abuzz with discussions about a new video on YouTube, as the prominent figures in the group communicated exclusively in Japanese. Creating a disconnect with other fans, Lui formed a smaller group for them. The current members included the World Championship winner, Chi Hong, the Kanto champion and Jado gym leader, Ching LV, the Sinnoh grass-type gym leader, Kai Zhong, and the owner of the Power of Jado, Chong Wan Ling, after losing to Lui last time. The cheerful old man and electric-type gym leader for the Hoenn region, Tai Xian, had been persistently pestering Lui for gaming sessions. Along with the idle wanderer, Ajin's title of hatcher was deemed particularly impressive by Lui, as the ability to hatch Pokémon with a minimum of 5-4 was a coveted dream for many egg-hatching enthusiasts. Ajin, wow. The top video on YouTube is absolutely thrilling. Chong Wan Ling, I watched it too. It was spectacular. Ching LV, Wu Song made several errors. Otherwise, he could have one. Tai Xian, haha. Even this old man feels the urge to stretch my limbs. Chi Hong, due to my slow typing speed, I only managed to send a string of ellipses before retreating into silence. Lu teacher, what video? Ajin, you'll find out if you watch it yourself. Get online early tonight. I'm coming to crush you, Lu teacher. Kai Zhong. Miss Sharona is truly magnificent. Sharona? Lui scratched his head, bewildered, and opened the YouTube video. AKT the top of the trending list was a freshly released battle video. Sinnoh League Champion Challenge. Sharona versus Wu Song. Sinnoh Region, Lily of the Valley Island. As the venue for the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley Conference, the island boasts world-class battle facilities. Trainers from around the globe competing in the Sinnoh League will vie for the championship title here. Once a trainer becomes the champion, they gain the right to challenge the Elite Four and possibly the champion above them. At the pinnacle of the Sinnoh League stands the golden-haired beauty from Sinnoh Town. Sharona, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the venue of the Sinnoh League Master Group Battle. The announcer's passionate voice echoed throughout the arena that today's match features the Sinnoh League's Psychic-type Elite Four member, Wu Song. Challenging for the league champion title, will we witness the rise of a new champion, or will the current champion defend their throne? Let us eagerly await the outcome. Thud, with his light blue hair. Dressed in a burgundy suit and brown leather shoes, a refined man holding a hardcover book walked down the player's corridor with one hand in his pocket. The crowd erupted in cheers and screams. Wu Song snapped his book shut with a snap, adjusted his blue-tinted glasses, and flashed a friendly smile at the camera. That Wu Song has taken the stage, the announcer exclaimed. This marks his third challenge for the championship title this year. That doesn't need to be mentioned, Wu Song said, slightly embarrassed as he pushed up his blue glasses. AKT this moment. Wu Song's gaze fell upon the graceful figure emerging from the competitor's corridor. Tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the ground echoed, each step deliberate and perfectly timed with the crescendo of cheers. The Sinnoh champion, Miss Sharona. As her footsteps ceased, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath for a moment. Her radiant golden hair cascaded like sunlight, and compared to her deep gray eyes, everything else appeared somewhat dim. Clad in a black trench coat and adorned with pointed high heels, Sharona elegantly swept her waist-length golden hair aside, a subtle smile gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. Thank you for your patience, Sharona nodded. I am truly honored that you accepted this challenge. I hope to defeat your Garchomp this time. Wu Song placed his hand on his chest. You may certainly try, Sharona replied with a gentle smile. The announcer bellowed, both sides are ready. The battle is about to commence. Wu Song's first Pokémon has taken the stage, the exceptionally resilient Bronzong. Meanwhile, Sharona has sent forth her formidable Garchomp. The two top-tier Pokémon appeared simultaneously on the battlefield. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the audience gasped in unison. Garchomp, adorned with sharp scales and barbed spikes, with a spindle-shaped tail and missile-like bones on either side of its head, let out a thunderous roar, its blood-red eyes shining with ferocity. Garchomp, use Draco Meteor. Bronzong, block it. The fierce Tyranitar opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of roaring flames that twisted the very fabric of space with an intense heat wave, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom! The bronze bell resonated with a resounding thud as it descended upon the arena. The radiant barrier completely consumed by the inferno, yet ominous blue light flickered dangerously within the ancient patterns. Wusong waved his hand with a commanding gesture, proclaiming, "Illusionary space." An extraordinary light illuminated the battlefield as a cage-like realm materialized out of thin air. Ensnaring both the bronze bell and the Tyranitar, the commentator bellowed, "Within the illusionary space, the speed advantage of the Tyranitar will be utterly nullified." With a slight smirk, Sharona declared, "Tyranitar, Dragon Rush," amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The Tyranitar soared like a supersonic jet, its powerful tail trailing a white stream of air, as its formidable sides tore through the illusionary space with ease. Louis gazed incredulously at the video, showcasing the battle between two elite trainers. Surely this is a jest. Can a Dragon Rush truly cleave through the illusionary space? Is this what it means to be overpowered? He mused, contemplating whether he should abandon his aspirations of becoming a trainer and return home to farming. Gaisai, equally puzzled, watched the footage. Why does this seem so different from the Pokémon battles I previously understood? Lee glanced at Gaisai beside him. Any thoughts? Have you gone mute? Gaisai, startled, widened its eyes, brimming with excitement. So this is the exhilarating nature of Pokémon battles. The video introduced Gaisai to an entirely new realm of competition, igniting its ambition. Louis, mistaking Gaisai's enthusiasm for fear, gently patted its head, and "Oh worries. With me around, you'll have no trouble bullying the average masters in the future." Despite the impressive prowess of the two renowned trainers on screen, Louis remained grounded in self-awareness, while he considered his command skills quite competent. Nurturing Pokémon presented a formidable challenge. Resources, connections, and even with a system by his side, ascending to the rank of champion was no simple feat. The notion of achieving champion status within a year, like Chi-Hong, was but a fanciful dream. Nevertheless, witnessing Gaisai's fervor, Louis smiled and playfully poked at its dark mist. "Well, even if I don't become a trainer, earning money for you is worth it." The desire to nurture Gaisai did not conflict with his reluctance to pursue a trainer's path. After all, Gaisai possessed an undeniable passion for battle, and Louis was determined to fulfill its wishes. Eventually, when it experienced defeat, Gaisai would surely come to terms with reality. "You little rascal, do you genuinely believe we could become world champions?" Louis chuckled affectionately. "Could All right, it's time to stream. Let's redeem the guard move set first." As Louis launched the streaming software, a flood of loyal fans poured into the live chat. "Teacher Lou, you've returned. You've been absent for nearly a week. Don't you have any money to earn?" "Teacher Lou has started streaming. My youth is back." "Well, you know how it is. It's the end of the semester and things get a bit hectic," Louis replied nonchalantly. "I need to secure that scholarship. Could it be that someone actually believes Teacher Lou is a model student? A decade-long fan here. Teacher Lou is a top scholar at Magic City University." "What? Is that true? The streamer has such high qualifications. Thanks to how to replace the poison with Frogadier for the rocket. As long as you send a rocket, we're friends now. But today we're doing something different." Louis opened the team editor and dragged Gingue into the lineup. "Today I will present a tutorial on the Annihilation team." "What kind of dirty trick is this? Enough chatter, just get to the point. I'm starving." As the game interface spun, Louis matched with an international friend from the Sinnoh League. ID: Cabbage Ice Cream. The opponent's character was a cartoon doll, a cute little girl with golden hair and a 3-head stature. "Wow, the opponent is adorable," Louis exclaimed, after a quick confirmation that he wasn't up against any top trainers. Louis began to command with earnestness, in the Sinnoh region. At the resort hotel adjacent to Truth Beach, lush greenery enveloped the area as the sea breeze wafted through. By the rooftop pool, a soft-bodied creature. The sea bunny licked the water with its tongue. The elegant Glacian lay gracefully beneath the sunshade, lazily yawning. A golden-haired beauty lounged on a beach chair, draped in a white towel, her damp hair cascading casually. Savoring a spoonful of ice cream, Sharona, with the spoon in her mouth, remained focused on her handheld gaming device. "Game over. This is so difficult. Can't I spend money?" How bothersome, Sharona sighed, setting down her PSP, rising from the beach chair with her long, fair legs. Pushing open the glass door, she stepped into the cool, indoor air. Underneath the air conditioning, a menacing carnivine attempted to disguise itself as a potted plant. 3 days had passed since Wusong's challenge. And now, it was Sharona's rare vacation time. Though her daily routine during work hours consisted mostly of idling, she occasionally visited Baidai City to study inscriptions, strolled through the library in Suimai City, or shopped with her friend Karuna during their free time. Nonetheless, the challenges of the Elite Four were duties she had to accept. They were among her few responsibilities in the Sinnoh region after the downfall of the galactic leader. Akari, he had vanished without a trace into the distortion world. This left the Sinnoh champion with far fewer burdens compared to the chaotic Kanto region, where Team Rocket was scheming, or the ongoing troubles of Team Plasma in Unova. Rumor had it that the champion of Hoenn enjoyed an even more leisurely life, spending his days mining stones and eventually handing over the title to someone else, compared to Dawu. Sharona was confident in her own leisurely pursuits. She had a 3-day vacation planned and decided to seize this rare opportunity to complete the games she wanted to play. After all, once the break was over, there would be a tribute, specialist competitions, and master tournaments, making it difficult to indulge in gaming. Sharona combed through her voluminous golden hair, effortlessly tying it up with a rubber band without losing a single strand. Even Karuna had expressed envy over Sharona's hair quality, relishing the moments of running her fingers through it. However, Sharona herself felt little awareness of this. She had simply allowed her hair to grow long due to her immersion in mythological studies and her busy schedule as a newly appointed champion. Unbeknownst to her, Sharona's golden locks had grown to waist length, making her instantly recognizable whenever she stepped outside. Each time Karuna invited Sharona out for shopping, meticulously donning her sunglasses, she knew her disguise was futile upon seeing that radiant mane. What other games do I have? Sharona sat cross-legged on the floor, her long, fair legs resembling porcelain. Before her, the LCD screen was connected to the console, displaying a full list of games, yet the trophies were nearly all collected. After offering a controller to Tyranitar, which was politely declined, Sharona smiled and began to search for single-player games. It's been ages since I played Pokémon battles. Let's give it a try. Sharona's eyes lit up as she connected the voice control device and opened the Pokémon battle game interface. To avoid complications, she refrained from using her certified account in Pokémon Battle, wary of the Bug-type Elite Four member, Alu, and the Fire-type Elite Four member, Di. Discovering her, both were rather inexperienced, and battling them would be rather dull. The matchmaking screen spun. Sharona felt a twinge of curiosity at a player from the East Huang region. How rare, single battle, one match to decide the victor. Sharona raised an eyebrow at the rules, a smile gracing her lips. It seems I'll have to rely on Tyranitar after all. In the virtual imagery, Sharona launched a Pokeball, and the sharp-clawed Garchomp roared onto the scene. While indulging in energy cubes, Garchomp cast a dismissive glance at the display screen before burying its head back into its bowl. Meanwhile, a flickering red light announced the presence of a grinning Gengar, floating ominously in the arena and emitting a series of eerie chuckles. Is this a ghost-type trainer? Quite confident, indeed, that no sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Sharona's gaze sharpened, and she commanded, "Bite through." This was the ultimate speed Garchomp, its form akin to a cannonball as it charged directly at Gengar. The spindle-shaped tail sliced through the air, producing a sonic boom. Garchomp opened its gaping maw and lunged at Gengar with all its might. Crack! A resilient barrier materialized before Gengar, and under the defense of Protect, Garchomp was forced back several meters. Simultaneously, a sorrowful melody emanated from Gengar, visibly causing Garchomp to shudder. Sharona frowned. The Song of Ruin in reality employs fear-laden sound waves to continually sap the will of its adversaries. Over time, it can render opponents utterly devoid of fighting spirit. This is not a physical assault, and thus rarely employed by trainers in reality. However, should a Pokémon lose its fighting spirit, it is considered a loss in formal battles. Sharona fell into contemplation. Could this trainer from the East Huang region be an expert in psychological warfare? Above Garchomp, a countdown displayed the remaining time of the Song of Ruin if the battle could not be concluded within 5 minutes. The system would automatically declare Sharona the loser based on the effects of the song. After a brief moment of reflection, Sharona commanded, "Garchomp, Dragon Dive." Once again, Garchomp charged forth, resembling a blazing meteor streaking across the arena sky. Sharona's other Pokémon were equally captivated by the spectacle, gathering in front of the display screen, attentively watching Sharona play the game. Meanwhile, the Protect barrier before Gengar shimmered once more. Sharona smiled slightly, her eyes narrowing with determination. Now, dig! Gengar's Protect was clearly anticipated by Sharona. Utilizing the speed from Dragon Dive, Garchomp burrowed straight into the ground, almost instantaneously emerging behind Gengar. Crack! Garchomp erupted from the earth, brandishing its claws and tearing through Gengar's form. Dig inflicted double damage on Gengar. On the other side, Luyi was brazenly commentating. Garchomp is such a subpar Pokémon. Can it even hit Gengar? My Gengar has the Levitate ability. What? Is my Levitate ability a sham? How can it be struck by a ground-type move like Dig? It's the wrath of the heavens upon you. Teacher Lu, the opposing strategist, is quite formidable. It feels like a master-level battle. Stunned, Teacher Lu, you too have experienced being outplayed. But it's all good, Liu Yi smiled calmly, because we are equipped with a momentum band. Judging by Garchomp's power, the opponent must have chosen the Life Orb. And since there is no Mega Evolution Stone for Gengar in the game, Lu Yi opted for the momentum band. The effect of the momentum band in the game is that when receiving a lethal blow, it leaves the Pokémon with just 1 HP. Translated into reality, it means clinging to the last vestige of vitality. Gengar, with a pale countenance, emitted a sound and spat out a headband from its mouth, trembling as it tied it around its forehead. With a spark of combat fervor igniting in its eyes, Gengar was revitalized. Each time, I can't help but critique this cutscene, Liu Yi sighed. Could there really be such a maneuver? In real battles, trainers devise ways to keep their opponents guessing about the items their Pokémon are holding. For instance, hiding the Life Orb in a concealed location, disguising a disguise as a Wooded Owl's cloak. With a Pokémon like Gengar that inherently possesses a fourth-dimensional stomach, Lu Yi speculated that bringing 4 or 5 Yu-Yo fruits onto the field should pose no problem, but of course, this tactic is rather unscrupulous. And Lu Yi felt a pang of conscience. But speaking of which, will the referee truly inspect the items brought into battle? Perhaps it's worth a try next time? In the virtual imagery, the countdown on Garchomp's forehead dwindled to under a minute. While the opponent unleashed a torrential assault, Gengar darted and dodged, using Protect to stall until the final 10 seconds. 10. 9. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Gengar, Shadow Clone. The Cerulean Dragon Claw tore through the fabric of space, while Gengar elegantly evaded with Shadow Clone, sticking out its tongue and making faces. 5. 4. Sharona frowned, attempting to recall Garchomp from midair. But at that moment, a pitch-black shadow crept from beneath Gengar's feet toward Garchomp. Suddenly, numerous arms shot out from the shadow, gripping Garchomp tightly, preventing Sharona from recalling it. As the countdown reached 0, Garchomp, having lost its fighting spirit, yawned lazily and plummeted from the sky. Simultaneously, the system announced Lu Ye's victory. Wow, Black Gaze and the Song of Ruin? Does that mean the opponent can't even switch out? Such a tactic exists. Teacher Lu, can this be applied in reality? Lu Yi pondered for a moment. Theoretically, yes. The Song of Ruin is a psychological assault. And once the opponent loses their fighting spirit, it counts as a victory in formal battles. Unlike ordinary battles, this is akin to pouting or alluring. It is a rather crafty strategy, but once successful, all that remains is to maintain the Protect. The barrage of comments flooded in, and the live stream's popularity surged past the 1 million mark. Witnessing the birth of Teacher Lu's new strategy, the popularity soared over 2 million. I get it. I'm going to confront the gym leader. Teacher Lu is incredible. Is this his third strategy? An ordinary master-level trainer can adeptly wield 2 different strategies, which is already quite commendable. After all, tactical styles are hard to change. Many stick to one team and go all out. Yet, Teacher Lu has unveiled 3 strategies consecutively within 2 months, generously sharing them without reservation. This transcends mere selflessness. Teacher Lu is the master of underhanded tactics. The effects of gift notifications erupted, and Lu Yi glanced at the system. The live stream's popularity surpassed 2 million for the first time, BP points 1,000. With his spectacular command, BP points 200. Remaining BP 5780. The overnight increase of over 2,000 BP was truly unexpected for Liu Yi. However, upon reflection, this was likely the first time the Song of Ruin team had been showcased in such a manner to the world. Although there are trainers who utilize the Song of Ruin in reality, the promotional impact is certainly not as pronounced as Liu Ye's livestream. The current 2,000 BP is merely the immediate gain. After editing the video and releasing it, the sustained influence will make acquiring the Protect Move Tutor merely a matter of time. Glancing at GUIs, he noticed it staring blankly at the display screen where Jengar was showing off. Drool even trickling from his mouth, Liu chuckled and poked GUIs. Rest assured, one day you'll be able to be just as crafty. With a cough, Liu returned to the camera. All right, we'll wrap it up here for today. If you haven't subscribed, do hit that subscribe button, and we'll see you tomorrow. With skilled precision, he ended the stream at lightning speed, leaving behind a barrage of question marks and a multitude of loyal fans. All rise, tears in our eyes. Goodbye, Teacher Liu. Cynthia gazed in astonishment at the word defeat displayed on the screen. Removing her headband, she reclined against the pristine white bedding, casting aside the controller, allowing her golden hair to cascade freely. If this were a real battle, her Garchomp would have turned that Jengar into a veritable beehive. Yet, even in reality, the Annihilation strategy bore its merits. The Ghost-type gym leader of a Krutique city, Matza, is a devoted follower of the Annihilation tactics. Meanwhile, the Ice-type champion of 7 Islands, Kana, not only possesses mastery over the Ice domain, but also has her Lapras and White Sea Lion as the core of the Annihilation strategy. It can only be said that as a game. Pokémon, battle cannot entirely mimic the reality of combat. That said, Cynthia felt a twinge of disappointment from her loss. Sighing, she picked up her phone, intending to voice her complaints to Karuna, when a call from Dr. Yamanashi came through. A fresh batch of inscriptions has been unearthed in Baidai City. If you have the time, do visit the Baidai City Museum. Has your visit to the Tohoku region concluded? Indeed, it has been quite fruitful. Dr. Yamanashi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The scholars of the Tohoku region have made remarkable contributions across various fields, and the academic atmosphere is exceptionally vibrant. To be candid, I invited a student to assist me, but he declined. Cynthia was taken aback. Did you not cease recruiting assistants? As a luminary in the field of Pokémon studies in Sinnoh, many have sought to study under Dr. Yamanashi. Overwhelmed, Dr. Yamanashi had openly declared his retirement from accepting assistance. Yet now, his invitation was turned down. He sighed. He possesses considerable knowledge about Sinnoh mythology. I had hoped he could offer you some assistance. However, he lacks interest in becoming a researcher and shows no inclination towards being a trainer either. Cynthia smiled gently. Everyone has their own aspirations. Years ago, she had disregarded her grandmother's objections and embarked on her own journey to conquer the Sinnoh League, fueled by her passion for Pokémon and fervor for battle. Every individual has the right to pursue their dreams, a sentiment Cynthia deeply resonates with. Perhaps so, Dr. Yamanashi nodded. What are your upcoming plans? In December, there will be a type specialist competition held in Baidai City, and I will serve as a judge. Dr. Yamanashi nodded, suddenly realizing, are you planning to take an extended 3-month vacation? Cynthia vaguely replied. Doctor, my phone is out of battery. I must hang up now. Setting down her phone, Cynthia opened the game interface. Reflecting on the recent battle, she pondered for a moment before clicking the Add Friend button. Player Bok Choy Ice Cream has requested to add you as a friend. Accept or decline? Liu Yi clicked decline without a moment's thought. You want to add me just to trash talk? Not a chance. Back in the day, Liu Yi was but an innocent youth, most proficient in using the Dirty Priest deck in Hearthstone. After defeating opponents with that deck, they would repeatedly send friend requests. Initially intending to engage in friendly banter, he was taken aback when confronted by a toxic player from Zwan, who, after spewing insults, promptly blocked him. The essence of their message was, play your XXX Dirty Priest. Pirate Warrior is the best in the world. Since then, Liu Yi has been exceedingly cautious about accepting friend requests. After all, his playstyle was rather unsavory. It was understandable that opponents would struggle to cope with their losses. He had witnessed similar incidents too many times. You still have much to learn. Lu Yi couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. After declining the friend request, 3 seconds later, the opponent sent another message. Bok choy ice cream. You dare send me a question mark? Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle, quickly replying that "Lu teacher. My friend slots are quite precious. Bok choy ice cream. How much? Lu teacher. At the very least, it's worth 1,000. Bok choy ice cream. What is your card number? Lu Yi. Is this a genuine intent to send me money? It is not uncommon for players to express their frustration at losing, but it's quite rare to see someone willing to transfer money after a loss. Join them if you can't beat them. Staring at this unfamiliar ID, Lu Yi felt as though a new path to wealth had illuminated before him. Lu teacher. No rush. Let us settle the account, Lu teacher. Gaining a slot on my friends list not only grants you tactical training, but also provides you with free practice sessions. 1,000 ISNT unreasonable. Is it? Bok choy ice cream. Quite a bargain. Lu teacher. Considering my world ranking of 7th, my schedule is quite full. An additional 500 wouldn't be an issue. Would it? Bok choy ice cream. Sure. Lu teacher. You're aware of the living costs in Tohoku. Factoring in utilities and labor expenses, let us say Lu teacher. I'll offer you a friendly price of 3,000. There was a moment of silence from the other side. Bok choy ice cream. Wouldn't that be a bit less? Given Cynthia's own situation, she estimated that a league confrontation typically lasted around 2 hours. With an appearance fee of 2 million, the opponent was exceptionally skilled in using the Annihilation team, that if what they claimed was true, offering free practice would indeed be quite a deal. After all, seasoned trainers charge tens of thousands for an hour of practice. To the price of 3,000, Lu teacher's expertise would hardly be considered exorbitant. In fact, it might even be a slight insult to his worth. Lu teacher. Less? Lu Yi immediately spat out the water he had just sipped. Swallowing hard, he trembled as he typed a response. Lu teacher. How much do you think is appropriate? Bok choy ice cream. For friend slot. I'll send you 10,000 for now. We can settle the charges for gaming later. Bok choy ice cream. I have to log off now. Send me your card number. Goodbye. Happiness came too suddenly. Lu Yi felt a bit dazed. Had he stumbled upon a wealthy benefactor? Not only did she refrain from hurling insults after a loss, but she also offered him 10,000, accepting Bok choy ice cream's friend request. Lu Yi hesitated before clicking on her profile, unsure of what he might find. Based on the ID in Pokémon, it was highly likely that she was Cynthia. But was the Sinnoh champion really that idle? Not only playing games, but also adopting a cute character avatar. The legal Lolligard Earlia also had blonde hair and shared a close relationship with Cynthia, making her a strong candidate as well. There was also the possibility that the opponent was a middle-aged man who deliberately chose a chibi character. Shuddering, Lu Yi dismissed such a terrifying thought. Let us just assume she is Cynthia. He murmured, this way I can have a pleasant expectation while accompanying her in games. Buzz. Your account ending in XXX has received a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Balance. 23,500.00 yuan. I'm taking off. Raising Pokémon requires a substantial fortune. And Lu Yi considered this as a foundational accumulation for future endeavors in a few days. The payments from live streaming and Bilibili would be dispersed, likely totaling over 30,000 for a college freshman without any background. That was quite a significant sum. However, when it comes to the expenses of a trainer, tens of thousands wouldn't cover much. Hence, I really don't wish to be a trainer. Lu Yi sighed. Calling out to the Jengars diligently studying. My child, today your father will treat you to a grand feast. Jengars, the Jengar excitedly flying halfway, suddenly sensed something amiss. Why do I feel as though I've been taken advantage of? No matter. As long as there is food, to reward himself. Lu Yi and Jengar headed to a 5-star restaurant on the Bund. For Jengar, he ordered a vegetable salad, while he himself opted for a sirloin steak. It won't help you to stare at me, that Lu Yi stuffed a small piece of steak into his mouth and mumbled. This is the restaurant's signature dish, specially designed for Pokémon. Jengar's eyes turned into wavy lines. Crunch, crunch, pitifully chewing on the leaves, attracting curious glances. Lu Yi smiled apologetically at the neighboring diners, causing a young girl to blush and whisper something to her friend. He is that trainer from the Pokémon Cup, right? It should be. As it was reported on television, Lu Yi has always been rather unassuming. However, exceptional individuals inevitably shine wherever they go, just as Lu Yi was reflecting on this. Gaisai suddenly darted onto his table and voraciously gulped down an entire steak in one bite. "Are you certain you won't choke?" Lu Yi exclaimed, taken aback, casting a glance around the restaurant's decor, which was infused with numerous whimsical elements due to its concept nature. He noted that the establishment was a branch of the renowned Jimmy restaurant, founded by the illustrious chef and watertight Pokémon master. Jimmy, the main restaurant, is situated in the city of Miele in Carlos and boasts a 3-star rating, while this branch in the bustling metropolis has already achieved the standard of a 1-star restaurant. With crystal chandeliers, amber-toned ceiling lights, and a wooden bar at the center, the stage adorned with a piano seemed poised for a live band performance. I could see that moment. Lu Yi heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. Shun Tingji, now clad in a blue sleeveless dress, gracefully approached, engaging in polite conversation. "Hello." Lu Yi appeared that Shun Tingji had come with her parents, as a couple in formal attire observed them from a distance. Casting affectionate glances at Lu Yi. "Hello," he replied, somewhat surprised by the coincidence. "I wanted to express my apologies once more for what happened earlier." Shun Tingji hesitated before adding, "If you don't mind." Just then, a piercing microphone announcement captured the attention of everyone in the restaurant. A server stood on stage, smiling as he proclaimed, "Next, we present the signature event of Jimmy Restaurant, the Battle Restaurant segment, since Generation 5. Every Pokémon game has featured a battle restaurant setting where trainers can challenge the establishment for rewards and the chance to dine for free. Lui found this concept quite ingenious. After all, customers are akin to gods. I come here to enjoy a meal, and you want me to battle. Yet in this parallel world, people are fervently passionate about Pokémon battles, with various exhibition matches occurring regularly. Even in a restaurant, traces of Pokémon battles can be witnessed. In other words, Pokémon battles can indeed be quite appetizing. Out of respect for the performers, Shun Tingji returned to her table first, while Lu Yi watched the battle performance on stage with keen interest. Since it was a performance, it undoubtedly incorporated elements from grand competitions. The ethereal singing of the West Sea Lion harmonized beautifully with the vibrant water curtain created by the diving weasel, earning rounds of applause. Following this was the challenge for the free meal qualification, where many enthusiasts spontaneously took to the stage to battle. Supporting his chin with his hand, Lu Yi glanced at Gaisai, who was licking a chocolate Soufeffel.D. "Oh, you want to give it a try?" "No way." Gaisai shook its head reluctantly, chocolate smudged around its mouth. "You could save a fortune." Lui sighed. "Well, as long as you're happy." At that moment, amidst a round of applause, Shun Tingji stepped onto the stage, her high heels clicking elegantly. It was the familiar Bruang, but its demeanor was far more formidable than when Lu Yi first encountered it. Shun Tingji undoubtedly showcased the prowess befitting a member of the elite school team, successfully defeating 3 opponents in a row. Amidst the cheers, she gracefully bowed to acknowledge the crowd. "Come on, Gaisai, it's time to head back to sleep." Lu Yi yawned. Gaisai, noticeably rounder, lazily sprawled on the table, unwilling to move. After countless master-level battles, Lu Yi found himself disinterested in such rudimentary contests. Merely sitting in the audience, he could easily predict the commands both sides would execute next, and the outcomes rarely deviated from his expectations. Of course, if his opponent happened to be at a lower level, Lu Yi would still feel a twinge of anxiety. In the system, next to Lu Ye's cooking level 1. A transparent progress bar indicated his proficiency. Cooking LV1 67100 had slightly increased due to indulging in star-rated cuisine. Evaluating delicious dishes is indeed a vital path to becoming a master chef. Even if he didn't pursue a career as a trainer, opening a modest eatery by the roadside in the future would be splendid. When it came time to settle the bill, the server smiled and said, "Sir, someone has already taken care of your tab." Lui raised an eyebrow. "Really? What a pleasant surprise. It was the young lady who participated in the battle earlier. She used her earned privilege to cover your meal." Since Lu Yi did not intend to participate in the school team selection, Shun Tingji, who ranked lower, could retain her spot on the team. This was Shun Tingji's way of expressing her gratitude towards Lu Yi. Cunning as he was, Lu Yi quickly pieced together the reasoning and nodded at Shun Tingji, accepting the gesture with a sense of satisfaction. What a stroke of luck, saving over 1,000. The night breeze caressed them as Lu Yi and Gaisai strolled through the illuminated, bustling streets of the metropolis. The top 16 matches of the Pokémon Cup would commence this Saturday. Prior to that, Lu Yi resolved to work diligently to produce the video on the Battle 05, the extinction team that teacher Lu had taught him. After all, videos that garnered millions of views would yield considerable creative incentives. Lu Yi could also earn BP points through the video's influence, enabling him to exchange for Gai Sai's defensive technique. This would effectively establish Gai Sai's early defensive poison strategy. As for the more intricate tactics, they could be explored once Gai Sai evolved a T that moment. Gai Sai floated unsteadily in the air, sporting a distressed expression. "I told you not to eat so much," Lu Yi chided. "Please, don't let it come back up on me," Gai Sai replied in a panicked tone. Upon returning home, Gai Sai lazily settled on the ceiling to sleep. After Lu Yi finished a shower, he opened his computer and began editing the video on the extinction team. With the footage already acquired, he was set to showcase a battle against the immensely powerful Fierce Bite Landshark. .1 could only imagine the excitement that would ensue in the gaming section of Bilibili upon the video's release. However, one piece of footage was not sufficient. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before reopening the game interface. The ID by Kai Bing Qing remained grayed out, although he was unaware of the identity behind this account. It had undoubtedly left a profound impression on him. If she mentioned extra fees for companionship, could I not earn another windfall? Lu Yi mused aloud, then suddenly snapped back to reality. No, we are professionals. Since I've already been compensated, I cannot ask for more. In his friends list, only a Jean remained online, as the protagonist of the special edition Gold and Silver. A Jean excelled in indiscriminate battles in the wild. However, his tactical prowess in formal battles left much to be desired. Pokémon battles, after all, place significant emphasis on command skills. For Lu Yi, ranked 7th in the world, this was an obvious disparity. Jean, unable to defeat him, nonetheless insisted on pestering Lu Yi for game sessions. You can't play well but still crave to play. This is precisely the scenario. Lu Yi smirked. Opening his friends list, Lu Yi sent a Jean a private message. "Teacher Lu, are you there? Log in. A Jean. Wait a moment. I'm on my way." Half an hour later, a Jean. "This round doesn't count." An hour later, a Jean. "I refuse to believe I can't win today." 2 hours later, a Jean. "I'm done. Goodbye emoji." "Teacher Lu, thank you for your efforts. Even actors can't produce such a show." A Jean. "I was clearly trying my best to command." "Okay, your strategies are so dirty. Is it my fault?" Frustrated, Jean couldn't help but vent in their chat group. A Jean. "The extinction strategy is way too dirty." A Jean. "There's no way to rotate. Even the zone defense fails." Qing LV. "Kanai from 7 Island excels in that tactic." A Jean. Qing LV. "Chi Hong should be aware. He has battled Kanai before." After 10 minutes of silence, Chi Hong sent a message. "Chi Hong, the extinction strategy is quite rare. It belongs to Kanai's alternate tactic system." Chi Hong. "Did you encounter a trainer from the extinction team?" A Jean. "No. It's for the new video teacher Lu plans to release." Qing LV. Even the illustrious Qing LV found himself taken aback. Defensive poison, shrinking teams, extinction team. This was already the third strategy that teacher Lu had unveiled. These tactical commands are exceedingly challenging, yet the rewards are commensurate with the risks involved. More crucially, these tactics invariably emphasize a singular notion: dirtiness. What caliber of trainer is Master Lu, possessing such mastery over advanced strategies? It is hardly surprising that Chi Hong remains unfazed, considering that Lu Yi is perceived as a potential rival. "Truly, Master Lu is remarkable," Chi Hong remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Yi meticulously edited the footage into a video and stretched languidly. As he clicked the upload button, a playful smile graced his lips. "The video is uploading. Your new video has been released. Click to view Master Lu teaches you about Combat 05. The Dusk Song Team." The 7 Islands is an archipelago located in the southeastern region of Kanto, and it is also the homeland of the Ice-type king, Kona, one of Kanto's 4 heavenly kings, within the frozen caves of Frozen Island. Lapras emits a resounding cry that a beam of icy blue light traverses the thunderous waterfall, transforming all it touches into solid ice. With a thunderous crash, large ice pillars tumble down, and the frozen waterfall resumes its flow, sending chilling echoes reverberating throughout the cave. Clad in high heels and glossy black stockings, wearing a black skirt that reaches her hips and donning a pair of clear glasses perched on her nose. A slender red-haired woman patted Lapras's sturdy shell and smiled. "Well done, Lapras." The affectionate Lapras nuzzled against the woman's fair cheek. In the dim cave, a faint icy glow flickered as the woman's communicator lit up. "This is Kona," a cheerful voice of a girl resonated through the device. "Kona sis. Go check out the video I just shared on YouTube." "Oh, it's Xiaoxia," Kona replied, crossing her arms and holding her phone with one hand. Smiling, "Is it another drama you're currently enamored with?" "No, it's a teaching video about the dusk song tactic." Kona paused momentarily. "The dusk song tactic? I was just considering that. I thought it was merely a gimmick. But it turns out to be quite substantive." Kona smiled wryly, as if there's any substance. "I wouldn't dare use this tactic in a Master League. It's not about using Lapras as the core, but rather Gung Gue." Kona was momentarily taken aback. The dusk song tactic with Gung Gue? With such a frail physique, can it truly endure until the opponent completely loses their will to fight? Curiosity piqued, Kona recalled Lapras into its Pokeball and returned to her residence on the frozen island of the fourth island. Inside her room, the decor unexpectedly exuded a youthful charm. Pink wallpaper adorned the walls. A plush carpet was strewn with dolls and cushions, and posters of movie stars decorated the walls. Though she appeared cold as ice on the exterior, Kona shared common interests with girls of Xiaoxia's age, even following the same shoujo manga and idol dramas. Opening her computer, Kona clicked on the link just sent by Xiaoxia. "Master Lu teaches you about Combat 05, the Dusk Song team." A trainer from the Dongwang region, Kona expressed her astonishment that in her memory, there didn't seem to be any trainers renowned for the Dusk Song tactic in Dongwang. Even the ghost-type gym leader from Fengdu City was merely adept at the same fate tactic. However, upon witnessing the two battling Pokémon, Kona's gaze was instantly captivated. Gunge versus live Biteland Shark. Both were exceedingly common Pokémon in the Master League. The command from both sides were exceedingly proficient, truly embodying the essence of the Master League. Kona even noticed a remarkably familiar figure in the live Biteland Shark. Her pupils constricted. Cynthia, as the back and forth unfolded, Kona's conviction grew stronger. She had faced Cynthia several times in the Master League. This champion left a profound impression on Kona, not only through her commanding style, but also in her approach to battle, exhibiting a ferocity and sharpness that transcended typical female competitors. This bold and expansive style of play, Kona had only witnessed in Cynthia's live Biteland Shark. Yet what astonished Kona even more was that, in the video, it was Gung Gue consistently controlling the pace against live Biteland Shark. Kona couldn't help but gaze at this trainer from Dongwang. Who on earth is this individual, capable of holding their ground against Cynthia? After a moment of contemplation, with a fervent glint in her eyes, Kona adjusted her glasses and murmured, "So this is how it works, WY sacrificing offense. The Dust Song is employed in the first round, compelling the opponent to launch an aggressive assault, utilizing defensive techniques to maneuver. Should the opponent make even the slightest error in command, the Dust Song can prove to be decisive. This implies that the crux of victory lies not within the arena, but beyond its confines. If the opponent were not the champion Cynthia, they would have likely succumbed to mental disarray and made a mistake in command long ago." A slight smile graced Kona's lips. What an intriguing trainer indeed. Although Cynthia did not falter, the constraints imposed by game mechanics prevented her true strength from being showcased. In the video, Cynthia attempted to recall her live Biteland Shark, but was firmly ensnared by Gung Gue's dark gaze. Only then did this shadow step dusk song tactic reach its conclusion. Although the absence of a practical demonstration left Kona a tad disappointed, one could glean insights from this battle. IT could be applicable in actual combat, albeit under excessively stringent conditions. Stretching lazily, Kona reclined on her computer desk, muttering, "I suppose this is a strategy developed by some idle expert," but on another note, this tactic seems rather underhanded. The feedback on this video on YouTube has been exceptionally positive. However, due to the constraints of the Pokémon, many are unable to implement this tactic practically. They are left to seek the opinions of other ghost-type specialists. Kona liked the video and curiously browsed through the comment section. This marks Master Lu's third tactical tutorial. Why is it always about games? When will Master Lu engage in actual combat? Practical battles would involve trainers' privacy. Many materials cannot be disclosed. Qianli and Sonia request the esteemed expert to provide a detailed explanation. The Ghost-type gym leader from Yuanzhou City in the Jiado region, Sonia, is also a devoted adherent of the Dusk Song tactic. Kona had encountered him once, but the Dusk Song tactic was not her forte. What she prided herself on was her unparalleled mastery in the Ice-type domain. Qianli and Sonia, a highly valuable tutorial to ensure greater understanding. I specifically employed a game plus commentary format that I have optimized this tactic. In double battles, a combination of Gung Gue and Miss Gardevoir could be utilized. Interested individuals may come watch at this year's Attribute Specialist Tournament. Underhanded. Do all of you playing ghost types have such dirty minds? Goodness, ISNT Master Lu, an expert in grass and poison types. How did he become a ghost type expert? Dominating all attributes? I'm utterly impressed. Kona chuckled softly, though she felt a tinge of curiosity about Master Lu. Despite the apparent cunning involved, this trainer's ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with Cynthia was beyond Kona's expectations. Clicking into Master Lu's personal page, she found a clear introduction on how fans from various regions could join the group. Kona, without hesitation, joined the chat group using her main account, instantly silencing the previously lively group, a fake account. Surely no one truly believes that the four heavenly kings are fans of Master Lu. Right? The Ice-type king of Kanto? How absurd! Kona adjusted her glasses in disbelief. Is there a problem? The administrator, a battle master, invited her into the Master Trainer chat group. Accept or decline? Chi-Hong? Kona smiled. He is never far from any excitement. You have a new message. User Ice-type King Kona has joined the chat group. Kona shared a past connection with Chi-Hong. Due to clashing ideologies, the four heavenly kings of Kanto united against Chi-Hong, resulting in him being sealed in Silver Mountain, facing perilous circumstances. However, during the subsequent New Island incident, Kona provided substantial assistance to Chi-Hong, thereby thawing their relationship. What surprised Kona was that, including Chi-Hong, every member of this group was a renowned trainer. It's really Aunt Kona. The opening line of the group chat struck like a thunderclap, leaving Kina momentarily stunned. A woman's age is eternally 28, isn't it? Chokwon Dingxiang. Jean, that's not very polite. Jean. But when I was young, she was already one of the four kings. Member Jean was muted by the administrator for an hour. Kingolf, how coincidental. We were just discussing your annihilation strategy. Kina rubbed his temples, glancing at the member list with a headache. The two administrators, Chi-Hong and Kingolf, were of championship caliber. The group members were at least masters, with several gym leaders among them. This group was filled with fans of Teacher Lu. I began to regret joining this chat. Sensing something amiss, Kina sighed helplessly. My annihilation strategy is not as refined as Teacher Lu's. Kingolf. Indeed. The corner of Kina's eye twitched. Just a polite remark, and you took it seriously? Is being a champion so impressive? Aren't they still single? The atmosphere grew awkward. Half an hour later, the group owner came online and sent a somewhat bewildered message. Teacher Lu. New members? Lu Yi stared blankly at the chat interface. I just finished my class, and now there's another member who is one of the four kings? So, I'm the only one here who ISNTA trainer. However, with the precedent of the world champion Chi-Hong, Lu Yi had grown somewhat numb. Even if Sakaki were added to the chat, Lu Yi would not feel any emotional upheaval. Probably. Regardless, the livelier the group, the better. Chi-Hong, Kina, and the leaders from Kanto typically exchanged ideas, and now it was merely a change of circle. Seeing the group quiet, Lu Yi opened his computer to check the insights from Teacher Lu Teaches You Combat 05, Annihilation Team. In just a day, the video had reached the front page. Not only did it surpass 1 million views on Bilibili, but it also caused quite a stir on platforms like YouTube and InStation. In the back end of the uploader's management, the rising follower count was clearly displayed. 237, 240. You may not comprehend what it means to gain 200,000 followers from a single video. Typically, we describe such individuals with one word: terrifying. In a mere 3 videos, Teacher Lu, with his deeply resonant strategies, leapt from over 100,000 followers to more than 800,000. He was just one step away from the milestone of 1 million followers. In the private messages section of the back end, numerous brands had already reached out to Lu Yi, eager for him to create promotional content, including many renowned Pokémon merchants. Yet, Lu Yi preferred to ensure the quality of his videos. One brand even offered a high price of 100,000 yuan, which Lu Yi decisively declined. After all, Lu Yi aimed to become a top-tier content creator. The current 100,000 might equate to 1 million in the future. It was simply too cheap for these capitalists. Meanwhile, as the influence of the video continued to swell, Lu Yi officially achieved his minor goal. Video views surpassed 1 million. BP points 1,000 video shares exceeded 100,000. BP points 1,000 remaining BP points. 11,720. Should I spend 10,000 BP to exchange for the move guard? Yes. The system's items are stored within a compact space, but non-system items cannot be stored there. Since the move is reusable, the price of 10,000 BP is quite reasonable. Lu Yi retrieved a white USB drive from the system's backpack. After toying with it for a moment, he called over the nearby Ghost. Do you know why I summoned you? Chi-jia. Ghost tilted its head in confusion, staring at the USB drive in Lu Yi's hand, and suddenly shivered. Jia. I get it. Lu Yi smiled, his expression one of earnest mentorship, nodding in agreement. Ghost took the USB, plugged it into the computer, and skillfully navigated to the video file, moving the mouse with its tongue. Its proficiency was almost pitiful. However, with rare free time, Lu Yi sat at the computer, studying the training for the guard move alongside Ghost. The training method was quite simple. Ghost gathered black mist to form a mist shield before itself, continuously defending against incoming attacks. The strength and range of the mist shield were limited by Ghost's own capabilities. In theory, the guard move could block attacks from all angles. However, due to its limited power, Ghost could only form a narrow mist shield after several attempts. This left the little creature somewhat dejected, slumping over the keyboard as if it might seep into the computer's vents. Don't rush. Take your time. Lu Yi pulled out an orange fruit cube, waving it like a cat toy above Ghost's head. The listless Ghost lazily glanced at Lu Yi before reluctantly opening its mouth. Awoo! After chewing for 3 seconds, a smile slowly blossomed on Ghost's face. Ghost. Having comforted Ghost, Lu Yi quickly sent a message in the group. Teacher Lu, how do you train for guard? Jin, you can't even handle such a simple move. It's just this, then that, and then the other. King Golf. To truly master guard is indeed quite challenging. Chiang, a new tactic? Teacher Lu, no, just the most fundamental guard. Chiang pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. As the saying goes, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Mastering the most basic move to perfection could yield power surpassing that of destructive beams. Chiang held great admiration for Lu Yi's continuous desire to learn. Chiang, I have some personal insights. Would you like them? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Such a fortunate occurrence? Teacher Lu, you're too kind. Just send them to me privately. Witnessing this underhanded exchange, Kinna clutched a Lapras plushie. Momentarily lost in thought. Is Teacher Lu planning to research some underhanded tactics again? How could he even obtain training insights from Chi Hong? Wouldn't that elevate his understanding of guard to another level? On the other hand, Lu Yi placed the printed insights on guard in front of Ghost. Like seeing a new textbook, Ghost's large eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Slurp, observing the drool-soaked Ghost. Lu Yi mused aloud. Training Pokémon isn't so difficult after all. Saturday dawned clear and bright, perfect for showing off that Lu Yi cracked an egg one hand in the kitchen, and as the frying pan sizzled with oil, he suddenly realized that today was the day of the top 16 in the Pokémon Cup. What a rare holiday wasted. Lu Yi sighed, plating the fried egg and French toast on the dining table. Calling out to the bedroom, dinner's ready. Before him, a faint progress bar displayed his cooking proficiency. Cooking LV1, 82100. As Lu Yi examined it, he was startled by a ghostly face that suddenly appeared. With bloodshot eyes and dark circles beneath, Ghost looked utterly famished, pale and barely breathing. Floating to the table, Ghost plopped down with a thud. Inching toward the bread, Lu Yi pushed the plate in front of Ghost. His expression peculiar. You didn't sleep a wink last night? Kojia. Ghost nodded, chewing on the toast with muffled sounds. Did you stay up all night studying or watching videos? Kojia. Ghost extended its tongue to lick the crumbs from its mouth, then floated back into the room, retrieving a damp stack of printed paper. Though tattered, the word guard could still be discerned. This little creature must have spent the entire night studying. Lu Yi felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Suddenly dazed, If we lose this match, I want TF to wake up early next weekend. Eat slowly. Lue cheerfully places fried egg on a ghost plate. Winning or losing isn't important. You're what matters most. Ghost paused, staring down at the fried egg on its plate, remaining silent for a long while. Suddenly, tears began to fall with a pat pat pat. Kojia, Kojia. Ah, well, losing is not a concern. You may focus on the battle with peace of mind. Gaisai nodded, chewing on bread while sipping moo moo milk. Continuously replenishing his energy, Gaisai's gaze was surprisingly resolute. Victory was imperative in this contest. Although the Pokémon Cup is a beginner-level competition, it still gathers talented individuals from various Pokémon academies. One misstep could leave Gaisai at risk of severe injury. The laid-back Lue remained steadfast in his original goal, to do his best without regrets. Under the scorching sun, Lue nearly turned back from a wave of heat as he stepped outside. Upon reaching the milk tea shop at the intersection, his two roommates, Tian Yue and Liang Dayo, were already prepared. Lue jested, "What brings you two here today?" Liang Dayo, looking spruced up, declared with conviction, "Supporting you is merely a side venture. The primary aim is to meet some girls." Tian Yue's eyes sparkled in agreement. "You two are quite candid," Lue chuckled. "Let us go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up at 10 o'clock in the morning." The knockout stage of the Pokémon Cup commenced. Lue had advanced in the previous round without a fight, resulting in his exposure being less than that of his peers. Nevertheless, when Lue appeared, he still captured countless gazes. Lue is on stage. That financial whiz? He looks even more dashing in person than in photographs. Ah, that Gaisai is so adorable. Amidst the cacophony, Liang Dayo's voice boomed, "Go, brother Lue." Lue smiled and waved in Dayo's direction. His warm smile instantly made several young ladies blush, raising their cheer sticks in front of them. "Go, Lue." In an instant, Lue gained a few more fans. Both competitors took their positions. The commentator announced loudly, "We can see that contestant Lue has once again deployed his remarkably swift Guizai. In contrast, Hiyu from Magic Capital University has chosen a robust Nidoking." The deep purple-skinned Nidoking, adorned with a sharp horn, moved cautiously across the arena, eyeing the fierce and imposing Gaisai before it. Nidoking watched Gaisai warily, hesitant to make a move, while its trainer, Hiyu, held his breath. Fixated on Luye's actions, "Aren't you going to make the first move?" Lue asked, somewhat astonished. The match had already begun. Hiyu appeared bewildered. "Are you suggesting I initiate?" "No, I am merely diverting your attention." Lue sincerely shook his head. Hiyu looked up in confusion, only to see a ghostly figure flicker. Gaisai was already within striking distance. Nidoking, evade, and use focus energy. Hiyu exclaimed urgently that a pale specter of ghostly flame swiftly missed its target as Nidoking narrowly escaped. Yet Gaisai did not lose ground. Keeping pace with Nidoking, the chilling flames surged once more. Boom! A cloud of white smoke enveloped the arena as the charred Nidoking stumbled, forcing its way out of the blaze. Lue squinted, instinctively noting Hiyu's commands that a double kick would be ineffective against Gaisai, and the power of the poison sting was insufficient. Therefore, his next move should be Nidoking, use Peck, Gaisai, float to its rear. Lue's command rang out first. The energized Nidoking lunged forward, but Gaisai had already vanished from sight. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Hiyu's forehead. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed. The ghostly flames struck true. The commentator bellowed, "This is a devastating blow for the already burned Nidoking." In the audience, a chorus of murmurs arose. Why did Gaisai evade Nidoking's attacks so effortlessly? Indeed, it seems Lue anticipated his opponent's strategy. In the crowd, Shan Tingji paused momentarily. The familiar premonition made her feel as if she were once again ensnared in the dread of being dominated by Lue. It was as though every intention of hers had been laid bare. As the white smoke dissipated, Nidoking trembled on its limbs but still managed to stand. Running again is out of the question. Hiyu gritted his teeth. Nidoking, use Poison Sting. A glint of cold light flashed from Nidoking's horn, and the sharp needle aimed straight for Gaisai's eyes. Lue was slightly startled, yet he saw Gaisai had opened its mouth wide and gulped down the poison sting. What the heck? Gaisai just swallowed the poison sting. As gasps filled the arena, Gaisai burped contentedly, revealing a sinister grin. Liu Yi was somewhat bewildered. You weren't like this morning. How did you become so formidable once you hit the field? Gaisai Nightshade. The figure flickered as Gaisai charged at Nidoking, a menacing shadow of darkness rising behind it. The ghostly hands extending from the shadow flung Nidoking into the air. With a resounding thud, Nidoking crashed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle sounded. Nidoking is unable to battle. The victor is Liu Yi from Magic Capital University. Wow! Brother Liu is incredible, Liang Dayo shouted. Tian Yue swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe. Did Brother Liu really make it to the top 8? Although the Pokémon Cup is a beginner-level competition, it is still officially recognized by the association as a municipal-level event. Since its inception, no non-professional player has ever reached the top 8. And now, it is Liu Yi who has accomplished this feat. With this thought, Tian Yue, who aspired to be a trainer, felt a pang of envy. Yet, seeing the close bond between Liu Yi and Gaisai, he shook his head. Brother Liu must have put in considerable effort that others cannot see. Rather than harbor jealousy towards others, it is better to focus on oneself. Brother Liu is amazing, Tian Yue and Dayo shouted in unison. The venue erupted in a frenzy that a non-professional like Liu Yi actually made it into the top 8 of the Pokémon Cup. Who exactly is this Liu Yi? Similarly advancing to the top 8. Feng Shu observed the entire match from the audience, feeling somewhat contemplative. Since the preliminary rounds, Gaisai's growth has been astonishing, Feng Shu murmured. Truly, it is commendable of Teacher Liu. Even his training of Pokémon is so insightful. On the sidelines, eager reporters hurried forward. A student from the finance department. How does it feel to reach the top 8? Liu Yi, could you share your insights on nurturing Gaisai? Hearing the reporter's questions, Liu Yi pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. It requires love. The reporters paused briefly, then hastily scribbled notes in their notebooks. Meanwhile, Liu Yi waved to his 2 roommates in the audience and headed towards the player tunnel. Inside the player tunnel, incredible, Brother Liu, you really won. Liang Dayo exclaimed in astonishment that it was nothing much, that I have to wake up early again next weekend. Liu Yi replied, somewhat helpless, that it was all thanks to Gaisai's exceptional performance today. Gong jie, gong jie. Gaisai floated above Liu Yi's head, nodding with pride. You're the first non-Pokémon professional to reach the top 8 in the Pokémon Cup. Tian Yue swallowed hard. Our class group chat is in an uproar right now. Liu Yi opened his phone, inundated with 99 messages, including notifications from his counselor and professors. Counselor. Wow. You're impressive. Teacher Xiao from the Student Affairs Office. Remember to bring a copy of your honor certificate next week. It's needed for the scholarship application. Professor Chun from Economics. Congratulations, Liu Yi. Smiley face. Liu Yi, who usually had a good rapport with his professors, replied to each message before checking the class group. Brother Liu made it to the top 8 of the Pokémon Cup. No way, is that true? Brother Liu is amazing. I knew Liu would win. Liu Yi felt somewhat puzzled. Making it to the top 8 of a beginner-level competition really that thrilling? Yet upon further reflection, this may indeed be akin to how amateur players can sometimes outpace professional athletes. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Liu Yi let out a quiet sigh. It may be hard for you to believe, but it was Guac who secretly registered me for this. Thank you, Brother Liu Zi. Liangdi nudged Liu Yi. We managed to get contact information from quite a few lovely ladies. Liu Yi responded, perplexed. I'm here engaged in battle while you all are flirting with the ladies over there. Tian Yue exclaimed in astonishment. The moment you greeted us, a lovely lady immediately approached. Liu Yi asked in disbelief, is it really that straightforward? One named Han Xiao, who also made it to the top 8, even claimed to be a fan of Teacher Liu. Tian Yue's expression turned peculiar. Brother Liu Zi. Could she possibly be one of your female fans from the live stream? Liu Yi looked skyward. Given his current influence, it would indeed be abnormal for anyone in this competition not to recognize him. However, it didn't matter if someone did recognize him. Liu Yi was not a superstar, after all, and he had no reason to shy away from his fans. I'll pass her contact to you. Tian Yue fiddled with his phone. Seems like she is from our school. Emote, but she has already been granted a direct admission. The youth these days develop remarkably well. She hardly looks like a senior. Liu Yi chuckled. I 1T at her. Just remember to help me scout out some strategies. Tian Yui's eyes lit up. Understood. Upon returning home, Liu Yi examined the system, remaining BP 2050. This battle had yielded 200 BP points for Liu Yi. While it was not as fruitful as posting a video, it was still a modest gain. Reflecting on the encounter, Liu Yi was most surprised by Gue Si swallowing Ni Duo Li Nua as poisonous needle. However, Gue Si was resistant to poison 4 times over, so perhaps Ni Duo Li Nua's venom could be considered a supplement for him. Moreover, given Gue Si's current strength, it was certainly time to begin researching toxic moves. Rubbing his chin, Liu Yi looked with some concern at the lively Gue Si. Last time, the training with Ghost Fire set the house ablaze. If he were to train with toxic substances this time. Despite the considerable risks involved, Gue Si's strength must not stagnate. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yi decided to access the system shop. Would you like to spend 2,000 BP to exchange for the toxic gem? Although there was a chance of directly obtaining the toxic gem through a 10-fold draw, Liu Yi, with his luck, opted for the straightforward exchange. Exchange successful, remaining BP 50. The toxic gem, akin to the fire gem, was imbued with abundant energy, which Gue Si could directly absorb. Due to the gem's sturdy exterior and the absence of radioactive elements, Liu Yi had no concerns about toxin leakage. Toxic gem, a dark purple gem containing highly toxic metallic elements. Suitable for consumption by poison-type Pokémon. Just do it, let's go. Taking out the gem, resembling a purple crystal and exquisitely translucent, Liu Yi marveled at its appearance. And oh wondered Wu was excavating stones all over the place. It truly looked magnificent. Gue Si gazed hungrily at the toxic gem in Liu Yi's hand, saliva pooling. Liu Yi extended the toxic gem towards Gue Si. You must call for me during your training. Do not take risks on your own. Gue Si's eyes sparkled, joyfully snatching the toxic gem, radiating a sense of solemn commitment. I've got this covered. Gue Si, clutching the toxic gem, floated unsteadily to the desk. Using its tongue, Gue Si carefully opened the drawer, retrieving the toxic inside and placing it on the desk, flashing a goofy smile at Liu Yi. Gue Si. Liu Yi couldn't help but smile. The quarterfinals of the Pokémon Cup would commence next Wednesday. Before that, a period of event build-up was anticipated. Liu Yi calculated the time. It would coincide with the conclusion of a semester. Time to buckle down for some serious revision. Liu Yi mused at AS for the Pokémon Cup. Since he had progressed, it was time to muster some determination. If one is to do something, one ought to do it to the best of their ability. This was Liu Yi's life philosophy. However, just as Liu Yi pulled out his books, preparing to study diligently with Gue Si, his phone buzzed with a message from a particularly cherished contact, by Kai Bing Chi Lin. Online. Let us play a game. A luxury hotel in Shuai, my city. A certain Sinnoh champion had not ventured outside for 2 days that on the exquisite hand-woven carpet lay a multitude of hefty tomes, all borrowed from the Shuai, my city library by Sharona. Mythology, history, ruins. Even during the holiday, Sharona had an affinity for these subjects. As twilight descended, Sharona, clad in a white t-shirt, lifted her somewhat fatigued face and lazily stretched. Resting on the desk, her impressive figure on full display, Sharona accepted a water cup handed to her and smiled. Thank you. Lucario nodded silently before continuing to stand guard on the balcony. Roserade meticulously arranged the scattered books around Sharona, dispersing soothing fragrances to alleviate her weariness. Glacian nimbly leaped onto the desk, giving Sharona's cheek a gentle lick with its cool tongue. Sharona squinted, smiling. All right. I understand. I'll take you all out tomorrow. Days spent idling away are always pleasant yet fleeting. The thought of the formalities within the league gave Sharona a slight headache. However, maintaining stability within the Sinnoh region was a champion's duty. And even Sharona could not indulge in whims indefinitely. Fortunately, living in the moment was Sharona's life creed. All right, to celebrate her return to the league tomorrow, she decided to reward herself with a night of gaming. Sharona nodded to herself, shaking off her earlier fatigue and deftly connecting to the display screen. By Kai Bing Chi Lin was Sharona's alternate account, with only Karuna and Liu Yi in her friends list. Karuna rarely played games, only indulging in a few matches upon Sharona's strong insistence. Remembering that trainer adept in the annihilation strategy, Sharona lifted her golden locks, her lips curling into a smile. There was no way she would lose today. By Kai Bing Chi Lin. Online. Let us play a game. Liu Yi felt somewhat bewildered. Why was it that every time he aimed to study earnestly, someone would jump in and urge him to play games? Refusal was out of the question. It would be impossible to turn down a wealthy lady's invitation to play games in his lifetime. With such an adorable personality, a pleasant voice, and a fondness for affluent women. Liu Yi replied, "Receive it, Liu Yi. Shall we voice chat?" By Kai Bing Chi Lin. Why voice chat? Liu Yi. Voice chatting incurs an extra fee. After all, commentary comes at a cost. By Kai Bing Chi Lin. No. I can understand. While skeptical of the wealthy lady's statement, Liu Yi knew the customer was King as a first-time gaming companion. Liu Yi joined the game, feeling somewhat anxious as he inquired. Liu Yi. Should I be gentle or direct? By Kai Bing Chi Lin. Liu Yi. In terms of tactical style, I possess a fair amount of knowledge. By Kai Bing Chi Lin. Use what you are most skilled at. Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Should the client prefer a more aggressive play style? Liu Yi wasn't particularly adept at that. Strategies like the Destiny Bond setup or Dragon Dance pushing teams were not suited for Liu Yi's style. Liu Yi cheerfully included Gung Gui in the lineup. After all, what I excel at is still defensive poison. Pay close attention. This will be your strategy moving forward. Liu Yi called out to Gui C. Gui C eagerly nodded in excitement as the match commenced. Upon seeing the opponent's Pokémon, Liu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Water splashed as a fully cream-colored, two-pink-tasseled Milotic raised its head, emitting an ethereal cry. Upon spotting this Milotic, Liu Yi quickly grasped the opponent's strategy. Coiling would elevate Milotic's attack, defense, and accuracy by one level. Milotic could continuously use coiling, ultimately making Hypnosis nearly guaranteed to hit. However, having discerned the tactic, countering it became quite simple. Liu Yi smiled slightly. You wish to match wits with me. You are still a tad too inexperienced. On the other side, Sharona, upon encountering the familiar Gung Gui, felt a subtle smile curl at the corners of her lips to show her astonishment. However, Gung Gui did not opt for a preemptive toxic or shadow ball. Instead, it floated in place, its eyes emanating an eerie glow. And a sinister grin spread across its face. A trick? Sharona murmured, pondering the sudden shift in strategy. While this ruse could significantly enhance Gung Gui's special attack, it also left its slight frame vulnerable to the enemy's onslaught. Yet when faced with a rather ineffective Milotic, aggression was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Gung Gui unleashed Thunderbolt. The scene erupted with a resounding thunderbolt, striking Milotic down to its last sliver of health. Gung Si cast a curious glance at Liu Yi. Kikek, I thought this wasn't the strategy for toxic defense. Liu Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. This isn't quite right for you. The next strategy will be. For the second Pokémon, Sharona sent out Palkia. Liu Yi had initially assumed that Gung Gui would outpace Palkia by a significant margin. To his surprise, however, this particular Palkia was equipped with a scarf, greatly enhancing its speed. Left with no choice, Liu Yi commanded Gung Gui to use self-destruct to diminish Palkia's health. With a thunderous boom, Gung Gui exploded into a myriad of fragments. Gung Si. Winky face, could it be that the tactic you taught me was this? Liu Yi awkwardly coughed. Not that it's incorrect, but it could be. The opponent's tactical shifts had caught Liu Yi off guard, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Ultimately, Liu Yi secured a narrow victory with a score of 5-6, barely hanging on. Following the battle, he wearily leaned back against his chair, murmuring, "This is utterly exhausting. Earning rich ladies' money is no easy feat." His phone buzzed. By Kai Bing Chilin. Let's go again. Teacher Liu again. By Kai Bing Chilin. 5,000 per match. I owe you 3,000 for the last one. Teacher Liu. Coming right up. As twilight deepened, Liu Yi, feeling sore and weary, lay in his seat, laboriously typing a message. Teacher Liu, I really can't do it. Over the course of one night, he had engaged in 5 intense 6v6 battles. Out of these 5, Liu Yi had miraculously triumphed in 2, while exhausting himself to loss in 3. Thank goodness I lost, Liu Yi murmured. Otherwise, it could have turned into a best of 7. Meanwhile, the competitive Sharona smiled with satisfaction, stretching languidly. By Kai Bing Chilin. Your skills are commendable. By Kai Bing Chilin. That totals to 21,000. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Yi swallowed Hardpoint 20,000 was nearly half a month's salary for him. Forget about that so-called red boss. This was the real deal, by Kai Bing Qilan. Do you want to play the games? Teacher Liu. Absolutely, by Kai Bing Qilan. Aren't you too worn out? Teacher Liu. You'll find out soon enough. Although this world lacked gaming giants like EA or Nintendo, there were still plenty of online games available. The two chose a first-person shooter akin to Resident Evil as a console player. Liu was naturally adept at FPS games. They played until 1 in the morning as the boss of the level fell. The cutscene played, and the boss sent a message. By Kai Bing Qilan, we actually cleared this level. Teacher Liu, don't tell me you couldn't get past something so simple. By Kai Bing Qilan. I'm logging off. The swift logout caught Liu off guard. Goodness, I can't log off this quickly. However, this wealthy lady was not someone to offend. Liu pondered for a moment, then composed a message. Teacher Liu, get some rest. After waiting 2 minutes, Liu sent another message. Teacher Liu, if you can't sleep in the middle of the night, wake me up for a game. Seeing no reply, Liu tossed his phone aside. It was already late at night, and the sounds of wild Pokémon echoed outside. Glancing up, he saw Geng Si sprawled on the ceiling, already lost in slumber. Liu yawned and unconsciously began to close his eyes. Half an hour later, the screen suddenly illuminated in the pitch-black room. Sharona lay on her bed, her slender fingers tapping the screen. By Kai Bing Qilan. Good that on a Saturday morning, Geng Si eagerly licked Liu awake from his slumber. Paralysis effect activated. Liu shivered, trembling hands retrieving a cherry berry from the bedside to cure his paralysis. After chewing expressionlessly, he nodded at Geng Si that you've worked hard. Kikek. Liu had previously informed Geng Si that toxic training must occur in his presence. Thus, early in the morning, Geng Si impatiently roused Liu, excitedly darting around the room. As Liu got up and washed, he yawned again, after staying up late playing games with the wealthy lady. He now had to accompany Geng Si for training. This the daily life of a trainer. How amusing. Yet, having promised Geng Si, Liu found himself unexpectedly eager for training. Opening the system's Pokédex, he reviewed the moves Geng Si had mastered. Geng Si, a ghost poison type with the ability Levitate, possessed the moves Strange Light, Lick, Hypnosis, Curse, Nightshade, Will-O-Wisp, Black Aura, Protect, and Substitute. Akati had nearly mastered all the moves available before evolution. Once it learned Toxic, Geng Si's Toxic defense strategy would be successfully established. Given Geng Si's initially singular offensive tactics, Toxic was indeed a crucial move for it. Let us go, bring the Toxic Gem. We re-heading to the specialized training grounds. Liu yawned again. Kikek, the earnings from Bilibili and live streaming had been distributed, and with the extra income from yesterday, Liu had approximately 60,000 yuan at his disposal. This gave him the confidence to train at a professional venue. Although the hourly fee was as high as 1,000 yuan, the professional venue provided expert personnel and safety guarantees. With a medical team present, Liu could feel a bit more at ease training Toxic. He chose a battle club named Bullhorn Arena. Trainers could opt for direct payment or a membership to enter the training grounds. However, Liu was self-aware. He likely wouldn't visit often throughout the year, so he paid 3,000 yuan for a small training venue. Based on Liu's request, the club introduced him to an elite poison-type trainer for consultation and assistance. This trainer, named Xia Quan, was a tall, slender woman with sharply arched eyebrows and an intense gaze as you wish to train a poison-type Pokémon. Xia Quan glanced at Liu. It's quite rare for a trainer to choose Geng Si as their starter. Due to the niche nature of both poison and ghost types, along with Geng Si's lengthy breeding cycle, few would opt for Geng Si as their initial Pokémon nevertheless. Gengui was indeed a formidable member of the poison type, and Xia Quan held a favorable view of Geng S. Liu nodded. I wish to train its Toxic move. What do I need to do to assist you? Xia Quan crossed her arms. Raising an eyebrow, battle, or feed moves? After a moment of contemplation, Liu recalled the insights from Ju's guide on toxic Pokémon. Unlike other types, poison Pokémon can theoretically absorb toxins from other Pokémon, continuously strengthening themselves due to their immunity to poisoning. This was akin to devouring otherworldly flames. The more toxins absorbed, the more potent the toxic move became, making it increasingly difficult to eradicate. This theory was first proposed by Aju in the Toxic Guide, which documented numerous methods of mixing toxins that, if others attempted to let their poison Pokémon experiment without Aju's recorded tips, it would only lead to unnecessary suffering for the Pokémon. Thus, this Toxic Guide was indeed a substantial favor. What is this toxic move? It's clearly an inferno, Lu Yi murmured. The toxic gem could enhance Gengxi's existing toxins. Once these toxins mingled with those from other Pokémon, the potency of the toxic move would continually escalate. This was precisely why Lu Yi had come to the training venue to seek a poison-type trainer. Lu Yi smiled. You can feed the moves. It's best to use poison-type moves directly. Xia Quan nodded slightly, raised her hand, and threw out a Pokeball, revealing a formidable giant python. Arbok. Before evolution, Ekans was harmless, but merely 3 seconds after evolving into Arbok, it could incapacitate a Tauros with its venom. Gazing at the terrifying serpent, Lu Yi furrowed his brow and suggested, you should first attempt Poison Sting. Subsequently, Lu Yi turned to Guiz and reminded him, remember to use the method taught by Aju, and do not force it. After all, Guiz was 4 times resistant to poison, and with a wide grin, he nodded confidently. Xia Quan crossed her arms and commanded, Arbok, use Poison Sting. With a hiss, Arbok flicked its forked tongue, raising its menacing patterned upper body, and shot forth a chilling beam from its sharp fangs. As an elite trainer, Xia Quan's Arbok unleashed Poison Sting with remarkable speed. However, Guiz's reaction was equally impressive. Utilizing its defensive skills, a faint mist shield formed before Guiz, effectively slowing down the Poison Sting's velocity. Then, Guiz opened its mouth wide and devoured the poisonous spikes as if they were chocolate bars. The sound of crunching filling the air. Xia Quan's expression turned peculiar. There's such a training method? Even with 4 times resistance, I've never seen someone directly consume Poison Sting. As Guiz swallowed Arbok's poisonous spikes, a dark toxin seemed to swirl within the black mist surrounding it, becoming increasingly profound. Kikek. Guiz grinned with a self-satisfied smirk. Seeing Guiz unharmed, Lu Yi sighed in relief and smiled at Xia Quan. Continue. Xia Quan paused for a moment, hesitating before commanding, Arbok, use acid. A strong, acid-like liquid shot towards Guiz. This highly corrosive substance could weaken the Pokémon's special defense, and even Guiz might not withstand it. Xia Quan frowned, yet she watched as Guiz picked up the poison gem and then charged straight into the swirling, acidic liquid. With Xia Quan's astonished gaze, Guiz merrily shook its head within the acid, as if reveling in a hot bath. Kikek, what on earth? Xia Quan's eyes widened. The shell of the poison gem was being corroded by the acid. Guiz was licking the highly toxic substance inside the gem as if savoring marrow, extending its crimson tongue to explore every corner. This shocking sight left Xia Quan momentarily dumbfounded. Even as an elite poison-type trainer, she had never witnessed such a scenario. What kind of training method is this? Xia Quan swallowed hard. This is too frightening. Lu Yi was equally perplexed. Was Aju's training method truly this extraordinary? But upon reflection, Aju was indeed the poison-type champion, and the essence of his toxic knowledge was the culmination of his lifelong efforts. Coupled with Guiz's 4 times resistance to poison, in any internal battle among Pokémon of the same level, Guiz would always hold the upper hand. Lu Yi's expression turned strange as he pondered. Is this my first time training? How did it suddenly become invincible? Throughout the afternoon, Guiz licked Arbok from head to toe. Although it was indeed a licking technique, Lu Yi couldn't shake off the suspicion that Guiz was merely indulging in its venom. As the paralysis effect triggered, Arbok collapsed rigidly to the ground, its venom sacs visibly shrinking. Lu Yi's expression grew odd. He wanted to call out to stop Guiz several times but hesitated. After all, interrupting someone midway through their training seemed impolite. But on the other side, Xia Quan, as an elite poison-type trainer, wore an equally puzzled expression. While Guiz had 4 times resistance to poison, it made no sense for Arbok to be suppressed so severely. Who exactly is the elite trainer here? She exclaimed through gritted teeth. What does your family do to raise such a Guiz? Do you really need to come to a battle club? Lu Yi sighed. I also want to know how I raised IT. IT shouldn't be like this. How could Guiz possibly suppress Arbok? Is there something wrong? Seeing Lu Ye's earnest expression, Xiaoquan refrained from losing her temper and reluctantly recalled Arbok. Next time, don't come to this club, Xiaoquan sighed. Lu asked in surprise. Why not? Didn't you see my Arbok nearly drain dry? Arbok's vitality has been severely depleted, and its toxin won't recover in a short while. With a sense of guilt, Lu Yi left the training grounds, murmuring, I didn't expect Aju's methods to be so underhanded. Tiske. It seems this poison-type champion is not one to be closely associated with. By the end of the afternoon, although Gui's had yet to master the deadly poison, its adaptability to poison types had significantly improved. Moreover, Arbok's venom could enhance Gui's future toxic power, while Lu Yi merely observed the entire process. He believed he still played a crucial role. He murmured, could it be that I am a training genius? Kikek. Glancing at Gui's beside him, Lu Yi noticed something amiss. Due to absorbing Arbok's venom, the mist surrounding Gui's had turned dark green. Occasionally bubbling up, as Gui's floated upward, the sound of liquid collisions emanated from within its body that a few drops of venom dripped to the ground, hiss as they corroded small holes into the stone slab. Gui's flashed a somewhat embarrassed smile. That Lu's expression shifted. Let us go to the Pokémon Center. Kikek? Before Gui's could react, it was drawn back into its Pokeball by a beam of red light. The Pokémon Center was not far from the training grounds. That Lu rushed into the lobby, entrusted Gui's Pokeball to the nurse, and bowed deeply. Thank you for your help. The nurse smiled and nodded. Rest assured, the examination will be completed in half an hour. Please sit for a while. Lu nodded and sat on the bench, feeling a chill run down his spine, wiping the sweat from his brow. He nervously chewed on his fingers. Half an hour later, the emergency room's red light turned green as a serious-looking doctor removed his mask and gazed at Lu Yi, who was quickly approaching, saying in a deep voice, In this situation, doctor, is it serious? Lu Yi pressed, in this case, please speak. The doctor shot Lu Yi a fierce glare. Gui's just over 8. I'll prescribe some digestive tablets for you shortly. Huh. An oily Gui's emerged from the emergency room, swaying its head amidst a group of smiling nurses. Kikek. Gui shot Lu Yi a disgruntled glance. What was the point of sending me to the emergency room? Lu Yi sighed in relief, defiantly glaring back. You nearly scared me to death. After lying down for over half an hour, Gui's dark green hue improved, but it still faintly appeared bluish. The doctor clarified, Gui's merely experienced a rejection reaction due to absorbing another Pokemon's toxin. But it won't have significant effects. Moreover, your Gui's has a hearty appetite. The doctor chuckled and poked Gui's, but suddenly Gui's stiffened and collapsed. Whoa, doctor, are you all right? Just a little joke that I was also a trainer in my youth. Doctor, you're starting to foam at the mouth. These are minor issues. Nothing to worry about, haha. Eventually, the doctor, with trembling hands, issued a medical report for Lu Yi. This once again instilled in Lu Yi a profound respect for the medical staff in the Dongwang region. Gui's rejection reaction would not last long, at most a day. This situation was also documented in Aju's toxic knowledge, along with corresponding explanations. However, Lu Yi was merely anxious about Gui's experiencing any sudden issues, which led to his frantic concern as the sun set. Lu Yi trudged down the street, his weary figure accompanied by bewildered Gui's by his side. In the future, don't overexert yourself, Lu Yi said. Unusually serious. Tomi. Whether it is training techniques or becoming a trainer, nothing is more important than you. Koja, the spirit of Gui's, appeared somewhat despondent, quietly hovering beside Lui. Initially, Lui had no desire to become a trainer. Motivated solely by personal considerations, that he harbored concerns for his own safety and feared that his financial investments might go to waste. However, after spending time with Gui's, he found himself increasingly worried about Gui's well-being. Since the alteration of the world line, Lee had been pondering a profound question. Do Pokémon genuinely accept training and willingly engage in battles, or are they compelled to risk their lives under the pressure of their trainers? Lee did not dismiss the profession of a trainer. Rather, he felt that, for himself, the allure of becoming a champion or a trainer was minimal. He simply yearned for a tranquil life, coexisting with Pokémon in this world. With a smile, Lee encouraged, "Come on, don't wear that long face." He reached into Gui's dark mist, forcing the corners of Gui's mouth upward. A tingling sensation coursed through his fingertips as he smiled gently at Gui's. "Smile for me." Kojiga's tears splattered. It strained to stretch its mouth into a grin. What did Guiz long for the most? To repay Louis, to explore the breathtaking vistas of the world's highest peaks alongside him. Even if it meant enduring countless injuries, Guiz was determined to fulfill Louis's wishes. Although its master seemed perpetually busy, Guiz understood that Louis's greatest aspiration was to become a trainer. After all, how could Louis be so engrossed in strategy-related games if that weren't the case? I must strive harder too. As the sun set, the silhouette of one person and one Guiz elongated. Louis murmured softly, "I truly never intended to become a trainer." Guiz's eyes sparkled with determination, boldly floating in the center of the road. "Kojia, I will ensure my master becomes a trainer." With the weekend's end, Louis had to return to classes at Magic City University. The quarterfinals of the Pokémon Cup were to be held on Wednesday afternoon. Yet, Louis remained unfazed while Tian Yue anxiously paced around him. "Lizege, are you really confident? The competition is fierce this time. You mustn't take it lightly." Louis chuckled. "Rest assured, I certainly won't be careless." Nearby, Liang Dayo nudged Tian Yue, teasingly remarking, "Why are you so anxious? It's not like you're competing. Besides, Lizege has probably been training in secret again." He smirked, adjusting his imaginary spectacles with a knowing expression of there's only one truth. Louis's expression was complex. "Damn it, I actually did train yesterday. How infuriating. I can't refute that." Louis's advancement to the quarterfinals was announced last Saturday, and many classmates were just now hearing the news. They gazed at Louis with astonished expressions. Excelling academically, handsome, and now proficient in Pokémon battles. Could it be that he had some sort of cheat? Louis truly was impressive, had he not shattered records with this feat. Indeed, among the 8 finalists, he was the only one not from a combat-oriented background. The morning's lecture was delivered by Professor Chun of Economics, the very one who had sent Louis a smiley emoji. The typically serious professor, Chen took the podium, and the vast lecture hall fell silent. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Louis, someone is looking for you outside." "I want to mark you absent for this class." A murmur of hushed discussions arose, and at the entrance stood a middle-aged man in a white shirt, exuding a refined demeanor, who nodded apologetically. "Isn't that Coach Zhai Wenyao of the school team?" "Which team, basketball or soccer? Are you daft?" "Of course, it's the Pokémon battle team." Amidst the attention, Louis stepped out of the classroom. Perplexed, what could I have done recently to warrant someone seeking me out during class? Upon exiting, the middle-aged man nodded. "You must be Louis. Let us step into the adjacent classroom for a moment." Once in the empty classroom, the man got straight to the point. "I am Zhai Wenyao, the coach of the Pokémon battle team, and I'm here to invite you to join us." If Louis's private victory over Shun Tingji could be deemed a mere coincidence, his entry into the quarterfinals of the Pokémon Cup was a testament to his undeniable strength. Although the Pokémon Cup was a city-level event, its significance was akin to that of a provincial tournament due to geographical peculiarities. Emerging victorious from such an event was sufficient proof of Louis's potential. Zhai Wenyao had prepared an extensive pitch, including an introduction letter for obtaining a trainer's license and the possibility of future recommendations for graduate studies. However, Louis's initial response left Zhai Wenyao momentarily stunned. "I'm sorry, Coach Zhai." Louis scratched his head. "I have no intention of becoming a trainer. I may have accidentally registered for this competition. Perhaps due to sheer luck, I certainly didn't anticipate reaching the quarterfinals." Zhai Wenyao opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before countering. "You don't plan to become a trainer?" Louis nodded earnestly. "Then how did you make it to the quarterfinals? Purely by chance? It was a fluke. Then what about the rumors of your victory over Shun Tingji?" Louis chuckled awkwardly. Her Blaziken was off its game. "I won by sheer luck." Zhai Wenyao fell silent. His motivation for seeking Louis was not only due to his quarterfinal status, but also because someone had sent him a video. In that video, Louis had dominated Shun Tingji with an unusual first move strategy that a person with such tactical awareness doesn't want to become a trainer. Is it him who has a problem? Or is it me? Since you're not interested in joining the team, I want to pressure you. Zhai Wenyao shook his head with a resigned smile. Just remember to prepare a better excuse next time. After all, Director Zhao from the combat department has his eyes on you too. He wants me to join the team. Louis asked in disbelief that no, he wants you to transfer to his department. Then it's no concern. Louis smiled. I'm already accustomed to it. Ranking among the top 3 in my major, the economics department is already scrambling to recruit me. Plus, there's that letter of introduction from Dr. Shanji, which is still tucked away in a drawer at home. Louis did not dismiss the idea of changing majors. He simply had yet to find an opportunity that resonated with him. As the day's classes concluded, Louis walked along the streets outside campus, where he caught sight of the promotional posters for the Pokémon Cup, the battle for the Final Four. The quarterfinals of the Pokémon Cup will officially commence on Wednesday evening. Louis had taken the time to inquire about the 8 finalists from Tianyue. 3 from Magic City University, 3 from Jiangxi University, 1 from Magic City Jiaodong University, and 1 from the affiliated school of Magic City University. All were prestigious institutions. However, due to the existence of hierarchical barriers among trainers, the chances of non-prestigious schools making it to the top 8 were minimal. Furthermore, these finalists were highly likely to pursue becoming official trainers, challenging gyms, and ultimately contending for a spot in the league championships. It's not worth it. Louis shook his head, considering the extraordinary talent among them. Akahong, in his first year, secured the Kanto League Championship. Kingolf, also in his first year, was defeated by Akahong just half an hour after becoming the Kanto League champion. Even Akin, who had been ridiculed in their group, was undeniably gifted, at least at the master level. However, being among such elite figures did not burden Lai. As long as he remained a nobody, no one could undermine him. Upon returning home, he found Guiz engrossed in watching television. The program was the National League Master Circuit. Guiz was fully absorbed, occasionally nodding, pencil in mouth, diligently jotting notes on paper. Koje, I understand completely. Louis smiled faintly and recorded a video of Guiz, sharing it in the group chat. At the Tokyo Gym, Kingolf, having just finished off a challenger, wiped the sweat from his brow and opened the video. Guiz has been well trained, he murmured. At least it's the energy cube of master craftsmanship that produces such effects. However, judging by the color, it seems he has been training toxic moves recently. Has there been an issue with Gaisai? No, my Gaisai is simply adorable, and I wish to share it with you all. Indeed. From the cultivation perspective, Gaisai is not far from evolution. S word served as a reminder for Louis. Although it had only been 2 months since he had captured Gaisai, it was not a newly born Pokémon considering its poison-type moves. Gaisai had already accumulated a substantial amount of energy, and it was time to prioritize its evolution. However, as this was Louis' first experience in capturing a Pokémon, he understood that evolution required considerable preparation. With a spirit of inquiry and a thirst for knowledge, Louis sincerely inquired, "How can I facilitate Gaisai's evolution? How can I facilitate Gaisai's evolution?" Was left bewildered by this question. Was this truly a query befitting a master-level trainer? Shouldn't evolution occur naturally? Yet, seemed to realize something, furrowing her brow. Indeed, while evolution is a rather fundamental subject, it is also steeped in profound complexities. Despite the advancements in Pokémon studies, the realm of evolution still harbors numerous unresolved mysteries. For instance, the principles of communication evolution and the symbiosis between Daiting and Daitong. Even today, scholars like Dr. Yamanashi continue to dedicate their research to the study of evolution. Among the known methods of evolution are those achieved through the accumulation of battle experience, the gathering of elemental energy, and even those facilitated by emotional bonds and attachments. Each distinct method of evolution may profoundly impact a Pokémon's development. It was precisely this consideration that led Louis to engage in discussions with the group, almost slipping back into a state of hubris. Supported her forehead, a figure wearing a sun hat appearing in her mind. Speaking of the realm of evolution, I am reminded of an individual that in a similar vein of thought, also mentioned the same evolution expert. Well posed, but we are not professionals. Do you have Xiaolan's contact information? Among the 3 Pokémon encyclopedia holders who set forth from Jinshin Town, Dr. Oki regarded as a battle expert, while was deemed a breeding expert. When it comes to the evolution field, however, Xiaolan is celebrated as the evolution specialist. Even himself seeks Xiaolan's counsel when his Pokémon is on the verge of evolving. On the summit of Baiyin Mountain, smiled as he handed energy cubes to his Pikachu, engaging in self-reflection. Indeed, Louis' considerations are quite thorough. In the group chat, appeared rather reluctant to engage. I can't find it. Weren't you quite close to her? I haven't contacted her in ages. Throughout the conversation, Warren amused smiled. He had heard of the entanglements among the trio from Kanto, which were nothing more than a love triangle, including the unrequited affection of four. Youth is truly delightful, thought, resting his chin on his hand, cheerfully remarking, "Let me handle it. I will request Xiao Yin's contact information from Xiaolon." Suddenly interjected. Group member has invited to join the chat group. Xiaolon, please update your contact details. Huh. Why are all of you here? At that moment, as the group leader, Lu Yi silently gazed upward. Is this truly my fan group? Or is it harem? The entire world knows that harbors feelings for, yet the two remain oblivious. Adding to the mix is the entangled Xiaolon, alongside the already self-eliminated. Furthermore, is the mentor of, and is the sister of the communicator Xiao Yin. What a chaotic circle. Lu Yi sighed. In the group chat, the ever-familiar was engrossed in conversation with It wasn't until his reminder that noticed the segment of video featuring Gaisai in the chat history. After a careful observation, nodded, stating, Gaisai is indeed on the brink of evolution, if possible. I would like to observe more closely. Could the group leader initiate a video call? Responded, of course, thank you, although unaware of Lu Ye's true capabilities. Even and others were fans of Lu Yi, based on first impressions, presumed he was a senior, addressing him with utmost respect. Group member has sent you a video call request via the chat group. Lu Yi activated the camera, allowing Gaisai to float over to take a look. The screen displayed a young girl with a round hat, shoulder-length reddish-brown hair, and a charming visage. Hello, senior, smiled brightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi found the title of senior somewhat absurd, but explaining felt too cumbersome that he nodded. I would like to inquire, what specific action should I take? Assumed Lu Yi was merely being polite. Thus maintained her cheerful demeanor. Senior, you can continue training as you have been. Lu Yi felt somewhat perplexed. Continue training as usual? Does that imply I can simply relax, judging by the cultivation status? This Gaisai must have consumed quite a few high-quality energy cubes, right? Scrutinized Gaisai while resting her chin on her hand, smiling as she remarked, I can tell that you, senior, are quite dedicated to training this Gaisai. Based on the color of the mist, it appears Gaisai has recently been focusing on training its poison-type moves, employing the extremely rigorous method of absorbing toxins. Although this training method is somewhat harsh, Gaisai seems to share a close bond with its trainer. It seems this senior possesses remarkable training skills. Indeed, Lu Yi nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed been quite attentive in his training recently. Gaisai also earnestly nodded in agreement, thus smiled. In any case, maintaining intimacy with your Pokémon will expedite its evolution. However, it is best to avoid evolving during battles, as there are too many variables. Utilizing an Everstone during fights would be preferable. Additionally, the Everstone allows Pokémon to learn numerous moves in advance without adversely affecting them. The Everstone can inhibit a Pokémon's evolution, should Gaisai unexpectedly evolve in the next battle. It may struggle to manage the change, resulting in potential harm. Lu Yi nodded. Thank you, Xiaolon Senpai. You are too kind, Lu Yi Senpai. Replied with a smile. I will also send you the evolution information regarding Gaisai shortly. You can refer to it at your convenience. All right, then. With the guidance and strategies from the evolution expert Xiaolon, Lu Yi felt a renewed confidence regarding Gaisai's evolution. However, the Everstone in the system required 1,000 BP, and Lu Yi had barely 100 remaining. Left with no choice, Lu Yi decided to check the official Pokémon store website for the price of the Everstone. 10,000 for a mere stone? Lu Yi gasped in disbelief. Are they robbing us? A gray stone, roughly the size of a fist and devoid of any markings, lay quietly within the confines of a cabinet. Despite its unremarkable appearance, it was nonetheless priced at an extravagant 10,000 yuan. The official explanation attributed this exorbitance to recent studies suggesting that the immutable stone could indeed influence the hatching of sprites, thus driving the price upwards. Intrigued, Lu Yi took to the internet and discovered that the market value was indeed as stated. In mines and similar locales, miners typically cultivated various sprites, such as the dragon head mice and the 3 mice, to assist in mineral extraction. With a stroke of luck, one might encounter an immutable stone while carrying a sprite with the pickup ability, although the odds were akin to striking gold or unearthing precious gems. Nevertheless, The immutable stone had become a form of hard currency within the mining community. Reluctantly, after accounting for transaction fees, Lu Yi spent a total of 12,000 yuan to acquire the stone, with the seller promising delivery the following day. The quarterfinals of the Pokémon Cup were set to commence on Wednesday, which was also tomorrow. On Wednesday morning, a delivery arrived at Lu Ye's home. The package elegantly wrapped. This time, the courier was a large-mouthed seagull, its beak resembling a pocket, from which it carried a parcel encased in waterproof film. Upon peeling away the layers of packaging, Lu Yi found only a rather ordinary stone, which left him with a sense of having been duped. Quajia. Gui instinctively extended its tongue to lick the immutable stone, believing that whatever it was, a liquid suffice, due to the Pokémon Cup. The school had granted Lu Yi a day off. Although he held a greater passion for learning than spectating, his instructor would not bend, firmly stating, "Well, observing matches is a requisite part of a trainer's education. And I understand that, but no buts. If you aspire to be a trainer, I fully support you." After a forceful cough, the instructor added, "I've already approved your leave. Go enjoy the matches." With a deep sigh, Lu Yi, accompanied by Gui, made his way to the competition center. As evening approached, Lu Ye's match drew near, with other quarterfinalists competing earlier in the afternoon. Being a participant allowed him to sit at the sidelines and watch closely. Akin to a VIP experience, under the sweltering summer sun, Lu Yi, donning sunglasses, sat in the stands, one hand resting on the chair's back, the other holding a chilled beverage. Gui occupied a seat beside him, sporting a piece of immutable stone tied to its forehead. The reason it was not hung around Gui's neck was simply that Gui had no neck to siku. Gui leaned forward, sipping a large gulp of iced cola through a straw, emitting a contented sigh. Moments later, it nodded vigorously, causing the sunglasses perched atop its forehead to tumble down over its eyes. Quajia. Before Gui hovered the evolution data provided by Xiaolon, which Gui was manipulating with its dark mist. The sunglasses lent Gui an air of authority as it scrutinized the information, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement as "Igia." So that's how it is. Lu Yi glanced at Gui, remarking, "You truly are a genius." Quajia. Just then, someone from the row behind cautiously poked Lu Yi, their tone tinged with excitement. "Are you Teacher Lu? You are Teacher Lu, right?" Lu Yi turned around, cautious in his response. "Please clarify your purpose first. That I'm one of your fans. I would like to ask for your autograph." Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "All right then. Hand me a pen." Out of concern for his safety, Lu Yi typically refrained from revealing his identity, as his tactics were rather controversial, and he often feared being recognized in public. Upon receiving Lu Ye's autograph, the girl became somewhat incoherent with excitement. "I'm your junior. I'm from the affiliated school of Magic University, and I'll be competing shortly. Could you cheer for me?" Lu Yi lowered his sunglasses and scrutinized her, suddenly recalling what Tian Yue had mentioned earlier about a well-developed junior from the affiliated school. "Han Xiao, right?" Lu Yi smiled and encouraged, "Good luck in your match." Han Xiao's eyes widened, and she promptly stood up, bowing deeply. "I will do my utmost to advance to the top 4. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted. The commentator announced, "Both sides have displayed astonishing skill." In the battle arena, a match was underway between Shun Tingji from Magic University and Lu from Jiangxi University. As the Brulu King lunged with its bite attack, the Triunia Magneton swiftly disassembled, evading the Flame Fong while simultaneously unleashing 3 powerful magnetic pulses. The formidable mirror shot left Brulu King momentarily paralyzed. Collapsing pathetically to the ground, Brulu King was unable to continue fighting. The referee blew the whistle, declaring Lu from Jiangxi University the victor. "That was indeed impressive," Lu Yi remarked. "Lu is a legacy trainer from the Electric-type gym and is said to possess the prowess of a formal trainer. He had become the first contestant to secure a spot in the top 4 of this match." Next up was Han Xiao's match against the Geodude. From the outset, her Shroomish unleashed a relentless barrage of seed bombs, swiftly overpowering the Geodude. "It seems she truly is a fan," Lu Yi murmured, astonished that she had indeed trained a Shroomish in the judges' area. Tang Hui, the head of the Magic University Psychic Gym, was engaged in hushed conversation with the chairman of the City Pokémon Association. This year has seen a surge of new grass-type trainers. The chairman, Song Pengcheng, pondered. Perhaps it's related to the rising popularity of the poison guard strategy. Tang Hui raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't that strategy rather challenging to master? Clearly, you're out of touch with the trends. Song Pengcheng chuckled. My granddaughter tells me it's currently the hottest strategy on Bilibili. Tang Hui shook his head. I'm not familiar with that, but the next contestant is Jiang Yun from Magic University. His Kingler hold a considerable advantage in this competition. He is facing Lu Yi, Song Pengcheng exclaimed, glancing at the list in his hand. That is quite an overwhelming disadvantage. The Kingler, immune to ghost-type moves and benefiting from its tenacity trait, would render Gu Ci's proud ghost fire attack nearly ineffective. It was evident this would be a brutally one-sided battle. What a pity. I thought he might create a miracle, Song Pengcheng lamented. An amateur reaching the top 8 is already a record in itself. Tang Hui laughed. I believe the trainer with the Bulbasaur. Feng Shu deserves more attention. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows, Shen Tingji lingered by the competitor's area, appearing hesitant. Didn't you lose? Why haven't you left? Lu Yi asked in surprise. I'm here to cheer for you. Shen Tingji murmured. Aside from Han Xiao, Lu Yi was the last remaining contestant from Magic University, a testament to the fierce competition of this year's Pokémon Cup. Although Lu Yi felt little impact. Given that his matches had been fought with Gu Ci stepping in throughout the preliminaries and group stages. Rising from his seat, Lu Yi tucked his sunglasses into his pocket. Let us go. It's our turn to take the stage. Quajia. Gu Ci, wearing sunglasses, slurped down the last of its cola and stuffed a hamburger into its mouth, nodding in a muddled manner. This spectacle left Shintingji utterly astounded. Did you really bring cola and a hamburger? Are you here for a competition or a picnic? The upcoming match would pit Jiang Yun from Magic University against Lu Yi from Magic University. The commentator announced. It is worth noting that Lu Yi is the only non-battling type contestant in this tournament, setting a new record for the best performance in the history of the competition. Will he stop here, or will he scale new heights? Let us await the outcome. Jiang Yun, a lean and muscular figure, nodded at Lu Yi, appearing somewhat taciturn in the face of such a serious competitor. Lu Yi chose not to engage in trash talk. After all, the battling sprite was none other than the renowned bug-type Kingler, and one could not take such matters lightly. Quajia. Gui's floated ominously across the arena, nonchalantly tossing his head and sending his sunglasses flying. Jiang Yin also retrieved his Pokeball, muttering, "Go forth, King Yin," upon seeing the majestic King Yin with its deep blue wings and crimson patterns. Lu Yi had already prepared words of consolation for Guis, such as, "Thank you, Guis, it's not that we are too weak, but that our opponent is too cunning." This King Yin boasted an impressively lavish move set, truly deserving of its moniker, the Bugyin. King Yin, a flying-type Pokémon with the ability of tenacity, possessed moves such as Screech, Charge, Thunderbolt, Aerial Ace, Wing Attack, and Agility. It was evidently a physical attacker, excelling in mobility. Unfurling its azure wings, King Yin soared into the air, darting down like an arrow. The battle had commenced, the commentator exclaimed. King Yin has initiated the Aerial Ace move, as King Yin unleashed its signature technique. It radiated an intimidating aura, with its wings and long beak emanating a sharp white light. With a sound akin to a balloon being punctured, Guiz's substitute was instantly shredded by King Yan's claws. On the judging panel, the president of the City Association, Song Pengcheng, let out a soft exclamation that I thought the outcome would be decided in one round, but I didn't expect Guiz to exhibit such reflexes. The psychic-type gym leader, Tang Hui, nodded in agreement. It quickly made the decision to use a substitute. This Guiz possesses impressively seasoned battle instincts. Having narrowly evaded the attack, Guiz had already drifted to the underside of King Yin. Jiang Yun commanded, "Continue with Aerial Ace." King Yin immediately changed direction, aiming at the hovering Guiz, its beak resembling a vicious drill as it lunged forward. "Defend." Lu Yi squinted, wary of King Yan's wings, as King Yin dove down. Guiz conjured a tangible mist shield in an instant, successfully blocking the sharp claws, producing a shower of sparks. Although Aerial Ace missed its target, King Yin relentlessly flapped its wings, slicing towards Guiz like a fan. The commentator shouted, The finishing move is unleashed. This is King Yan's wing attack, yet this seemingly unavoidable strike suddenly fell short. Heeding Liu Ye's prior warning, Gui's evaded with astonishing speed, swiftly creating a distance of over 3 meters. Did I see that wrong? Song Pengqing murmured, astonished that Gui's had outpaced King Yan in that moment. Tang Hui pondered. This young man named Liu Yi must have given Gui's specialized training in speed. In terms of potential allocation, Gui's explosive speed has clearly matched that of King Yan. Every Pokémon has its limits. Thus, the judicious distribution of a Pokémon's potential is a pivotal lesson in Pokémon cultivation. To put it in gaming terms, Liu Ye's Gui's had maximized its speed EVs. Although King Yan's speed-based stats surpassed Gui's, Liu Ye's training evidently triumphed. Jiang Yin seemed to realize this as well. His expression shifting. King Yan, use agility. Gui's had no moves to threaten King Yan. Though risky, as long as it could outpace Gui's, the outcome of the match would be unmistakable. Agility is on the way. Liu Yi sighed. I see you're greedy to the point of explosion. Without needing Liu Ye's command, Gui's instinctively recognized this as an opportune moment. A gasp arose from the audience. Why did King Yan suddenly drop? This Gui's can even use hypnosis. As King Yan circled in the air, a hazy beam of light was directed at it. Shot from Gui's eyes, hypnosis struck home. Hiss! King Yan plummeted to the ground with a cry, its eyelids growing heavy. This sudden turn of events left the entire crowd in shock. Just moments ago, King Yan had been dominating Gui's. Why the tide turned so abruptly? This kid actually has a hidden move. Hypnosis. Song Pengqing widened his eyes. He never revealed it during the quarterfinals. Tang Hui remarked, the youth today are increasingly fond of tactical play. Even though hypnosis had landed, Gui's had little time remaining. Turning to glance at Liu Yi, Gui's tilted its head inquisitively, a hint of anticipation in its gaze. If you want to use it, go ahead, Liu Yi said helplessly. After all, you have no other moves to rely on. With a gleeful screech, Gui's eyes sparkled. This was the first time Gui's would unleash its toxic move since training began. Gui's puffed up its cheeks, taking a deep breath, and with wide eyes, a thick, sickly green mist erupted from its mouth. Is that toxic? Song Pengqing murmured from the judge's table. It seems rather unsettling. Tang Hui's smile faltered slightly. Perhaps Liu Yi truly has a chance at victory. Engulfed in the poisonous fog, King Yan appeared visibly ill. Yet in the next moment, King Yan suddenly opened its eyes wide. It seemed as if a fierce determination ignited within its pupils. The tenacity ability activated. That's it, King Yan. Jiang Yin clenched his fists, shouting, use aerial ace. Hiss! The atmosphere ignited as King Yan charged fiercely at Gui's, its wings gleaming with sharp frost. Liu Yi was left dumbfounded. I'm clearly at a disadvantage here. Gui's defend with a resounding thud. King Yan collided with the impenetrable mist shield. The audience collectively swallowed hard, as if they could hear the sound of King Yan's wings fracturing. Continue with hypnosis in a moment of stunned silence. King Yan, upon awakening, found itself subjected to hypnosis once more. If hypnosis failed, Gui's would use Protect to buy time, then resume using hypnosis. The now violet King Yan, staring blankly, foamed at the mouth. Beside it, Gui's cackled wickedly, seemingly poised to deliver a blow as soon as King Yan regained consciousness. Even the referee could not bear to watch and blew the whistle. The victor is Liu Yi. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The audience's expressions a mix of confusion. Did we pay to witness a thrilling Pokémon battle? Although King Yan's performance had indeed been exhilarating, what was this Gui's doing? Where was the honor in torturing an opponent like this? This is utterly despicable. I want a refund. Liu Yi is amazing. Amidst the chorus of doubts, Han Xiao, also advancing to the semifinals, cheered passionately for Liu Yi. Watching the entire match, Shun Tingji seemed to be plagued by countless questions. Is this even a legitimate tactic? Even Song Pengqing and gym leader Tang Hui exchanged incredulous glances. While this approach was undeniably underhanded, it was also remarkably effective. Is he really from the finance department? Song Pengqing remarked with a peculiar expression. I can't shake the feeling he is like a professional trainer with 5 or 6 years of competition experience that I don't know. Tang Hui shook his head. All I know is he has just broken a historical record. With GUIs at a disadvantage, Lu Yi managed to turn the tables, triumphing over Jiang Yun from Magic Capital University, becoming the first non-battler to reach the semi-finals of the Pokémon Cup, thus setting yet another historic milestone. An exhilarating prelude, BP 50 for the successful use of the substitute toxic strategy, BP 50 for achieving victory, evaluation, magnificent. BP 100, remaining BP. For 70 that the battle increased his BP by over 400 points. Much to Lu Ye's astonishment, he had initially believed GUIs would surely lose, not expecting King Yin to falter so dramatically. Could it be that my training has truly been that effective? Lu Yi pondered. Stroking his chin, Jiang Yun, the trainer of King Yin, found himself questioning his existence. How could I keep defending like this? He muttered, my teacher never taught us to fight like this. Journalists swarmed the sidelines. Flashes illuminating the scene as microphones were thrust into Lu Ye's face. Can you share your thoughts on how you feel right now? I've heard you're a popular Pokémon battle streamer. Do you have any insights to share? Lu Yi, my daughter, is also a fan of yours. As the quarterfinals were yet to conclude, Lu Yi managed to slip away and return to the player tunnel with Gaisai. Is this already the semi-finals? Lu Yi scratched his head. It seems I haven't trained much, have I? The next contestant to take the stage was Feng Shu, who had previously encountered Lu Yi. Having observed Lu Ye's entire match, Feng Shu gained a deeper understanding of Lu Yi's substitute defense against poison. Truly, he is Master Lu, Feng Shu murmured, participating in such competitions to bully young children and deliberately suppressing Gaisai's evolution is so in line with his character. Most trainers are eager for their Pokémon to evolve early, enhancing their combat capabilities for the ensuing matches. Yet, Master Lu specifically equipped Gaisai with an Everstone, aside from Master Lu's unwavering confidence. Feng Shu could not conceive any other explanation that I recall that Master Lu had just recently captured Gaisai, right? Feng Shu pondered, slightly confused, achieving such a level of training in less than 2 months. Could it be that Master Lu is also a breeder? Shaking his head, Feng Shu gradually focused. If he could break into the semi-finals and challenge Master Lu, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile endeavor. The last match of the evening featured Feng Shu's Bulbasaur facing off against a razor-toothed Zubat. This Zubat had been exceptionally trained, even mastering a powerful leeching move with a damage output of 80 ahead of schedule. Nevertheless, Feng Shu, being a disciple of Lu Yi, skillfully employed the strategy of using Leech Seed alongside Sleep Powder. The two Pokémon battled fiercely, their health points nearly intertwined, and ultimately, Bulbasaur managed to secure a narrow victory. The quarterfinals concluded. The news of Lu Yi advancing to the semifinals sent ripples through the entire grade. Lu Yi's phone buzzed incessantly. Even Coach Zhai Wenyao, whom he had met previously, extended another invitation to join the school team. That moment, Lu Yi was busy declining another contract. This contract was offered by the organizers of the Pokémon Cup, promising an annual training fund of 100,000 and complimentary training equipment, energy blocks, and more upon signing. However, this contract held little allure for Lu Yi. Furthermore, the intricacies within the contract were numerous. The championship contract differed significantly from that of the semifinals. Lu Yi had no intention of pursuing the path of a trainer and thus had no plans to sign. The other contenders advancing to the semi-finals included Feng Shu, Han Xiaoxiao, and Lu Yu from Jiangsu, Zhejiang University. Among these three, 2 were fans of Lu Yi. This is hardly the semi-finals, Lu Yi thought with a peculiar expression. This is clearly a friendly match. What if I lose to a friend? Lu Yi muttered to himself. It won't do. I must ensure Gaisai continues to train. After defeating the King Yin, Gaisai had already begun to exhibit a faint glow of evolution, albeit restrained by the Everstone, with the evolution data provided by Xiaolon. Coupled with Lu Ye's energy blocks, evolution would be a natural progression. Upon returning home, Gaisai removed the Everstone from its forehead and let out a relaxed sigh. Lu Yi also opened his computer, contemplating the next video he wished to produce. Currently, Lu Ye's fan count stood at 970,000. Achieving such popularity with merely 3 videos was quite rare. He had numerous ideas for the Master Lu Teaches You to Battle series, such as strategies for Rage Hole teams, Spikes teams, and Weakness Policy Sandcastle teams, among others. However, Lacking adequate material meant that the quality of the produced videos would not be particularly high. Additionally, another task issued by the system prompted Lu Yi to consider a change in direction. Task: I truly am not an all-round-up master task objective. Reach the top of any video category ranking, excluding the gaming category. Task reward: 2,000 BP points, random skill level 3, random purple item 1 note. This task can be completed repeatedly. It is clearly a trainer development system, but this task seems rather off-topic, Lu Yi thought, yet he nodded nonetheless. However, it does align with my interests. Lu was still contemplating which category to transition to. The battle category was dominated by various prominent figures, while the music and dance categories posed significant challenges. After much deliberation, Lu Yi decided to dabble in the lifestyle category. Perfect, it could also improve my meals. After several attempts, Lu Yi's cooking level 1 successfully upgraded. Cooking level 2 greatly enhances your culinary skills. This bonus also applies to knife skills, heat control, and more. With your skills, opening a restaurant would be more than sufficient. Although reaching level 3 is required to attain the status of a star chef, being a food blogger would still be quite manageable. Gaisai, come help, Lu Yi called out from the kitchen. Gaisai floated over obediently, curiously observing Lu Yi's actions. After steaming the potatoes for 20 minutes, help me turn off the heat. I will prepare the oven. Lu Yi was about to create the first dish from Food Wars, a replica of crispy roasted meat. He added sauteed mushrooms and onions into the golden soft potato mash, wrapped it in bacon, tied it with string, and garnished it with rosemary and other spices. Gaisai, please place it in the oven to roast for half an hour. Gaisai made an eager sound, controlling the plate with dark mist and sliding it into the oven. Sizzle. The red wine and butter in the pan released a rich aroma, and after adding the seasonings, it thickened into a deep red sauce. Gaisai inhaled the fragrance deeply, eagerly watching Lu Yi's every move. Ding! The roasting was complete, and Gaisai eagerly opened the oven. A wave of savory meat aroma wafting out, he arranged the bacon-wrapped potato roast on a pristine white plate, drenching it in the tantalizing deep red sauce. Lu even took the time to garnish it with rosemary for presentation. Gazing at this dish that was a feast for the eyes and palate, Lu Yi nodded to himself. It looks quite delightful. Would you care to give it a try? Gaisai nodded vigorously. Be careful. It's hot. Lu set up the tripod. From now on, you shall be the first Pokémon food blogger. Gaisai grinned widely, using dark mist to hold the plate before the camera. Cautiously blowing away the steam, Gaisai extended his tongue, tentatively licking the sauce, and immediately squinted in delight. Wow! Despite the presence of knife and fork, Gaisai did not utilize such utensils. Instead, he opened his wide mouth and took a large bite of the roasted meat. The aroma filled the entire room, and Lu Yi could not help but swallow hard. How is it? Gaisai did not respond, his cheeks stuffed to the brim, chewing heartily while juice dribbled down his chin, a look of utter bliss on his face. Curious, Lu Yi cut a small piece of bacon. Instantly, Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Before him appeared a throng of centaurs galloping into the sunset, the red wine fermenting in a wooden cellar, as Lu Yi and Gaisai donned straw hats, sitting in the open field. Lost in the gentle breeze. My apologies for the inadequate hospitality. Gaisai lifted his head from the plate, his face smeared with sauce, grinning widely. I could see that moment. A brilliant white light erupted from Gaisai. Lu Yi stared in bewilderment at the luminous glow. In the first second, he glanced at the Everstone resting on the table. In the second, he turned back to see Gaisai gradually sprouting claws. In the third second, Lu Yi began to seriously contemplate where he could press the B button to cancel the evolution. The answer was there was none. The white light enveloped Gaisai, the mist expanding continuously, gradually forming a jagged purple ghostly visage, with rows of spiky protrusions on either side of its head. Its once round eyes became elongated, the black pupils ablaze with eerie blue ghostly flames, and its sharp fangs transformed into purple teeth. On either side of Gaisai's body, a pair of jagged, ghostly claws floated in midair, appearing remarkably agile. Gaisai squinted his eyes and eagerly lifted the saucy plate, licking it with great delight. So you evolved just to lick the plate? Due to the evolution of possessing hands, the convenience it offers undoubtedly surpasses that of GUIs. Lu Yi felt a slight ache in his head and rested his hand upon his forehead. I just spent over 10,000 on an Everstone. And now you've evolved? However, upon reflection, he realized that the Everstone was intended to prevent Guis from evolving during battle to avoid unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Guis' evolution seemed to occur quite naturally. Guis was no longer just Guis. It should now be referred to as Guis Tong. After licking the plate clean, Guis Tong let out a satisfied burp, squinting its eyes and grinning with a cheeky smile. You remain just as you are, Lu Yi remarked with a smile. Remember to wash the plate later. Ever since Guis acquired hands, even household chores have become remarkably easier. With a playful flick of its tongue, Guis Tong, its face smeared with sauce, gleefully lunged toward Lu Yi. Skillfully bending backward, Lu Yi evaded the tongue's lick while simultaneously inspecting Guis Tong's move list. Besides various transformation moves and the ability to replace Poison Guard, Guis Tong had learned 2 new moves after evolving. The first was Misfortune Never Comes Alone. Guis Tong enveloped its opponent in a shroud of dark mist. Theoretically, the more status ailments the opponent had, the more powerful this move became. In reality, since status ailments could stack, Misfortune Never Comes Alone could maximize damage. Just imagining Guis Tong delivering this move on an opponent suffering from 5 status ailments sent a shiver down Lu Ye's spine. It was utterly filthy. This move was learned by Guis Tong through the Everstone after defeating the King Yin. The investment of over 10,000 in the Everstone was at the very least justified. Nevertheless, Lu Yi still felt a pang of regret. He could have waited to evolve until learning Shadow Ball. What a significant loss. Oh, it turns out I'm not a trainer after all, so it's no big deal. The other move was Shadow Punch, which Guis Tong had automatically mastered post-evolution. Although it would require training to use it adeptly, watching Guis Tong eagerly throw punches at the wall led Lu Yi to believe that the day of mastery was not far off. With an enthusiastic demeanor, Guis Tong levitated its fists, unleashing a flurry of strikes against the wall. Its fists melded into the wall, only to emerge from the opposite side, returning to Guis Tong's sides. Guis Tong cackled joyfully, relishing the game. Lu Yi gazed skyward. This scene felt oddly familiar. Wasn't he there someone named Jojo who summoned a bizarre array of entities and unleashed wild punches? Guis Tong, Lu Yi called out, float into the shadow behind me. With a nod, Guis Tong skillfully slipped into the shadow beneath Lu Yi's feet, leaving only its twinkling eyes to survey the surroundings. Lu Yi placed one hand on his hip, snapped his fingers, and commanded, Guis Tong, Shadow Punch. Guis Tong responded with enthusiasm, soaring out from behind Lu Yi and striking the void with countless afterimages of Shadow Punch. Marvelous, Lu Yi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Now I needn't fear ambushes. In this world of Pokémon, ensuring a trainer's safety is a formidable challenge. Even the mightiest, such as the champion, could fall victim to misfortune in indiscriminate battles. The special episode illustrated this when Dragon-type champion Adu was unexpectedly defeated by the likes of Tokiwa Daisuke's Rattata and Caterpie, a veritable disgrace, thanks to Guis Tong's ability to meld into shadows. Lu Yi could gain some measure of protection. While he might not be a trainer, taking precautions was still essential. After sending Guis Tong off to adapt to its new body and tidy up the kitchen, Lu Yi retrieved his camera to review the footage he had just recorded. Within less than 10 minutes, his expression transformed into one of delight. The footage was nothing short of spectacular. Lu Yi's good looks were undeniable. Even as a culinary vlogger, his charm could not be overshadowed. In the video, the handsome young man skillfully prepared dishes, creating a visually pleasing spectacle. The dark circles under his eyes from staying up late and the stubble only added a hint of rugged charm. As he drizzled sauce over the bacon roast, the steam was captured in exquisite detail, including Guis Tong's eager swallowing action. With a bit of editing and some filters, this could easily become the ultimate food video. The final segment featured Guis's evolution. After finishing the roast, Guis began its transformation, the effect almost as if Lu Yi's culinary skills had catalyzed its evolution. This revelation brought a smile to Lu Yi's face. Truly, I am remarkable, he patted himself on the shoulder. I can make a Pokémon evolve simply by cooking. Yet in the next moment, Lu Yi's actions froze. Evolving into Guis Tong meant that he would need to invest significantly more money into Guis Tong's food expenses. Compared to Gui's Tong's expenses would increase exponentially. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Ye's forehead. Moreover, Gui's Tong's appetite had become insatiable, necessitating that Lu Yi work harder to earn BP points to continually exchange for berries from the system. Coupled with the tasks the system assigned, it all felt like an immense trap. The goal was to force Lu Yi, unwittingly, onto the path of a trainer. System, you're scheming against me. Lu Yi gasped. The thrill of Gui's evolution dissipating, leaving only a deep sense of emptiness. Opening his calculator, Lu Yi began to tally the cost that Gui's monthly expenses were 2,000 yuan, while the nurturing manual indicated that Gui's Tong's dietary needs were at least 3 times that of Gui's. Calculating a monthly expenditure of around 6,000 yuan, he realized that in 6 months he would be bankrupt, not to mention rent and utilities. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yi reassured himself, fortunately, as long as it doesn't evolve into Gung Gui. I can still manage. Reinvigorated, Lu Yi took out a storage card and began editing a new program video. Thanks to the multi-camera setup, he didn't need to re-record, and within 2 hours, he had completed the editing. The time was already 1:30 in the morning. The video showcased the golden, enticing bacon roast, drenched in rich sauce, evoking a sense of fullness and satisfaction. The aroma of the bacon blossomed on the palate. The sauce overflowing paired with Gui's Tong's enthusiastic chewing. Nobody could resist a late-night temptation, absolutely no one. Lu Yi swallowed hard and clicked the upload button. While waiting for the video to be reviewed, he called out to Gui's Tong, who was busy cleaning the kitchen. Gui's Tong, help me prepare a bowl of instant noodles with 2 sausages. Kojia, your video has been reviewed successfully and uploaded. Click to view. Teacher Lu's Late Night Diner 01. Imitation crispy roast. Within 10 minutes of Teacher Lu's video release, the comments section erupted. Grandpa, the Up Master you follow has updated. Up Master Side Hustle series? Holy cow, late night food poisoning. Why post a food video at this hour? Please be a decent person. Wait, does this dish even shine? Fans who had invested in Bilibili rushed to discover Teacher Lu's new video. Initially expecting another dirty trick, they clicked on the video with eager anticipation, hoping for Teacher Lu's well-being. But they were utterly astonished to find that Teacher Lu had seemingly shifted gears to become a food vlogger. It was one thing to change careers, but who posts at 1 in the morning? More critically, the dish looked surprisingly appetizing. The golden roast paired with thick sauce, enhanced by filters and warm background music. Holy cow, I can't take it anymore. How did I end up watching this video in the middle of the night? Teacher Lu, you're out of money. In addition to the visually enticing appeal of the grilled meat, Guy Sai's eating broadcast stands out as a remarkable highlight. His voracious consumption evokes an involuntary swallow from onlookers. The rich, fragrant steam seems almost palpable, wafting through the video. Guy Sai is nearing the completion of his grilled feast, and the 5 minutes of torment are about to come to an end when Teacher Lu presents yet another plate for himself. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. It would be advisable to label this as a rebroadcast. You must admit, Teacher Lu's culinary skills appear to be quite commendable, even from a professional standpoint. One cannot pinpoint any flaws in his cooking techniques. The fact that a gaming streamer possesses such remarkable culinary prowess genuinely exceeds the expectations of his fans. Moreover, this marks Teacher Lu's debut appearance in his own video. With his slender fingers and the profile he presents while cooking, complemented by the warm and unpretentious background music, I find myself unexpectedly misty-eyed. Is this really Teacher Lu? Handsome stranger, who are you? Please return the streamer. From culinary instruction to filming and editing techniques, this culinary video is nothing short of impeccable. Teacher Lu emulates the style of the late-night diner from a parallel world, eschewing flamboyant displays of skill for a slightly magnetic narration. It is foreseeable that this editing approach will spark a wave of culinary bloggers imitating it within the lifestyle sector. Even more astonishing for the audience is the final segment of the video. As Guy Sai licks the plate, he appears utterly unsatisfied, ultimately evolving right before our eyes. Can cooking truly induce evolution in a Pokémon? Is this a novel evolutionary phenomenon? I can hardly believe it. Is there such a method of evolution? Could it be that Teacher Lu is also a Pokémon breeder? Indeed, among breeders, there exists a category of chefs who nurture Pokémon through culinary arts. such as the likes of the Sinnoh region's Bofin and the Galar region's Gigantamax soup and curry dishes. The ability of cuisine to foster Pokémon evolution is an undeniable fact. However, isn't Teacher Lu a tactical master? How has he transitioned to becoming a breeder? Is this the world of the strong? Being handsome is one thing, but to also possess culinary talent. Lu Bao, I am enamored. In Nibby City, within the deep gray gym. After soothing his younger siblings to sleep, it is already late into the night that a resolute-looking man stretches leisurely, squinting as he smiles at his younger brother behind him. You've worked hard. Jiro, you should get some rest as well. Jiro, who bears a striking resemblance to Xiaojing, nods, and upon reaching the door, turns back earnestly. Brother, you've worked hard too. What nonsense, Xiaojing chuckles, patting Jiro on the head. This is all part of my duty. Despite the deep gray gym's recognized strength within the Kanto League, sustaining the lives of 9 younger siblings solely on the gym leader's salary proves quite challenging. Thus, Xiaojing also works as a security guard at the Deep Gray City Museum, where he acquired his scythe helmet in addition to being a trainer, Xiaojing is also an exceptional breeder. Approaching the computer, Xiaojing maintains his daily routine of studying breeding techniques. Yet his attention is captured by a rapidly rising video, late-night diner. He mutters, squinting, is it a cooking video? Xiaojing himself boasts commendable culinary skills, yet this video bears the label of a breeder. Piquing his curiosity, nurturing Pokémon through culinary methods, breeders, also known as caretakers, possess a diverse array of roles and categories. Egg hatching, grooming, and cooking all fall under the purview of breeders. Strictly speaking, Akin and Qinglu can also be considered Pokémon breeders. Including the junior mentioned by Akahong, the Sinnoh region's Diamond is particularly adept at using Bofin to nurture Pokémon. Clicking on the video, Xiaojing adopts a serious expression, scrutinizing the cooking process with utmost diligence. Although the techniques appear somewhat inexperienced, there are no discernible flaws otherwise. The final scene of Gaisai's evolution causes Xiaojing to slightly widen his eyes. Is this merely for show? No, Gaisai indeed evolved as a result of consuming the dish. Xiaojing strokes his chin, murmuring that is it the emotions infused within the cuisine, or perhaps other breeding techniques. In this world of Pokémon, emotional energy is an enigmatic yet tangible force. The power of the Tokiwa can temporarily push a Pokémon beyond its limits. And there exists the legendary Bond power, both of which rely on emotional energy. This particular Gaisai shares a profound closeness with its caretaker. The dish prepared by the caretaker, imbued with heartfelt emotion, serves as a crucial catalyst for Gaisai's evolution. Xiaojing can't help but smile faintly. What an outstanding breeder. The most vital quality for a breeder is an unwavering love for Pokémon. Merely from this video, Xiaojing feels a sense of recognition for Teacher Lu. With a determined fist, Xiaojing's expression turns solemn. This is a shared respect between two men, two breeders, with the intent of exchanging insights. Xiaojing takes a moment to compose himself before sending a private message to Teacher Lu. Rock solid. Hello. A prolonged silence of half an hour ensues. Upon finishing his instant noodles, Lu Yi returns to find he has lost over 30,000 followers. Wow, this is so real. Lu Yi raises an eyebrow. I thought my filming was quite decent. Fortunately, his follower count continues to rise steadily, and Lu Yi remains unfazed, compulsively clicking into the private message interface. After clearing away the small red dots, one ID. Rock Solid captures Lu Ye's attention. The avatar is a badge design, a gray equilateral octagon, representing the rock-type deep gray GYM. Lu Yi twitches his lips and clicks on the user's profile, revealing a robust man with squinty eyes. One more won't make a difference. Lu Yi sighs, replying. Teacher Lu, are you there? Join the group. After Xiaojing joins the group, it is already late at night. A single glance at the group list sends a chill down his spine. Have I joined the elite trainer group? Xiaojing's expression grows serious as he murmurs to himself. This lineup is quite extravagant. Akin at that moment is squatting in the breeding room playing games, with a particularly irritable Pokis hovering nearby. Pokis, are you even capable of playing? Ah, Poktaro, you're distracting me. With a body slam, Pokis knocks Akin aside, and a dual-headed monster promptly emerges from the tree, whisking the dazed Akin to bed. Akin scratches his head. Seeing Pokis instructing Piku on how to win this stage, he can only smile helplessly. His phone buzzes with notifications, and Akin glances at the screen, immediately exclaiming, "Squinty-eyed uncle." Xiao Zhang's eyelids twitch, veins popping on his temples. "Why are you still awake so late?" Akin inquires that, "I came to consult Teacher Lu about breeding insights." Xiao Zhang replies earnestly that, "You mean Teacher Lu? That guy is probably already asleep. Try reaching out to him tomorrow." Xiao Zhang nods silently, gazing at the impressive list of elite trainers, a sense of reverence swelling within him. What kind of powerful breeder could this be? Xiao Jing muses. After adding Xiao Jing to the group, Lu Yi turns in for the night. It isn't until early morning that the buzzing of his phone awakens him. The group is abuzz with discussions regarding his late-night diner video from the previous evening. "That I'm so hungry," Tokiwa Dingxing posts. "I made breakfast. You can come over later." Akahong responds. "What? That guy's also a breeder." Akin's tone betrays his shock. Infusing emotions into cooking to induce Pokémon evolution is already a rather advanced breeding technique. Xiao Zhang reflects. Kona, the water-type champion from Kalos, Shimi, likely employs this method as well. Kingle furrowed his brow. He had always adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest, showing little interest in what he deemed mere emotions. Such sentiment could cloud a trainer's vision and judgment. Yet, it was undeniable that Mr. Lu's methodology appeared to yield results. Gui's has evolved. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled. It had only been less than 2 months. Achieving Gui's evolution in such a short span was indeed remarkable. Xiao Zhang stroked his chin and said seriously, "Mr. Lu may very well be a master breeder." Lu Yi looked utterly bewildered. "What breeder? What are you talking about?" "I sent Gui's evolving just to lick plates." I didn't tea. Please don't say such things." Observing the fervent discussion in the group, Lu Yi hesitated to interrupt them. "Well, as long as you're happy," he sighed, closing the chat group. Lu Yi opened the management backend to check his follower count. After a night, his followers had surged to 1 million, surpassing the milestone of 1 million simultaneously. The system's notification chimed. Achievement million follower up master unlocked. Achievement reward. Commemorative Ball X1. Skill upgrade ticket X1. The meager rewards left Lu Yi feeling cold and furious. For such a prestigious milestone, only a commemorative ball was given. Why not a master ball? Is it that you pocketed my reward? Ding! As a token for the significant achievement attained by the host, the system will issue a precious commemorative ball as a reward. In reality, the commemorative ball was not akin to the game where one could buy 10 and receive 1 for free. Instead, it was a special Pokeball released in limited quantities by the Pokeball factory for commemorative events that, in terms of collectible value, the commemorative ball was undoubtedly priceless, yet virtually unobtainable. However, Lu Yi certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to trade a system item. This item would simply gather dust. The other reward, the skill upgrade ticket, was a first for him. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yi touched the small card, which instantly shattered into pieces. Skill upgrade successful. Please select a skill to upgrade. Cooking LV2, Foresight LV1, Energy Cube, Crafting LV4, Japanese LV3. In terms of cost effectiveness, upgrading Energy Cube crafting seemed to hold greater merit. However, since Lu Yi did not pursue becoming a trainer, LV4 was already sufficient. After a fierce internal struggle, Lu Yi sighed and ultimately chose to upgrade Energy Cube crafting. Why do I feel like this is yet another trap? Lu Yi murmured. Ding! Skill upgrade successful. Energy Cube crafting LV5. With your profound knowledge of berries, you now possess a certain probability of producing energy cubes of perfect quality, comparable to a coordination champion. Even at LV5, it did not guarantee the production of perfect quality, but rather increased the probability from a lower chance to a moderate one. Moreover, extensive practice was required to unleash the skill's full potential. Although Lu Ye's skill level could not yet match the coordination champion Mitsai, he could easily surpass coordination masters like Melissa. It was early morning. Lu Yi refrained from using the noisy berry machine, fearing it would disturb the neighbors. Yet he could distinctly feel the effects brought about by the skill upgrade. Little rascal, you're in for a treat. Lu Yi entered the adjacent room, preparing to tease Gui's. But his eyes widened in surprise. Gui's was currently practicing punches against the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 ghostly claws which could detach from its body flew around the living room, merging into the wall before descending from the ceiling, creating an unpredictable spectacle. This was Gui's training its move, Shadow Punch. You're a special attacker. Huh. Lu Yi felt a bit weary. With your meager physical attack, what is the point of practicing punches? Koja. Gui's glanced at Lu Yi. Are you instructing me? Never mind, let us pretend I didn't hear that. Your happiness is what matters. That Lu Yi crossed his arms, observing Gui's practice punches for a while, and concluded the following. Gui's claws could not stray more than 5 meters from its body, which, when translated to a substitutes panel, indicated a range of only D. That although the precision was likely EX, Gui's paltry physical attack rendered its strength pitifully weak. That if you want to practice, go ahead. Lu Yi sighed. I'll buy you a set of dumbbells someday. Koja. Gui's eyes lit up. Nodding vigorously, Lu Yi rubbed his temples. And no matter how hard one tries, Pokémon have their limits. You're practicing punches now. Does that mean you'll evolve into a dual-wielding Guis? Although he thought practicing punches was futile, Lu Yi had no intention of pursuing a battle-oriented path. Rather than dampening Gui's enthusiasm, he preferred to let the little one ponder on its own. I am off to class. Want to join me? Lu Yi called out. Koja. Gui shook its head, mimicking a boxer, swinging its fist with a hey Sue. All right, just don't demolish the house. The semi-finals of the Pokémon Cup will be held next Wednesday, with a week-long promotional period leading up to it. Coincidentally, Lu Yi's final exams were also during this time, and once completed, summer vacation would commence. Lu Yi did not intend to return home for the summer, planning instead to visit his parents during the review week. Classmates, this is our last class of the semester. Let us wrap it up after taking attendance. Professor Chun, meticulous as ever, adjusted his glasses while standing beside the podium. As the class concluded, the students erupted in cheers. Although the review week lasted a week and preparing for exams was quite arduous, it still felt like a mini-dash holiday. In the front row, Tian Yue turned around eagerly. Brothers, shall we team up later? Daoj looked significantly older. I have to study for computer science, criminal law, and advanced mathematics. Got it. Tian Yue swallowed hard. What about you, Lu Zige? You should be training, right? I actually have some free time. Lu Yi shrugged. I've already earned all my credits. Failing these 2 courses wouldn't matter. The freshman from Mo Da's first year who made it to the semifinals is actually a finance major. This news has spread throughout the entire economics faculty. Even many from the Pokémon Academy in the southern campus have come specifically to catch a glimpse of this figure, and fewer than 3 students from the battle department had extended dual invitations to Lu Yi. However, they were clearly not mere NPCs, and winning wouldn't yield any rewards, so Lu Yi politely declined. After a day of classes, Lu Yi opened his phone to check the games from the late-night dining series. Mr.Lu was known as a dirty trickster-up master, a fact widely acknowledged in the gaming community. While these dirty tricks could also be employed in reality, without Mr. Lu's command skills, the outcome was evidently disastrous. This led to a polarized reputation for Mr.Lu. Dirty, yes, really dirty. And how could there be such a handsome tactical master like Mr. Lu? Yet this time, Mr. Lu released a cooking video, catching everyone off guard. Aside from the late-night food poisoning aspect, Mr. Lu's culinary skills received unanimous acclaim from fans. Coupled with the simple narrative and editing style, this late-night dining series unexpectedly evoked a sense of warmth. Especially the smile that Gui's displayed during its evolution, which allowed one to genuinely feel that humans and Pokémon could coexist harmoniously. In the comment section, a highly praised comment caught Lu Yi's attention. Diane's snake used hardened. Mr. Lu's late-night dining series strips away the worldly glamour and clamor, presenting only simple narration, yet it resonates deeply. I believe he primarily aims to express the following points. I want to raise a sharp-toothed land shark. Wow, dude, your analysis is spot on. Art is just mischievous thunderbolt. You write a lot. I'll stick with you. Lu Yi's expression was quite animated. So that is how it is? Wow. It can be interpreted this way. Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Amidst the unanimous acclaim from numerous fans, the video's popularity continued to soar. Although there remained a distance to cover before achieving the goal of topping the leaderboard in the living area, it was merely a matter of time. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. In the semifinals of the Pokémon tournament, Guistone showed even more enthusiasm than Lu Yi himself, prompting Lu Yi to forego training. At present, his primary focus was on preparing for the upcoming final exams. Well then, let us commence our studies. In the library, Lu Yi retrieved his notebook, murmuring to himself. His phone buzzed with a vibration. It was a message from the only person who showed special concern, her tone firm and succinct. Play games, Luye's lips twitched. What is it with you? Why do you always appear when I wish to study diligently? Do you really think I, Lu Laoshi, am a freeloader? Luye's attitude was equally assertive. I'm coming. Wait for me 10 minutes. I'll be home soon. Sharona lifted the corners of her mouth slightly, her expression quickly shifting to one of focus. On the game screen before her, an enormous beast, the Gyarados, loomed. Sharona had attempted this challenge over a dozen times, each effort ending in failure, which led her to consider this professional gaming companion. This level is so difficult. She murmured, brushing aside the golden locks that obstructed her forehead. Wouldn't it be too much to trouble the master to play with me? However, she quickly pressed the controller with renewed determination, exclaiming, no worries. We can sort it out later. As Luyi dashed through the streets, a single thought consumed his mind. Time is money. If this wealthy lady found another gaming partner, I would have wasted my efforts. Breathlessly returning home, he found Guestone anxiously painting the walls, frozen in place. Trembling, he turned to Luyi, a grin spreading across his face as he floated before the pockmarked wall marred with punch marks. It's fine. I've mentally prepared myself. Luyi sighed. Keep painting. Later, we shall dine well. Guestone blinked in surprise before breaking into a wide smile and nodding. The console of this world was published by Fenjiwanda Company, and it was said that the concept of consoles was first proposed by Zavukado Wu. This wealthy second generation may not have been diligent in his pursuits, yet he was a commercial genius. If he could not dig up stones, he would simply return home to inherit the family fortune. Apart from Fenjiwanda Company, the Flato Research Institute in the Carlos region continued to develop AR and 3D technologies. Louis murmured, I wonder if one day we could use virtual imaging technology to play a card game or something similar. Complaining aside, Louis swiftly logged into the game. What shall we play today? Monster Hunter. He clicked on the game, using a borrowed account to head to the mission location, where a fierce Gyarados awaited him in the task hall. Are you still using Jengar? A slightly husky, yet captivating female voice resonated from the team chat. Aren't you using Gyarados as well? Luyi retorted with effort. That's true. Sharona nodded. So, how much do you reckon it would cost to defeat a Gyarados? What do you think is reasonable? Well, I'm not familiar with the prices in Dongwon. Just send me the bill for next week. Luyi could not help but feel tears welling up. Is this a wealthy lady? No, she is nothing short of an angel. If we can't clear it, it's no problem, Sharona pondered. After all, this is a 5-person level. I can find another teammate. The teammate she envisioned was Karuna, who resided far away in Carlos. This individual was a versatile genius, excelling in both gaming and performance. Yet, given Liu Ye's experience as a veteran player, he scoffed, You underestimate me too much. Jengar flexed its wrists. It approached the roaring Gyarados with a menacing grin, gazing at the complex combo moves in the skill list. Luyi grinned widely. Prepare to meet your demise. Sharona stared, bewildered, at the Jengar engaged in a fierce struggle with the Gyarados. Even in this game, Luyi employed the same strategy of using a defensive poison type. Indeed, as expected, Sharona remarked after a moment. Ultimately, both sides suffered mutual destruction as the combo was successfully unleashed, bringing the formidable Gyarados crashing down. With less than 5 minutes remaining on the timer, Sharona's delicate face displayed a hint of astonishment. That was too fast. Did we really just breeze through a level that had previously caused us so much trouble? Sharona was taken aback. Are we playing the same game? Liu Ye's voice echoed in the team chat. Boss. Hurry. I've found rare materials. Sharona's eyes lit up. Don't move. I'm coming. Outside. The twilight cast a golden glow as the returning Pidgeys chirped in groups. The voice emanating from the headset carried a hint of fatigue, laced with a touch of languor, akin to a yawn that I'm logging off now. All right. Liu yawned. Remember to book in advance next time. My schedule is quite full. Sharona pondered for a moment. A master-level trainer indeed could not always be available, and she shouldn't always follow her whims. All right, Sharona nodded obediently. Brushing back her golden hair, I will make sure to book in advance next time. Luyi chuckled, by the way. Why do you always use Gyarados? Sharona paused, slightly taken aback, about to respond when Luyi teased. Could it be that you're a fan of Sharona? Sharona hesitated. The champion of Sinnoh, persistently seeking to play games with others. What does that even mean? Setting aside whether the other party would believe it, revealing one's identity online was inherently foolish. Sharona smiled gently, countering, "Are you a fan of Sharona?" "Indeed, I admire her greatly," Lu Yi replied, feeling nostalgic since the first time he watched the Diamond and Pearl series. "What is that?" "Ah, it's merely an alternate name for the Master League." Sharona's tone remained calm. "You could also challenge her in a Master League. No, I have no desire to be a trainer." Lu Yi glanced at Gue Stone beside him, who was teary-eyed and rubbing its belly in discontent. "Hurry up and serve dinner. Look at how starved Gue Stone is." Lu Yi laughed. "I'm logging off now. Let us reconnect another time." Sharona was about to say something, but ultimately only murmured a soft There's one more thing. "What is it?" "Have you ever heard the song of the sea lion?" "I think it resembles your voice somewhat." Sharona's lips curved into a slight smile. "Thank you. Your Japanese skills are quite impressive," Lu Yi replied. "Goodbye." The other party had already logged off. I in the room. An elegant Galatian leaped onto Sharona's lap, obediently resting against her chest. Sharona tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, gently stroking the Galatian while murmuring to herself, "A tactical master who doesn't wish to be a trainer." A subtle smile graced Sharona's exquisite face, blossoming into a breathtaking expression. How intriguing. Lu Yi removed his headset, letting out a long sigh. I was wondering how it could possibly be Sharona. Due to the Gyarados, Lu Yi felt a twinge of doubt once more. Thus, he had tentatively inquired about the other person's identity and had deliberately mentioned Sharona. Yet, the other's tone had shown no sign of alteration, appearing to share a camaraderie instead. "It seems I was overthinking it." Lu Yi shook his head. Even the champion of a league couldn't possibly have the time to game every day, regardless of the identity of this affluent lady. It is undeniable that her generosity is quite remarkable. Even if her appearance is rather ordinary, her voice alone is enough to evoke a plethora of imaginations. Lu Yi suddenly slapped his own cheek with determination. "After all, you are destined for great endeavors. Although it may seem effortless, how can one rely solely on their looks to make a living?" His phone buzzed with a notification. "Baikai ice cream. Remember to send me the bill. I'm afraid I might forget." "Teacher Lu." "Certainly." Floating nearby, Gaisai Tong, who had witnessed the entire exchange, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yi. "Is that all?" he mused. "Can the matter of companionship truly be classified as such? Can technical skills be deemed as living off others?" Lu Yi argued. What followed were a series of convoluted statements about the exorbitant costs of raising Pokémon and his disinterest in becoming a trainer. "Is that so?" Gaisai Tong burst into laughter, filling the room with a lively atmosphere. Time passed swiftly, and Lu Ye's review week arrived, as anticipated. The first episode of Teacher Lu's late-night canteen was currently ranked third in the living area, with Professor Oki's Backyard Chronicles topping the list. Speaking of which, although Professor Oki himself does not frequent Bilibili, he has employed a dedicated team to manage the account. Their daily routine consists of using high-definition cameras to document the lives of Pokémon in the garden. The mischievous Pandaroo is simply adorable. Goodness, a herd of Quintero, tens of thousands of acres, and they call this a garden? After watching the playful Pandaroo for half an hour, Lu Yi was thoroughly satisfied and gave the video a thumbs up. Lunch consisted of bacon and poached eggs. Gaisai Tong, in a rather sophisticated manner, placed a napkin on his lap and elegantly sliced his bacon with a knife and fork. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Remember to grab the luggage later. We're heading back to our hometown." Gaisai Tong responded with a nod of confidence, since he did not plan to return home during the summer vacation. Lu Yi intended to visit his parents during the review week. Their hometown is a quaint village nestled amid mountains and rivers, approximately 2 hours from the bustling metropolis. After packing his belongings and preparing gifts for relatives and neighbors, Lu Yi boarded the high-speed train. After transferring to a bus for another half hour, the earthy scent of the countryside greeted him. The sky became clearer, and the sounds of flowing rivers filled his ears. "Be careful later. Don't frighten anyone." Gaisai Tong nodded confidently while carrying a large bag of luggage. Upon reaching the village entrance, a little girl with pigtails was riding her scooter. Upon seeing Lu Yi, she promptly dropped her scooter and dashed towards him. "Big Brother Lu." The little girl flashed a toothy grin, her mouth in the midst of losing a baby tooth, and leaped into Lu Ye's embrace. Lu Yi chuckled as he ruffled the little girl's hair. Xiao Xian, have you missed your brother? My mom said you would definitely bring back gifts. Xiao Lu Xian replied bashfully. Clever girl. Here, this is for you. Lu Yi produced a shrunken Pokeball from his pocket and placed it in the little girl's hands that a Pokeball. Xiao Lu Xian stuttered. Brother, is this too expensive? The market price for a Pokeball is 500 yuan. So, it's no wonder Xiao Lu Xian hesitated. I heard from your mother that you've been wanting to catch a Pidgey, right? This afternoon, I'll take you up the mountain. Lu Yi smiled. Xiao Lu Xian's eyes sparkled as she threw her arms around Lu Ye's neck and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Thank you, brother. Gai Sai Tong, eager to imitate, floated out from behind Lu Yi, cheerfully poking his own cheek. Xiao Lu Xian was momentarily startled, then froze in place, bursting into tears. Mommy, there's a ghost. Gai Sai Tong, caught off guard, fumbled for tissues from the luggage, but the little girl had already run away in tears. Gai Sai Tong's expression fell, his face turning ashen. Lu Yi patted Gai Sai Tong, reassuring him, How about I give you a kiss? Gai Sai Tong shot Lu Yi an exasperated look, carrying the luggage and floating ahead in a defeated manner. Lu Yi felt a pang of sadness that you've changed. You weren't like this before your evolution. Just as Lu Yi was lost in thought, Gai Sai Tong had already drifted further away, nearly reaching the village entrance. Lu Yi called out, Wait for me. Don't scare the kids again. Upon returning home, Lu Yi's mother was busy stoking the fire to cook. Upon seeing him, her expression turned to one of disbelief. Mom, what's for dinner? Lu Yi casually sat down, grabbing a bayberry from a bowl and offering one to Gai Sai Tong. Oh, just some side dishes. Liang Fong brushed off her apron and sat beside Lu Yi. How's school? Quite well. Where's Dad? You want to pick some fruits from your uncle's mountain? He'll be back soon. Liang Fong had already noticed Gai Sai Tong, who was eagerly munching on bayberries. But she chose not to inquire further, instead watching Gai Sai Tong with a gentle expression that, I asked that your Pokémon? Yes, I just caught it. Make sure it eats well. It's looking quite thin, as they chatted. Lu Yi's father entered, shouldering a large bag filled with fruits. His eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Yi. Oh, little Lu is back. Dad, how many fruits did you pick? Lu Yong, with graying hair, chuckled. Not too many. Just a little from your uncle. Lu Yi's father was originally a teacher, but unable to adapt to the city's fast pace, he returned to the village to serve as a village official. They kept a pattern bear and tended to potted plants in the yard. Occasionally, he would tease the neighbor's little Yorkie or fish for carp by the river, leading a life filled with unique charm. Seeing Gai Sai Tong, the pattern bear widened its big, dark eyes, retreating slightly behind Lu Yong in fear. Lu Yong kicked the pattern bear playfully, laughing, Don't be scared, go greet it. Gai Sai Tong struck a mock boxing pose, playfully swinging its fists at the pattern bear. However, since Shadow Punch does not inflict damage on normal types, Lu Yi let the two Pokémon frolic elsewhere. How long are you staying this time? Just 2 days, then I'll head back. Exams are coming up at school. Your uncle mentioned you were on television for that Pokémon Cup. What kind of competition is that? Just a friendly competition. Nothing to trouble yourselves over. After exchanging pleasantries with his father, Lu Yi learned that the forest on the mountain was now primarily dedicated to fruit cultivation. After all, the profits from fruits are substantial, and they sell well, but they inevitably attract some wild Pokémon, which has become a source of concern for Lu Yong as the village official. You arrived just in time. Tonight, you and your uncle will go up the mountain. Lu Yong took a puff from his pipe, glancing at the newly planted saplings to ensure they weren't being devoured by wild Pokémon. Are the Pokémon on the mountain really that fierce? Lu Yi inquired. Absolutely. Many saplings have been chewed to death. Lu Yong expressed some regret. I always advise your uncle not to set traps. At this rate, we might have to take more drastic measures. Lu Yi nodded. I'll go check it out tonight. With Gai Sai Tong's strength, dealing with a few wild Pokémon should pose no problem. After all, they were not far from the county seat. If there were truly powerful wild Pokémon, the association would have intervened long as the sun began to set. Wisps of smoke curled into the AI. Lu Yi's mother was persistently serving Gai Sai Tong more food, leaving Lu Yi feeling somewhat neglected. After dinner, Lu Yi took the pattern bear outside for a stroll, intending to let Gai Sai Tong have some fun with the local children. However, the children, being naturally boisterous, Soon joined forces with Gai Sai Tong in playful antics. Lu brother, don't take my swing. I want to play on the seesaw too. Lu brother, you come down first. Lu Yi led the pattern bear from house to house, collecting various fruits and snacks. That be why the time night fell. Lu Yi was munching on sunflower seeds, his mouth never pausing. Life in the village was simple and unadorned, yet somewhat monotonous. The dark crows perched on the power lines croaked hoarsely as the evening deepened. Soon, his uncle found Lu Yi, ready to accompany him up the mountain. Your dad told you, right? Uncle chuckled. It's quite a challenge for you. I assenti it. Rarely do you return home, and yet you must venture out to guard the forest tonight. That's not a problem, Lu Yi replied with a smile. I'm accustomed to staying up late. Behind Uncle trailed the snarling dingo, its demeanor tense as it barked at Gui Stone. Oblivious, Gui Stone tugged at the corners of its mouth, making grotesque faces as twilight descended. The dense woods became an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Uncle switched on a flashlight and urged the dingo to lead the way. Little Lou, stay close. I've set numerous traps around here. Uncle murmured, I know you scholars think it's rather cruel, but what can I do? If I can't catch the thief, I shall go hungry. The orchard was the livelihood of many families in the village, yet it was plagued by wild spirits. Having never conducted an investigation, Lu Yi felt he had no voice in the matter and silently followed behind. The forest echoed with the calls of partridges and low growls. Suddenly, the view opened up, revealing several saplings in the sparse orchard that had suffered damage. Damn it! Not again! Uncle exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration, when he suddenly spotted a shadow darting through the underbrush. Dingo chase it a successful perception check. In the dim light, Lu Yi could barely discern the shadow, a mere dark mass, making it impossible to identify the spirit. The dingo lunged into the thicket, prompting Lu Yi to shout. Gui Stone, follow suit, use exotic light. Though there was a risk of harming the dingo, in this circumstance, exotic light was the optimal choice. Gui Stone grinned as it soared towards the grass, and the enchanting radiance illuminated the entire orchard as if it were daylight. Lu Yi squinted, only to hear a sharp, mournful cry emanating from the brush. Uncle swung his fist in alarm. That rascal has stepped into a trap. They hurried forward, discovering a trail of dripping blood that extended from a gnawed cage. Uncle's expression shifted to one of disbelief. It managed to bite through this. How strong are its jaws? It can't be too large. Lu Yi frowned and said, Uncle, you stay here, Gui Stone, and I will pursue it. If we don't catch this thief tonight, I want to find peace sleeping in the countryside. Ah, little Lou, be careful. All around was the rustling of cicadas, and a few plump green caterpillars tumbled from the trees, hissing as they released thick silk. Cautiously, Lu Yi advanced along the narrow path, snapping dry branches that creaked underfoot. Under the eagle-eye effect of his perception, the trail of green bloodstains gradually faded. The last trace of blood was found on the trunk of a stout camphor tree. Lu Yi looked up. A sharp cry pierced the air as a shadow leaped down from the treetops. Gui Stone, hold it! A thick shroud of black mist enveloped Lu Yi, a barrier rising with eclank that sparked azure embers. Exotic light. As Lu Yi squinted, he exclaimed, Misfortunes rarely come alone. A cloud of black mist emanated from Gui Stone, radiating an alluring glow while the mist seemingly extended toward the dark figure. Yet that spirit easily broke through the black mist. Lunging at Gui Stone to bite? Ineffective? This is merely a normal type. Lu Yi cursed under his breath. Gui Stone, hold it. This was a dark type move, and given Gistone's fragile frame, it might not survive. Spray some gas at it. Gui Stone released a dense fog towards the looming shadow, causing it to choke on a mouthful. Don't ignite the surroundings. Use ghost fire. The temperature of ghost fire was low, not enough to reach the ignition point of the nearby ancient trees, but sufficient to ignite the thick poisonous gas. With a whoosh, a sorrowful cry rang out, and in the darkness, a burst of blue ghost fire flared up before vanishing. Thud! The shadow fell heavily to the ground. Letting out a hoarse groan, Lu cautiously approached, armed with a branch. Crack! As he used the branch to part its fur, it suddenly bit down, severing the stick. It was then that the system's Pokédex successfully identified the creature. Lu Yi stared blankly at the display, comparing it with the thick-furred, charred ball before him. Lu Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Evie, gazing at the dark mass, it was difficult for Lu Yi to reconcile it with the gentle, adorable Evie he remembered. Who has ever seen an Evie that bites people? Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar as he watched the little creature dig furiously at the ground, seizing the moment to try and escape while Gue Stone was distracted. Boo! However, after only a few steps, the little creature collapsed in pain, emitting a raspy cry of defiance. Moonlight poured through the trees. Blood trickled from Evie's hind legs, leaving a trail on the ground. Honestly, I'm not a bad person, Lu Yi said as he approached Evie. The filthy little creature shivered, realizing it had no way to retreat, bared its teeth, and emitted a low warning growl. Boo! Keck! Gue Stone curiously observed Evie, reaching out to poke it, only to be bitten as Evie opened its mouth. Retracting its paw in shock, Gistone's face turned pale, hands cradling its cheeks, unable to utter a sound from the pain that a world-renowned painting, Munch-esque scream. JPG at that moment, Uncle arrived, leaning on his knees, panting heavily. Did you catch it? Unsure if it was this one. Lu Yi hesitated as he gazed at the battered Evie. Its matted fur was tangled, the once soft coat around its neck now charred black, with bloody wounds on its hind legs and uneven sharp claws. Only its pair of pitch-black eyes stood out, appearing particularly alert and bright against the night, evoking immense pity. Uncle gulped, stuttering, "It shouldn't be this one, right? This little one," he, seemingly offended, struggled wildly, its eyes filled with fury. Uncle took a step back, like a tea that moment. Gue Stone floated in front of Evie, its eyes glowing with hypnotic blue light. But Evie fought desperately, shaking its head, but ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground in a stupor. Observing the highly cautious Evie, Lu Yi sighed. Leaving it like this doesn't seem right. I should take it back. Uncle breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Thank you, little Lu. If you need anything, just tell your uncle. There's no need for formality. I need to return and bandage this little one. Lu Yi grasped the soft fur at the nape of the little creature's neck, surprised by its unexpected lightness. Gazing at the peacefully breathing Evie, its serene face visible, Lu Yi murmured with a hint of melancholy, "You must have endured much hardship on this mountain." Evie, being a spirit well suited for domestication, often faced abandonment. Firstly, Evie's appearance varied greatly. Secondly, many naturally irritable EVs were deemed inferior and discarded at birth. Though cruel, this is the harsh reality for many decorative spirits. Keck, Gue Stone pointed at the pockball at Lu Yi's waist, looking at him quizzically. Did you not see how it resisted just now? Lu Yi replied helplessly, If I try to capture it now, it might resent me. Keck, Gue Stone scratched its head, then poked Evie's sleeping face, instantly breaking into a satisfied chuckle. Approaching 4 o'clock, a hazy dawn broke in the eastern sky at the village entrance, with a few drowsy doves perched atop the treetops. Lu Yi returned home carrying Evie, feeling somewhat exasperated. Should I give it a bath? Lu Yi tentatively asked Gue Stone. Keck, forget it. Asking you is pointless. Lu Yi took out his phone, instinctively seeking assistance from the expert, but at this hour, it was likely that the experts were still in slumber. Rubbing his head, Lu Yi murmured, Chi has a son's spirit named Abu, yet its temperament is not nearly as volatile. Who else possesses an Evie? Never mind. Let us take action first. Lu Yi rolled up his sleeves, boiled a kettle of water, and retrieved some alcohol and cotton cloth for bandaging from his home. System, do you have any medical skills to recommend? Would you like to spend 500 BP to purchase emergency medical, one-time use? One-time use? This system actually has a preference for familiar faces. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll buy it. Ding, purchase successful. Remaining BP. 570. Without hesitation, Lu Yi activated the skill, feeling a surge of resolve as he tore open the bandage with a crack. You hold it down for me. If it wakes up, we'll need to use hypnosis again. Understood? Ghastly gave Lu Yi an affirmative thumbs up. Cautiously parting the tangled fur, the slumbering Evie let out a pained whimper, revealing a bloody wound on its calf. Despite this, it still managed to run. Lu Yi murmured, This little creature is quite resilient. For now, he could only administer a disinfectant treatment. Proper stitching would require a visit to a professional Pokémon center. Gazing at the gruesome wound, even Lu Yi couldn't help but gasp. Bub. Evie softly whined, eyes closed, its dirty little face betraying a mix of panic and helplessness. Yi gently stroked its head, snipping away the matted, bloodied fur, and treated the injury with a cotton swab soaked in iodine. Bub. Evie suddenly opened its eyes wide, struggling to rise in pain. Guy. Ghastly swiftly extended its tongue, drawing in Evie, its eyes glowing with hypnotic blue light. Instantly, the little creature stiffened and collapsed once more. This one do. Louis wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Apply pressure, use paralysis, hypnosis, anything. Guy. Ghastly nodded eagerly as the sun gradually ascended. Both Lu Yi and Ghastly were drenched in cold sweat, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Throughout the procedure, Evie woke up 3 times and was hypnotized 3 times, attempting to bite at every opportunity. Had Lu Yi not dodged swiftly, they would have likely been on their way to the hospital by now. That was close, Lu Yi murmured. This what a medical dispute feels like. Quite perilous. At last, the wound was tended to. Lu Yi laid a blanket on the ground, placing Evie atop it, and even thoughtfully tied a bow with a bandage. While it slept, Lu Yi turned it over for a glance. Definitely female, no doubt about it. Tying a bow is certainly appropriate. By midday, the grimy Evie awoke, hunger gnawing at its belly. Opening its eyes, it was met with 2 tilted heads, one belonging to a man and the other to a Ghastly. Oh, you're awake, Lu Yi said, resting his head against Ghastly. Guy. Ghastly also did its utmost to display a friendly smile. Evie recoiled slightly, lying on the blanket, then bared its teeth in a warning growl. Bub. Suddenly, Evie let out an adorably plaintive sound. Raising its injured hind leg, it swiftly retreated over half a meter before it lay a full bowl of energy cubes, freshly made from tree fruits by Lu Yi. The village chief had a fruit mixer that was of superior quality compared to Lu Ye's family S. This was also Lu Ye's first time producing perfectly crafted orange fruit cubes. Why not give it a try? Lu Yi urged eagerly. Guy. Ghastly nodded while wiping its drool, which continued to flow uncontrollably. Evie remained bare-toothed, crouching on the ground, prepared to attack. All right, we want to watch you. Lu Yi raised his hands. We're leaving now, but don't you dare steal a bite. Bub. Evie turned its head away, disdainful of the unsolicited food. Ghastly gazed longingly at the bowl of energy cubes, tears streaming down its face. If you want to eat, then let me have them. Ghastly attempted to say more, but Lu Yi had already pulled him away. The 2 stood outside the courtyard wall, peering through a gap at Evie. Is it really not going to eat? Lu Yi was perplexed. This is a master-level craft. Guy. Winky face. Ghastly was in tears, yearning to be the Evie instead. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose from the yard. Crackling noises, akin to crunching, resonated. Lu Yi's eyes brightened. After waiting a moment longer, he kicked open the courtyard door. Bub. Evie abruptly lifted its head from the bowl, shock and innocence written all over its face, with red fruit juice staining the corners of its mouth. Seemingly wanting to defend itself, Evie opened its mouth, then promptly burrowed back under the blanket, burying its head. Bub. Evie had officially taken residence in Lu Yi's home. The bandaged wound adorned with a bow was in stark contrast to Evie's filthy exterior. Lu Yi contemplated giving it a bath several times, but considering the risk of infection on the wound, he refrained. This Evie had fashioned a nest in the other courtyard, and though none of the potted plants were spared, Lu Yong was rather amused. Ts nothing. It's still just a child. Crash. Another pot shattered. Lu Yong raised an eyebrow, shaking hands, lifting his meal, ultimately setting down the bowl and chopsticks with a clatter. I'll step outside for a breather. Lu Yi chuckled awkwardly, Mom. I'll replace the potted plants for Dad later. What do you plan to replace them with? Liang Fong inquired, astonished. Those trees in the south called Hushua, they can survive without watering. Entering the disheveled other courtyard, the filthy Evie was sharpening its claws against the stone. Hearing footsteps, Evie's ears flicked back in alarm, regarding the newcomer with caution. Upon recognizing Lu Yi, its tail wavered slightly before drooping once more. Bub. Evie lethargically called out, lazily sprawled on the ground, licking its bandage. Itching means it's healing. Lu Yi smiled. Hold still. I'll change your bandage. This marked the 3rd day of Evie's stay in Lu Yi's home. Its recovery was swift, with the wound beginning to heal. This was also attributed to the efficacy of the Pokémon healing spray in this world. Though it was a spray, its effects were remarkably potent, yet only effective on Pokémon you had been caring for EV's diet. Confidently crafting energy cubes at level 5. Even if Hoopa were to arrive, it would surely be delectable. Eevee lay on the ground, utterly reluctant, as Luyi cradled it on his knee. Tea might hurt a bit. Bear with me, bub. Eevee disdainfully turned its face away. As Luyi changed the dressing. Tears welled in Eevee's eyes, yet the little creature remained resolute in silence. Luyi couldn't help but smile as he rubbed its head. Eevee stiffened, about to bare its teeth, but ultimately emitted a low purr from its throat. In a couple of days, I'll give you a bath, all right, bub? Ibu resisted and struggled free from Luyi's grasp. How can this be? Girls always love beauty, even in a rescue station. Suddenly, Ibu wriggled out of Luyi's embrace, glaring at him with fury. Luyi was taken aback for a moment, then helplessly replied, all right, I understand. But, would you be willing to be captured by me? Ibu cast a cold glance at Luyi before turning away and burrowing back into its little nest. Cast out, Luyi felt a pang of disappointment. His uncle was waiting at the door, anxiously inquiring, still unwilling to capture it. Luyi nodded, sighing, I think I might have said the wrong thing. What should we do then? It can only be sent to the rescue station. His uncle scratched his head, or perhaps I could ask the neighbors if anyone wants to adopt it. Luyi glanced back at the adjoining courtyard. Forget it. Let's just put it back in the mountains. Luyi had never considered becoming a trainer, yet this Ibu possessed an innate combat spirit. Capturing it would be unfair to the creature. Sensing his master's emotions, Gizatong also felt a bit downcast. IT had hoped for a new companion, even practicing boxing moves to greet it. All in vain. As for the fact that the snake pattern bear was sent to the Pokémon Center while it was immune to shadow punches. That was not something to be mentioned. As review week was coming to an end, Ibu's attitude grew increasingly indifferent. Upon opening the adjoining courtyard and finding the energy cubes untouched, Luyi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. After giving Ibu one last dose of medicine, he tied a ribbon around it. You can leave now, Luyi said, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Ibu looked perplexed for a moment, but then stood up coldly and wobbled toward the door. Without a trace of nostalgia, it brushed past Luyi and strode into the countryside fields. The dusk had already fallen. Luyi followed Ibu until the skies on either side of the ridge grew dim. If you know the way, you can come back any time, Luyi called out, but Ibu had already ventured far, its silhouette fading in the setting sun. Unable to restrain himself, Luyi finally took out a Pokeball from his pocket. If it turns back, I'll just throw it, Luyi said to Gizatong. Koja. Gizatong nodded seriously. Luyi wished fervently that it would glance back, if it were willing to turn back even once. Capturing it would carry no emotional burden for Luyi. Yet, Ibu had vanished at the end of the path. A sense of emptiness lingered in Luyi's heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sadness that's gone. Gizatong. Koja. Gizatong floated dejectedly, its head drooping in the reeds by the ridge. Ibu quietly gazed at Luyi, waiting until his shadow disappeared before gracefully turning away, vanishing in an instant. That night, Luyi's uncle approached him as if announcing some grand event. I consulted an expert, and those saplings were not damaged by Ibu. Really? Luyi remained indifferent. Why aren't you happy? Then it would be reasonable for you to capture Ibu. It just left today, Luyi sighed, still unwilling to accept it. His uncle's eyes widened. Why not just throw the ball at its head? I wish I could, but it gives no chance, not even a glance back. If Ibu had no lingering attachments, Luyi had no intentions of forcing the issue. Respecting the Pokemon's own will was also part of Luyi's philosophy of capturing. His uncle stroked his chin, exclaiming, however, you'll have to accompany me up the mountain tonight. I know what kind of Pokemon that group is. What is it? It's Rattata, his uncle lamented. They have a habit of gnawing, and with the large trees being inconvenient, they must have targeted these newly planted saplings. Luyi, feeling a surge of irritation, gritted his teeth. Can we burn them? Better not. Just teach them a lesson. Gizatong, Luyi shouted into the house, shouldering the fire extinguisher. We're heading up the mountain tonight. The moon shone brightly against the sparse stars, and the freshly rain night sky was exceptionally clear. Luyi took the lead, with his trembling uncle following behind. Should I hold him back? His uncle mumbled. Before they reached their destination, piercing screams erupted from the forest. El Ada, Boo-ee. It sounded like a fierce battle. Louis dashed into the woods, eyes widening in surprise. Under the radiant moonlight, Ibu was encircled by a group of Rattata and their young, its expression one of utter disdain. Upon seeing the familiar ribbon, Louis felt his breath quicken. Boo-ee. With a flash of electricity, Ibu nimbly dodged a deadly bite, sending one of the young Rattata flying. Breaking through the encirclement, Ibu kicked up a cloud of dust, striking the leading Rattata squarely in the face. El Ada. The hefty Rattata screeched, wildly clawing, but Ibu skillfully evaded. With bared teeth, Ibu clamped down on the Rattata, viciously pinning it beneath its feet. Louis's uncle was bewildered. Is this Ibu really that strong? Boo-ee. Just then, two young Rattata charged in from the side, and Ibu, caught off guard, heard a familiar voice. Dodged to the side. Boo-ee. Ibu hesitated, but its body instinctively reacted. Unable to resist glancing back, tears welled in Ibu's eyes. Don't dawdle, Louis commanded. Watch your left. Use swift. Boo-ee. Ibu sniffled, sidestepping the Rattata's charge, and the swirling star-shaped beams struck the Rattata down as the leader faltered. The young Rattata scattered in panic, shrieking as they fled. Ibu was poised to pursue further, but was called back by Louis. Ibu. Ibu froze, quickly wiping its dirty little face with its paw, then turned away and continued on. Suddenly, it shrank back that a Pokeball landed squarely on its head. With tears in its eyes, Ibu shot a fierce glare at Louis, only to be enveloped in a beam of red light. Are you sure it won't jump out? Louis's uncle swallowed hard. That look doesn't seem like one that wants to be captured. Louis sighed with resignation that I should have realized it sooner. All this time, it has been at Sundara. Silence enveloped the surroundings, only to be broken by a faint sound. Thud. Not a single tremor. Perfect capture. The forest lay still, the moonlight pouring down like a silvery cascade. Louis picked up the Pokeball lying quietly on the ground, feeling somewhat resigned. If only you had turned back sooner, I would have understood. It was a pity that Louis had taken Ibu's feelings into account. All this time, had he been engaged in a battle of wits with the air? Inside the Pokeball, the dirty Ibu glanced around anxiously. It sniffed the air, catching a familiar, reassuring scent. Through the ball, it could see the outside world. It lifted its head, staring blankly at Louis before disdainfully flopping down. Squinting its eyes, I'm just a bit tired. Might as well take a nap and pretend I know nothing. Ibu thought to itself, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washing over it, eyelids growing heavy. Louis and Gizatong exchanged glances, both scratching their heads in unison. What should I say? Kojia. Ibu, get days. Louis's uncle approached, kicking the fainting Rattata, scratching his head. Last time, I wronged Ibu. Speaking of which, how did Ibu end up here again? Louis smiled. Perhaps it wanted to prove itself. Ibrahim does not engage in argumentation. Driving away this group of Rattata is its way of repaying Louis. Little did it expect to encounter Louis again in this place. The small creature could hardly contain itself, baring its teeth with great effort. Fortunately managing to conceal its tears from Louis, I shall take this Rattata to the Pokémon Center. Uncle retrieved a Pokeball, smirking slightly. It's far more enjoyable than being on the mountain. A beam of red light ensnared the Rattata within. The Pokeball shook 3 times before coming to a halt. The matter reached a conclusion. Louis' greatest gain was this somewhat aloof little heavy as dusk fell, having just endured a fierce battle. Louis planned to allow it a bit more rest, taking advantage of this moment. Louis scanned Eevee's moves with the Pokédex. Eevee, a normal type ability. Anticipation moves, growl, sand attack, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, swift, bite. This Eevee appeared solitary, lacking any semblance of a pack, and there were no supportive moves listed. However, aside from the fairy-type move baby doll eyes, it had mastered all the requisite techniques rather proficiently. This Eevee boasted considerable battle experience, having nearly bested a Jengars during their first encounter. This clearly indicated that the little creature must have faced quite a few trials on the back mountain. Thank you for your hard work, Louis murmured with a smile. From now on, I shall take care of you. The Pokeball trembled slightly. With the review week drawing to a close, Luyi was to return to school for final examinations. Before the finals, there was also a friendly water battle to partake in, making for a rather busy schedule. After finishing breakfast at home, Luyi bid farewell to his parents and boarded the high-speed train back to Magic City. On the train, Luyi scrolled through his phone, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, I've topped the lifestyle district." Teacher Lu's late-night dining show had successfully triumphed over Professor Oak's backyard, claiming the top spot in the lifestyle district. Attracting a considerable audience that, in a way, could Teacher Lu truly be a versatile content creator? This is indeed the kind of video that makes one hungry. I initially thought Teacher Lu's skills were impressive enough. Yet I never imagined he was actually a chef. Wow. Who are you, handsome? Quickly bring Teacher Lu back. In less than a week, this new program surpassed 1 million views, and the system's task was marked as complete. Task: I am not a versatile content creator. Task objective: reach the top of any video category, excluding gaming. Task reward: 2,000 BP points, programming level 3, silk scarf x1. Note: this task can be repeated. Programming level 3, proficient in utilizing various common algorithms and programming languages. Did you see that elderly gentleman running? He is actually a 25-year-old programmer who enjoys sports. Luyi, as I twitched. Are you certain this skill does not carry a risk of baldness? Ding! Skills produced by this system bear no side effects. Please use them with confidence. Luyi exhaled in relief, but remained cautious. This skill cannot be used frequently. Should a failure occur, it could lead to dire consequences. The other task reward was the silk scarf. Silk scarf. A scarf made from silky material slightly increases the power of normal-type moves. A limited edition luxury collaboration. You deserve it. Luyi stroked his chin that I have my suspicions that this broken system possesses a warehouse inspection function. Just after capturing EV, it randomly rewards me with an item suited for it. Although it may be pseudo-random, in this era where the system emphasizes big data, it is quite reasonable. Upon reaching his doorstep, before Luyi could retrieve his keys, Jengars reached through the door. With a click, it twisted the doorknob and flashed a triumphant smile at Luyi. Jengars. Oh. Luyi twitched his lips. Are you a criminal mastermind? This door lock-picking is far too convenient. Back at home. He opened the Pokeball, and a flash of red light emerged. The drowsy Eevee yawned, rubbing its dirty little paws against its eyes. Pew! Suddenly, Eevee's ears perked up, and upon seeing Luyi, its stiff tail drooped. It shook slightly twice before becoming stilled. Luyi smiled gently. This will be your new home from now on. Bew. Eevee half opened its eyes, struggling to survey its surroundings, and yawned in a rather dismissive manner. Bah. Jengars chuckled, mimicking a boxer as it approached to greet, only to be promptly bitten by Eevee. Bah. Jengars widened its eyes in shock, staring at its bitten hand, tears welling up. This scene felt oddly familiar. Luyi mused. The little creature remained wary, pacing anxiously around the living room as if plotting an escape route. Luyi produced the silk scarf and presented it to Eevee. Here, a gift for our first meeting. Bew. The little creature lifted its round, dark eyes, gazing at Luyi in confusion, adorably tilting its head. This is a gift for you. Luyi smiled. Eevee hesitated for a moment, then turned its head away with a dismissive huff. Leaping onto the windowsill, Luyi, undeterred, approached and easily grasped the fur on the back of Eevee's neck. Bew! Bew! The little creature struggled mightily, but it was merely a formality. Luyi smiled faintly, wrapping the soft silk scarf around its neck and tying it into a cute bow. Seeing that resistance was futile, Eevee pouted, begrudgingly accepting the adornment. Eevee. 3. Luyi released his grip, and Eevee agilely leaped down, shaking its head. Upon noticing the pristine scarf now stained, a flicker of distress crossed the little one's eyes. It bit down on the scarf around its neck, placing the silk scarf aside, distancing itself that, Oh, you not like it. Bew! Eevee shook its head, licking its dirty fur defiantly, lifting its chin with a somewhat stubborn demeanor. Luyi pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. How about a bath? Eevee struggled for a long while, its face turning red, ultimately emitting a low growl from its throat. Bew! Eevee had just finished its bath. Its once filthy fur was now smooth, revealing a light yellow coat and a pale white underbelly. Dewdrops clung to the fur on its forehead as Evie shook its head, glancing at the mirror with bewilderment, only to recoil in shock and retreat several steps. What a silly creature. Lu Yi laughed heartily. Pew. Evie glared at Lu Yi with a fierce expression, yet its adorably charming appearance lacked any real threat. Only serving to endear it further, Lu Yi made a point to grasp its soft paw, aiming to trim its nails, but the vigorous resistance forced him to abandon the endeavor. I'm merely concerned about you getting them embedded into your flesh. Lu Yi smacked his lips at this moment. Evie had returned to the adorable image imprinted in Lu Ye's mind, its gaze sharper than before to prevent any unforeseen incidents during its care. Lu Yi stroked his chin and opened the chat group. How should Evie be raised? The first to respond was Xiao Jing. Mr. Lu, you've captured an Evie? Yes, but I'm unsure how to nurture it, which is quite vexing. Xiao Jing nodded in understanding. Evie currently has 8 evolutionary forms, and each form has a different nurturing method. It's indeed quite troublesome. Little Evie rolling around and being cute.jpg, Xinbailing was online, showcasing her cuteness to, oh, Teacher Lu, which form of Evie do you intend to evolve into? Xiaolan chimed in with a smile, that if you need an evolution stone, I can sell one to you at a discount. Lu Yi looked up at the sky, pondering the fierce little Evie that belonged to him. It seemed that evolving it into a Flareon, the only fire-type evolution, was a rather appealing choice. In winter, he could cuddle the fiery, fluffy creature for warmth, perhaps even drape it around his neck or use it as a foot warmer. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him. How much does an evolution stone cost? Well, for standard quality, it's around 600,000. The more expensive ones can go for over $1 million. Which one would you prefer, Teacher Lu? Lu Yi opened his mouth. I can't afford either. Okay. Kanan interjected. You could also consider evolving through friendship. That crimson EV is quite adorable. ISNT it. The green-eyed youth twitched slightly. You call that EV, which could blast a small mountain away with Shadow Ball? Adorable. As the topic began to veer off course, Lu Yi cleared his throat and said, I believe we should respect the wishes of EV itself. Xiao Gang nodded solemnly, his expression serious, respecting the desires of Pokémon. Could this be Teacher Lu's nurturing philosophy? Indeed, compared to the cultivation method that solely emphasizes battle prowess, this is a rather advanced and profound insight. Though it may be insignificant, I can share some cases of EV cultivation, Xiao Gang offered. Xiao Gang, being the quiet and selfless type, naturally wouldn't ask for anything in return now that Lu Yi had earned his approval. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Thank you very much. The document titled EV Cultivation Cases has been received. The instances provided by Xiao Gang detailed general methods for cultivating EV, including dietary and lifestyle habits. However, there is no mention of training content, as each EV has a different evolutionary direction and focus. Lu Yi perused the document with a serious expression, nodding occasionally. I completely don't understand. The content is quite profound and challenging for Lu Yi's reading comprehension to grasp fully. Nevertheless, he did glean some insights. Evie is an omnivorous creature, with a diet that includes berries, raw meat, grains, and more. Breeders typically take great care in formulating Evie's diet, and the more extravagant ones opt to feed them with energy cubes. Is it really sufficient to use energy cubes? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Then I can rest easy. In other aspects, Lu Yi might be utterly out of his depth, but when it comes to energy cubes, even Xiao Gang might not be as adept as Lu Yi. With the breeding method settled, the training method still remained unresolved. However, Lu Yi never intended to become a trainer. Surely Eevee wouldn't train by itself like a Jengar, right? How could that be possible? One Pokémon is already absurd enough, let alone a second one. Stepping confidently out of the room, Lu Yi froze in place. Jengar was giving a lecture to Eevee. Jengar had somehow pulled out a blackboard, on which were drawn extremely messy sketches that were barely recognizable. Yet, Eevee was attentively nodding its little head, occasionally asking questions. Kia. Jengar nodded, displaying a look of pride in its pupil. Lu Yi, holding a cup of tea, sat nearby, his expression quite complex. There's something amiss. Eevee certainly wasn't training by itself. But how did Jengar begin training Eevee? It was one thing for Jengar to train itself. But now it was dragging Evie into the mix. A dull ache began to throb in Liu Ye's chest, supporting his forehead. He sighed deeply that it's nothing, just trivial matters. What use is Jengar's lecture? Is it possible that Evie can learn new moves? Evie. Just then, Evie suddenly lifted its head, a faint halo of light detached from its body, gradually forming another identical Evie. Lu's eyes widened. No way. Could this truly be the move's substitute? Evie. Though it lasted less than 2 seconds, it was indeed the move substitute. Evie was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, yet its eyes sparkled with excitement. Kia. Jengar nodded in satisfaction. Wearing a wistful expression, even wiping away a tear of joy from the corner of its eye. This is the substitute technique I've mastered most proficiently. Now, I pass it on to you. Little Evie. With so many points of contention, Liu Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. It's so difficult for me. While it is indeed possible for Pokémon to teach each other moves, how could one possibly master substitute in just an afternoon? Is it that the master teaches exceptionally well, or is the disciple's talent simply extraordinary? One that has backstabbed me is already too much. Now, there's a second one. Evie. Upon seeing Liu Yi, Evie excitedly ran over, eager to showcase its newly learned move. Liu Yi forced a smile, stroking Evie's head. You did wonderfully. Evie, suddenly. As if realizing something, Evie stiffened, disdainfully turning its face away, though its wagging tail betrayed its true feelings. Liu Yi let out a long sigh. I clearly don't want to become a trainer. Why are my Pokémon all more enthusiastic than I am? While Liu Yi was lost in thought, Evie sneakily glanced at him. For different Pokémon, the meaning of battle varies. In the back mountains, Evie fought relentlessly for survival. Now, it was Liu Yi who had opened up a new life for Evie, allowing it to discover its own significance, to engage in continuous battles, to grow stronger, and to become the sharpest blade in his hands. Not only must it surpass Jengar, but must also outshine all other Pokémon. Evie silently gazed at Liu Yi, its eyes gradually filling with determination. I will make him the strongest trainer. On Saturday, the long-anticipated Pokémon Cup semi-final officially commenced. According to the draw, Liu Yi was set to face Han Xiao from the Magical University, the very same friend from the livestream who had a Shroomish as her Pokémon. In the other group, it was an internal battle at Jiangxi University, with Feng Shu pitted against Lu. Upon seeing the grouping list, Feng Shu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved. Thankfully, I didn't face teacher Liu in the semifinals. Han Xiao, on the other hand, was wide-eyed with excitement, bombarding Liu Yi with messages under the guise of professional inquiries. Teacher Liu, I'm in the same group as you for the semifinals. Teacher Liu, can we take a photo together after the match? A signature would be great too. With the influence of the live stream expanding, Liu Yi had garnered a certain fan base among these young trainers. This scene resembled more of a fan meeting than a competition. Liu Yi's expression turned peculiar as he clicked into Han Xiao social media, his eyelids twitching instantly. The expansive cover photo was a chibi fan art, depicting a character that bore a 70 resemblance to Teacher Liu. Beside it floated a grinning Jengar, captioned, protecting the world's best substitute. Liu Yi was taken aback. This is what they call a fangirl. Scrolling down, he found Han Xiao's daily posts. How amusing. Teacher Liu is at least a master trainer. Okay, don't speak recklessly if you don't understand. Teacher Liu can even cook. I'm in love. Liu Yi's expression grew complicated as he glanced at Jengar, who was scratching its head. Kia, when the time comes, be a bit harsher, so she knows the harsh realities of life. Kia. Jengar rubbed its fists together, grinning ominously. The match began in the afternoon. For lunch, Liu Yi prepared moo milk for Evie, but after calling for a long time with no response, he personally carried Evie out of the room. Evie reluctantly called out, initially wanting to struggle. However, in the end, it lowered its head and extended its little tongue, quietly licking the milk. Liu Yi stealthily reached into the fluffy fur around Evie's neck, instantly revealing a satisfied smile. The texture is simply unparalleled. Evie. Suddenly, Evie lifted its head, glaring fiercely at Liu Yi before letting out a belch. Boo! Hey. Despite the grimace of the creature, its burping demeanor exuded no semblance of intimidation whatsoever. Lactose intolerance? Louis momentarily paused, unable to suppress a chuckle. Wait for me a moment. I shall fetch you a different lunch. Burp! The creature burped again, wagging its tail, bashfully averting its gaze. Meanwhile, on the other side, Giston hastily grabbed a handful of energy cubes, consuming them like jelly beans, even contemplating a fizzy drink to alleviate his nerves. With a pop, he unscrewed the cap of a soda bottle, squinting as he took a sip, eliciting a blissful moan. Just before stepping out, Louis patted the creature's head, asking, "Would you like to join us?" The creature hesitated, taking a step back, then shook its head. This little one seemed somewhat shy. Yet remaining cooped up in its pockball wasn't ideal either. "Then you shall stay behind to guard the house," Louis said with a smile. "When we return, I shall bring you something delicious." The creature nodded lightly, suddenly burping once more before swiftly darting away. Observing its retreating figure, Louis stroked his chin and murmured, "It can't possibly set the house ablaze again, can it?" "It should be fine." He nodded confidently. Off goes Giston, off to partake in friendly battles. The Mercedes Arena was already surrounded by spectators, with media outlets mobilizing en masse. This marked the first grand event of the summer in the magical city. Approaching its grand finale, the semi-finals of the Pokémon Cup were about to commence, and among the illustrious contenders, Louis from the Magical University was hailed as the dark horse. Would he once again conjure a miracle? The semi-finals guest lineup was revealed, with the champion of the South China region, Guoming, providing significant support. As a special guest of the competition, these seasoned trainers would offer critiques on the participants. The president of the Municipal Association, Song Pengcheng, chuckled, "Master Gua, it has been quite a while." Guoming clasped his hands in greeting. "Old sir, you still brim with vitality. With the emergence of new talent, I can rest easy," Song Pengcheng remarked with a smile. "Oh," Guoming inquired, perplexed. "Are you referring to Lu Yu or Feng Shu?" Song Pengcheng stroked his beard, smiling without responding. "The first match would soon reveal who excelled and who faltered," Guoming commented, with the sound of cannon fire. The announcer's voice heralded the commencement of the match. The contestants took their positions. "Let us await the outcome." In the audience, Tian Yue stuttered, "Lu, is it really all right for you to be so relaxed?" "I'm already quite anxious," Lu sighed. "Just look into my eyes." "You do indeed seem rather tense," Yu, munching on a hamburger, cast a sidelong glance. "What's he so tense about?" Louis cleared his throat. Even if he wished to be nervous, the thought of facing his own friend across the field rendered such feelings futile. "Let us just enjoy the match. The ticket price is exorbitant, several hundred for just one." The battle commenced, Miao Wachow versus Sanhe Eci Guai. Aside from the fact that poison-type moves were ineffective against steel types, neither side possessed any significant advantages. Ultimately, the outcome would hinge upon the trainer's strategies and the fruits of their training. Liu struck first, electromagnetic wave, given Miao Wachow's sluggish speed. Evading Sanhe Eci Guai's electromagnetic wave was a daunting challenge. Yet the barrier flickered to life just in time, absorbing the brunt of the thick current with a crackle. Simultaneously, Miao Wachow curled its limbs, its vines piercing the ground with a sharp sound. Feng Shu opted for a stationary strategy, allowing Miao Wachow to take root, the announcer exclaimed. Miao Wachow's speed indeed appeared lacking. Song Pengcheng nodded. "That is a commendable strategy." Guoming smiled. "It seems he has chosen a war of attrition." "Parasitic seed," Feng Shu commanded. "Spiral ball, unleash volt tackle upon proximity." The thorny vines darted towards Sanhe Eci Guai. But the latter spun at high speed, deflecting the vines effortlessly. Rooted in place, Miao Wachow couldn't move, while Sanhe Eci Guai closed in, a brilliant flash of electricity erupting. The dazzling sparks caused Miao Wachow to curl up in agony. Feng Shu commanded, "Awakening power." In a moment of crisis, the butt on Miao Wachow's back suddenly radiated a burst of light, a scorching heat wave enveloping the arena. Fire-type awakening power. Song Pengcheng exclaimed in surprise. "Now, that is indeed a hidden ace." Guoming frowned. He was too impulsive. In the audience, Tian Yue gasped, "Whoa, Miao Wachow is about to turn the tide." Yet Lu Yu lamented. "Lu Yu is poised to win." Flames surged forth from the awakening power, with Sanhee Eci Guai bracing against the inferno, emitting a high-pitched, grating sound. Simultaneously, Volt tackle struck once more. The referee waved the flag. Miao Huachao has lost its fighting capability. The victor is Lu Yu from Jiangsu University. Tian Yue was momentarily stunned. Didn't Team Miao Huachao's awakening fire hit just now? Choosing to engage in a war of attrition while attacking was unwise. Lu Yi explained, Sanhee Eci Guai's trait is sturdy. Miao Huachao lacked the necessary force and exposed a vulnerability. The judges' table echoed Guoming's sentiments, aligning with Lu Ye's assessment that he was indeed too reckless. Guoming remarked, if he had revealed that trump card a bit later, it might have yielded better results at Youth. It is understandable, President Song Pengcheng smiled. Who's next? Guoming perused the list, raising an eyebrow. A student from the finance department. How remarkable that they reached the semi-finals. Song Pengcheng chuckled, be a latecomer, yet still make it to the top 4. The caliber of the Pokémon Cup seems to be diminishing. Guoming remarked coldly. These amateur trainers often employ overly harsh methods in pursuit of power. Having witnessed numerous such instances, Guoming harbored a bias against amateur participants. Yet, Song Pengcheng grinned. These are not ordinary amateurs. Their command skills are even superior to some elite trainers I have encountered. Guoming frowned. Non-committal. You shall see for yourself shortly. In the player's tunnel, Lu Yi gritted his teeth. Be swift. I have an ominous premonition. Leaving the creature at home should theoretically pose no problem. However, the crux lay in the fact that my Pokémon also defied expectations. Sitting in the player's room, the more he contemplated, the more uneasy he felt. His hands and feet growing colder. He could only hasten to finish the match and return home to check. Kojia. Sensing Lu Ye's unease, Giston solemnly nodded, producing a Dragonfire fruit cube from seemingly nowhere. Giston held it up, suddenly tossing it into the air. Woo. Giston opened his mouth wide, swallowing the Dragonfire fruit cube whole. In an instant, Giston's eyes widened, appearing bloodshot. Kojia. Lu Ye's expression turned peculiar. I've already checked. There's not a drop of doping in there. Stepping out of the player's tunnel, cheers erupted from the sidelines. Go. Teacher Lu. Look, Lu Yi is making his entrance, despite having only appeared a few times. A support group had formed in the audience, even unfurling a banner. Lu Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Turning around, he noticed even his friends across the field wore expressions of excitement. Teacher Lu. Han Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and thought to herself. I'll go easy on it. Lu Yi nodded solemnly, retrieving a Pokeball, but a flash of red light illuminated the arena, revealing Jengars floating menacingly with wicked grins. The audience erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Jengars has actually evolved. Did they intentionally wait until the semifinals to evolve? Such deep strategy. Could this be part of Lu Laoshir's plan? Guoming cast a keen glance at Jengars, letting out a soft "oh." This particular Jengars appeared to have been nurtured exceptionally well. Song Pengcheng also nodded in agreement that IT had probably only been less than a week since its evolution. He wondered how well it had adapted. Han Xiaoxiao summoned her Breloom, whose kangaroo-like frame was topped with a conical mushroom cap, primarily colored in green and beige. With its arms extended and red claws at the ready, Breloom emitted a sharp cry. Simultaneously, the Pokédex chimed in, displaying Breloom's data. Breloom, grass fighting type, ability, Spore. Moves, Mach Punch, Mega Drain, Stun Spore, Seed Bomb, Spore Bullet Seed, Substitute, Headbutt. The Spore ability could be rather troublesome, possessing a chance to inflict random status conditions on opponents. From its move set and ability, it seemed to embody Lu Laoshir's cunning tactics. Lu pondered for a moment, just as the referee's whistle pierced the air. The match began. Go, Breloom. Han Xiaoxiao was exhilarated to battle against Lu Laoshir. Yet her gaze remained razor-sharp. Spore, from Breloom's neck. A flurry of fluffy spores dispersed, capable of inducing drowsiness upon contact. Enhanced by Breloom's Spore ability, this move was exceedingly difficult to evade. A triumphant smile graced Han Xiaoxiao's lips. But her eyes widened in shock that a ghostly blue flame suddenly erupted in the arena, igniting the clouds of spores into a flurry of blue butterflies. This dazzling spectacle prompted an explosive cheer from the audience. Guoming wore a look of astonishment. Is Lu Yi really a coordinator trainer? Song Pengcheng opened his mouth slightly, his gaze toward Lu Yi filled with admiration. This kid always manages to conjure something new. A multitude of phosphorescent flames danced throughout the arena, radiating an enchanting glow. It was undoubtedly Jengar's peculiar light. Breloom felt dizzy, its steps growing unsteady. Jengars, unleash chaos. Lu Yi commanded that a thick cloud of black mist enveloped Jengars. The peculiar light dimming as the mist grew larger, swiftly consuming Breloom. Jengar's cackling echoed, accompanied by Breloom's mournful cries from within the shroud of darkness. The venue fell into a profound silence. Tian Yue and Liang Dayo exchanged bewildered glances. Is this really the Lu Zi we know? How has he become so powerful in just a month? As the black mist dissipated, Breloom, battered and trembling, still managed to remain standing. Breloom, Mega Drain. Han Xiaoxiao urged anxiously. Yet, just as Breloom struggled to rise, the ghostly blue flames erupted once more around it. Boom! At the judges' table, Guoming wore an expression of disbelief. Although Han Xiaoxiao is merely a senior high contestant, the disparity in strength is staggering. More critically, this contestant named Lu Yi left no room for Han Xiaoxiao to retaliate. There was no need for contemplation. This tempestuous assault style seemed to be second nature to him. I retract my previous statement. This is a trainer with a flamboyant and aggressive fighting style. Song Pengcheng was momentarily taken aback. Are we talking about the same contestant? The Lu Yi from the quarterfinals didn't rely on a defensive poison strategy to scrape by. Did he, a mere novice trainer, seamlessly switching between two tactical styles? The younger generation truly is remarkable, Song Pengcheng murmured. Breloom collapsed in a disheveled heap, prompting the referee to sound the whistle. The victor is Lu Yi from Magic City University. All eyes converged on the dashing young trainer. A student from the finance department of Magic City University had decisively triumphed over a host of prodigies to reach the finals of the Pokémon Cup. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into a thunderous cheer. Lu Yi is amazing. Jengars, you're the best. At the judges' table, Song Pengcheng couldn't help but nod in appreciation, advancing to the finals without arrogance. This kid truly possesses an air of nobility. Yet, in truth, Lu Yi appeared perplexed. This doesn't make sense. How could they be so weak? His initial purpose for entering the competition was merely to prevent Jengars from harboring regrets, although most of the BP rewards had gone to Jengars. And the guidance from various experts in the community had been invaluable. He hadn't trained much at all, and yet he had somehow reached the finals. The newcomers this year seem rather lackluster, Lu Yi mused. Despite losing in the semifinals, Han Xiaoxiao showed no signs of dejection. Instead, she wore a look of satisfaction to have battled against the tactical master. Lu Laoshi was already a triumph in her eyes. Lu Laoshi. Shall we take a photo together later? Han Xiaoxiao said, her eyes sparkling. I would love to learn more about your specific training methods. Lu Ye's expression turned strange. What exactly are my training methods? Wait, do I even have a training method? I was aware of it. I'll share in my live stream soon, he finally said. Great, I'll shower you with gifts when I get back. Han Xiaoxiao beamed sweetly. As the semifinals concluded, news of Lu Ye's advancement to the finals sent shockwaves through the entire trainer community of Magic City. The online buzz surrounding the tactical master, coupled with Jengar's remarkable growth rate, inevitably led many to question Lu Ye's true capabilities. Could a newly debuted trainer genuinely be as formidable as the internet claimed? Yet the deeper one delved into Lu Laoshi's background, the more elusive the truth became. Numerous gym leaders praised his strategies, and even the poison-type champion, a Jew, shared his videos. Rumor had it that he even had personal connections with world champion Qihong within a Magic City Pokémon Association. Chairman Song Pengcheng set down his documents, his expression a tumult of complexity. Could he be the illegitimate child of some powerful figure? The intent behind participating in the Pokémon Cup is glaringly obvious. However, Lu Ye's profile was strikingly ordinary, devoid of any signs of concealment, essentially resembling that of a typical first-year finance student from Magic City University. The more mundane his background appeared, the more apprehensive Song Pengcheng felt. How could an ordinary freshman possibly have ties to a world champion? There must be some unspeakable reason why Liu Ye's history seemed so impeccably crafted. I can't investigate any further. Song Pengsheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It's best to treat him as an ordinary contestant. Meanwhile, Liu Yi remained blissfully unaware that he had been regarded as a hidden powerhouse. After declining a barrage of media interview requests, he anxiously returned home. I hope Evie hasn't learned to destroy the house, Liu Yi muttered, feeling a chill run down his spine. It shouldn't be too bad. Its behavior had been normal a few days ago. Despite his attempts to reassure himself, Liu Yi prepared for the worst. As long as the house remained intact, everything else could be discussed. According to the theory that everything can be SCHR dingers, one would only discover whether the husky had caused chaos upon opening the door. Until the door was opened, the husky was in a quantum-entangled state of both causing chaos and not causing chaos. In a sense, Evie's ancestral form, the fox, also belonged to the canine family. Cautiously, he pushed the door open. Liu Yi surveyed the surroundings and let out a long sigh of relief. The room was unharmed. The walls were pristine white, and the air was filled with the fragrance of lavender, just as it had been when he left. Indeed, I was overthinking it. Liu Yi chuckled. How could such an adorable EV possibly cause chaos? Quijia. Gai Sai Tong scratched his head, unable to spot EV, but he noticed a trail of paw prints extending across the floor towards the exit. The prints vanished at the small cat door beneath the front door. Gai Sai Tong, resembling a seasoned detective, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and nodded. Where could EV be? Liu Yi paused slightly. Quijia. Gai Sai Tong pointed towards the cat door beneath the door. Liu Ye's expression shifted. Could it be that this fellow has run away from home? The previous tenant had a cat that would roam outside and return at mealtime, which is why a small cat door was installed at the bottom of the door. But Evie might not be familiar with the nearby routes. Let us go. Gai Sai Tong, we should search the vicinity. To Liu Yi sighed and was about to head out when his phone suddenly buzzed with a vibration. A message from the landlord, Sister Liu, appeared, her tone somewhat terse. Liu Yi, do you have a moment? Please come to the Pokémon Center on line 3. In the past, the landlord would not address Liu Yi by his full name, which made him feel something was amiss. Just as he was about to reply, the landlord sent another message with an image that depicted a bedraggled, bandaged herdier with tear-filled eyes, according to the security guard. It seemed that Evie had given herdier quite a beating. Liu Yi was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the doorway. The bruised Evie, baring its teeth, squeezed in from outside, perked up its ears, and smiled at Liu Yi. The events transpired while Liu Yi was engaged in a friendly match. Evie had been curled up like a ball on the bed, rolling about until it suddenly flipped over. Its eyes glinting with alertness, it dashed out through the cat door. Evie trotted down the corridor and began to survey its surroundings in the community, a good habit it had maintained since its time in the mountains. With its ability to sense danger, Evie would patrol its territory to identify potential risks. However, unlike other EVs, Liu Ye's EV seemed to possess a unique insight into its abilities. Suddenly, Evie's ears perked up, and it swiftly darted into the bushes. Two young boys were approaching from the flower bed. Nidoran will never lose to you. Let's see if you can handle my newly evolved Metapod. Just as Nidoran and Metapod collided, a flash of electricity surged from the bushes. Evie swiftly claimed two fainted opponents, wagging its tail as it sauntered away. If Liu Ye's system were present, it would undoubtedly emit a sarcastic proclamation. Evie's experience points are increasing. The two boys left behind exchanged glances before bursting into tears. Mom, there's an EV. The community was home to numerous stray wildcats, which were a nuisance to the tenants, yet they could do little to remedy the situation. As Evie was wandering, it suddenly curled its limbs, its ears twitching slightly. The ability to sense danger had activated. Evie bared its teeth, and instead of retreating, it charged towards a group of cats with fervor. In Evie's eyes, a burning conviction seemed to ignite that I must become even stronger. Meow! The anguished cries of the cats echoed as they scattered in panic. Evie licked the blood trickling down from its brow, revealing a disdainful smile. Evie's experience point surged. Just as Evie was catching its breath, a passing herdier stood nearby, curiously wagging its tail. Herdier tilted its head, suddenly feeling like a prey locked onto by a predator. Its body stiffening. A wave of panic washed over it, and it nervously let out a sound. I'm just passing by. Evie turned its head, licked its lips, and offered a friendly smile to Herdier. Boo-ee. Evie returned home, battered and bruised, just as Luyi walked in. Boo-ee. Seeing Luyi, Evie appeared somewhat exhilarated, although its small face displayed signs of fatigue. Luyi picked up Evie, stroking its fluffy fur, and said with a complicated expression, "Did you beat up the landlord as Herdier?" Boo-ee. Evie first tilted its head to evade Lu Ye's grasp, its face reflecting deep contemplation, before its eyes sparkled with realization. Bui, owned it. You certainly seem proud of it. Lu Yi chuckled wryly. I fear we might be evicted by the landlord tonight. Although Evie had not caused any property damage, the situation seemed even more dire. Offending the landlord might mean sleeping on the streets tonight? Bui, you're not complimenting me, are you? Why are you getting shy? Lu Yi sighed softly. This incident was indeed a reflection of his irresponsibility as a guardian. Besides educating Evie, he needed to reflect on his own actions. I understand now. I absolutely cannot leave you alone at home next time. Kwajia. Oh, Gaisai Tong laughed gleefully. What are you laughing at? You're not in any better position. Lu Yi rubbed his forehead, feeling weary. These two Pokémon. One nearly burned the house down during training, while the other sneakily ventured out to battle and beat up the landlord's Herdier. Did they think they could level up on their own? What use am I as a trainer? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Yi. It's not that I don't want to be a trainer. It's that even if I am, it's ineffective. This logic was remarkably sound, causing Lu Yi to nod in agreement. Looking down at Evie, he noticed numerous tiny scratches on its body, some still bleeding. He gently patted Evie's head and smiled helplessly. Later, we'll visit the Pokémon Center to treat your wounds. Boo-ee. Evie drooped its head, letting out a weak C-R-Y-L-U-E, resembling a parent cleaning up after a mischievous child. Arrived at the Pokémon Center, sincerely apologizing to the landlord and voluntarily covering the medical expenses. Finally, feeling quite embarrassed, Lu Yi said, Sister Lu, I'm truly sorry for the trouble caused. If you're considering replacing tenants, please give me a day, and I will pack my things. First, he nearly burned down her house, and now he had sent her beloved pet to the hospital. Lu Yi couldn't fathom a reason for the landlord not to evict him. These are trivial matters. Sister Lu shook her head. After all the properties you can rent nearby belong to me, so you might as well stay at. Lu Yi felt touched initially, but the more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Listen to yourself. Does that even make sense? I didn't leash my pet, and I take the blame, so I won't accept the medical fees. Sister Lu smiled. I still have soup simmering at home. You can bring the little one over for dinner tonight. Rest assured, Sister Lu, I will definitely come. Evie only suffered some superficial wounds. Notably, the one examining Evie was the very doctor who had almost been poisoned by Gaisai Tong last time. The doctor immediately panicked. You again. Lu Yi awkwardly scratched his head. I'm sorry, doctor. I have to trouble you once more. During the examination, Evie inflicted 3 scratches on the doctor, who shakily wrote on the medical report with his bandaged hand. Nothing serious. Just apply some ointment. By the way, please don't use my name next time. My skills are still lacking. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Upon returning home, cradling Evie, it immediately wriggled free from Lu Ye's arms. Leaping gracefully to the floor, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yi, I'm just giving you face outside. Tea home. You think you can still hold me? Lu Yi then decided to grasp Evie by the scruff of its neck, lifting it to the newly purchased cat bed. After administering the healing spray, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. While others captured Pokémon as friends or comrades, Lu Ye's expression was peculiar. Why does it feel like I've brought home an ancestral spirit? Complaints aside, Lu Yi prepared high-quality orange fruit cubes as dinner for the 2 Pokémon, seizing the opportunity while Evie and Jengar were engaged in their playful antics during mealtime. Lu Yi finally took a moment to glance at the updates in the class group. There was astonishment at Lu Ye's entry into the finals in the fan group. Viewers were angrily questioning why the streamer had yet to go live. As the cafeteria was running low on food in the master group, the long-dormant Chi-Hong had resurfaced. Having recently trained at Silver Mountain, Chi-Hong remarked, Lu, have you captured an Eevee? Lu Yi intended to consult Chi-Hong, Boss Chi, my EV is quite a temper. Do you have any suggestions? Chi Hong recalled how EV had appeared before its evolution, smiling as he said, Abu used to be quite reclusive, but after evolving into a Flareon, it became quite affectionate. Chi Hong's EV had undergone live experiments by Team Rocket, allowing it to switch between fire, water, and electric forms, but this had caused it great suffering, resulting in a highly aggressive demeanor. Afterward, this EV evolved into a Flareon, solidifying its form and tempering its personality. Lui stroked his chin, contemplating his evolution tied to intimacy. The only possible forms are Flareon, Vaporeon, and Jolte. At least it won't cost me anything. I can print out images of the three forms and see which one EV prefers. For specific evolution methods, you might want to consult Dr. Yamanashi from the Sinnoh region, who specializes in evolution research. As for contact details, let me ask Professor Oak. Chi Hong replied that's unnecessary. I already have his contact information. Chi Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. IT was indeed normal for a master trainer like Liu Yi to know Pokémon researchers from other regions. That would be perfect. Closing the chat window, Liu Yi rummaged through his drawer for Dr. Yamanashi's business card. He wondered if the doctor would even answer, murmuring to himself, T.O. Liu Ye's surprise, as soon as he dialed the number. Dr. Yamanashi's somewhat serious voice came through. This is the Yamanashi Research Institute. Who am I speaking to? Doctor, this is Liu Yi from the Dongwang region. That I have some questions regarding the card you left during your previous visit. Dr. Yamanashi paused for a moment, recalling the cultured young man, and replied with a hint of a smile. Liu Yi, is it? I remember you well. Have you considered coming here to work as a researcher? No, it's a different matter. Liu Yi proceeded to describe EV's temperament and characteristics that I wish to know if this will affect EV's evolution. Despite having the ability to predict danger, EV is even more reckless than Jengar. Cautiously, Liu Yi decided it was best to consult these experts. A temperamental EV that is quite rare, Dr. Yamanashi mused. Would it be possible for you to transmit EV over? Liu Yi glanced back at the napping EV and cleared his throat. I just captured it, and it tends to be shy, so transmission might be a bit challenging. I understand. Dr. Yamanashi nodded. If you're able to do video, I would like to observe this little fellow. Activating the video. An elderly man with white hair and a distinguished mustache greeted. Long time no see. Liu Y. Invitation remains open. I hope you consider it seriously. I will. Liu Yi nodded, bringing the drowsy, bandaged EV before the camera. These are the scars it earned from today's scuffles. And it was the one who initiated them. Dr. Yamanashi observed EV's occasionally twitching ears for a while before exclaiming softly, this EV should possess the ability to predict danger. Yet it actively challenges other Pokémon. Dr. Yamanashi couldn't help but nod. It is quite a competitive spirit. Doctor, will this situation have any negative effects on it? Dr. Yamanashi stroked his beard, smiling. Not only will it not have negative consequences, but you should also feel fortunate to have captured such an exceptional Pokémon. Perhaps your emotions have inspired it, prompting it to strive for greater strength. Liu Ye's expression turned odd. What? This is a thing. Doctor, I never intended to become a trainer. I know. Dr. Yamanashi laughed heartily. But this might be what you call serendipity. Watching the sleeping EV, Liu Yi couldn't help but stroke its head. IT rarely displays affection toward him, choosing instead to express gratitude through its relentless pursuit of strength. Jengar floated over, mimicking Liu Yi by poking EV's sleeping face, prompting a chuckle. You share a profound bond, Dr. Yamanashi remarked. Liu Yi cleared his throat, about to say something, when a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the screen. Doctor, the deciphering of the inscription has been completed. A somewhat hoarse voice rang out, one that struck Liu Yi as oddly familiar. Though he couldn't quite place it, a tall woman with cascading golden hair gave Liu Yi an overwhelming sense of deja vu suddenly. It clicked in Liu Ye's mind, and his eyes widened in realization. Sinnoh champion, Cynthia. Cynthia, this is Liu Yi from the Dongwang region, whom I mentioned to you earlier, Dr. Yamanashi said, as Cynthia approached the camera, her figure becoming clearer. Dressed in her customary black coat, she had traded it for a researcher's white lab coat. Her prominent nose framed by gold-rimmed glasses. Without makeup, her lips were a delicate pink, her complexion fair and exquisite, and her gray eyes held a captivating depth. Liu Yi was momentarily taken aback by the sight of her long, radiant hair cascading to her waist. She's astonishingly beautiful. Hello. Cynthia nodded, her lips curving into a gentle smile. The doctor holds you in high regard. Liu Yi felt a bit flustered by Dr. Yamanashi's praise, knowing he rarely lauded others. Moreover, your research direction aligns somewhat with mine. Cynthia continued that, as a mythologist from the Sinnoh region, she had devoted considerable effort to the legends of time and space. That it was a rare opportunity to encounter a peer, especially one praised by Dr. Yamanashi, which piqued Cynthia's interest. You two continue your discussion. I'll go fetch a cup of coffee, Dr. Yamanashi said as he rose, leaving Cynthia and Liu Yi at either end of the screen. A moment of silence enveloped the conversation. As Liu Yi gently stroked the sleeping EV, he fell deep into thought. That voice sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Liu Yi. The Cynthia before him seemed to align with the golden-haired girl from a game, and the slightly magnetic voice from their team chat resonated once more. In an instant, it was as if a thunderclap had rung through his mind, leaving Liu Yi momentarily stunned. Is it really Cynthia? The wealthy companion I played with is actually the Sinnoh champion? Oh my gosh! Liu Yi's expression was priceless. Cynthia looked puzzled. Is there something on my face? Is it a bit attractive? Liu Yi wiped his face, needing a moment to compose himself. Cynthia raised an eyebrow, her lips curving upward. The smile blossomed for a fleeting moment before settling into tranquility, much like the ripples left by a swan gliding across the water. Cynthia spoke softly. Have we met before? Liu Yi shook his head. No. Cynthia propped her chin on one hand, pondering. Then why does your voice sound so familiar? Sharona finds it difficult to recall precisely where she has heard that name before. After all, the schedule of a champion is exceedingly demanding, compounded by her research on myths. It is quite rare for Sharona to find the time to indulge in gaming. Liu Yi's expression turns peculiar. How am I supposed to respond to that? I'm not the one accompanying you in this game. Is it truly appropriate to discuss such matters in such a serious academic setting? Furrowing his brow, Liu Yi thinks, what if someone asks who Teacher Liu is? That would be quite awkward. This is not the right moment for such candor. Liu Yi ambiguously replies, you may be mistaken. Sharona, somewhat irritable, scratches her head. Just then, Dr. Yamane returns with a cup of coffee. Sharona nods and offers a slight smile to Liu Yi, saying, excuse me. Her graceful silhouette vanishes from view. Dr. Yamane takes a sip of his coffee and states, in any case, if it's convenient, you can transmit the EV over in a while. Aside from that, is there anything else we need to address? Liu Yi ponders for a moment. Does your research institute still need personnel? Dr. Yamane's eyes widen in surprise. Are you planning to come? No. I was merely inquiring. Liu, you must admit that upon seeing Sharona, his resolve wavered slightly. However, as a competent new youth of the era, remaining true to one's original intention is paramount for Liu Yi. He is unwavering in his decision not to become a researcher. After thanking Dr. Yamane, Liu Yi shuts off the video and heads to the soft cat bed with Evie in tow, gazing at the sleeping Evie. Curled up and tossing about, Liu Yi falls into contemplation. So, Sharona is actually a wealthy lady. No wonder she is so affluent. Wait, does this mean I've been taken under Sharona's wing? Liu Yi suddenly coughs, swallowing hard, and declares, let's stick to the usual arrangement. She may be wealthy, but I, Teacher Liu, do not rely on the generosity of others. Within a mere 2 months of shifting world lines, Liu Yi has captured both Jengar and Evie. With so many prominent figures joining the group, he now finds himself linked to Sharona. This undeniably gives Liu Yi an extraordinarily surreal feeling. Nonetheless, being a professionally trained individual, he quickly reconciles with the reality that the wealthy lady is indeed Sharona. No wonder she mentioned her fees being reasonable. That Liu Yi laments. As the Sinnoh champion, charging her a few tens of thousands per hour is hardly unreasonable. After an intense bout of self-reflection, Liu Yi exhales deeply, his mood gradually stabilizing. Calm down. Even Chi Hong is a fan of mine. There is nothing shocking about playing games with Sharona. Fees must still be collected. One cannot treat her differently simply because of her beauty. Liu Yi's reasoning is quite straightforward. Business is business. It is not as if I should offer a friend discount simply because you're the Sinnoh champion, right? That would be quite humiliating for me. Teacher Liu. This logic is quite self-consistent, prompting Lu Yi to commend his own cleverness. Want to mooch off me? Not a chance. The night has grown deep. After a long day filled with exertion and mental strain, Lu Yi lies exhausted on his bed, falling into slumber as soon as his head touches the pillowed in the pitch-black room. The sound of rustling interrupts the silence. Evie, fully restored in energy, opens its sparkling black eyes and begins to pace. "Oh, are we on a mission tonight?" A sinister, ghostly visage gradually emerges from the wall, Jengar grinning wickedly as it nods in affirmation. "Kojak, boo, what will we be training tonight?" Kojak, you'll find out when you arrive. At Yamane Research Institute. Sharona remains perplexed by her earlier vague recollection. Where have I encountered him before? Sharona murmurs, wondering why he feels so familiar. The distortion of voice over the internet complicates matters, and with Sharona's recent lack of time for gaming, she finds herself momentarily stumped. Dr. Yamane is busy documenting the case Lu Yi provided. The EV, endowed with danger prediction traits, has a rather volatile temperament. Dr. Yamane can't help but smile, saying, "What an intriguing pair indeed." "Was that EV from earlier?" Sharona inquires, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Dr. Yamane replies, nodding as he reiterates EV's symptoms that I suspect this may be related to its stress response to the new environment. However, its refusal to accept transmission poses a bit of a dilemma. Sharona chuckles, "I think I shall pay this little fellow a visit, as I happen to be heading to the Hoenn region is it for the Master League in the latter half of the year?" Dar, Yamane strokes his beard thoughtfully. "Which opponent do you anticipate facing?" "Taking place in the magical city, I should be matched against the dragon tamer from the Kanto region." Sharona stretches her delicate hand to cover a yawn, fatigue evident in her voice. "Thus, I find myself saying that after this holiday, I will have no free time whatsoever." Dr. Yamane nods in understanding. "Do you have acquaintances in the Hoenn region? Would you like me to introduce you to a few friends?" "That won't be necessary," Sharona replies, her mind drifting to a certain tactical master known for employing devious strategies with the Doomsong team. "I've recently met a friend. He seems to hail from the magical city as well." "What's his name?" "Teacher Liu. On a Sunday morning, poverty compels Lu Yi to rise early. He intends to prepare earnestly for the finals of the Pokémon Cup. It wasn't until he reached the finals that Lu Yi comprehended the rewards for the championship. A 50,000 monetary prize, 200,000 promotional resources, and a comfort bell. The so-called 200,000 promotional resources could easily be dismissed as a joke. The true treasure lies in the comfort bell, although it could be redeemed within the system. This item belongs to the rare category, periodically refreshed in the mysterious shop for 30,000 BP. Currently, Lu Yi's BP is dwindling to less than 2,000. Most of it has been exchanged for rare berries, which he has crafted into energy blocks. There are also precious metals like fire gems and poison gems, occasionally utilized to enhance Jengar's diet. Lu Yi has always maintained an egalitarian approach to this day. The only gift he has prepared for EV is a silk scarf. Furthermore, the comfort bell can increase EV's affection, potentially tempering its fiery temperament. More importantly, winning the finals would grant it for free. Isn't that akin to a gift? The desire to obtain it without cost swells within him. Lu Yi has never been more eager to train than today. However, the pressing question arises. Lu Yi muses while stroking his chin. How should I train? To be honest, even having reached the finals, Lu Yi remains utterly clueless regarding training. Despite possessing commanding skills akin to a tactical master and being proficient in crafting energy blocks comparable to a coordination champion, his training acumen leaves much to be desired. Thus far, the only entry on Lu Yi's training resume reads, "Train Jengar's Toxic, thanks to the insights provided by Aju's toxic expertise." If he were to take the reins himself, it would undoubtedly pose a challenge for Teacher Liu. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. Teacher Liu still has Jengar. The set of dumbbells ordered online has arrived. Jengar is now capable of lifting 30 kilograms dumbbells with one hand, boasting strength that surpasses even that of special attackers. However, Lu Yi can hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Don't drag it up with the black mist." Kojak, Jengar stares, the surrounding black mist dissipating in an instant, causing the dumbbells to crash heavily onto the floor. A deafening sound reverberates as the floor cracks with hairline fissures, Lui feels as though he can hear the sound of his wallet shrinking. Kojak. With tears streaming down his face, Gizatong extracted his reddened hand from beneath the dumbbell, hurriedly shaking it. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a moment from Tom and Jerry. Despite Gizatong being in a state of substantial manifestation, he could still feel the pain. Lui's expression was peculiar, and he couldn't help but cough, urging, continue training. The soothing bell of EV is wrapped around you. On the other hand, the training equipment for EV was rather endearing that Lui had ordered a large hamster wheel from a vendor. Theoretically, it would allow EV to run continuously, unable to stop. That Lui believed this training method was quite sound. Not only would it enhance EV's speed, but it would also hone EV's endurance, a truly multifaceted approach. I am indeed a training genius, Lui mused, stroking his chin. EV stared at Lui with an expression of utter disbelief. You can't be serious, thinking I would use such a silly contraption. Aren't you going to try it? Lui asked, somewhat regretfully. Otherwise, why not give it a shot? I think it would look quite adorable. Bee. Evie pouted, hesitating as it reluctantly hopped onto the wheel, casting anxious glances around. Lui chuckled mischievously and suddenly gave the wheel a push. Bee. Evie flailed its limbs in a panic, running frantically, only to perk up its ears and gaze at the wheel with sparkling eyes. It seemed this contraption might actually be quite fun. Bee. Lui rarely witnessed such a joyful expression on Evie's face, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. What was supposed to be a day of rigorous training had turned into a routine of caring for ghosts and cuddling Evie. The end-of-semester exams for the second semester of the first year were tomorrow, after which summer vacation would officially commence. Lui planned to earn some extra money over the summer, hoping to cover the food expenses for his 2 Pokémon for the coming years. While he was engrossed in his studies in his room, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found the community committee lady wearing a warm smile. Little Lou, we've brought you a banner. Lui was taken aback. What banner? At that moment, the 2 Pokémon behind Lui froze, instinctively halting their movements. Eevee and Gizatong exchanged nervous glances. Koja? No cleanup. BB, I forgot. Last night, Gizatong had taken Eevee out for a secret training session. The nearby construction site, spacious and teeming with wild Pokémon, was truly a natural training ground. Pokémon like Meowth, Rattata, and Houndoom often clashed fiercely over territory. Yet overall, these Pokémon maintained a relatively harmonious coexistence. However, this stable situation was disrupted last night by 2 uninvited guests. According to a witness, an elderly security guard, damn it, Eevee went berserk. As the hazy morning dawn broke in the east, the construction site was a scene of carnage. Most of the combatants were of the normal type. Gizatong remained unfazed, while Eevee bared its teeth, sporting some rather gruesome injuries. Gizatong pressed its lips together, rummaging in the shadow beneath its feet, and suddenly produced a bottle of healing ointment. Clang, clang, clang. Eevee's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bee. Before them was a banner inscribed with a line of small characters. Thanks to Comrade Lui for the outstanding contribution to the stray cat prevention efforts in the community. The larger text read, Gynecological Master, Expert in Revival. What on earth is this slogan? Lui exclaimed, Oh dear, there's a printing error. Just make do with it. Seeing her enthusiastic demeanor, Lui felt it inappropriate to decline and awkwardly accepted the banner. The community committee lady hurriedly departed. Lui glanced at his 2 shivering Pokémon care to explain. Bee. Koja. Come on, I can't understand you too. Why don't you explain? Lui scratched his head and inquired. Did you both go out last night? Eevee and Gizatong nodded in unison. You went out to train by yourselves? Koja, I brought them. Gizatong grinned. Those wild Meowths, BB. I took them down. Eevee declared proudly. Raising its head, Lui suddenly felt weary. Trembling slightly, he sank into the sofa, taking the banner and examining it from every angle. Only then did he realize the underlying message within the banner. Backstabber. Oh well, it was free after all. Lui sighed, hanging the banner prominently in his home. Gynecological Master, Expert in Revival. Stroking his chin, Lui murmured, it actually looks quite nice. On July 6th, Monday, with the conclusion of the final exam, Lui officially embarked on his summer vacation. The bus halted on campus, and parents flocked to the dormitory, with even a few seasoned trainers making appearances. Dad, please don't send Charizard to pick me up next time. It is too eye-catching. Tian Yue complained on the phone while waving at Lu Yi. Luzi, see you next semester. Lu Yi waved back, watching as Charizard flapped its wings, carrying Tian Yue and his luggage out of sight. Money is truly wonderful, Lu Yi mused. Despite coming from a well-off family, Tian Yue's high school grades were not exceptional, preventing him from enrolling in the prestigious battle department of the Magic University. Fairness does not equate to equality. In a certain sense, the college entrance examination is often the sole pathway for many commoners to become trainers in other regions. Aspiring trainers lacking family support often turn to organizations like Team Rocket or Team Plasma as their best options. Lu Yi yawned, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he strolled along the tree-lined path carpeted with fallen blossoms. A light, swift footfall approached from behind. "How is your preparation for the finals going?" asked Shun Tingji, who wore her hair in a single ponytail, casually walking beside Lu Yi. Lu hesitated slightly. He had planned to train diligently, but ended up napping with Evie all afternoon. "Should be fine," Lu Yi replied, clearing his throat. "Besides, it doesn't matter if I lose. Gizatong has already given it their all." Shun Tingji nodded, pausing for a moment before saying, "My dad wants to meet you, really? He watched your battle videos and wants to invite you to be my private tutor. Mainly for guidance," Shun Tingji said, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I feel like I'm still lacking." The Shun family, known for their lineage in fairy-type Pokémon, also has considerable involvement in the business sector, primarily focusing on luxury goods and beauty products for Pokémon. Lu Yi had seen Shun Tingji's social media posts. Her second Pokémon was a newly hatched Togepi, hinting at her family's substantial background. "Perhaps it's best to decline. My skills are still rather limited." Lu Yi responded that "I can barely best a Gene." He internally lamented. Shun Tingji nodded, coming to a halt as she said, "See you next semester." The morning exam lasted only 2 hours. Lu Yi initially thought it would be fine to leave his 2 Pokémon alone at home. He even carefully stored EV in its Pokeball, instructing Gizatong to watch over it. Little did he expect that Gizatong would sneak out on its own. The room was devoid of Gizatong's presence, and thinking of its overly enthusiastic demeanor made Lu Yi rub his forehead. "I really never learn, do I?" Releasing EV from its Pokeball, the sleepy little creature rubbed its eyes and let out a drowsy sound. "BBQ, have you seen Gizatong?" The little one shook its head vigorously. "Well, it'll probably return by mealtime." Lu's unease grew, but he sighed and took EV to the bedroom. Opening his computer, the long-dormant live streaming software chimed back to life. Room name, Pokémon Battle. Your teacher Lu is back. In an instant, a throng of enthusiastic fans flooded into the live stream, the barrage of comments commencing with fervor. "Wow, Teacher Lu, you've finally started the broadcast. Dinner time, my friends. My youth has returned." The familiar teasing tone of Teacher Lu resonated. "Apologies, I was occupied with exams recently and had no time to update my strategies. During the summer break, I shall strive to clarify everything for you all." Evie tilted its head curiously at the camera. AWSL. "Streamer, don't block the camera. Show EV's face. This Teacher Lu is so annoying, always obstructing my view of Evie." Teacher Lu cast a sheepish glance at the comments. "Thank you to has Teacher Lu eaten for the airplane gift. I just had some egg fried rice. And a big thank you too for little Evie for the giant rocket. Come here, Evie." "Thank you, Uncle." Evie, with its chubby paws, poked at the camera, still appearing adorably dazed as if just awakening. "You're the uncle. Teacher Lu, your entire family is uncles." "Ah, I'm dead. Please don't switch screens, I beg you. Let me see Evie again." Lu Yi gently placed Evie on his lap, tenderly stroking its fluffy fur. Evie, albeit reluctantly, lay down, its fuzzy tail sweeping against Lu Yi's elbow, its ears twitching occasionally. "This is my first time here." "Is this EV's live stream?" "Teacher Lu, get out of here." Open the game interface. While waiting for the match to commence, Teacher Lu played a round of Do Dzhu, named the charitable gambling god. "The streamer is slacking off. I suggest letting EV take over the broadcast." Unfazed, Teacher Lu glanced at the 17 cards in his hand and raised an eyebrow. "These cards? You think you can outplay me? Wow, is spring here already? I'm out of here." Laughter and joy filled the live stream. Teacher Lu's showmanship remained as explosive as ever as the battle segment began. The attentive audience had already taken out their notebooks. Today, we'll be playing with Spike's teams. Teacher Lu stated, "Those familiar with my streams may know that I have always favored the Spike strategy. It is well known that Spikes are also a part of Pokémon battles. Albeit underhanded, just don't take them to challenge gym leaders." Already, no fewer than 3 viewers had sought reimbursement for medical bills from Teacher Lu. Without further ado, let's take a look at today's match. Teacher Lu's team consisted of Skarmory, Fortress, Kofagrigus, Shroomish, Blissey, and Tentacruel. Meanwhile, the player from Goldenrod City had the following lineup: Snorlax, Clefairy, Wigglytuff, Chansey, Lickitung, and Jigglypuff. Wow, it seems the opponent is also using a Spikes team. Is this a charming tactic? Another gym leader, Louis' eyelids flickered. The Snorlax reminded him of rather unpleasant memories. Back in the days of playing on GBA, that infinitely rolling Snorlax from Goldenrod City had left him with a profound psychological scar. Gazing at the player certified as the Goldenrod City gym leader, Xiaoqian, Louis smirked coldly. In this world, debts must eventually be repaid. Go Skarmory, set up Spikes. The sharp-feathered Skarmory soared into the sky, with a glint of cold light. The countless sharp feathers formed spikes that pierced the battlefield, leaving little room for Snorlax to roll freely. Yet the pink-haired girl quickly reacted. "Snorlax, roll in place and charge up. You still dare to roll?" Skarmory, use Whirlwind. In Pokémon battles, if a Pokémon is forced to leave the field, it counts as a loss. Thus, the combination of Spikes and Whirlwind could compel the opponent to constantly switch Pokémon, repetitively incurring damage. Coupled with the other 2 types of Spikes, Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes, the Spikes and defensive team strategy could genuinely vex the opponent. Skarmory's Whirlwind lacked the force to push Snorlax out of the arena. But at that moment, a piercing roar echoed, startling Snorlax into retreat, fortunately being recalled by Xiaoqian just in time. "Teacher Lu, are you even human? Whirlwind didn't budge Snorlax, and you're going for another roar?" This is the Spike strategy. I love it. The battlefield was littered with rising rock spikes and glimmering toxic spikes. Any Pokémon entering would risk being severely injured. After torturing a Lickitung, Snorlax re-entered the fray, immediately suffering dual damage from the spikes and rock traps, letting out a mournful cry. Xiaoqian gritted her teeth, recalling her battered Snorlax. "Go, Clefairy, use Minimize. Skarmory, continue with Whirlwind." "You're so annoying," Xiaoqian shouted. "Clefairy, use Charm. Minimize." Clefairy hid behind the raised Stealth Rock, evading the Whirlwind while sending a beam of love towards Skarmory. Almost simultaneously, Louis recalled Skarmory, switching in his unassuming Kofagrigus. "What is it called when you predict?" This is what it means to predict. Teacher Lu dominated the gym leader from start to finish. That Snorlax, I remember it well. It made me lose 6 times in a row. Was this a mutual destruction between 2 masters of underhanded tactics? As the battle concluded, Teacher Lu's Spikes team triumphed with a score of 6-2, successfully bringing down Snorlax. Meanwhile, due to the explosive showmanship, the system SBP increased by nearly 1,000 points. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Today, Teacher Lu didn't even eat. This fortress is way too dirty. It tanked 3 rolls, and even turned Snorlax's attack against it. I've learned something new. Teacher Lu, please act like a human." In the Johto region, Goldenrod City, bang, a youthful girl with short pink hair tied in 2 braids slammed her fist on the table, indignantly exclaiming, "This is too dirty. How can there be such a filthy Pokémon as Skarmory?" Xiaoqian remained oblivious to how terrified her charming rolling Snorlax appeared to novice trainers. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoqian pulled out her phone and called the prosecutor ASU, who was far away in Celadon City. "ASU, was that account you just now? Why does the strategy seem so familiar?" Spikes, as a foundational strategy in Master League, were employed by numerous trainers. For instance, the Poison-type Master, Aju, adeptly used Toxic Spikes, and the Rock-type Master, Xiaojiang from Pewter City, had previously showcased the strategy of Rock Lock combined with Stealth Rock. However, this Spikes combined with Whirlwind Skarmory gave Xiaoqian a strong sense of DJVU. ISNT that ASU Skarmory. Playing games during work hours, I'm going to report you to the Pokémon Association. The ever-amiable ASU chuckled on the other end of the line. Calm down, Xiao Qian. I think you might be mistaken. Besides you, who else is adept at using Skarmory along with Spike's tactics? Perhaps another Steel-type gym leader from another region. Or maybe some master who excels at Spike strategies. Think carefully, will you? I'm busy tracking down Team Rocket. I don't have time for games. Xiao Qian paused for a moment, as if realizing something, mumbling, that players seem to be from the East Huang region. Damn it, this strategy is too familiar. It's executed even more smoothly than ASU. Did you encounter Spike's team? Haha, with your brain, losing is only natural. ASU laughed heartily. Xiao Qian suddenly tightened her grip on the phone, her forehead seemingly breaking into a sweat. The signal isn't great. Let us talk later. Sensing danger, ASU hurriedly hung up the phone. Xiao Qian took a deep breath, opened a recording of the recent battle, and began to replay it meticulously. My commander's sound. It's just that his team composition seems slightly stronger. Xiao Qian, in a fit of frustration, scratched her head irritably. How infuriating. We are all here for training. Yet they insist on selecting such a rank-boosting team. If given the same lineup, I am confident I could hold my own against Teacher Lu. However, it seems the opponents have truly grasped the essence of the Sa Ling team, configuring their roster in perfect alignment with Sa Ling's tactical characteristics. ISNT, that just maddening. Xiao Qian gritted her teeth, muttering, since when do masters spend their days pondering how to climb the ranks? In Pokémon battles, players typically opt for Pokémon that mirror their team composition, honing the strategies they frequently employ. That it is quite rare to encounter someone like Teacher Lu, who switches tactics and adjusts his lineup so readily. Such a feat would require an exceptional understanding of team construction. Otherwise, one could not possibly maintain such a diverse array of strategies. Is this fellow really the gym leader of the Donghuang region? Xiao Qian furrowed her brow and clicked on Teacher Lu's battle records, which were filled with victories. Several encounters against Sunny Day teams even yielded an extraordinary 6 o'clock scoreline. The user of this Sunny Day team was none other than the billiards prodigy, Ajin. Xiao Qian's eyes widened in sudden realization as the image of that cheeky young boy flashed through her mind. She nodded thoughtfully. If it's Ajin, it wouldn't be surprising if he were shut out, right? Meanwhile, far away on the outskirts of Manjin City, Jean suddenly sneezed. What the heck? This doesn't make any sense. I've been sneezing all day. Ajin scratched his head and answered the phone lazily. Moshi Moshi, who is this? Your great aunt. You must have dialed the wrong number. Goodbye. It's me, Xiao Qian from Manjin City. Are you inviting me out to hang? Give me Miss Hu Tao's line, and I might consider it. Stop joking. Are you familiar with Teacher Lu from the Donghuang region? What is his true strength? Teacher Lu. Ajin rested his chin in his hand, envisioning a ruthless group leader. This guy must possess considerable skill. After all, even I am not his match. Wow, Teacher Lu is quite something, Ajin declared earnestly. Even Senior Chi Hong is a fan of his, and Uncle Xiaojing has said he is a top-notch breeder. Really? Xiao Qian's tone softened slightly. If that's the case, it would make sense that the Sa Ling strategy is even more refined than ASU's. Wouldn't it? You don't believe me? You can come to the group and see for yourself. They're all top-tier masters. Ajin clicked his tongue in amazement. If it weren't for Teacher Lu practically begging me to join, I wouldn't have bothered. Xiao Qian's eyes sparkled. The Great Master Group? Senior Chi Hong, isn't it too? Yes, it's quite impressive. It. I think so too. Ajin nodded to himself. After a long silence, Xiao Qian's voice, barely above a whisper, broke the stillness. Could you possibly add me to the group? What did you say? Speak up. I said, could you add me to the group? Ajin rubbed his slightly dazed ears and replied lazily, given your current skill level, it seems you might still be lacking a bit. Don T, you think? Do you believe I could come to the breeding house right now and challenge you to a real battle? Forget it. Ajin waved his hand, dismissively. 100 signed photos of Miss Hu Tao. And I'll add you to the group. Really? Of course. All right, I'll go find Hu Tao right now. Just as Lu Yi finished his stream, he glanced at his phone in surprise. A newcomer in the group? Xiao Qian, Xiao Qian. It's Senior Chi Hong. It's the real deal. Xiao Qian. Can I add you online, Senior? I've admired you for a long time. Tokiwa Daisuke. 3 Kina. How interesting. Lu Yi scratched his head. Well then, the Chi Hong harem group is confirmed. The live broadcast of the Saling team has received a fairly enthusiastic response, with Xiao Qian just barely qualifying as a gym leader material. If that is still insufficient, I can always edit the video later and have a Jean play a few more matches. Over the course of the afternoon, the system BP points surged by over 1,000. If exchanged for berries, the two little ones 1T have to worry about their meals next week. Remaining BP points, 2,400 EV have been lounging around, watching Lu Yi play games all afternoon. After yawning, EV lazily hopped down from his lap and went off to play on the running wheel. As the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk deepened, Lu Yi donned an apron and prepared a sumptuous feast, eagerly awaiting Geng Gui's return home. However, it wasn't tea until the dishes were nearly cold that Geng Gui excitedly slipped through the door. With a loud thud, he tossed the card he was holding onto the table. Geng Gui glided effortlessly to the refrigerator, inserting his hand into the door and retrieving a can of energy soda. Pop! Geng Gui wore a blissful expression. Lu Yi, with an odd expression, removed the apron and cast a sidelong glance at Geng Gui. Picking up the card from the table, instantly, Lu Ye's eyelids twitched. Bull Training Club annual membership card. Wait a minute. Lu Ye's instincts kicked in. You want to train by yourself and even secretly obtain a membership card? This story began during Teacher Lu's examination period. Geng Gui was at home. Clutching a copy of the Toxic Mastery Notes with both hands, he extended his crimson tongue, meticulously licking every line of small print from top to bottom. Pop! Geng Gui nodded thoughtfully. Just as he was about to share his insights with EV, he discovered EV was inside the Pokeball. Geng Gui floated over to the Pokeball, scratched his head, and promptly morphed into a blank sheet of paper, slowly descending from the air. Suddenly, Geng Gui's eyes lit up, and with a bang, his body inflated once more as he excitedly floated towards the door. Pop! Take care of the house. Geng Gui called out to EV inside the Pokeball. EV, looking furious, scratched at the inner wall of the Pokeball, training in secret without taking me along. EV thought, compared to Lu Yi, Geng Gui was far more familiar with the training facilities nearby. The construction site adjacent to the community could be considered a low-level dungeon, easily navigable with EV without sustaining any damage. When it came to genuinely powerful opponents, Geng Gui's mind immediately went to that elite poison-type trainer. Just the thought of that fearsome Arbok sent a shiver down Geng Gui's spine. Geng Gui, that Arbok is truly terrifying. Eagerly, he arrived at the Bull Training Club. Geng Gui confidently floated through the glass doors, leaving the receptionist in a state of bewilderment. Hello, are you here for a battle or training? Pop! Geng Gui pointed at the 2,888 training package displayed on the counter. This was the one my owner ordered last time. Well, that should be fine. Pop? With no money to his name, Geng Gui wore a confident smile. This was the first time the receptionist had attended to a ghost. She bit her lip, intrigued, and asked, Little one, which Pokémon do you plan to train? Geng Gui pointed to himself and grinned. The receptionist retrieved a tablet, scrolling through it while smiling. Here are the trainers you can book. Once selected, you can settle the payment online later. Pop! Geng Gui nodded, rubbing his chin, adopting a serious demeanor as he considered his options. Summer-Spring, clad in form-fitting pants and carrying a water bottle, casually passed by and glanced at the front desk. Her expression shifting slightly. That laugh sounds so familiar. I remember now, it's that ghost who almost sent Arbok to the hospital. Has it even evolved? Summer-Spring nervously scanned the area. Once she confirmed that the handsome young man was not present, she sighed in relief. As long as he is not here to train, I should be fine and not face any more trouble. Coach Summer-Spring, you arrived just in time. There's a student here who specifically requested you. Huh? Pop? Gui Stone grinned shyly, scratching his head in bashfulness. Following Xiaochuan, he arrived at the training ground. This was the first time I had witnessed such an eager spirit in training. Kikik, yet you probably have no money. Do you? Xiaochuan frowned, warning, if you let me down, you'll find yourself on the blacklist. Gui Stone, winky face, his face turned pale, resembling a ghost, as he dejectedly floated towards the exit, an enormous grievance seemingly hovering above his head. Xiaochuan paused for a moment, then clenched her teeth, saying, Forget it. I have a solution. Come back. Kikik. Gistone's expression instantly transformed, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaochuan. If you had a solution, why not say so earlier? Why let me waste my expressions here? With your abilities, you could easily take on a part-time coaching role. Xia Chuan raised an eyebrow. Apart from free training, would you consider a side job? Kikik. Oh, Gui Stone laughed heartily, patting Xia Chuan on the shoulder. If you had mentioned it earlier. We would be colleagues now. Xia Chuan's expression grew peculiar. It is often said that a spirit's personality increasingly reflects that of its trainer. Point one could catch a glimpse of just how shameless this trainer truly is. Kikik. Gui Stone struck a pose, eager to engage, energetically waving his fists. With a complex expression, Xia Chuan called the receptionist over, instructing her to add a coaching profile on the tablet. Is this really okay? The receptionist asked in surprise. What is wrong with that? After all, it's just a matter of issuing more cards. Gui Stone calculated the time. Louis's exam should conclude in about an hour. This also meant he had an hour for a part-time job. The thought of contributing to the household made Gistone's eyes sparkle with excitement. Kikik. Xia Chuan stood at the sidelines, observing Gistone's inaugural teaching session. Frankly speaking, even as an elite trainer, Xia Chuan could not discern the depth of Gui Stone's capabilities at that moment. Judging by his nurturing conditions, it was likely that he had been consuming extravagant supplements that Xia Chuan couldn't even imagine. When it came to training techniques, Xia Chuan's poison was evidently a far cry from Gui Stone's proficiency. This made Xia Chuan furrow her brows. What kind of background did that young man have to cultivate Gui Stone to such an extent in just a month? However, that young man was indeed quite handsome. Should I take the initiative next time? TSK. Xia Chuan felt her cheeks flush as she spat playfully, but when she looked up again, Gui Stone's first teaching session had already concluded, revealing a victor and a vanquished. This was a true teaching arena. The client's Nidoqueen barely lasted 2 moves against Gui Stone. Yet this very fact underscored the coach's battling prowess that a new coach had joined the club, and it was rumored that he was a spirit. Is that true, or was it that wall-climbing puppet from last time? No, it's a Gui Stone, far surpassing an ordinary elite trainer. An hour flew by. Gui Stone floated over to the vending machine, inserting his hand without even bothering to insert coin, pulling out a bottle of soda and drinking it with delight. Kikik, not only can he crush weaklings, but he can also train and even earn money. Is there a more blissful job than this? Here, little one, this is your membership card. Hold on to it. Kikik. Gui Stone accepted the card with glee. Waving at Xia Chuan, who was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, Gui Stone floated away happily. Xia Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively raising her hand to wave back, then awkwardly tugging at her bangs, her face slightly flushed. He.S. rather cute. Louis raised an eyebrow, comparing the card with a goofy photo of Gui Stone making a face. He asked curiously, did you really not spend any money? Kikik. Then how did you manage that? Louis's tone carried a hint of astonishment. Gui Stone chuckled, proudly lifting his head. As expected of you. Louis remarked, but if you need money, remember to tell me. I can still afford the training fees. Despite the playful jabs, Louis would never undermine Gui Stone's enthusiasm, even if the 2 little ones were on the verge of wrecking the house. Louis couldn't bring himself to scold them. The relationship between a trainer and their spirit is one of equality. Louis respected Gistone's wishes, and Gui Stone, in turn, wished to contribute to the household as much as possible. Kikik. Gui Stone grinned, scratching his head in a goofy manner. All right, you've worked hard. Louis smiled, patting Gistone's head. Time to eat. I prepared your favorite. Kikik. The tranquil dinner time arrived. Evie buried his head in the bowl, crunching noisily. Suddenly, he perked up his ears, casting a sidelong glance at Louis before grabbing the bowl and scurrying to the next room to eat. Louis chuckled softly, returning to his computer to edit the tactical video regarding the Spikes team. Perhaps due to scheduling conflicts, Sharona had not been online for quite some time, which left Louis feeling a tinge of regret. The materials were still lacking, although it was easy to ask Akin for recordings. He couldn't keep taking advantage of him. Many people were still online in the group chat. For example, the grass-type gym leader from Sinnoh, Saizhong. Saizhong approached Louis with a learning attitude, asking for insights on several matches involving the Spikes team. Sincerely stating, Teacher Lu's tactical understanding remains exceptional as always. Louis nodded. It's all right. Teacher Lu, will you participate in the Attribute Expert competition in the second half of the year? Saizhong hesitated. She was always unsure of what attribute Louis truly excelled in. grass, poison, ghost, steel. He was proficient in every one, which made Saizhong feel her hopes dwindling that a master who could master so many attributes wouldn't be limited to the attribute expert competition, right? No, Lui replied honestly. That's a joke. With Lui's skills, why would I participate in the attribute expert competition? First, I need to win the Water Friends competition. That makes sense, Saizhong sighed with admiration, given teacher Lu's prowess. Naturally, you wouldn't consider such competitions. After recording the materials, Lui began editing the video for the new tactic. Teacher Lu teaches you Battle 06. Spike's team inherited Lui's signature cheeky remarks and dirty tactics. And the video was nearly at the top of the leaderboard the moment it was released. Front row seats. Is there really someone who bought a house on Bilibili? At the scene, the opponent was nearly moved to tears by the dirty tactics. The difficulty of the Spike's tactic lies in grasping the environmental conditions and timing the moves of both Whirlwind and Roar in real battles. Planning the area of Spikes is crucial. If one's spirit carelessly steps into the Spikes area, it would suffer the same damage. Thus, flying-type spirits are the most suitable users of Spikes, utilizing them to restrict the opponent's mobility. This is the essence of the tactic. Wow, this tactic is incredibly difficult. Although it may be dirty, this is already a high-level tactic, right? Is he truly willing to share this? As a foundational tactic in a Master League, Spikes is often hard to popularize among the general players. Yet, Teacher Lu's video allowed them to grasp the essence of the Spikes tactic. Their understanding of the Master's tactical comprehension was renewed once more. Is this the world of the strong? I am impressed. Could it be that Teacher Lu is truly one of the Elite Four? What does it mean to be selfless? This is what selflessness looks like. Tears in my eyes. Many of Teacher Lu's South viewers began to place more emphasis on command techniques and team configurations due to their admiration for him. Before this, many novice trainers believed that a spirit strength was the key to victory. Little did they know, levels are not the sole determinant of success. The ability to turn the tide through command and tactics is equally the charm of spirit battles. Unlike the previously employed dirty tactics, Teacher Lu's latest video featuring the sailing team is the most aligned with the standards of the Master League. The defensive poison strategy is brutally countered by attacks, while the shrinking team is crushed by earthquakes, and the annihilation tactics are rarely utilized even by Kina. Yet, the sailing strategy is widely adopted in the Master League, forming the core of tactical construction. It can be asserted that Teacher Lu's video has once again elevated the quality of strategy guides within the gaming community, standing as a benchmark for Pokémon battling. Teacher Lu, the master of underhanded tactics. Do not hold me back. I am determined to shower Teacher Lu with gifts. What? The host in a live stream is not Little EV. In the Johto region, in the city of Kikyo, Prosecutor ASU took a moment to glance at the so-called sailing team video by Little Chien. Sitting in his office, ASU clasped his hands before his nose and gradually fell into contemplation. The master from the Dongwang region, adept in sailing tactics, had previously released 3 instructional videos showcasing tactics suitable for the Master League. Quite impressive. ASU had heard tales of Confucius from the Dongwang region that he taught without discrimination. Whether the subject was virtuous or wicked, even Pokémon could receive his teachings. Presently, Teacher Lu embodies a similar ethos of teaching without discrimination. Even the remnants of Team Rocket have recently begun organizing special task forces to employ defensive poison and shrinking teams. One wonders what changes this sailing strategy might usher. It truly gives one a headache. ASU felt a flush of embarrassment. This what they call the eccentric temperament of a master. As an Interpol officer, ASU intended to contact the Magic City for an investigation into Teacher Lu, but he quickly set the phone down. It would be unwise to disturb Teacher Lu recklessly. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, ASU muttered, if he truly allied with Team Rocket, it would spell significant trouble. The response to the sailing team seems even more fervent than in previous episodes. Lu Yi gazed in bewilderment at the background data. Prior to the new video upload, Teacher Lu had 1.2 million fans, but now, in the mere span of a day, his followers surged by 200,000, reaching a total of 1.4 million. This video titled Teacher Lu Teaches You to Battle 06. Sailing team has ascended to the top 3 of the daily charts and continues to gain popularity. From the comments, it appears that the sailing strategy is quite common in the Master League, and Teacher Lu's analysis is exceptionally thorough. Most of Teacher Lu's fans are amateur enthusiasts and regular trainers. To catch a glimpse of master-level tactics, coupled with Teacher Lu's witty commentary, has naturally garnered immense popularity. This truly happening. Lu Yi widened his eyes. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder. Lu Yi nodded thoughtfully. It seems the sailing strategy is particularly trendy in this world. Although Teacher Lu is not its originator, the video strikes a balance between entertainment and professionalism, receiving unanimous acclaim. That's the fourth installment of Teacher Lu's tactical teachings. His image as the master of underhanded tactics has long since ingrained itself in the public consciousness. The system's BP points suddenly surged to over 5,000. Lu Yi, not one to be stingy, promptly exchanged 5,000 BP for a long-desired item. Dark Stone, small and mystical stone that allows certain specific Pokémon to evolve, as dark as the night itself. It can enhance a Pokémon's ghost-type energy to some extent. The cold, dark purple stone, polished to a deep violet, emanates a breathtakingly enchanting beauty. An evolution stone. The dark stone can facilitate the evolution of Pokémon, such as Mismagius and Litwick, for ghost-type Pokémon. The energy-rich dark stone serves as an excellent supplement. This small piece of dark stone, obtained for 5,000 BP, is worth at least over 100,000 in the market, yet remains scarce. However, for Lu Yi, receiving it through the system is akin to a freebie. Thus he readily tossed it to Gung Ghosts. Here, your midnight snack. Lu Yi chuckled. Good luck in tomorrow's friendly match. The comfort bell for EV is on you. Gung Ghosts extended its crimson tongue, skillfully catching the dark stone. Spinning around and casting a little glance at Lu Yi. Kuaijia. On July 8th, Wednesday, the eagerly anticipated Pokémon Cup Finals will officially commence today. This year's event has garnered the highest level of discussion ever. The two competing players include a prodigy from the Zhangzhou University Battle Department, who has gained the favor of numerous gym leaders at a young age, while the other is an obscure newcomer. Surprisingly, a non-professional player from the finance department. This stark contrast has only heightened the event's allure. Surprisingly, Lu Yi's support rate on online platforms shows an overwhelming dominance. Teacher Lu is so young. Coming to compete in a novice event, Teacher Lu is truly underhanded, bullying little kids. That's what talented yet unscrupulous means, right? Although there are suspicions of him lowering his own status, given Teacher Lu's audacity. Competing in a novice event for prize money is certainly something he could do. There are strong calls to disqualify Teacher Lu from participation. Isn't Teacher Lu a master level? How can the organizers allow him to compete? You think too much. Teacher Lu's age is entirely appropriate. Besides, what's wrong with snagging a bit of prize money? Let him snag it. Let him snag it. In response to the online rumors, the guest judge from Magic City, Tang Hui, smiled and remarked, while his command level is indeed remarkable, to label him as a master is rather absurd, isn't it? Song Pengcheng, the chairman of the Magic City Association, with graying temples, pondered in silence for a moment. Masters under 20 are not uncommon. The current world champion claimed the title at 11 years old. However, if Lu Yi were truly a master, would he deign to participate in such a novice event? Could a mere individual achieve this? Perhaps he has some opportunities. One cannot say for certain. Song Pengcheng said ambiguously. Beside them sat a burly man, his beard thick and muscular, who nodded in agreement that I have watched his videos. He is indeed impressive, but it's merely a game. Even with exceptional command, one cannot compensate for a lack of raw strength when using inferior Pokémon. The burly man squinted. Tito think he could hone his Pokémon using Lu. He is overly optimistic. Tang Hui regarded the gym leader from Lizhou, contemplating for a moment that Zhonghai, Lu's father, is also the electric-type gym leader of Lizhou City. His presence as a guest is also a show of support for his son. While a guest judge does not influence the outcome of the match, witnessing his child claim victory is undoubtedly meaningful for a father. Let us hope so. Song Pengcheng chuckled awkwardly at the finals venue. The Mercedes-Benz Sports Center is already packed to capacity. Surrounding the battle arena are massive banners from the Pokémon Company, with a small Magnemite serving as an aerial camera hovering in midair. Compared to traditional aerial cameras, the sturdy Magnemite can withstand the residual waves from attacks, making it a remarkably competent tool. Pokémon. Go, Teacher Lu. As one of the top 4 contestants, the fervent Fan Han Xiao organized a professional support team. Another top 4 contestant, Feng Shu, was also cheering enthusiastically. This spectacle made Lu Yi, waiting in the contestant passage, feel quite embarrassed. In this day and age, trying to snag a bit of prize money while being recognized is truly no easy feat. Kuaijia, Gung ghosts appeared eager to participate. The small dark stone had already been licked clean by it the previous night. Though it was a stone, licking it was almost indistinguishable from candy. After consuming the dark stone, Gung ghosts gazed longingly at Lu Yi, displaying a bashful demeanor. It's really gone. Lu Yi shrugged. Gung ghosts. Play well tomorrow. Perhaps in a couple of days, I can exchange for another one. Kuaijia. Lu Yi walked onto the battlefield with a demeanor of restraint, gazing at the handsome young man before him. Lu Yu stated solemnly, "Do not speak to me. I shall heed nothing you say." Lu Yi paused slightly, surprised that even a greeting was unacceptable. "In no way. You only wish to disrupt my judgment. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I plan to dine after the match." The commentator, with an expression of astonishment, remarked, "Are the competitors exchanging verbal jabs? The tension in the air is palpable. I know a delightful restaurant. I can recommend it to you later." "Really? I find Hu cuisine unpalatable. I am not fond of sweetness." The commentator bellowed, "The match has commenced. This will be a historic final." A flash of red light illuminated the arena as the triformed magneton and the grinning Jengar materialized on the field. Lu Yu's anxious heart began to ease. This trainer seemed quite amicable. All I need to do is command with diligence. With a sharp gaze, Lu Yu opened his mouth just as the triformed magneton staggered violently onto the ground. "Here it comes, such astonishing speed. This is Jengar's Shadow Punch." In the audience, Feng Shu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even as a master, resorting to a sneak attack? Truly, this is the hallmark of Teacher Lu. Feng Shu murmured. This tactic, ingrained in DNA, caught Lu Yi off guard, reddening his face with embarrassment. "An accident. Purely an accident. Jengar, how could you charge it on your own? That is simply too underhanded," with a mischievous grin. Jengar retracted its fist and, in the blink of an eye, flickered to stand before the triformed magneton, its eyes glowing with the entrancing blue light of hypnosis. "Electric terrain," Lu Yu shouted. The reflexes befitting a gym leader were showcased splendidly at that moment. Crackling currents surged from the triformed magneton, swiftly forming an intricate electromagnetic field that enveloped it. Pokémon within the electric terrain would find themselves unable to slumber, and the potency of electric-type moves would be enhanced. In the guest area, Tang Hui stole a glance at El Jianghai. "I never expected the electric gym of Lei City to possess such training methods." Jengar's hypnosis failed. Thunderbolt! In the next instant, blinding currents erupted from the sides of the triformed magneton. A total of 6 clusters of electric light converging into a formidable thunderbolt. Bang! Just as the tides were about to turn, a sudden gasp erupted from the audience. Behind the triformed magneton, yet another grinning Jengar appeared. Jengar's substitute was obliterated by the thunderbolt. However, the original had already circled around to the rear of the triformed magneton, igniting a wisp of will-o-wisp that began to sear along the magneton screws. Jengar evaded the thunderbolt. The commentator shouted. The ghostly flame struck true at close range, leaving the triformed magneton in a burn state. Utilizing the electric terrain to evade hypnosis was rather predictable. The primary objective of inflicting burn had been achieved. Lu Yi rubbed his chin. Jengar held the advantage of speed. Lu Yu's foremost objective should be to ensure his moves landed accurately. The triform magneton must choose between the moves electromagnetic wave and supersonic. With the boost from electric terrain, electromagnetic wave would undoubtedly be the superior option. Jengar, unleash a calamity. Triform magneton, electromagnetic wave. The burn eroded the triformed magneton's stamina. That moment, calamity struck, capable of dealing double damage. A thick cloud of black mist enveloped the triformed magneton, which let out a mournful cry as it plummeted from the sky, barely clinging to the last vestiges of its vitality. The gym leader of Lei City, El Jianghai, slammed his hand on the table, his expression betraying his struggle to contain his emotions. What kind of judgment allows one to predict Lu Yu's moves in an instant? What is this Lu Yi truly capable of? There is still a chance. Tang Hui squinted. If paralysis succeeds, Lu Yi abandoned the strategy of attrition and opted for a strong offensive with Calamity. Yet the Triform Magneton was not eliminated. If the electromagnetic wave landed, Lu Yi could potentially set a trap for himself. With a flash of lightning, the robust electromagnetic wave hit Jengar with a resounding crack, causing it to become momentarily rigid. Jengar was now paralyzed. Lu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. There is still hope? Jengar, let us conclude with Calamity, Lu Yi suddenly instructed. Jengar, grinning, stuck out its tongue. A citrus berry precariously balanced upon it in front of thousands of spectators. Jengar began to chew, emitting a cunning laugh. Chomp chomp. The held item was indeed a citrus berry. The paralysis status was lifted. With a pointed finger, Jengar signaled, and a wave of black mist surged forth once more. Crack! The sound of metal corrosion echoed ominously as the referee waved the flag. The victor is Lu Yi from Magic City University. Unlike the uproarious cheers from the audience, the guest area fell eerily silent. It was rather inappropriate to applaud when someone else's child had lost. Tang Hui and Song Pengcheng exchanged glances, awkward smiles gracing their faces. What a closely matched duel. Your son performed admirably. It's just that his opponent was a tad too cunning. That L. Jianghai's expression was complex. You really consider this match evenly matched? Throughout the entire battle, the Triform Magneton barely laid a finger on Jengar. The only damage inflicted was the toll taken by Jengar's substitute. It is difficult to fathom how such a dominating performance could manifest in the finals, especially against the heir designated by the Electric Gym of Lei City. Observing the glum-faced L. Jianghai, Tang Hui sighed inwardly. In this battle, Lu Yi had anticipated Lu Yu's every move. Truly a master of tactics. His mind is exceptionally devious. L. Jianghai couldn't help but rub his temples. He had even prepared a speech to present his son with an award. Who could have anticipated that reality would deliver such a harsh slap? I am starting to believe the rumors circulating online. L. Jianghai chuckled dryly. You losing to him is hardly shameful. Ha! Song Pengcheng gazed intently at Lu Yi in the arena, his expression laden with meaning. From the initial Jengar in the preliminary rounds to the current Jengar, the rate of growth over merely 2 months could only be described as meteoric. Although his true strength remained a mystery, based solely on his training progress, Lu Yi's potential was undeniably vast. Would someone of such caliber truly compete for mere prize money? Song Pengcheng shook his head. Perhaps he is indeed a descendant of an esteemed family. An enigmatic lineage, Tang Hui jested. However, upon seeing Song Pengcheng's serious demeanor, he awkwardly scratched his head. It's not entirely impossible, Tang Hui mused. The cheers within the venue rose and fell like waves, as they bore witness to the emergence of a new champion of the Pokémon Cup. This masterclass displayed by Jengar was more than worth the price of admission. While Lu Yi's fans were not particularly surprised by his victory, they still gained invaluable insights. Why didn't teacher Lu use a defensive poison type? A steel type could have utilized a toxic move. Burning Calamity is sufficient. Goodness, teacher Lu truly played dirty. The victory came rather easily. Lu Yi's expression was somewhat complex. I intended to train Jengar more seriously. I didn't expect this level of performance. It would have been more stressful to play a few games with Ajin. If the strong can't be defeated, then defeating the weak offers no satisfaction. Lu Yi nodded thoughtfully. Being a trainer is far less reliable than merely making a quick profit. The deafening cheers enveloped him as reporters swarmed around Lu Yi. Hello, could you share your current feelings? Lu Yi offered a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Not bad. The female reporter in the front row blushed, prompting a male reporter to interject hastily. Could you share your insights on training Jengar? Lu Yi's expression turned peculiar. Now that is a question that strikes at the heart of the matter. I trained it myself. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. You trained it yourself? Lu Yi articulated each word deliberately. Indeed. Train oneself. The male reporter, seemingly pensive, swiftly took notes, capturing a flurry of characters. Cultivating the self-management awareness of Pokémon, adhering to the Taoist philosophy of non-action, and embodying the spirit of an esteemed trainer. It is no wonder that Lu Yi is held in such high regard. The reporter's eyes sparkled with admiration. The mere awareness of being a trainer far surpasses that of other competitors. Luyi had already received the championship prize for the Pokémon Cup. The prize money of 50,000 had been deposited into his account, bringing his savings to nearly 100,000. The cherished soothing bell, which Luyi valued immensely, lay quietly in its exquisitely crafted wooden box. Opening the box, he extracted the delicate little bell and gently shook it out. A clear, melodious chime resonated, indescribably pleasant, instilling a sense of tranquility. That a smile crept onto Luyi's face. "I believe EV will take a liking to this." Jengar, appearing somewhat dazed, couldn't resist extending its crimson tongue towards the soothing bell. Startled, Luyi quickly raised the bell high. "If you dare lick that, EV will certainly bite you." Jengar chuckled awkwardly, scratching its head in embarrassment. It wasn't the fear of EV's bite that troubled it. Rather, as the elder sibling, it felt compelled to advocate for the welfare of its younger companions. Upon returning home, EV was wagging its tail, perched before the computer, engrossed in watching videos. "EV, Luyi raised an eyebrow. Instead of learning something useful, it had taken a page out of Jengar's book. Stealthily approaching from behind, Luyi suddenly shouted, "EV!" Startled, EV let out an adorable squeal, leaping from the computer to collide directly into Luyi's embrace. Whoa! Jengar appeared just in time, using its palm to gently block EV's head, grinning at Luyi. Impressive, right? Suddenly, Jengar's expression shifted, its body trembling violently. Looking down, Luyi saw EV firmly biting Jengar's ghostly claw. Refusing to let go. Chomp chomp. Winky face. Luyi rubbed his chin. "That was close. It could have been me, getting bitten." "Thank you, Jengar." Luyi sincerely nodded. Holding EV by the scruff, the little creature squirmed and struggled, clearly reluctant. "EV." Luyi glanced at the video file on the computer. Well, caught you training secretly," he murmured. "It appears I'll need to enforce stricter daily training limits to prevent these two from overexerting themselves and risking injury." Luyi wore an odd expression. What kind of situation is this? While most trainers push their Pokémon to train harder, who actively restricts their training time? Setting EV down, the little creature still bore an indignant expression. "I don't want to talk to you, at least not until after dinner. Here, a gift for you." Luyi retrieved the soothing bell, gently placing it around EV's neck, smiling as he ruffled its little head. "Jengar doesn't have one. This is your unique treasure." "EV," it called softly, looking somewhat perplexed as it pawed at the bell hanging from its neck. The bell chimed, ding, ding, ding. "EV," the earlier irritation vanished in an instant. EV, like a deflated balloon, collapsed onto the floor, rolling about joyfully. "EV." The little creature beamed contentedly, gazing curiously at the bell around its neck. Once the bell ceased its swaying, EV reached out with its chubby paw, letting out a secretive chuckle. "EV." Jengar scratched its head in confusion. "It sounds delightful, but I wonder how it tastes," Jengar thought, watching EV tumble around. Luyi felt his face flush, one hand pressed against his chest. "System, do you have any instant heart-soothing pills? It's just too adorable." 1 hour later, EV lay languidly sprawled on the sofa. Looking dazed, the soothing bell rested quietly in its wooden box. EV tilted its head adorably, still appearing as if lost in thought. Quite dulled, Luyi brought over a bowl of freshly washed appleberry, cut into the shape of little rabbits, and held it up with a toothpick. "Want to eat?" EV. The little creature nodded obediently, but in the next moment, it jolted, face flushing red, and swiftly darted into the bedroom. "Chomp!" Jengar opened its wide mouth, devouring the cute little rabbits in one go, the sound of crunching echoing. Luyi scratched his head. "It seems the soothing bell is quite effective after all." I'll hang it back on EV once it's rested," although participating in the competition was somewhat accidental. It was indeed Jengar who signed up. Yet, the final prize was truly delightful. With summer vacation officially commencing, Luyi intended to take a break for himself. After all the arduous training, he deserved a well-earned reward. "I'll take the two little ones out for dinner," Luyi murmured. "It's a perfect opportunity to enhance my culinary skills." A gentle evening breeze wafted through. The riverside open-air restaurant sparkled with shimmering reflections on the water, neon lights intertwining to create the enchanting nightscape of the metropolis. A kingler leaped from the water's surface, while several lapras glided gracefully through the golden-hued night, emitting ethereal calls. Jengar, face smeared with sauce, was sprawled across the dining table, a baguette in one hand and a sandwich in the other. Meanwhile, Evie wore a disdainful expression, casting a furtive glance at Lu Yi, who was gazing out over the river's heart. It seemed that Lu Yi's cooking was indeed superior. Evie. Lu Yi appeared conflicted, gripping a newspaper provided by the restaurant, the headline glaringly prominent. Exclusive, Pokémon Cup's talented trainer claims victory. Revealing training methods. The news of Lu Yi's triumph shocked the trainer community in the metropolis. He was the first non-professional to win a championship in history. Students from various Pokémon academies were left bewildered. Is this the new era? Not only does he look good, but as a finance major, he actually won the championship. The same day, the evening paper published an article on the front page. The writer noted, in recent years, various training methods have gained traction, yet most fail to convince. The newly crowned champion Lu Yi exemplifies a humanistic approach to training, aligning with the concept of mutual trust between humans and Pokémon. Lu Yi's eyelids twitched. That's so. I'm not a trainer, so please don't misrepresent me. Nonetheless, the influence of the evening paper was evident. By the time dinner was served, his phone had already received inquiries from no less than 3 students specializing in Pokémon training. Seeking his insights, the more he read, the more his expression transformed. Due to the constraints of the champion schedule, the interview was conducted with Song Pengcheng, the president of the Pokémon Association in the metropolis. This is quite an advanced training philosophy. Similar methods emphasizing the bond between humans and Pokémon exist in regions like Unova. Song continued, starting from the heart, not taking victory as the sole purpose of training, but rather understanding the emotions shared between humans and Pokémon through the process. This, I believe, is the reason behind his victory. After reading the complete report, even Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a slight shock. So that is how it is. Lu Yi's eyes widened. How did I not think of this before? It is likely that the so-called 200,000 yuan promotional resources refer to this series of reports. Although not a trainer, Lu Yi has been unceremoniously labeled a training genius, which leaves him with a rather subtle feeling. Nonetheless, Lu Yi is not particularly concerned about being recognized when he walks down the street. They are interviewing Lu Yi. What does that have to do with my teacher, Lu? As dusk deepens, he cradles an EV on one shoulder while a Jengar floats behind him, returning home with 2 Pokémon in tow. He hangs a soothing bell on Eevee, who momentarily stares blankly before proudly lifting its head. Eevee, oh, Lu Yi grasps the nape of Eevee's neck and tosses it onto the running wheel. Giving it a good push, the little creature's eyes instantly sparkled. Ah, the joy of double the fun. Delightful. A cloud of black mist separates from Jengar's body, forming a substitute. Jengar picks up a broom, while the substitute diligently wields a dustpan. Thoroughly cleaning the room, that Lu Yi is momentarily taken aback. What a clever one. It can even train moves while doing housework. Don't forget to mop the floor later. Delightful. After finishing a match today, Lu Yi intends to take a day off and thus does not turn on the live stream. Instead, he lies on his bed, playing on his phone while listening to the crisp sound of EV's bell as it runs on the wheel. The topic of discussion in the Master Group centers around the upcoming Master League. Xiaolan. Qiang, are you participating in the Master Tournament in July? Qiang. No, I don't plan to participate. This kind of exhibition match lacks challenge for me. Kingolf. If it were a no-holds-barred format, you would have participated, right? Aren't you the same? Qihong chuckles. The so-called no-holds-barred battle refers to a format where trainers and Pokémon appear on the field together, allowing them to directly attack the trainer. This mode closely resembles wild battles, where trainers can switch Pokémon at any time, achieving victory by subduing or defeating any one of their opponent's Pokémon. In special episodes, trainers predominantly adopt this battle format, with the primary goal being to knock out the trainer. It wasn't until Qihong won the championship at the 9th Court Conference that this no-holds-barred battle mode was gradually phased out of official tournaments. The conversation between the 2 prominent figures leaves the group momentarily silent. Kina interjects with a smile. Last year, Master League champion was Dan D, and he may have a chance to defend his title this year. Akin scoffs. It's mainly because Qihong isn't participating. If Dan D dares to come to the court's plateau, just watch me obliterate him. According to the official rankings, the current number one in the Master League is Dan D from the Galar region, partnered with the Charizard. However, a widely recognized notion among Masters is, if that man from Kanto participates, the situation could change dramatically. The rankings of the Master League fluctuate yearly, and this year's finals will be held at the Gongmin Arena in the Galar region. With the existence of Dynamax, Dan D's chances of defending his title are indeed quite high. Xiaoqian, you think you can challenge Dan D? You'd better defeat me first. Woman, all you can do is talk big. Xiaoqian, come on, I'm waiting for you in Mankin City. Fist expression. Member Akin has been muted by the administrator for 5 minutes. Member Shechen has been muted by the administrator for 5 minutes, after skillfully muting the two. Louis scratched his head, recalling the various highlight videos of the Master League on Bilibili. Aside from Dan D's invincible Dynamax Charizard, there are also Mega Y and Mega X Charizards. And perhaps in the future, a Hydro Pump Charizard as well. Lui pauses for a moment. Oh right, this world has fully unlocked forms. This world is filled with numerous Pokémon professors. Professor Oak from Kanto, Professor Brand from Kalos, Professor Kukui from Alola. Under the research of these scholars, Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, and even Dynamax have all been made public, although it lacks the dramatic flair of researchers shocking the world. Louis never intended to become a researcher. Moreover, discovering this sooner is preferable. Louis has long wished to see the scene of Mega Evolution versus Dynamax. However, judging by the current circumstances, due to the energy limitations of the Infinity Stone, Dynamax remains exclusive to the Galar region. But who can predict the future? Years ago, Professor Oak claimed there were only 151 Pokémon, and Professor Brand asserted that Mega Evolution could only be used in the Kalos region. Yet, didn't they both apologize to the nation later? Perhaps in the future, if an energy transmitter is built, Dynamax could be usable in other regions as well. It seems this Master League will indeed be quite exciting. Louis murmured. Although he does not intend to become a trainer, being able to observe battles between various prominent figures still excites him. From the discussions in the group, it appears that the next Master League will be held in Magic City. At that time, he might as well join in the fun. The night has deepened. The diligent Jengar wipes the sweat from its brow, gazing contentedly at the gleaming room, nodding in satisfaction. Delightful. Eevee stifles a yawn, wobbling as it jumps down from the running wheel, rubbing its eyes before curling up in its cat bed to sleep. Lui snuggles into his blanket, reaches toward the cat bed, and gives Eevee a hearty tug. Just as Eevee regains its senses, Lui is already expertly drifted into slumber. Jengar neatly folds the corner of Louis' blanket. Yawning, Jengar squints its eyes, floating up to the ceiling like a balloon. Gradually succumbing to sleep, midnight. The long howl of a Houndoom at the construction site adds a touch of somberness. Jengar and Eevee open their eyes, exchanging a glance and nodding in unison. Time to move under the cover of darkness. According to the testimony of a small Rattata at the scene. The gist being, that bell sound was terrifying, rendering them devoid of any desire to flee. Originally, Meowth and the Rattatas had developed the ability to discern Eevee's footsteps. However, the soothing bell dulled their nerves, causing them to let their guard down entirely. With its new equipment, Eevee charged forth like a war god. The danger sensibility has greatly enhanced Eevee's perception, making it a self-operating gank radar. As dawn begins to break, Jengar, carrying a proud Eevee, leaves the battlefield littered with corpses and gently floats back to the 6th floor. On July 9th, Thursday, Louis yawns and glances at his two Pokémon still lost in slumber, a smile breaking across his face. They're quite well behaved when asleep. He heads to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the two Pokémon. As the sizzling sound of the frying pan fills the air, Louis glances at the progress bar in his retina. Cooking LV2 67100. The proficiency is growing at a decent pace, averaging an increase of 1 point per day, which is far more convenient than training his culinary skills himself. Fresh fruit salad, aromatic butter-seared fish, and tender onsen eggs, since Eevee is not fond of milk. Louis prepares orange juice for it instead. The two little ones, rubbing their sleepy eyes, yawn as they arrive at the dining table, munching away. Eevee Jengar. Chew. Don't just grab it with your hands. Jengar. Delightful. Well, as long as you're happy. Early in the morning, Louis receives a phone call from his father, who lives in the countryside. having heard about Lu Yi's victory in the Pokémon Cup. Even Lu Yon was aware and called to inquire. Xiao Yi, if you want to become a trainer, I'll be the first to support you. Dad, that's really unnecessary. How can that be? A father knows his son best. I've already smoothed things over with your mom, so don't worry. After hanging up, Lu Yi silently raises the milk and drinks half a bottle in one go. Old Lu, I want to be compensating you for your potted plants. So just give up on that notion. Just after hanging up, his phone rings again. Looking at the caller ID, Lu Yi thinks for a moment and then answers cautiously. Coach Zhai. Lu Yi, first of all, congratulations on your victory. Zhai Wenyao interrupted Lu Yi's words with a smile. As the saying goes, third time's the charm. Since you do not intend to join the school team, I want to compel you this time. Rather, I have a different invitation. What is it? I would like to invite you to serve as the assistant coach for the university's elf team. The Magic City University elf team has consistently ranked high in the National League. Being selected for the team is undoubtedly a coveted honor for many students in the combat department. Typically, the position of assistant coach is filled from among the junior members, making it quite rare to extend such an invitation to someone about to enter their sophomore year like you. Let us first discuss the compensation. Initially, there's a stipend of 10,000 yuan per month. Although it may seem modest if we can maintain our league ranking, the stipend is likely to increase further. Additionally, I recall that the bonus for the school team next semester is around 30,000 yuan, which the assistant coach is also eligible to apply for. Zhai Wenyao smiled. With your impressive background and insights, as long as you are willing to come aboard, the bonus will certainly not be an issue. Having watched the finals of the Pokémon Cup, Zhai Wenyao, as a coach, could obviously discern Lu Yi's extraordinary command skills. Although the elf team's strength still lagged behind that of the juniors, Lu Yi's adaptability and tactical acumen made him the ideal candidate for the assistant coach position. That I hear, they even call you Teacher Lu. Correct? Zhai Wenyao chuckled. Will you give the assistant coach position some serious thought? Lu Yi scratched his head. Is that all? Huh. Is it the entirety of the compensation? Zhai Wenyao coughed lightly. Of course not, when the new semester begins. The school's breeding house will be bringing in a batch of new elves, and I will definitely reserve a spot for you. Even the thick-skinned Lu Yi couldn't help but feel somewhat touched. The elves nurtured by the breeding house at Magic City University would undoubtedly fetch no less than 6 figures on the market. Coach Zhai was clearly making a significant investment, reflecting his earnest intentions. I don't need the elves, Lu Yi chuckled. Just give me the money directly. Zhai Wenyao was momentarily taken aback. He doesn't want even the elves from the breeding house, even as a coach of the school team. The quotas in Zhai Wenyao's hands are extremely limited. Even if he were to offer money directly, those elves of exceptional quality are still highly sought after. Could it be he is considering my interests? Upon this realization, Zhai Wenyao felt a warmth in his heart and immediately laughed heartily. You needn't be so courteous. I'll take care of the elf matter. Originally, Zhai Wenyao was somewhat reluctant, but the young man's character was quite to his liking. It wouldn't hurt to forge a connection through an elf. Really, you don't have to, Lu Yi exclaimed, exasperated. I can barely manage the 2 I already have. Why would I want a third? Zhai Wenyao laughed heartily. Rest assured, once summer break is over, I will ensure to select the most exceptional elf for you. A large question mark appeared above Lu Yi's head. Wait, are we misunderstanding each other? Isn't it better to just give me the money? Why insist on giving me an elf, and one that is the most exceptional at that? Lu Yi couldn't help but glance back at Gizaton, who was lifting weights, and Ebo, who was rolling around. The mere thought of possibly adding another elf that might betray him sent a shiver down his spine. Thank you very much, Zhai Wenyao replied with a hearty laugh. What are you being so polite for? According to Coach Zhai, the primary responsibilities of an assistant coach include the selection and training of new students. During the summer vacation, the workload for an assistant coach is rather light, requiring only occasional appearances at the school. This paid leave job is indeed perfect for someone like Lu Yi, who is rather laid back. However, the prospect of potentially adding another elf left Lu Yi feeling somewhat helpless. With a sigh, he hung up the phone. After spending some time petting Ebo, time slipped away swiftly. Lunchtime consisted of energy cubes. Ibu and Gizaton exchanged glances for a while, then tilted their heads in unison. What are you looking at? Lu Yi mumbled, chewing on a light pink peach-flavored energy cube. Am I not allowed to eat this stuff? Lu Yi had always been curious about the taste of energy cubes. In the animated series, Ash, as a Pokémon trainer, had also been recorded eating energy cubes raw that if he, the great Ash, can eat them, why can't I? Teacher Lou. Logically, some berries are edible for humans, so it stands to reason that energy cubes made from concentrated berries would also be consumable. Of course, Lu Yi wouldn't dare to try Dragonfire fruit, but peach-flavored one seemed worth a shot. Oh, his surprise. The taste was quite delightful, even sweeter than freshly squeezed peach juice, and it would likely taste even better when chilled. Lu Yi's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Not bad at all. The two elves stood frozen in shock. Suddenly, a flicker of realization struck Gizatong, who couldn't help but bow his head to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. To save on our food expenses, the master has resorted to such extremes. I need to work even harder to earn some extra money, Gizatong lamented with a heavy heart. Ibu, too, wore a serious expression. Nodding vigorously, it was decided. Tonight, they would venture to a more remote location to train. In the afternoon, with a determined gaze, Gizatong silently floated towards the door and solemnly waved goodbye to Lu Yi. Where are you planning to go this time? Lu Yi inquired, waving back. Koja, Gizatong replied as he passed through the door. Remember to come back for dinner. Lu Yi called out. Koja, came Gizatong's voice in response from outside. Knowing that Gizatong wouldn't get lost, Lu Yi felt reassured. Although he was aware of what the little fellow was off to do, it was better to let them train occasionally. The day they grow weary of training will be the day Lu Yi's plans come to fruition. I'm truly putting in a lot of effort. Lu Yi mused, I must strive to earn more BP and perhaps get him a dark stone. Gizatong had long coveted the dark stone, but its steep price of 5,000 BP was quite daunting. Having promised Gizatong, Lu Yi also aimed to expedite his money-making endeavors during this summer vacation. He had already saved up 100,000 yuan as startup capital. Although it was a bit modest, it would suffice. This time, Lu Yi was not going to plagiarize videos or resort to dirty tricks. Instead, he intended to leverage his recent acquisition of Programming Level 3. Based on Lu Yi's own attempts, creating an independent game using this skill was not a daunting task at all. Moreover, being in a parallel world where many popular games had yet to be developed, the gaming industry presented a perfect entry point. Carrying Ibo by the scruff, he made his way to the computer. After so many attempts, the little one now wore an expression of indifference and fatigue. Whatever, I don't even want to resist anymore. Ibu seemed to convey that. Ruffling Ibo's fluffy little head, Lu Yi began drafting a new project plan. Bubi? Ibo lifted his head, his dark eyes curiously fixed on Lu Yi. This time I'm not live streaming. I'm going to create a game myself. Bubi! Ibo scratched his little head in confusion. Finding it uninteresting, Ibo leapt off Lu Yi's lap and headed to the training dummy next door. Gizatong's dummy and his original self got along exceptionally well, and they could even collaborate on household chores. However, Ibu's dummy had an even fiercer temper than the original. It was rumored that Apara's cat could scratch its own face bloody while playing with a ball of yarn, which was likely the case with Ibu as well. Bubi, Ibrahim, baring his teeth, was entangled in a playful struggle with his substitute. Meanwhile, in the confines of his bedroom, Lu Yi, adorned with headphones, remained blissfully unaware of the chaotic events unfolding outside. He was fully engrossed in the planning of a new game, Plants vs. Zombies. The phenomenal popularity of this tower defense game across the globe hardly requires elaboration. What truly matters is that the production difficulty and costs are relatively modest. The creativity and gameplay are the pivotal elements of its explosive success. Despite limited funding, Lu Yi, equipped with a level 3 programming skill, could still construct a basic game framework. Furthermore, the compatibility of Plants vs. Zombies with the Pokémon universe was notably high, necessitating only minor alterations to the artistic materials and backstory, as he typed on the document. Lu Yi mused, as the apocalypse descends, wandering spirits. Swarms of insects and monstrous beasts threaten your life and backyard. Only your trusted grass-type Pokémon can safeguard them. Dave, your neighbor and legendary grass-type master, will become your most reliable ally and companion in the battle against the onslaught of Pokémon. He paused momentarily, feeling that this backstory had a certain resonance. Although using original materials was feasible, most artistic assets for Pokémon were freely available on independent game developer forums. For Lu Yi, who had a mere 100,000 yuan in startup capital. Saving wherever possible was essential. Utilizing the images from Pokémon would facilitate immersion and expedite the game's influence. Lui muttered to himself. Replacing the sunflower with sunflower seeds should pose no issue. The evolved form, Sunflora, ISNT, that just the twin sunflowers. In his initial draft, Lui was astonished to discover that these two intellectual properties could indeed harmoniously coexist. For instance, the classic pea shooter could be substituted with the trumpet bud, and the diligent walnut could be transformed into a patient acorn. Whether in nighttime landscapes or aquatic maps, Pokémon like the spikeweed and Lotad could seamlessly fit in. The variety of zombies was even simpler to conceptualize, with numerous ghostly figures, grim reapers, and soul-stealing eyes available. Furthermore, the enemy types were not confined to ghostly entities. Perennial antagonists like Beedrill and Grimer could also serve as adversarial material. Unbeknownst to him, Lui had typed nearly 10,000 words in the planning document. Wearily, he stretched. Completing this project single-handedly over the summer seemed implausible. After estimating the workload, he murmured, I definitely need to establish a studio and find a few helpers. The first person that sprang to his mind was the balding Liang Dayo. Dayo should be a strong asset. He asked the one. Just then, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. Lui's brow furrowed. He quickly saved his planning document and cautiously ventured out of his room. Ibrahim was chasing his substitute, darting up and down the sofa, knocking over every glass on the coffee table. Can one truly have so much fun battling oneself? Lui swallowed hard. Ultimately, Ibrahim managed to topple the substitute to the ground, which gradually dissipated into white light. With pride, Ibrahim raised his head, only to see Lui's expression of mixed emotions, prompting him to scan the surroundings. Broken glass scattered everywhere. The sofa was in tatters, and a banner proclaiming Master of Gynecology lay on the floor. Booey! Ibrahim lifted a paw, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. Cleaning up the room wouldn't be too troublesome. He could wait for Gungsi to return. However, when it came time to vacate the premises, he would still have to compensate the landlord for the damage to the furniture, like the sofa and coffee table. Lui sighed. As if he could hear the sound of his wallet shrinking, he needed to expedite his money-making plans. Although live streaming had proven lucrative in the mere 2 months since he had started, Lui had earned less than 100,000 yuan days for Bilibili. Due to his refusal to engage in sponsorships and lack of contracts, the rewards were limited. Yet, he was confident that once Plants vs. Zombies launched, sustaining himself and his 2 little companions would not pose a problem. Lui gently lifted the attempting to evade Ibrahim from the pile of glass shards. That you're not hurt, are you? Ibrahim blinked his dark, beady eyes, as long as urine scathed. Lui exhaled in relief, ruffling Ibrahim's small head. Don't you realize that someone worries about you? Initially fearful that Lui would reprimand him, Ibrahim had curled up, bracing for a scolding. However, Lui merely patted his head and fell silent, prompting Ibrahim to open his eyes in surprise. Bowie. Once Gungsi returns and tidies up, that fellow won't get hurt anyway. With reason and logic. Lui nodded in agreement. The little creature blinked in astonishment, wagging its tail, a faint smile blossoming on its face, revealing its petite fangs. Bowie. Lui sent the planning document to Liang Dayo and made a quick phone call to briefly outline his ideas. Dayo's voice brimmed with astonishment. What? You want me to make a game with you? Do you think my hair is not thinning enough? Lui chuckled. We're a team, after all. I'm not withholding pay. 2,000 yuan for the summer sounds quite reasonable, doesn't it? Where will we be working tomorrow? Even for a student at Mo University, Dayo's internship salary barely exceeded 5,000. Joining Lui meant earning 1,000 a month, which was still quite advantageous. We can work online. I'll send you the basic framework to TSA tower defense game. A tower defense game. Liang Dayo was baffled. Can this really become popular? In truth, utilizing a commercial game editor from the forums, even a novice with 3 months of self-study and programming could create a tower defense game. Did Lui suddenly decide to splurge on a whim? Despite his skepticism regarding Lui's programming skills, Dayo opened the project file. The dense array of code made Liang Dayo's scalp tingle. Goodness, did Lui really write this himself? His skills are almost on par with mine. The further he read, the colder Liang Dayo felt. T.S. handsome, has more hair than I do, and now even my last programming skills are not spared. Liang Dayo felt like crying. Lu Yi, you are truly remarkable. Just average, Lu Yi replied with a smile. Let us work hard and aim to complete this project over the summer. Liang Dayo couldn't help but tremble as he ran his fingers through his endangered hairline. However, upon realizing how far behind he was, he resolved to give it his all. Damn it. I ascend it just burning the midnight oil. I'm in. The first step was to establish the game's name. After much deliberation, they decided to directly adopt the title Plants vs. Zombies. There were numerous games on the market with similar themes. For instance, the FPS game Lu Yi had previously played with Zyrona also fell under the biohazard genre. The game's name was straightforward and to the point. Building upon the original game, Dayo contributed many innovative ideas. Although it's a tower defense game, I believe the capturing element is essential. Liang Dayo suggested. For instance, after completing a level, Pokeballs could be used to capture enemy Pokémon as single-use items. Earning various medals could also unlock grass-type Pokémon for free, along with adding capture cutscenes. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Capturing is fine, but nurturing is unnecessary since we are primarily focusing on tower defense. Liang Dayo chuckled. Once we develop it into a mobile game, nurturing could be incorporated. Spend 100 yuan to directly evolve a trumpet bud, spend 1,000 yuan for unlimited access to a walnut, or spend 10,000 yuan. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Well, it's their loss for not hiring you at the Pokémon company. Are we planning to launch on Steam? Yes, let us first complete the PC version. The maps can be simpler, and other content can be added as paid DLC later. The maps and Plants vs. Zombies are, in essence, quite straightforward. The garden, nighttime, rooftop, and pool. Only these 4 terrains were present in the original version. However, when it comes to the selection and combination of plants, the possibilities abound with remarkable variety. In this modified version titled Pokémon vs. Zombies, beyond mere numerical adjustments, each creature possesses a unique move system. For instance, the flying leafcutter of the trumpet sprout, the devourer of the sharp-tooth cage, and the sweet aroma of the walking grass in the nighttime map. The moonlight of the sleepy mushroom becomes the primary source of sunlight. The mushroom spores of the exposed ball mushroom and the enchanting allure of the shy bud can induce sleep and charm effects. Regarding the types of enemies, the Beedrill can fly over the front row creatures but is obstructed by the coconut tree. The Beedrill's attack method, the random stingers, strikes between 2 to 5 times, thus testing the player's fortune in a certain sense. Engaging with this tower defense game may even serve to help players memorize the moves of the creatures. When the planning proposal for the second version was unveiled, Liang Dayo was momentarily taken aback, his mind flooded with a singular thought. To educate while entertaining, beyond memorizing moves, players might also grasp the intricate interplay of attributes. Through this game, not only might more individuals experience the joy and charm of these creatures, but it could also guide many onto the path of becoming trainers. Could this truly be the underlying intention of Lu Zige? Liang Dayo could not help but widen his eyes. Indeed, Lu Zige's level of awareness is commendably high. Contemplating this, Liang Dayo felt a renewed sense of motivation towards the game's development. As for artistic resources, Liang Dayo suggested directly reaching out to the Art Academy S22 dog, which could yield even lower costs. Lu Yi was momentarily stunned. In this day and age, even creatures are beginning to vie for business? Yet upon reflection, it makes sense, as many large corporations have started employing multifaceted creatures in place of programmers. If he were to establish a company in the future, not only could he utilize a multifaceted creature for programming, but also keep an electric shock beast, thus saving on commercial electricity costs. That would be quite a task for you. No need to be polite, Liang Dayo replied with a chuckle. Rest assured, even at the risk of going bald, I will work tirelessly to deliver this for you. As the saying goes, one's hairline symbolizes their prowess. Just a step away from being a master. The next day, Dayo brought his computer to Lu Ye's residence. What do you think of this interface design? So soon? Lu Yi was slightly surprised. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Liang Dayo pointed to the dark circles under his eyes. While the two discussed, Evie curiously scrutinized the pink creature before it. With its plump body, curled ears, vacant expression, and a long pink tail, it had its mouth agape, as if a large question mark hovered above its forehead. The dopey beast gazed blankly. Bub? Evie, tilted its head, extending a paw to wave in front of it. Die. The dopey beast remained unresponsive, yawning widely, squinting its eyes, and comfortably dozing off in the cool room. Evie rubbed its sleepy eyes and nimbly leapt onto Lu Ye's lap. "What is up?" Lu Ye was writing code and paused momentarily, then smiled while petting Evie's fluffy fur. "If you want to sleep, go ahead. I'll call you when it's time to eat." "Bub." Evie obediently nodded, gently wagging its tail as it began to doze off cutely. Liang Dio laughed. "Your Evie is quite well behaved." While Lu Yi stroked Evie's fluffy tail, his gaze drifted to the menacing claw marks on the sofa. "It is rather adorable," Lu Yi replied, nodding with a stiff neck. The artistic materials were outsourced to the Art Academy's Tutu dog. This batch of Tutu dogs had undergone professional training, adeptly utilizing drawing tablets, making the creation of chibi-style creature images a breeze. It is said that these Art Academy students have developed a keen sense of urgency. If they do not study diligently, they might not even be able to compete with the creatures. Of course, some students have taken an alternative route. Since they cannot surpass them, why not raise a Tutu dog instead? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Evie's gentle snores abruptly ceased, and it opened its eyes to survey the surroundings. The sunset filtered through the window, casting a soft glow on Lu Ye's focused profile, as if cloaked in a delicate halo. "Bub." Evie pawed at the bell, indicating its hunger. Yet Lu Yi merely patted its head. "Just a little longer. It'll be ready soon." Evie nimbly leapt down from Lu Ye's lap and entered the living room, where the dopey beast lay under the air conditioner, drooling as it continued to nap. The little creature circled the dopey beast 3 times, sniffing, and gradually approached its pink tail. With bright eyes, Evie opened its mouth and took a bite in the silent room. After 3 seconds, the dopey beast blinked awake, confusion evident in its gaze. "Die?" It found Evie looking at it with an innocent expression, chewing on its own tail. "That I thought I had caught something." The dopey beast yawned and was about to drift back to sleep when a sudden sensation of pain jolted it awake. "Die." Lu Yi had initially intended to invite Dio for dinner. However, Dio insisted that if he stayed, the evening meal might consist of braised dopey beast tail. Fortunately, the dopey beast's characteristic of regeneration meant that the bite marks on its tail faded shortly thereafter. The forgetful dopey beast cheerfully waved at Evie, indicating it had enjoyed a pleasant day. "Wah." Ghastly wiped its drool, gazing longingly at the retreating dopey beast. Lu Ye's expression was peculiar. "Next time we have guests, you two should be careful. Otherwise, one might think takeout has arrived." "Bub." Evie was the first to respond, wagging its tail and adorably yawning. "I didn't mean for you to act cute." Just then, Lu Yi rubbed his eyes, wondering why he suddenly felt so drowsy. Before he could finish his thought, he toppled backward. Ghastly promptly caught Lu Ye's shoulder. "Gua." Ghastly looked at Evie in confusion. Evie extended its tongue, gently licking Lu Ye's dark circles, then turned away with an expression of "not my concern." In recent days, Lu Ye had been burning the midnight oil to produce the new game, waking early and working late. Evie thought this might be to help earn them a living. However, necessary rest must also be taken into account. This yawn should grant its owner a decent sleep, one would hope. Wah. Ghastly also expressed it had unlocked a new skill. "Understood. Next time, I'll use hypnosis to send him off to dreamland." Ghastly supported Lu Ye's shoulder, tossing him onto the bed and tucking him in snugly. Exchanging glances with Evie, the two creatures shared a knowing smile, pleased with their successful scheme. "Gua, training?" "Bub, so hungry." Ghastly's expression turned pale. Floating languidly above Lu Ye's head, they would have to wait until their master woke up to resolve this. In this slumber, Lu Yi slept soundly. However, he vaguely sensed a chill. Upon opening his eyes, he found Ghastly's mournful face staring back at him. "Gua." Lu Yi chuckled helplessly. "All right, I understand it. I'll go prepare a meal for you too." Rising, Lu Yi scratched his head and cast a suspicious glance at Ghastly. He felt as if he had just been struck by a tranquilizer dart. The culprit should not be Ghastly. This creature's hypnosis would leave a trail of blue light. Thus, Lu Yi turned his gaze towards Evie, curled up in its cat bed. Although it appeared to be asleep, it evidently sensed Lu Ye's stare, freezing momentarily but still refusing to open its eyes. Lui adjusted his non-existent glasses. The truth is clear. Over the course of the afternoon, it had secretly learned how to yawn from the dopey beast. Yawn, a signal of drowsiness, inducing the target into a state of slumber and causing one to succumb to sleep in the subsequent round. Gazing at the newly added moves in the system list, Lui could not help but sigh. Learning in just an afternoon was one thing, but to begin practicing so swiftly was quite another. The efficiency of this learning was indeed remarkable. What if I failed to awaken? Wouldn't that be quite dire? It is already necessary to be cautious of wild Pokémon, but now I must also be wary of my own. Is being a trainer truly so perilous? But wait, I sent on a hereditary skill. How did it suddenly appear in the list? Lui stroked his chin, casting another detailed glance at the list. And his expression suddenly brightened. In Eevee's move list, a new move that allows it to mimic opponents had appeared. It is precisely because of this mimicry that Eevee could so swiftly imitate Snorlax's yawn. Coupled with Eevee's inherent ability to master yawn, the application of mimicry naturally led to swifter learning than traditional methods that think it could grasp Snorlax's move so quickly left Lui exhaling in amazement. As for Uchiha Gungue, that could be expected. Could it be that you Hataki Eevee also indulge in free acquisition of ninjutsu? The production of Plants vs. Zombies was proceeding in an orderly manner. With the assistance of Brother Dio, Lui's progress had significantly accelerated. However, balancing work and leisure was equally important. Aside from frequently overexerting himself, taking breaks was also quite necessary. Jingar's scary side effects of dizziness. Yet after Eevee mastered yawn, Lui's sleep quality surged. And even his dark circles had noticeably diminished. Meanwhile, Brother Dio's hairline suffered greatly, bringing him one step closer to becoming stronger. On July 11th, Saturday, Lui yawned, turned off the alarm clock, and noticed that the cat nest by his bed was already devoid of Eevee's presence. He was momentarily taken aback. Upon looking down, he found Eevee curled up under the covers, breathing evenly. I know that winter brings about the growth of cats, he thought, scratching his head. But does summer yield the same for Eevee? Observing the little one's fatigued expression, Lui couldn't bear to wake it. Smiling, he poked the little creature's sleeping face, only to have it swat his hand away. Realizing this, Lui willingly relinquished the covers. After a brief morning live stream playing games, where he indulged in a casual lineup amid laughter and joy, he subsequently logged on to Bilibili to scroll through some updates. The hottest topic of discussion was the upcoming Master League set to unfold in the Magic City next week. Although the participants had yet to be announced, whispers suggested that Kanto Yolondu would be in attendance. Dragon-type champion? Should it be the flying-type champion instead? Lui remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He found himself unwittingly captivated by a fashion show featuring Mier's latest collection. Time slipped away until noon. Lui resumed his programming work for the game, that a phone call from Coach Jai of the school team shattered the rare tranquility of the weekend. If you have time this afternoon, you could come to our school. Coach Jai said that a few freshmen are here for interviews, and they're waiting for you to put them through their paces. Although the results of the college entrance examination had yet to be announced, the combat department's early admission freshmen had already arrived to report to Magic University. Coach Jai wished to seize this opportunity to scout for promising talents for the school team. After contemplating for a moment, Lui replied, "No problem." After all, he had already accepted the role of assistant coach. Moreover, it was feasible to bring along his tablet, allowing him to train while programming. Under the sweltering summer sun, Lui cradled the dozing Eevee, accompanied by a floating Jengar, as they boarded the bus to the campus the Magic University Athletic Center. Coach Jai, holding a clipboard and wearing a sun hat, stood by the stands, waving at Lui. This batch of freshmen comprised 5 individuals. Coach Jai pointed towards the Pokémon and freshmen warming up on the field. "You keep an eye on them for now. The school team is still training on the adjacent field." Lui was momentarily taken aback. "What should I do?" "Choose 2 from among the 5 to advance." Coach Jai chuckled, patting Lui on the shoulder. With limited spots on the school team, it wouldn't hurt to temper their arrogance a bit. This group of freshmen hailed from prestigious high schools, and their inflated egos were to be expected. After all, Lui was here to play the role of the stern judge. Well, it wouldn't hurt for the youth to undergo some rigorous training. Rubbing his chin, Lu Yi stepped onto the field, instantly eliciting a chorus of exclamations. Teacher Lu, the champion of the Pokémon Cup, is he here to interview us? The exuberant Han Xiao, who had been granted direct admission to Magic University, waved her hand. Teacher Lu, I can't believe you're serving as the assistant coach. Lu Yi shot a glance at this water friend, clearing his throat. Han Xiao stepped forward. Han Xiao promptly stood up, her curiosity intermingled with excitement as she gazed at Lu Yi. Lu Yi retrieved his tablet and stated with utmost seriousness, "You will lead everyone in warm-up exercises, then commence the school team assessment." "All right," Han Xiao beamed, her eyes twinkling. "Then, Teacher Lu, what will the assessment entail?" "A free-for-all battle among your 5 Pokémon. The last 2 remaining will advance." The students present were momentarily taken aback, but soon, determination ignited in their eyes. The school team selection at Magic University would employ such a chaotic battle format. It was indeed a significant test of command skills and Pokémon battle awareness. "Rest assured, Teacher Lu, I will not let you down," Han Xiao declared loudly. Observing the spirited newcomers, Lu Yi nodded and quietly opened the project files. This should allow for some leisurely engagement. The 5 freshmen stood at the sidelines, directing their Pokémon in the arena. From a distance, Coach Zhai Wenyo nodded approvingly. Although somewhat rough, this free-for-all truly reflected a trainer's overall capabilities, including adaptability, Pokémon training, and command skills. Naturally, such chaos also risked oversight. Next, it would be a test of the assistant coach's keen eye. Watching Lu Yi, who was intently focused on his tablet, Coach Zhai Wenyo chuckled softly. "Even taking notes so diligently, it seems I've struck gold with this assistant coach." Lu Yi was in the midst of constructing the framework for Plants vs. Zombies. The programming LV3 had failed numerous times. Lu Yi felt a prickling sensation in his scalp, likely a side effect of these failures. This skill truly devoid of side effects. "Why do I feel something amiss?" Scratching his head, Lu Yi glanced up to see that the chaotic battle had concluded. The 2 remaining Pokémon were Han Xiao Shroomish and Gu Zhong's Colossal. The defeated trio wore expressions of dejection, yet they still looked at Lu Yi, hoping for a chance at redemption. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi scanned the 3's Pokémon using the system's Pokédex. From their moves, it was evident that their strength fell short compared to the other 2. Allowing them another opportunity would be unfair to the remaining candidates. "You may leave," Lu Yi said with a smile. "However, should you defeat me, you can still secure a spot on the school team." Han Xiao's eye twitched involuntarily. Is this even a reasonable proposition? Defeating you would equate to the strength of the Pokémon Cup champion. After all, truly, this is the style of Teacher Lu, Han Xiao mumbled. The 3 exchanged glances, and, ultimately, it was the trainer of the Rhyperior, Duzhua, who gritted his teeth and stepped forward, just as Lu Yi pondered whether to offer some leeway for his bravery. Eevee had already leaped onto the battlefield. Eevee cast a sidelong glance at Rhyperior, disdain evident in its expression. Duzhua was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing. "Though you are a champion, there is no need to send Eevee into battle." Moreover, Eevee has yet to evolve. That Duzhua commanded. "Rhyperior, use Iron Tail." As if struck by a realization, Lu Yi's expression shifted. Unable to suppress his gaze towards the field, he noticed that Eevee had already taken the initiative. From its excited demeanor, it was clear that it was about to acquire yet another move for free. Alarm bells rang in Lu Yi's mind, but in the blink of an eye, Eevee was upon Rhyperior. Mimic, the resounding clang of Iron Tail echoed, with the brilliance of the gleaming tail of the Eevee even more dazzling. Thud, without a shred of mercy, the mighty Pangoro was struck by an overwhelming force, collapsing unconscious in an instant and creating a deep crater in the ground. Duzhua gaped in astonishment, and after a moment of dazed disbelief, he shakily withdrew his Pangoro. "I do apologize for my audacity," he exclaimed. The trainer of the coal turtle, Gu Zhong, also swallowed nervously. This assistant instructor appeared exceedingly stern. One must not offend him. Silence enveloped the arena as the new students gazed at Lu Yi with a mix of awe and trepidation. "Why are you all staring at me?" Lu Yi, who had come to relax, found the situation utterly amusing. "I am quite amiable." A profound silence followed. Sighing, Lu Yi waved his hand in resignation. "It's so difficult to even take a breather these days." With a pounding heart, he cautiously opened the move list for Eevee. The Iron Tail move flickered into view, seemingly something that could be unlocked after rigorous training, but Lui couldn't help but sigh. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sheer absurdity of his Pokémon's talent was simply overwhelming. In the Sinnoh region, in the city of Jubilife, the sound of music flowed from the gramophone. The saxophone's blues taking on a tender quality through the unique charm of the vinyl record. The room was adorned with mahogany furniture, and Cynthia lounged lazily on the sofa. Beside her sat a dignified and graceful woman with chestnut hair and azure eyes. The woman's demeanor radiated an air of nobility, her posture reminiscent of a graceful doe. Sitting upright, even while relaxed on the couch, Karuna extinguished her slender cigarette in a crystal ashtray, a hint of helplessness flashing in her sapphire gaze. If we were to battle, one should ensure proper rest beforehand, Cynthia remarked, shifting into a more comfortable position, resting her cheek on Karuna's lap, and murmuring softly, "I've just finished my work at the Research Institute and need to catch the next flight for a quick nap." Karuna ran her fingers through her cascading golden hair. Magic City? Cynthia nodded like a ginger cat, her delicate eyelashes fluttering, and moments later, her breathing became even and serene. Karuna gently stroked the smooth golden locks. "I, too, have work to attend to. Did you summon me here merely for a lap pillow?" Yet, the schedule for the Master League was indeed quite hectic. Since Cynthia had decided to participate, it might be a while before they saw each other again. In a playful mood, Karuna began to tousle Cynthia's silky hair until it became a delightful mess. Before stifling a yawn, I end the tranquil afternoon. These two women, so different in style, spent a leisurely afternoon together. As dusk fell, Karuna drowsily opened her eyes. The sunset streamed through the window, revealing Cynthia already clad in her familiar black trench coat. Her flowing golden hair cascaded down, each strand appearing as if it were kissed by light. "Wait for me to return, and we shall go shopping," Cynthia said with a smile. "All right, take care," Karuna replied with a resigned smile, wishing her a safe journey. Stepping onto the marble terrace outside, a crimson light emanated from Pokeball, as Togekiss affectionately nuzzled Cynthia. Suddenly feeling a twinge of concern, Karuna urged, "Have you prepared everything for the hotel and your luggage?" "The luggage has already been checked in, but I must first visit a little one." Cynthia replied, "A very adorable Eevee on July 15th, Wednesday. The production of Plants vs. Zombies have been underway for a week. Liang Dayo and Lu Yi were tirelessly working, and with the template from a parallel world. Their progress could only be described as astonishing. However, what troubled Lu Yi was the equally rapid advancement of Ghost-type Pokémon and Eevee. Through relentless practice of mimicry techniques, Eevee had mastered Iron Tail to an impressive degree. Meanwhile, Ghost-type Pokémon had been recognized as the monthly outstanding trainer at the Battle Club, with a schedule overflowing with engagements. Though this was a positive development, Lu Yi found little joy in it. It is common knowledge that the strength of Pokémon is directly proportional to the expenses incurred. The stronger they are, the more energy they consume during battles. The fees for Ghost-type Pokémon's club activities barely covered Lu Ye's expenses for purchasing berries and crafting energy cubes. On the other hand, while Eevee might not consume much, Lu Yi had been exchanging and purchasing rare berries, naturally unwilling to skimp on the little one. Overall, for an inexperienced trainer like Lu Yi, the enhancement of his Pokémon's abilities was undoubtedly a sweet burden. Yet, Lu Yi did not blame Eevee or Ghost-type Pokémon, nor did he force them to refrain from evolving. Humans and Pokémon are equals. Deep down, Lu Yi cherished Pokémon, but the risks and rewards of being a trainer felt disproportionate to him. This enthusiasm truly warranted. Lu Yi couldn't help but rub his temples. If another gluttonous Pokémon arrives, I might just go bankrupt. The mere thought of Coach Zhai's promise of the most talented Pokémon sent a shiver down his spine. What if I end up with an exceptional Snorlax? That would be utterly catastrophic. No, I cannot let an outsider take charge. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. I'll choose myself. I refuse to believe that in such a vast breeding facility, I can't find a single slacker. In the afternoon, serving as an assistant instructor, Lu Yi arrived at the team practice only to run into Coach Zhai. Zhai Wenyue, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Lu Yi, the two newcomers you recruited are splendid. Truly, your discerning eye is remarkable." "Oh, Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. I merely relaxed and chose the simplest chaotic battle rules. How does that equate to having a discerning eye? When it came to discussing the team's tactics and defense, Zhai Wenyue became quite animated. First off, that spore-capable Shroomish excels in singles matches, whether ambushing or holding ground. And that coal turtle from Guzhong, my heavens, it possesses the solar power ability. The trainer's skill and character are commendable. This could be a cornerstone for future team building. Zhai's excitement was understandable. With a new semester yet to commence, the likelihood of selecting elite candidates from the early admissions was slim, and he had approached the interviews with a trial-and-error mindset. To his astonishment, Lu Ye's arrival had yielded 2 jackpot selections. Coupled with Lu Ye's earnest demeanor during the record-keeping, Zhai Wenyue felt genuinely fortunate to have found such a capable assistant. The team had struck gold. Do well, maintain our league ranking, and the rewards will undoubtedly be yours. Zhai Wenyue laughed heartily, patting Lu Yi on the shoulder. Lu Yi, feeling perplexed, thought, is my discernment truly that remarkable? Unable to resist glancing at the coal turtle on the field. He nodded thoughtfully. The coal turtle, affectionately dubbed Little Groudon, was a top-tier powerhouse in sunny weather teams, capable of outstanding performance even within the spatial system. The university's system had always centered around psychic spatial teams. The addition of these 2 freshmen would not only bolster the defense, but also serve to fill in gaps that I truly am impressive. Lu Yi smacked his forehead, realizing he had effortlessly identified the best candidates. The college league typically convenes in the latter half of the year, targeting first- and second-year students, and the Pokémon major third-year students are preoccupied with challenging gyms to qualify for the Dongwang Alliance competitions and are likewise restricted from participating. Overall, Lu Ye's age and strength made him a fitting candidate for competition. Yet he held no interest in this so-called league. Assisting as a coach was acceptable, but competing was out of the question. If things went poorly, he would shoulder the blame, and if the 2 little ones were injured, the losses would be unbearable. He hoisted Ev, who was busy playfully pummeling the coal turtle, onto his shoulder. Lu Yi prepared to leave when Zhai Wenyue called after him. By the way, Lu Yi, are you attending next Saturday's Master League? Each member of the team gets 1 reimbursement ticket. I'll reserve 1 for you. Lu Yi frowned. The Master League was hosted at the Eastern Battle Tower, and he had seen online that tickets were priced at 3,000 yuan apiece. A mere 3,000 yuan per ticket. Do you really think Lu Yi, need to seek reimbursement? He replied with a smile. Can I have 3 tickets instead? Front row or back? It doesn't matter. I just want to bring Eevee and Ghost-type Pokémon along. Thursday, July 16th. With the existence of a template, progress on Plants vs. Zombies is remarkably swift, and a prototype can be completed before the weekend. The Dayu's hairline has receded another 2 centimeters, eliciting sorrow from listeners and tears from onlookers. Yet it has become inconsequential. As long as one endures the late-night hours, there is no room left for grief. Ibu nonchalantly strides across Lu Ye's face, although the plush cushion is quite comfortable. Being awakened in such a manner feels rather inappropriate. Lui scratches his head and reassures the 2 eager little spirits. All right, I will prepare breakfast immediately. Kojia. Bu-ee. Lui opens the refrigerator and, under the mournful gaze of Gai Sai Tong, brazenly sips from a can of Moo Moo milk, taking a moment to scroll through his feed that on Saturday, the Master League will commence in the Magic City. And the topic of discussion in the group revolves around this event. Jean. Has the grouping been announced? Is there anyone I can possibly defeat? Xiaolon. Unfortunately, it seems unlikely. The red team comprises the Kanto Alliance's Yulong Du, whose strength you have experienced firsthand. Chongpan Ding Xiang. Mr. Du also hails from Chongpan Forest. He is quite a good person. Jean shudders at the recollection of the 2 weather-manipulating Hakron. Gritting his teeth, what about the blue team? I must have at least a 10% chance. Xiao Qian. The blue team features Miss Shirahana. If you can win, it would be miraculous. Xiao Gang, however, speaks with a serious tone. Theoretically, there is still a 10% chance. Qi Hong. Jin's strength has indeed progressed. While a 10% chance may be scarce, it is still considerable. Qing Lu. Indeed, Jin is left in tears. Are you truly advocating for me? I am grateful. Closing the chat interface, Lu Yi scratches his head. Shirahana is coming to the Magic City for a competition. No wonder he hasn't seen her playing games these past few days. Lu Yi feels a twinge of regret. The loss of an additional source of income further exacerbates his family's already precarious financial situation. Yet, Shirahana is undeniably a champion-level player. Attending the event in person would provide a valuable experience. Bzzz. At that moment, his phone rings that Lu Yi answers. Hello. Whom are you looking for? Lu Yi, I apologize for calling so early. I was wondering if you might be available on Friday to Dr. Yamanashi. Lu Yi replies, somewhat surprised that I asked there's something you need? Regarding what you mentioned last time, concerning Ibu's precognitive dangers, are the symptoms still present? Lu Yi pauses briefly and instinctively turns to look at Ibu. Gai Saitong is too weak from hunger, slumped against the wall, while Ibu is playfully tussling with its substitute. Crash! The newly purchased enamel teacup clatters to the ground, and Ibu blinks, sneaking a glance at Lu Yi. Boo-ee. Winky face, locking eyes with Lu Yi. Ibu appears caught in the act. Awkwardly turning away, puffing up its cheeks, it angrily swats the fallen teacup. Lu Yi raises an eyebrow and clears his throat. Dr. Yamanashi, I believe those symptoms are still present. You need not worry too much. It should be a normal reaction. Dr. Yamanashi replies, my assistant will also be visiting Dong Huang on Friday. She will come to conduct the diagnosis. That sounds wonderful. Lu Yi cheerfully responds, Oh, you need me to greet her? I'm also calling for that reason. Dr. Yamanashi chuckles. She will likely arrive at the Magic City airport on Friday morning, that I worry she might struggle to find your home. It would be splendid if you could pick her up. Of course. What is your assistant's name? I can make a pickup sign. No need for a pickup sign. You should recognize her immediately. She is the same person you met last time. Dr. Yamanashi states. She is the champion from the Sinnoh region. Named Shirahana. Absolutely no problem. Lu Yi responds wholeheartedly, suddenly pausing as his mind goes blank. Wait, are we talking about the same Shirahana, the stunningly beautiful one, who is coming to the Magic City for a competition this weekend? Thank you for your assistance. By the time he regains his senses, the efficient Dr. Yamanashi has already hung up. Lu Yi blinks in disbelief, continuing to sip the unfinished moo milk, having forgotten to open his mouth. Gai Saitong floats beneath him, catching the spilled moo milk in its wide mouth. Well, that makes sense. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Yi nods to himself. She is coming to assist with Ibu's diagnosis. I should indeed go greet her. Ibu, now ravenous, scratches at the wall. Gai Saitong looks at Lu Yi with teary eyes, clearly distressed. Why don't you share your milk with me? Who drinks bottled milk without opening their mouth? Hurry, hurry! Lu Yi snaps back to reality, preparing to cook breakfast, when his phone vibrates once more. Damn it, is this morning never ending? Frustrated, he opens his phone, and his eyelids immediately jump. Bok choy ice cream. Can we voice chat? Teacher Lu. Sure. Humble, small, and helpless. Moments later, Shirahana's call invitation pops up, Lu Yi answers, and that familiar magnetic voice resonates again, that I will arrive in the Magic City on Friday morning. If convenient for you, could you please come to the airport? No worries. Sensing Lu Ye's hesitation, Shirahana pauses thoughtfully. It was indeed presumptuous of me. Perhaps we can schedule a game another time. Wait. As Shirahana is about to end the call, Lu Yi exclaims loudly that I am available. Very available. Feeling that her earlier request was somewhat forward, Shirahana carefully considers her wording. I am not very familiar with the Magic City, and you are currently my only friend in the Donghuang region. I understand, so will you be counting on me to pick you up tomorrow? Of course. Anyone who doesn't come is a cardy dog. A faint smile blossoms on Shirahana's face. Her voice, slightly husky, carries an alluring resonance across the call. Lu Yi can hear Shirahana's breath, and a shiver runs down his spine. Shirahana states, let's not miss each other. Lu Yi replies, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Lu Yi exhales a long sigh of relief. Covering his chest, he mutters, why is my heart racing so fiercely? It's just meeting an online friend. She really go to stay at my house. Lu Yi, trained to handle such situations, quickly calms his racing heart. However, he is left pondering one dilemma. What identity should he assume when meeting her? Lu Yi wears a peculiar expression. Should he be a gaming companion, a junior researcher, an ordinary university student? Ultimately, he strokes his chin and decides to adapt as the situation unfolds. There is no need for deception. Shirahana would see through any facade he might present. Besides, Lee has never hidden anything. It is merely a pickup. He will escort Shirahana to her arranged hotel. Thus, in conclusion, Shirahana's sole purpose appears to be assessing Ibu's potential risks. Lui blinks, realizing. So, Shirahana is merely a tool. Kojia. Winky face. Gai Saitong is now pale from hunger. Ibu, holding back tears, silently clutches a napkin. Lu Yi, feeling helpless, scratches his head. Just a moment. Just a moment. Friday, July 17th. The weather is splendid, with wisps of clouds drifting across the blue sky. The early rising green caterpillars have already been devoured by Bobo. While the players who stayed up late are still in slumber, Lui yawns, pulling Ibu from the warmth of the blankets, as the little creature groggily calls out, Dapu, I feel that this cat bed was unnecessary. However, sneaking out at night and returning muddy is all your fault. Lui sighed. Rising from his slumber to wash his face, he scooped a handful of water and splashed it onto his visage. Water droplets cascaded down from his hair tips as he gently stroked his chin, feeling a mix of emotions. Yet another day awakened by his own handsomeness. Today, he was to greet the champion of the Shanao region at the airport, a task that even the laid-back teacher Lu seldom undertook. Clad in an oversized white t-shirt and with his sleek black hair, he exuded a refreshing simplicity, despite harboring some dark thoughts and employing slightly unscrupulous tactics. Teacher Lu remained radiantly optimistic. After all, in this day and age, a protagonist lacking in physical appeal would render the reader's immersion rather inconvenient. Ghost Stone, off to welcome our guests. Lu Yi called out. Kuji, Ghost Stone jolted awake, scratching his head in fatigue. I thought I had already completed yesterday's lessons. After preparing breakfast for his two little companions, Lu Yi sipped orange juice while messaging Sharona. Have you arrived? 10 o'clock in the morning. I will be there shortly. No rush. I can wait. Hailing a taxi, Lu Yi made his way to the bustling airport of the Magic City, feeling an unusual flutter of nerves, the driver gripping the steering wheel with one hand. Glanced at the rearview mirror and jested, picking up your girlfriend? Lu Yi nodded seriously, something like that. The driver burst into laughter. It wouldn't be a case of online romance turning real, would it? Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Are all the drivers in the Dongwang Alliance this perceptive? Here's my business card that, if you wish to escape during the meeting, give me a call right away. The driver shot him a knowing look. Understanding the potential complications of being entangled, Lu Yi calmly accepted the card, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Who entangles whom is yet to be determined. Outside, the heat was stifling, and travelers burdened with luggage were a common sight, with Els being rather unremarkable. However, a peculiar sight was presented by Lu Yi, who sported an EV atop his head and was accompanied by a ghost stone floating behind him. EV, would you like to come down? I think I might have strained my neck. Bub? EV, with an air of arrogance, raised its head defiantly, clutching even tighter. Ghost Stone chuckled, enveloping Lu Ye's head in a shroud of dark mist. Lu Ye's complexion paled. It was summer, yet he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Inside the first-class cabin, there was but a single passenger. The glass window reflected a profile. Sharona leaned against the window, her long fingers resting on her temple. Deep in thought that it had been a long time since she last visited the Dongwang Alliance, that I should seek out Teacher Lu. He should be familiar with the area. Suddenly, as her gaze drifted towards the wing, slicing through the clouds, Sharona felt a rare emotion flicker within her. Nervousness? No. Even when she ascended to the pinnacle of the Shanao Alliance, she had never felt such a sensation. Perhaps it's fatigue, she mused, rubbing her temple as thoughts of the upcoming match against Yolanda sharpened her focus. She felt as if she was grasping that fleeting emotion. Anticipation, a soft smile graced Sharona's lips. Indeed, it was time to relish a battle. Lu Yi soon realized that he had underestimated the world of the affluent. Only the mediocre stars would be pursued by the media. Otherwise, it was merely a case of deliberate hype. In the exclusive passage where Lu Yi found himself, the marble floor gleamed brilliantly, and he was the sole occupant of the expansive reception hall. Flanked by 4 burly men in uniforms, casting watchful gazes, the security guards stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, exchanging furtive glances. What sort of VIP has arrived? No idea. The information is tightly sealed. And he's the only one here to greet them. The guards coughed in unison, their gazes toward Lu Yi now tinged with respect. Lu Yi felt somewhat awkward. He had intended to make a welcome sign, but that seemed unnecessary now. Suddenly, the guards, whose eyes were now aflame with curiosity, grew serious. The sound of sharp, steady high heels echoed from the long corridor behind them. Lu Yi felt a wave of tension wash over him. Tap tap, gleaming golden-haired of a black trench coat and wide-leg trousers, paired with exquisite black high heels. She wore a smile that was both disarming and slightly aloof. The champion from the Shinao Alliance. Sharona. Tap tap. The sound of her striking heels came to a halt. Sharona paused, raising her deep gray eyes to meet Lu Yi, who stood in the center of the hall. Silence enveloped the space. Teacher Lu? Sharona tilted her head slightly. Even someone as well-trained as Lu Yi felt his heart skip a beat. Just as he was about to speak, it was Ghost Stone, grinning mischievously beside him, who took the initiative. Kuji. Sharona blinked in surprise. Ghost Stone first took the bag from her hand, handing it to the flustered Lu Yi, then eagerly placed its claws on Sharona's shoulders. Kuji? Oh, thank you. It certainly lightens my load, Sharona replied with a warm smile. Kuji. Ghost Stone blushed, as if steam were rising from its head, flitting about the hall like a balloon. Evie clung tightly to Lu Ye's head, as if it were a precious treasure, its little face displaying a hint of anxiety. Lu Yi cleared his throat. Dr. Yamanashi also sent me here. You were the one from the Research Institute last time? Sharona blinked. Suddenly, it dawned on her why his voice had sounded so familiar. So, the trainer of Evie and Teacher Lu were one and the same. Lu Yi nodded. Then why didn't you mention it last time? It's not every day a Shinao champion plays games with someone. It would take a moment for any normal person to process that. Lu Yi sighed. Sharona nodded lightly, her deep gray eyes scrutinizing Lu Yi with keen interest. After a moment, she smiled gently. Others would hardly expect Teacher Lu to be so youthful. Despite his youth, Lu Yi's understanding of battle surpassed that of an ordinary master trainer, piquing Sharona's curiosity. According to Dr. Yamanashi's assessment, this young master seemed to have researched historical legends as well, that I did not expect the person I played games with to be so striking. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Sharona was momentarily taken aback. Thank you, that the faint smile blossomed on her face. But don't you say this often? This is the first time and the last time, Lu Yi pondered before adding. If you want to hear it, I can say it a few more times. That won't be necessary, Sharona chuckled. Shall we head to your place? If the system had a narrator function, it would undoubtedly exclaim with sarcasm. It's now Sharona's turn to attack. Lu Yi was momentarily dazed, stammering, Is it really that quick? I need to give Evie a checkup first. Sharona considered this, slowly approaching Lu Yi. A remarkably gentle fragrance enveloped her. A perfect blend of maturity and vivacity. The distance between them was merely a breath apart. Lu Yi was caught off guard, his gaze dropping to meet the elegant curve of her nose and the delicate pink of her lips. Sharona reached out to take Evie from Lu Ye's head, cradling it tenderly in her arms. This little one, right? The one with the gift of foresight? Sharona smiled. Curiously, although Evie appeared quite resistant, it seemed to lose all strength upon being touched by her. Evie squirmed adorably in her embrace, its cries soft and endearing. Bub. Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief, nodding with difficulty. Yes, let us head to my place. If looks could kill, Lu Yi would have surely met his demise at the hands of the security guard several times over. Sharona's radiant golden hair undoubtedly attracted countless glances on the street. Coupled with her tall stature, she and the slightly over 6-foot-tall teacher Lu drew considerable attention. How did you manage to walk the streets before? Lu Yi inquired of the sunglasses-clad Sharona beside him. I just took over the street. Cynthia furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to purchase an entire street dedicated to leisurely strolls upon her arrival at the Dongwang Alliance. She was supposed to be warmly welcomed by officials from the Elf Association, who would provide full transportation. However, Cynthia was rather averse to such formalities, and since Lu happened to be in the Magic City, she only requested him to pick her up. As they approached the street, Cynthia inquired curiously, Are we taking a flying Pokémon? No, we are taking a taxi, Mr. Lu replied. Cynthia assumed Lu Lu had not brought along a transport Pokémon. I can give you a lift, she offered. I fear I might get shot down by anti-aircraft fire. Taking off in a magic city is tantamount to courting disaster. Cynthia nodded thoughtfully. I almost forgot. The magic city does have air traffic control. Does the Sinnoh region not have that? Not at all. You could even traverse the Tian Crown Mountain and the Silver Mountain Range all the way to Kanto. That sounds rather appealing, Mr. Liu admitted. It would certainly save a considerable sum on airfare. Cynthia smiled gently, though she did not mention that there was no need for a ticket as she owned a private jet. And Lu contacted the driver who had handed him a business card earlier. The driver, initially thinking Lu intended to make a hasty exit, hurriedly rushed to the airport, only to be taken aback upon arrival. I was the only word that could describe the look in the driver's eyes. Cynthia's command of Chinese was not particularly fluent. She simply gazed quietly out the window, gently stroking the slumbering EV. The tips of her golden hair brushed against Mr. Liu's hand, creating an indescribable sensation. Is she a foreigner? The driver asked. Indeed, Mr. Liu replied. The driver suddenly became somewhat melancholic. Being from another country is hardly an issue. Those who cannot grasp emotions cannot even hold a Pokeball. Every driver has countless stories to tell. Just as the driver was about to express himself, he realized they had already reached their destination. A look of regret washed over the driver's face. There will be more opportunities, Mr. Liu said encouragingly, patting the driver's shoulder. Leaning against the car window, the driver shouted through his tears, "You must be happy." What was he shouting about? Cynthia inquired of him, or Lu did I in Dong Wang. It is generally unnecessary to tip. You have given too much, isn't it your money? I'll reimburse you later. I see. The shade of the trees provided a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Yet the houses appeared somewhat dilapidated, resembling an old-fashioned neighborhood. You live here? Cynthia asked, surveying her surroundings. The rent is quite affordable here. The greatest concealment lies within the city, as Dr. Yamanashi once said. Not if you truly think that way. I can't argue with you. Jengar was the first to slip his hand into the door, eagerly unlocking it. Cynthia officially stepped into Mr. Liu's home. Do you need to take off our shoes? Mr. Liu asked instinctively, glancing at Cynthia's high heels with a hint of regret. No need. My apologies. To diagnose EV's stress response. The first step was to eliminate any environmental influences. Cynthia had just surveyed the vicinity and saw no signs of EV's natural enemies. In truth, EV was an omnivorous creature, and it was the native Pokémon that should be more fearful. Don't worry. It will be fine soon, Cynthia assured, retrieving a portable stethoscope from her bag and placing it on EV's chest. The little creature blushed, looking quite displeased as it lay on the ground. Lu suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. You never let me touch your belly. Why is it that you act this way when a stranger is present? Mr. Liu, I must trouble you with my other Pokémon for now. What Pokémon? Mr. Liu asked, momentarily stunned, his expression shifting subtly. With a flash of red light, the once narrow living room suddenly burst into life. Cynthia's 6 Pokémon made their grand entrance, and Mr. Liu's situation appeared quite precarious. The fierce Garchomp, with its bloodshot eyes and menacing aura, and the cool-headed Lucario, arms crossed and gaze icy, flanked Mr. Liu, their scrutinizing glances adding to the tension. God! Jengar's face was one of sheer terror. These 2 formidable Pokémon looked exceedingly intimidating. What to do? The master is going to be devoured. I'm anxiously waiting for help. However, Mr. Liu had prepared to some extent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retrieved a canister of sparkling, gem-like energy cubes from the cabinet. Carefully moving the scythe-like appendage aside, Mr. Liu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Gentlemen, would you like some candy? Garchomp and Lucario exchanged glances before both champion-level Pokémon nodded in unison, a tacit agreement. Very obedient, Cynthia remarked, smiling as she brushed aside her golden hair and gently patted Eevee resting on her lap. Eevee flicked its tail, momentarily feeling embarrassed, before burying its little head between Cynthia's knees. It is quite healthy, possessing the ability to predict danger, which can even enhance its reaction time, Cynthia whispered. Your training is quite exceptional. Mr. Liu. Even Cynthia found it challenging to discern Mr. Liu's true strength momentarily. Tactically, he could contend with her. Although his Pokémon were relatively weak, his breeding methods and training techniques were top-notch. The method of breeding that Gengar underwent bore some similarity to that of Grandma Jiku. Meanwhile, Eevee subtly resembled the fiery red sun Eevee. Coupled with LU's reluctance to be a trainer, Cynthia found it all rather intriguing. Smiling softly, yes, she lifted her head, brushing aside her golden locks. Cynthia finally noticed the unusual behavior of her own Pokémon. The typically aloof Garchomp, known for its keep-your-distance demeanor, was laughing heartily with Gengar, shattering its cold image. The once stoic Lucario, now transformed into a blur, rapidly tossing the energy cubes into its mouth. In mere moments, the previously full canister was entirely emptied. Cynthia blinked in surprise. The energy cubes I usually buy for you don't seem to please you as much as these. The sticky dugong began to crawl along the walls, inching towards the ceiling, prompting Lu to shout in dismay, "No, I just painted that wall." The dugong disdainfully glanced at Lu before continuing its slow crawl, leaving deep corrosive marks on the wall. Lu felt as if he could hear the sound of his wallet shrinking. "Don't worry, I will reimburse you," Cynthia assured, kneeling beside the dejected Lu and picking up the scattered energy cubes from the floor. The crystal-clear orange cubes resembled blue gemstones, reflecting faint glimmers of light. A hint of astonishment flickered in Cynthia's beautiful eyes. Perfect quality energy cubes? The raw material was merely basic orange fruit, yet had been crafted into such exquisite energy cubes. Even Cynthia had only witnessed such craftsmanship in the hands of the illustrious beauty contest champion, Macaulay. The quality spoke for itself, and Garchomp was the best testament to that. Cynthia instinctively glanced at Mr. Lu beside her. "Did you make these yourself?" Mr. Lu glanced at the orange fruit cube in Cynthia's hand and did not shy away. "Yes, they've been stored for a while. Otherwise, the quality could be even better." Lucario, who had been devouring the energy cubes, suddenly paused, taken aback. "Tea could taste even better." Gah! Gengar recalled the freshly made energy cubes and couldn't help but drool. "Did you use that machine to make these?" Cynthia pointed at the old fruit processor in the living room, raising an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" "No." Cynthia gently shook her head, tucking her golden hair behind her ear. "I was just a bit taken aback. To think that such an old machine could produce energy cubes of this quality."